You are clearly the most legitimate prince by blood. Yet the current empress wants to send you to the Turks for a marriage alliance. You originally thought that the day you arrived on the grassland would be the day you lost your life. On the day of the marriage proposal, the soldiers of the 36 tribes of the Turks all knelt before you, and the Khan respectfully draped a yellow robe over you, shouting, "Long live our emperor! Long live for 10,000 years." At this time, in the resplendent Tai Chi hall of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom's palace, the newly ascended Empress Lu Ruyan, dressed in a dragon robe, sat high at the top, her cold eyes scrutinizing the officials as she asked, "Is there any objection from you all regarding sending the prince to marry?" The Grand Inspector Cui Ning stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, sending the prince to marry for peace has no precedent in history, and will surely become a laughingstock for other countries." Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows slightly and slowly stood up. She did not expect anyone to dare to question her decision, and her gaze suddenly became sharp. She said, "I was able to sweep across the 8 realms and sit on this throne because I dared to break the shackles, dared to challenge the old rules, and even dared to be the first for the world. My ascension to the throne as a woman is a precedent." She pointed to the female chancellor Lu Fei-ming, who was at the head of the officials, and said, "A chancellor being a woman is also a precedent. The prince's marriage alliance can also set a precedent. This matter is not open for discussion. I am merely informing you, not consulting with you. The task of you all is simply to select a prince from the Li Tang royal family." At this moment, Prime Minister Lu Feiming stepped forward, respectfully bowing and saying, "Your Majesty is wise. The royal marriage with the princes is unprecedented. Under your grace, the 36 tribes of the grasslands will surely be grateful, thus resolving the northern threat without the need for a single soldier. Among the princes, the 6th Prince Heibai is the most virtuous. It would be best to send him to the Turks for the marriage, to pacify the barbarian hearts and also to demonstrate the magnanimity of our divine nation." The Empress smiled and nodded, and in an instant, everyone's gaze fell upon the line of princes, landing on you, who had a face full of black lines. The Empress asked, "6th Prince, what do you think?" Prime Minister Lu Feiming is a very cultured woman, with deep schemes and a gentle smile always on her lips. However, from memory, it is known that she is the female warrior immortal of the Great Zhou, ruthless and merciless, and the most capable subordinate of the Empress. You stepped forward and said seriously, "Your Majesty, I have no objections, but it is said that the Turkic Khan has no daughters, only 3 sons. Who should I marry into?" The minister's eyes lit up, and they all felt that this angle was quite clever. This problem seemed to be easily solvable. Someone said, "The Turkic Khan has sent envoys to seek a princess from the Great Zhou. Your Majesty, please retract your decree. It is not that we wish to defy your Majesty, but the conditions simply do not allow it. Nowadays, only by sending a princess to marry can the troubles of the north be resolved." Impudent! The Empress's expression turned cold, and a pin drop could be heard in the Great Hall. There was no way around it. The ruthless and decisive demeanor she displayed when she first ascended to the throne still left people feeling apprehensive. That infamous Plum Blossom Imperial Guard was all sanctioned by imperial authority, executing first and reporting later. The Empress said, "He has no daughters this year, but will he have none next year? If he has no daughters, can he have no nieces? Letting you marry into his family is just my stance, everything else is unimportant." Just as you were about to continue your rebuttal, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in your mind. In the face of the Empress's aggressive demeanor, the divine choice system is activated, triggering the following selectable tasks. Option 1, insult the Empress for her illegitimate position. Reward is the 9th level of Qi refinement. Option 2, politely refuse the Empress, explaining the benefits of the royal marriage. If one were to marry into the royal family, chaos would ensue. Reward is the green title My Good Son. Option 3, accept the decree and express gratitude, thus freeing yourself from the Empress's constraints. Like a bird entering the mountains and a fish entering the sea, reward is the immortal phoenix body. Regardless of your magical powers and countless transformations, I remain unmoved like a mountain, unbroken and indestructible. Looking at these 3 options, you frown slightly. The first 2 merely make your current situation a bit more difficult. As you choose the 3rd option, you instantly feel the blood and energy within you begin to surge, enveloped by an indescribable force. In a short time, your internal organs and meridians are undergoing changes. Although it may not be visible on the surface, you can clearly feel that even if Mount Tai were to press down on you, it wouldn't harm you in the slightest. You feel a surge of joy in your heart. Lu Ruyan looked at you, who was stunned there, and sneered in her heart, thinking that this is what the descendants of the Li Tang dynasty are like. When faced with a little trouble, they become petrified and lost. How can someone of this caliber inherit the throne? And this is still the most outstanding among the many princes of Li Tang. Only someone like her, the daughter of destiny, can unilaterally suppress all dissent throughout the ages. She thought that accepting the marriage alliance would allow her to live, while refusing it would lead to death. The Great Zhou Empire belongs to the Lu family, and she absolutely would not allow anyone to pose a threat to her throne. She would send you early to the desolate northern lands to fend for yourself. Lu Ruyan's face, calm as an ancient well, revealed a hint of a smile as she looked down at you and asked, "Hey Bai, do you understand my heartfelt intentions?" You smiled faintly and said, "I understand, Your Majesty. I am willing to share your worries, to go through fire and water, and to serve you with all my heart." "That's not going through fire and water." The Empress shook her head slightly. "It is rumored that the Turkic Khan has several golden knives. If you perform well, you might even become his golden knife son-in-law. If you gain power in the future, be sure to serve the great Zhou loyally, and I will remember your great contribution." You showed gratitude and said, "I will obey your command." At this time, Prime Minister Lu Feiming proposed another plan. "Your Majesty, although the sixth prince is the most virtuous among the princes, the Turks may not know this and might think we are just casually dealing with the situation. It would be better to grant the sixth prince the title of Wang, king, to highlight his status, which would make the Turks more grateful." The Empress listened to Lu Feiming's advice and immediately decided, the sixth prince possesses both virtue and talent, is gentle, respectful, frugal, and has a far-reaching reputation. I hereby grant him the title of Han Wang, king of Han, to honor his virtue. Tomorrow, he will go to the Turks as Han Wang to establish a marriage alliance, benefiting the country and the people, and his achievements will last for generations. Your eyes turned red, this buff was fully stacked, and this gratitude was sincere and genuine, without a hint of pretense. You quickly thanked the sovereign for the great favor. After the morning meeting, you do not linger and prepare to return to your residence for the night. The next day, you set off early with the Turkic envoy, as staying here for even a moment feels like sitting on pins and needles. The city gates of the divine capital slowly opened, and a grand procession for the marriage alliance gradually set out. The Empress, to showcase the grandeur of the great nation, made a full display, and the princess had everything she needed for the marriage alliance. At the forefront were guards in bright armor, riding tall horses with an imposing presence. Closely following were court musicians, playing melodious strings and flutes. On both sides of the long procession were palace maids and eunuchs holding feather fans, while court officials had no face to send them off. On the contrary, many onlookers followed far outside the city, whispering and commenting, "It's utterly ridiculous. A prince marrying for peace. I've lived 80 years, experienced 2 dynasties, and this is the first time I've seen such a bizarre event. Doesn't His Majesty fear a repeat of the Xuanwu Gate incident? A female emperor in power, a prince marrying for peace. These are unprecedented events. What is happening in this world? What strange things will happen next?" An old man, leaning on his cane, trembled in disbelief at the scene before him. The great Zhou is going to be in chaos. The Turks have troops. The prince has a name. What will the consequences be? The older man became more and more agitated as he spoke, then spat out a mouthful of blood. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, creating a ripple, and then disappeared from the spot with the next step. In the Tai Chi Hall, the old man who had just appeared stood in the center of the hall. He bowed to the Empress and then raised his head, his gaze intense, and asked, "Your Majesty, why would you take such an absurd action?" The hall was silent. This old gentleman has a significant background. He is Huang Chunlin, the president of Yunlu Academy, the first academy of the Great Zhou Empire. When the Empress ascended the throne, there was widespread dissent, but he refuted the world with an article and led 900 Confucian scholars to petition the emperor in the palace, gathering the fortune of the world for Wu Zhou, which silenced the voices of the people. The smooth ascension of Empress Lu Ruyan owes much to his contributions. After Lu Ruyan ascended the throne, she also reciprocated by elevating Yunlu Academy to the status of the #1 academy in the world and vigorously promoting Confucian thought. Huang Chunlin never attends court, only devoted to teaching and educating. Today, he unexpectedly appeared in the Taiji Hall and unusually reprimanded the Empress, leaving people astonished. Huang Chunlin's voice was like tearing silk. "Your Majesty, have you not heard that sending a prince is like sending the imperial seal? The sixth prince going to the Turks for marriage is equivalent to handing over the imperial seal. The marriage envoy has not yet gone far, so I implore your Majesty to retract the decree." Prime Minister Lu Feiming spreads false words to confuse the public and mislead your Majesty. He is unworthy of his position, so please dismiss him. After he finished speaking, he looked around at the other court officials. "Gentlemen, do you remember how the Tang book recorded it? To feign fear and retreat the troops, sending envoys to apologize. How is this posture of begging for mercy different from today? Nowadays, my great Zhou is strong and prosperous. Why should we instead learn the ways of tribute and submission? Neither the prince nor the princess is acceptable. My great Zhou commands all nations to come and pay their respects, and should not engage in marriage alliances or tribute. Today we cut the prince, tomorrow we will cut Yan Yun." 3 years after the Xiongnu chieftain swore an oath of blood alliance, he rode forth and trampled the Yunchong county. Those who encourage the Empress to marry are deserving of punishment. "Your Majesty, Please retract your order and quickly intercept the marriage envoy. Inside the great hall, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The great scholar Huang Chuanlin's indiscriminate attacks left everyone speechless. Wherever his gaze fell, the ministers were dim and evasive. The Empress suppressed her anger and forced a smile, saying, "Why does the gentleman say such things? Our great Zhou has just been established, and the country is still unstable. At this time, there must be no external turmoil. The marriage of the prince is merely a temporary measure. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Once the country is peaceful, I will naturally pacify the grasslands, making them bow their heads and serve for generations. As for the Prime Minister, this matter has nothing to do with her, it is all my intention. Your Majesty's foresight is a blessing for great Zhou, but the marriage of the prince must not be carried out, even if we take a step back. Even if your Majesty is enduring hardships and biding your time, you could directly send a palace maid to marry him. The prince is of legitimate lineage. How could he fall into the hands of others? I'm afraid that as soon as the sixth prince arrives at the Great Wall, the guards will become personal guards, and the local lords will march north to support the king. The grasslands will immediately become part of the Tang dynasty's legitimacy, and chaos will inevitably ensue. How can your Majesty talk about internal stability? Unbridled, Zhou's face flushed red. She hadn't thought that she had already given the old guy such a big step, and not only did the other party not come down, but instead stomped on his nose. If a princess can marry, why can't a prince? A man can be an emperor, but a woman can't? In the end, you are a great scholar and a paragon of the world's readers, Huang Chunlin, but you are still harboring selfishness and bringing in your own goods? You just can't see that women are better than men. The credits rolled again in his head. Look, the face is showing again. Still a great scholar, but not still this nasty and narrow-minded view? What do you expect from them? Isn't that what these people wrote in their heads? True downhead, Pu Shinru, ignorant and ridiculous. Have you read too many tomato novels? You want to rebel against the king's side and support the royal family? Seemingly cited, but in fact exposed their own shallowness and ignorance. Send the prince and relatives is just a common diplomatic strategy, to maintain the stability of the border, to avoid war. To the mouth of this great Confucian became send the seal of the state? This level, but also a great Confucianate. Ridiculous. Do you get off on watching the princess get married? And a courtesan? If the prince is a human being, then a courtesan is a human being? All men are equal. A courtesan can marry a royal son. No, we didn't get off on watching the princesses get married, no matter who it is. The peace treaty is a shame. The real cool thing is, my dynasty since I started, not peace and no tribute, not sacrificing anyone for peace, is rather broken jade gate before the bone. Do not teach Huma doing Shan, is to violate my strong Han people though far will be executed. Ha 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 ha, you're all undercover agents of the Turk, aren't you? Let's say you're the Turkic Khan, and while you're thinking hard about invading China, you suddenly hear that the other side has sent you an emperor, and he's orthodox? And the empress on the other side of the border is not the right person to get the country, and the country is full of people's grievances. What would you do? Oops, it's so hard to choose. Sending the prince to marry is poking at your lungs? You're still having an orgasm, aren't you? Zhou laughed coldly in his heart, and the few remarks that looked harsh were deleted. Gaining the country incorrectly. Every time she saw these 4 words, her heart would get angry with nameless rage. If it weren't for me, Great Tang would have been gone long ago. I just changed the name of the country. So what? I got the country incorrectly? This Li Tang descendant, who is as ambitious as I am and has the means to be iron-blooded. What's the point of sending a royal son to Turkestan? The 36 parts of the grasslands are kneeling before me morning and evening. Huang Chunlin, this matter has been decided by me and cannot be discussed again. Retreat. Zhou turned around and was about to brush his sleeve away, but then he heard that Huang Chunlin not only did not restrain himself, but instead, his voice was louder. Shaking the ash on top of the beams of the hall were rustling down. If your Majesty doesn't take back your order, I'll crash to my death on top of this great hall. At least if you die now, you're not a dead man. In an instant, Empress Zhou only felt her blood pressure surge up, and her indignation in her chest. Lungs were bursting with anger. I'm going to lose my country if I send a prince to make peace? You're a fallen servant and I'm a fallen king? Slip of the tongue. Without him, the 6th prince, the great Zhou won't turn? A small 6th prince can still decide the fate of great Zhou? Can you still decide the fate of me, the emperor of the ages? Sour scholar. Rotten scholars. Stupid. This old thing that once advised the world for her blood. But at this moment, like a sheathed sword, the cold light points directly to her most painful soft underbelly. If it were not for the fact that you were a dragon, you would have been allowed to roar at the court. I've given you face twice, but you still don't know what's good for you, and you've begun to curse my great Zhou. The Empress was furious and laughed. Huang Chunlin, do you think that my sword can't cut the readers? Or do you think you have become the backbone of my great Zhou? Since you want to die, I will fulfill you. Men, take this man, push him out of the noon gate and behead him. The entire hall was in an uproar. Although the group of ministers had just been scolded by Huang Chunlin, what he said was indeed reasonable. Besides, it's not a capital offense anymore. Once he dies, the entire Confucian sect will be leaderless. Once he's dead, who dares to offend? Your Majesty, Mr. Huang's crime is not worthy of death. I hope your Majesty will be merciful. Mr. may have been a bit too aggressive in his language, but there is nothing half selfish about it. It's all for the sake of great Zhou. Mr. Huang, just make amends to his Majesty. Qiju sneered. Anyone else who pleads for mercy will be condemned with him. On the contrary, Huang Chunlin didn't have half a bit of fear. In the eyes, it was complicated to the extreme. Disappointment, disbelief, anger, helplessness. There is no need for your Majesty to do it yourself. The old man disperses the path on his own. He was already old. His voice gradually like a candle in the wind, but his body became more and more straight like a pine. Standing in the middle of the great hall, smoke began to drift down from the cuffs of his sleeves. When I first helped His Majesty to ascend the throne, I thought that with His Majesty's wisdom and sagacity, he would be able to bring great Tang to prosperity. So what if the country's name was changed? As long as the people of the world could be at peace. In whose hands is this world? It matters not what the last name is. I still remember that when His Majesty knocked at the Imperial College with a white horse and a plain coat, he swore an oath to the sky. I would rather break the bones of the Jade Gate than to teach a horse to go through it. Now, the old man regrets it. In just a short moment, both of his arms had already been broken by inches and turned into flying ash, both sleeves hanging down, looking miserable to the extreme. But the more tragic it was to the extreme, the more dashing and flowing the drooping sleeves looked. The wisps of smoke that hung down, as if they were like his hopes, drifted away without a trace when the wind blew. A generation of great scholars, scattered and died. Chapter 7. The more they oppose, the more it shows that I have done the right thing. Pissed off at me. Within the bedchamber, the Empress, who had changed into a metaphysical colored Dao robe, smashed everything in front of her that could be smashed to pieces. She was half reclining on the back of the chair, her legs stretched out, her eyes staring lifelessly at the beams of the room. An old sour scholar. How dare you bully the king? Not afraid that I will burn the Yunlu Academy? Not afraid that I will follow the ancient people also come to a book-burning pit Confucianism? Think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little bit of merit from the dragon? In front of the court, he made me lose face. Damn it, just so, and it's hard to get rid of my heart. Chancellor Liu Himing, who stood to the side, silently cleaned up the mess on the table. Don't worry, your Majesty. Huang Chunlin claimed that sending the emperor to make peace with his family would lead to chaos in the north. Why don't we send Yunlu Academy to the land of the Great Wall in the north, so that they can see for themselves what the scene will really be like? The Confucian sect is proud of their accomplishments and does not take His Majesty seriously. The bitterly cold lands in the north can be punished for them, and if any changes do occur, they can be made to guard the gates of the country. Liu Himing smiled. Didn't they always say that the northern Great Wall was not built of bricks and stones, but was the backbone of the scholars? So I'd like to see how hard their backbone is. Although Ji Jiao was a bit headstrong, he was by no means stupid. Sixth Prince, it does not matter, but the entire Yunlu Academy sent to the north. This thing can be a big deal. The influence of Yunlu Academy as the first academy under his own admiration can be imagined. Then wouldn't all the Confucian disciples in the world follow them to the north? Of course, when in doubt, ask for subtitles. Qiju's attention was focused on the subtitles scrolling in his head. Worthy of the Chancellor Lord, this move can be said to be 2 in 1. The first is to let them actually experience the bitter cold of the north. Moving back 10,000 steps to send the palace made it. You go over there and try it yourself? Who else can meet a lucky and beautiful love if they are not the great heroine of heaven's destiny? All that awaits them is winter, homesickness and depression. Secondly, don't those literati love to boast about their moral integrity? If the north is really in turmoil, what kind of choice will they make? Will they be loyal to great Zhou? If they will, then this is a test for them. If they won't, then it's much better to send them away early than to rebel before the battle, which is a precautionary measure. Oh, the reputation is there, the army is there, and you're still not willing to send even the readers there? Prairie Eagle, VU50. I'll take this one. Makes sense. Just to see how pissed off these readers are. The Empress returned to her senses, and her eyes, which had just been dull, suddenly turned radiant. Himing, you are truly worthy of being my right-hand man, and in the whole world, you are the only one who is most deeply in my heart. You are the only sensible person in this entire court. You're right. Cunning rabbits die and traitors cook. Now the world's fortune has been converged in Great Zhou, also temporarily do not need them. Let them go to the north to guard the Great Wall, which is a different way to serve the country. If anyone in the courtroom discusses this matter again, they will all be served with the cane. The court cane is not simply a few strokes towards the buttocks. That can kill you. I do not know how many officials, who have nothing to hide under the court cane, are crying out for help. Jijio slowly stood up, and resumed the domineering aura of a monarch. The more they oppose it, the more it means I'm doing the right thing. The sky is like a dome covering the 4 fields under the Inshan mountain in Chilichuan. The sky is pale and wild, and the wind blows the grass down to see the cattle and sheep. Turkic Royal Court Dingshan. Above the grassland, the sky is filled with snow and wind. Bonfire red tent. Jieli Khan is roasting the bonfire drinking wine. More than a dozen only covered with a little spring light of the woman, twisting the voluptuous body cannot let him bring up half interest. The flickering firelight reflected on his face, bright and dark, and the scar above his forehead was even more gruesome. Why are you moping, Khan? Now the entire grassland 36 tribes all respect you as the main, strong soldiers and horses, tribal strength to the extreme. What can make you unhappy? Or the slaves' dance is not colorful enough? Among the dancers, the most beautiful one in the center walked over barefoot and filled a glass of wine for Jieli Khan. The woman was none other than Jieli Khan's favorite concubine, Xiao Marin, a stunning beauty born with charming bones and a body that exploded like a gaunt wildebeest, plump and proud and delicate. The short animal skin skirt was stretched out in an amazing arc, exuding a wild beauty. A bunch of crap. What's the fun in that? Jieli Khan poured down all the wine in one gulp, and he licked his lips, a few moments of despondency appearing on his rugged face. The beauty next to him was dainty, but he didn't care to appreciate it. Although the 36 tribes of the grassland are all superficially subservient to me, they seem to be at odds with each other, and there are constant battles all year round. Like beauty, I am powerless in spite of my heart. Alas, those 3 indisputable dogs, even more so, each on their own, giving me a headache, and now empty guarding that fertile land of Great Zhou, but can only be greedy. How can I be happy? Why doesn't Khan just send troops to Great Zhou? Beauty Zhao's eyes blinked with infinite flavor. Our grasslands are just restless, as long as there is no war. As soon as they are idle, civil unrest will occur. If Khan directly rides to attack Zhou, those several small Khans, as well as those tribal chiefs should all be a little more peaceful. I would like to send troops, but can I afford to? Instead of blaming the woman with only breasts and no brain, Jieli Khan patiently explained. The Han people have always had a saying that the master is famous. Even the sending out of troops must be given a proper name, otherwise it will be obstructed by the scholars and the people in every way. Who are we to send troops? Rob food? Rob women? These are just ends in themselves. They can't be used as slogans. Or else if the whole of Great Zhou is united, how can we be an opponent? In the past, Chen Shang and Wu Guang used the slogan, "The world has suffered from Qin for a long time," and Lu Xiu restored the Han dynasty as a Han family member. Even the Yellow Turban Uprising, which cried out the prophecy that Xingtian had died and Huang Tian was in power, was able to gather 1 million soldiers in a short time. This, then, is the power of the division. Now that the Great Zhou has just been established and is acting cautiously, treating us several times better than before, it's not the right time to send out troops. Maybe the entire grassland could be devastated from now on. What should we do? It's not a good idea to fight. It's also hard in your heart not to fight. But what to do? Xiao Beauty rolled her beautiful eyes. How could she understand these things? How would I know? Maybe this time the mission will be able to bring back the princess for the young Khan, and then they should be at peace. It's not that easy. Wooing the princess is just a process, which is already a tribal custom. Jieli Khan is not hopeful at all. When the grasslands were at their peak. Now, the Central Plains people are not that easy to bully. This woman really has her head up her ass. Jieli Khan glared at her and waved his hand. All stop. Go down. I want to be quiet. Boring. Xiao Beauty also lost interest and put on a piece of foxskin sable velvet, and was about to leave when she saw a guard with a sword hurriedly barging in, almost bumping into herself. She was in a bad mood and instantly burst into a rage. Where did you get a lackey who is so reckless? Letter. A secret letter sent back by the mission 800 miles in an expedited manner. Chapter 8. The organization of the Khan. If this matter is true, I will stand upside down and dilute it. What secret letter? Panicked into what behavior? Grassland men's courage are fed to the wolf cubs? Xiao Beauty frowned, but she no longer flared up and took the secret letter held aloft in that sergeant's hand and threw it to Jieli Khan. Take a quick look. Maybe Great Zhou really did send over a golden branch. A woman's opinion. If that were so, the old man could pull himself up upside down. Jieli Khan took the letter in his hand and scrutinized it. Above the envelope, a few eagle feathers are glued to the top. 9-plume eagle book. His heart sank. This is a secret message of the highest order, and the mission is feared to be in dire straits. What makes it so? A woman is a woman. Jeli's Khan sighed. If Great Zhou agrees to make peace and is willing to send a princess, it will certainly not use such a secret letter, so it can be seen that the urgency of the matter. What other urgent matters can the mission have? It's nothing more than Great Zhou feeling humiliated. And there's already a lopsided move amongst the court to send out troops to declare war. I said my right eyelid has been jumping lately, so something really bad is happening. Don't speculate. Just open it and see what's so important. Xiao Beauty stomped her feet in a hurry. Well, you just can't see the coffin. Cats. Jelly Khan tore open the secret letter, and the sound of its tearing pierced the silence of the tent. In an instant, his eyes stared as if they were bronze bells, and his pupils shrunk violently. A small piece of secret letter, weighing no more than half a two, at this time in the hands of this reigning prairie overlord, but like a mountain general, the pressure of some of his breathless, it's, this. Plop. Jelly Khan fell on his back. Xiao Beauty was scared out of her wits, and the sergeant, quick as a flash, ran over to assist Khan, when Jelly Khan was still as a prairie prince, in a battle in the forehead by an expert knife cut down, the head almost all cracked into two halves, flabbergasted not half a reaction, and laughed out loud. Too weak, too little power. This is what's happening. It was amazing that it could scare this hardened Iron Man to such a degree with just one look. Jelly Khan pushed away the sergeant who was about to assist him. Crawling up again, he took the secret letter in his hands and read it over and over again. Give me a slap. Ha! Beauty Xiao froze for a moment. Quick, slap my face. Khan, I've never had the intention to rebel. If you want to kill me, slap. Jelly Khan slapped hard towards his face. Then, like madness, he laughed strangely. Ha! 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 The tent was silent. No one dared to take a step forward. With Jia Li Khan in such a state, no one dared to go up and touch his mold. I didn't expect it. How can there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? Today is also considered a small knife pulling ass and opening eyes. Great things can be accomplished. The others looked at each other in dismay. It was Beauty Xiao who was a bit more bold. She stepped forward and cautiously tried. What's going on with the Khan? And what does the letter say? Said what? Ha ha ha. You may not believe me even if I say it, but Lacey is my most trusted confidant. There is absolutely no way she could have deceived me on this matter. And this letter does not have the slightest trace of forgery, which means that this matter is true. Laki said that the new Empress of Great Zhou, Zhou, not only agreed to the peace, but also sent a prince to come to the peace. And that's not all. Before the prince departed, she also purposely issued a decree to make it known to the whole world, and crowned the sixth prince as a one-word king. Dead silence once again fell within the tent. Plop. One of the dancers was unsteady and planted herself on the ground, but this voice also broke the silence, and Beauty Xiao opened her almond eyes with a black question mark. The emperor? Has Khan had too much to drink? Today's dishes are no different from usual. Ha ha ha. You see, even a political idiot like you understands things, but it's a real joke that Great Zhou doesn't. Oh, that's not right. There were people in Dezhou who were against it, but that Zhou was so forceful that one person suppressed the entire court to make it happen. The legation has now set out with that one-word king. My god, Xiao Beauty's two pink fists were placed on her chest, pinning out a large area of snow white. Not on purpose, but she was shocked too, although he didn't understand these men's affairs in war. But just now Khan's explanation. She also understood the consequences if a Great Zhou prince came to the grassland. Then this side should be able to become orthodox at any time. The Great Zhou Empress is said to have been misplaced. How could she do such a thing? Xiao Beauty put herself in her shoes for a moment. If she were to be in her place, that would certainly not be such a stupid thing to do. It's not giving you the seal of transmission to the Khan? Beauty is right. Once the prince comes to the original, I can hold the emperor hostage, can play the orthodox banner, and can even directly change the country's name to Great Tang, so that the great heroes of the Central Plains will come to serve. The deer in the center is not a dream. This, you don't know. This is not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is, this Khan doesn't have a daughter. Ha, 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 ha. What on earth is Great Zhou thinking? Who did that prince make peace with? Then what should we do? Xiao Meiren was peerless in appearance, but when she spoke, there was always a hint of petulance. That's a problem. The most important thing right now is, to keep this sixth prince in our grassland. If he is there, we will always be invincible. And it's even very likely that we will take Great Zhou without spending a single soldier. What is to be done? Jelly Khan paced in his tent. My brothers do have daughters, but how could they possibly push the royal son into their arms? If you give birth now, the emperor can't afford to wait. Besides, one can't give birth. Jelly Khan, early years of an expedition, was ambushed by the local. Although he is brave, but also cannot withstand the other side first poison and group beatings. The 13 wings swore to their deaths before they were able to get themselves out of the way, but it's also left a dark disease. There's nothing you can do about it. This great beauty in front of her, she herself can only look. If I had that kind of power, I wouldn't have only 3 sons as Khan, he would have had a full family of children and grandchildren long ago. He suddenly had a light in his eyes. Why don't you come and be my daughter? I still trust you more. Beauty Xiao was stunned. Does the Khan know what he is saying? Ha ha ha. The more Jieli Khan looks at it, the more appropriate it is, although Xiao Beauty is her own concubine, but that's the identity she gave herself. Concubine, daughter, or even Empress Dowager. What she said is not what she said. This woman is as beautiful as a flower and is most capable of seducing the souls of teenagers. On top of that, this woman, she's got big boobs. It's easiest to keep control. I say you are what you are, and the matter is settled. Tomorrow you will be crowned princess. Jieli Khan revealed the domineering demeanor that a Khan should have. He waved his hand. You guys go down first. Immediately summoned the commanders of the tiger, leopard, and eagle armies to come to the tent to deliberate. The tiger, leopard and eagle armies are respectively the tiger Breaking You army, the leopard tower's strange attack battalion and the eagle strikes long sky army, which are the 3 most elite armies under Jieli Khan. It was also the fundamental guarantee for him to gallop across the grasslands and annex the 36 tribes. Soon, the tent was filled with generals dressed in alien garb. The 18 great martial arts masters among the 3 armies were gathered together. If you gather late at night, something big is going to happen. The general's expression was solemn, and a monstrous battle intent appeared in his eyes. Chapter 9 Quest Reward, Ancient Evil. Jian Wei, Admiral Zeroing, Xing Daorong, Khan's late-night recruitment. Is it possible that there has been a change in Emonan? Inside the tent, the campfire handle reflected Jieli Khan's face in red. This step overlord played with the gilt dagger, the tip of the blade picking up the secret letter on the case. There is no war, but there are things more important than war. The letterhead ran through the hands of the 18 chiefs, and ragged gasps rose gradually in the tent. When the last person finished reading, Jieli suddenly long laugh. Sound vibration dome, wanna laugh then laugh. This kind of heavenly opportunity. This Khan are afraid to laugh to wake up 3 times. With a loud boom, within the tent, the clamor instantly shook the sky. How many retarded pills did this great Zhou Empress take to come up with this kind of scheme? Khan, is this Empress your old flame? How is it that she is so concerned for you, fearing that you will not have an excuse to go south in the future, that she has sent her royal son here? Is this really something that the Central Plains, which is claimed to be blessed with great people, can do? Then won't the brothers all be princes of the great Tang in the future? Ha ha ha. Khan beckons late at night. Is he going to rise tonight? Someone else has spelled out the key issue. Not yet. Jieli Khan shook his head. Then doesn't the Empress have a saying that to make trouble outside the country, you must first put the country at ease? Now that the 36 ministries are unstable, we also need to clear the grassland obstacles before we can move south without worries. But these are not the most important thing. The most important thing right now is that Han King, the 6th prince, Li Hao. The significance of the 6th prince going north is extraordinary, and there are not a few who do not want him to come to us in peace. Those Chinese, do you suppose they'll rob him halfway? Li Tang's descendants have been pretty much exterminated by the Empress, with no imperial sons remaining. Those who are still able to live are now under house arrest by the Empress in the capital. It was so hard to release this one, that it was like the existence of the seal of the kingdom. Don't say the steppe ministries have ideas. The various lords of the Central Plains, those families and valves, the border towns, and how can they not have ideas? All this aside, how could those loyalists of the Dawn protectionists let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Li Hao's journey north is bound to be uneventful. That is why you were summoned here late at night, and you have all collected your troops and horses from this ministry, and have been keeping everything low-key lately. I want the 18 of you, together, to travel to the Central Plains and bring that Li Hao back safely and securely. In the past, there were 18 stick monks who saved the king of Qin. Now let's follow Emperor Taizong's example and welcome the king of Han with 18 patriarchs. Jieli Khan suddenly smiled coldly. Remember, if you can't be picked up, you don't have to come back. This is a great change that has not been seen in the original for 1,000 years. Guys, please. For a while, within the tent, the group was agitated. The 18 patriarchs knelt down in unison towards Jieli Khan, stroking their hearts with one hand and taking a solemn oath. 18 waves of sound lifted the tent, startling the night-roosting hawks. Swear to take this heavenly destiny for the Khan. We will not dishonor our mission, or else I will cut myself in thanks. The 13 realms of martial arts, above the 6 realms, have the qualification to start a sect and become a patriarch. 18 masters above the Zongshi, almost the biggest reliance of Jieli Khan. This night, like 18 eagles, towards the south with wings. Ding, you've been sent to the north to make peace with your family. Your future is uncertain. Under the current situation, would you choose? Option 1, find a way to get out of the peace procession and escape from all the strife. You are ready to escape from all the strife in this world, and from now on, you will be incognito, live in peace. 2 years later, you will meet your wife, a peasant woman in the mountains. You will be left with a total of 3 men and a daughter. The days are poor, but with your realm of the 9th level of chi condensation, you will be able to get by. And the mission rewards, a wife's pillow and a hot bed, and peace is the biggest reward. Option 2, find a way to get out of the peace procession and go to Guanlong land. Under the protection of the Guanlong gate aristocrats, you restored Li Tang, and henceforth become a gate puppet. Mission reward, 3000 harem. Although the gate valves see you as a puppet on a string, they don't dare to really lay hands on you, and will send beauties to slowly corrupt you, making you the second to Gaozu. Option 3, follow the peace procession northward. Survive in the midst of the cracks, master the prairie army, and then the world will be united in one call, and the millions of troops will crusade against Jizhou's pseudo-emperor, and behead all the heads of thieves on the Xuanwu gate. Quest reward, Ancient Evil, Dian Wei. Mission reward, Admiral Zeroing, Xing Daorong. Choose 1, escape into the mountains. Obviously not suitable, it's not easy to cross over, but also to go to that kind of cattle and horse life. Are sorry for this identity of crossing over. Option 2, cast off to Guanlong. The harem of 3,000 is quite tempting, but if he himself becomes the actual emperor, the harem of 30,000 is all his word. How many harems did the weak and incompetent Song Huizong have? This one, can't lose to him. As for the choice of 3, straight to the king's court. Li Hao had a bit of a headache. The front was all fine, but what the hell was Xing Daorong? Sure, Xing Daorong is the reward, please make your choice. Dian Wei didn't bring a few thousand Xuanjia ghost soldiers? Please make your choice. Boring. I choose 3. Rewards have been issued, and the duo of Dian Wei and Xing Daorong are on their way by imperial decree. Li Hao was in deep thought. After today, I'm afraid that the news of his trip to Turkic peace will spread throughout the entire Great Zhou. How many people will be eyeing themselves? How many people will faithfully defect to themselves? Everything is unknown. He was now really like the jade seal of the kingdom, and if he was not strong, everything was under the control of the person who held the seal. So, although the peace treaty allowed one to escape from the capital, the future was uncertain and one still had to be careful and walk on thin ice. There will surely be many people who will want to install themselves as emperor. Likewise, there must be a number of people who are going to treat themselves as curiosities and become puppets in the future. Going north like that, I don't know how many things are going to go wrong along the way. Had to come up with a countermeasure for that. To hold the Empress down and rub it on the ground, it is necessary to control the military power. And those gate families, after all, are too weak. And the millions of soldiers in the grasslands are the biggest killing weapon. The grasslands, themselves, are imperative. Going north. No one can stop me from going north. With military power, won't those gatekeepers and families come to the same place? He glanced across the table at Riki, the emissary of the Turkic mission. Speak slowly, Miss Law. Don't call me Miss Law. We don't have so many broken rules in the grasslands. Your Highness can just call me Lucky. Inside the carriage at the very center of the welcoming party, Lacey was finally sure that this person had not recognized her identity. Well, Emissary Lacey, it's a long way to the north, and I'm afraid you'll attract a lot of trouble if you make such a big show of inviting people to the city. You do realize that, don't you? What trouble? With our Turkic envoys accompanying us, and the 1,000 feathered troops sent by the Empress. Your Highness rest assured that the journey is bound to be safe and sound. The bright ones don't talk in the dark. Li Hao decided to have a showdown with this straightforward and blindly confident woman. Do you think that the royal son and his relatives are the only ones who see the problem with this? You Turks? Guess how many righteous people will want to invite this king to be their guest elsewhere on this 1,000-mile journey? Outside the car suddenly wind, rolling gravel beat the windows, like the drumbeat of the coming chaos. Chapter 10. All within the Great Zhou are rebels. Do you think that just you people can stop it? Or do you think that every one of those former Featherwood guards was a Zongshur? From the moment this king stepped out of the divine capital, how many pairs of eyes were staring at this carriage? Lacey instantly paled. The change was not because of the danger that might be coming, but, how could one not have thought of this when one studied the Han culture so well? This His Highness, the King of Han, is right. Wherever he is now, he can immediately wave the flag to become the rightful ruler of the great Tang dynasty, and immediately make the world's loyalists come to serve. How can one be the only one to know the benefits of this? The central planes of those families and valves can be the old grease in the grease, and cannot taste the 3 flavors of this. In this way, His Highness, the King of Han, before reaching the grassland, will certainly be robbed by those who have the intention to do so, and when the army is strong and powerful, then raise their arms, and the world can be determined. Laki was a good student. and although he had the pride of the steppe, he had learned the humility of the Han Chinese as well. She made a bow towards Li Hao. I am instructed. Your Highness King Han, that's why we have to play a plummy trick to arrive safely in Turkestan. Why would His Highness, the King of Han, be so insistent on traveling to Turkestan? And if he were to be picked up by one of those worldly families, wouldn't it not be more convenient to act than in the grasslands? I don't believe anyone in Tama. Li Hao smiled. I yearn for the grassland. Why is that? Grassland conditions are harsh, and your delicate body may not always be able to withstand it. Because Lao Zi was a cow and horse in his previous life, he yearned for the grasslands. Li Hao's face straightened. I'm disappointed in the Central Plains. I trust the Grassland Khan more now. They are the ones who are the top men. Hiss. A flash of emotion passed through Lacey's eyes. I didn't realize that there were such insightful people among the royal family. When a regular person said that, she might not be moved by it and just take it as a compliment. But who is the person in front of us? One of the most virtuous of Li Tang's surviving princes. The only king outside of the Ji family name to be crowned. Or the sixth prince, who was a son of a king. For some time to come, the prince consort of the steppe who will lead the world's situation. What is your highness's plan? I've just said it. Li, break away from the main force and find another way north. At that moment, a sound of commotion came from outside the carriage. Who is this visitor? This is a royal land. No one is allowed to approach. Humph. Speak my name and frighten thee. Hear me well. I am Admiral Xing Daorong of Xiling. Who cares what kind of admiral you are? Get out of here or shoot on sight. Dian Wei is here. Who dares to fight? So fast. Li Hao's heart was delighted. Zeroing Admiral even. With Dian Wei around, one can really rest on one's laurels. He was busy pulling open the curtains of the carriage. One with a short beard, short and fat. A face full of arrogance. One holding a double halberd. A simple face, but stood there as if the gods of heaven had descended to earth. They are my personal guards. Let them in. Your Highness King Han, His Majesty has ordered that in order to protect your safety, no one can approach you. A feather guard sneered, ignoring Li Hao's order. Bastard, dare to contradict my lord like this. Dian Wei instantly became furious and made a move to go forward. No need. Li Hao shook his head at him and then looked at Lacey. The latter understood and once again despised the great Zhou divine kingdom in his heart. It's sad and pathetic that a small feathered guard would dare to do this to the king, not knowing his honor. Let them in. Those are the men of our mission. Lacey chortled towards the Featherwoods, who opened their mouths and chose to obediently release them. Laki once again despise. In fact, now Turkic weak very afraid of great Zhou, but these people are so slavish, or the prince of heaven's own army. On this, the Han people say, soldiers bear one, generals bear a nest, sincere not I deceive. The two of them, Dian Wei and Xing Daorong, got into the carriage, immediately bowed down on one knee. See you, Lord, get up, get up, get up. Li Hao went up and helped up Dian Wei, then glared at Xing Daorong. Didn't say anything about you? You kneel for a while longer. My lord, I am Zero Ling. Xing Daorong was confused. Shut up. This lord seems to have some opinions about himself, but it is a pity that the lord does not know that he is a character who was on a par with Zhao Zilong. Lord, why don't you let me slaughter the damn official soldier? There was some indignation in Dian Wei's heart. There's still a use for keeping them. Li Hao slightly shook his head. This was only not far from the divine capital, and had not yet escaped the female emperor's line of sight. Killing this feather guard would immediately bring 10 times as many feather guards, and then there would be even less freedom. Among the feathered guards, there were also bound to be deeply hidden experts. After all, the Empress was just a headwart. It's not like she was all out of it. Because of such little people, it's not worth it. It was then that he sized up the Hanyu who had left a wonderful scene in the Three Kingdoms. Sure enough, it's mighty and godly and handsome. Dian Wei, passage to the sacred realm. Loyalty, 100%. Remarks, ancient evil, protector of the Lord. He looked at Xing Daorong again. Xing Daorong, condensed Dan realm. Loyalty, 100%. Remarks, a mountain axe. Within 3 strokes, the horse will leave. The mouth is more powerful than the cultivation. Li Hao suddenly snapped at Xing Daorong. Xing Daorong, from now on, you can't speak another word without this king's order. And no matter what you hear you can only say 4 words. Xing Daorong had a black question mark on his face, but when it came down to it, he chose to keep his mouth shut. Which 4 words? Next to her, Lacey couldn't help but wonder. Into the night, a group of men were moving forward at a rapid pace. The leader of a person, a green shirt with a clear face, beard looks not angry, exudes a kind of atmosphere of the superior. The Choi family, the superfamily of the 7 prestige of the Great Friday family name. The average rank of the eunuchs in the family was 3-5 grades, which shows the great power and high status of the family. This person was none other than the contemporary head of the Chui family, Chui Dongshan. He naturally knew a lot about the news from the courtroom. The prince made peace with the family, a slip of the tongue, but this is something that he, the Chui family, cannot say. The reason why the Chui family is able to stand, in addition to the family's heritage accumulated over the years, more importantly, is to judge the situation. Now that the Empress has gained a firm foothold, the Li Tang royal family has been suppressed with nothing to hide, and there is no hope for a turnaround. That's why the Chui family is on the side of the Empress. But that's just scratching the surface. The first person to speak up for Li Hao in the entire courtroom was his clan brother, the royal historian Chui Ning. Place your bets on both ends to remain undefeated. This time he came in person. Firstly, because he was afraid that other people could not do a good job, and secondly, in order to mark a credit from the dragon in advance. But if we talk about robbing Li Hao and welcoming him back to the Chui family, he didn't have the guts, or rather, it wasn't worth it to do so. The Chui family is only a family, but not a king. There is only a family that lasts for 10,000 years, and there is no king that does not fall for 100 years. A flowing emperor, an iron family. It's the same whoever is the emperor. The wind and water turn. Their Chui family only needed to take stock of the situation and take sides in advance, and no matter who became the emperor, they would not be able to get away from their support in the future. So this time he came. The first was to be the first one to send off that person in the snow, and the second was to hint to this prince that the Chui family would always stand with him. Jiju ah Jiju, how could you be so stupid as to send a royal son to be a peacemaker? You don't even understand the reasoning of holding the emperor hostage? Or do you think an orthodox prince has no status? Stupid as hell. Great Zhou will die. What makes you say that? Family master? An old man next to him asked with a smile. This prince may not necessarily be able to truly reign over the world. At least right now. There are many hurdles for him to break through. Whether Li Hao is wise or foolish, Great Zhou will die. Chui Dongshan's tone was decisive. If he is wise and honorable, maneuvering between the forces and plumping up his wings, who will still be loyal to a female emperor within the Great Zhou? I'm afraid that the journey south will be a straight one, and wherever we pass, we will surrender without a fight and reap the rewards of our subordinates. If he doesn't have this wrist vigor, Great Zhou will also die. Wherever he goes, that place is bound to immediately shake itself into the Great Tang proper. Within the borders of Great Zhou, all are rebels. Chapter 11, The World Follows. Taking a step back, even if this sixth prince dies, Great Zhou will still die. The prestige of an orthodox prince is not comparable to that of a false emperor. She also sealed the king and drove Yunlu Academy to the north to guard the Great Wall. This is lest someone else's sword is unfavorable. Do you believe it or not? As long as the sixth prince opens his mouth and begs for Jiju's diatribe, it will be sent from the Great Wall to the divine capital the next day. The old man next to him was secretly staggered. Why did Zhou make such a big mistake? The devil knows. A great situation, ruined by this move. 900 Confucian scholars sang praises and gathered the world's chi in Great Zhou, and now she has personally chopped up this national fortune that could have been flourishing. It's ridiculous. Hey, family master, the peace procession can already be seen ahead. Then go and meet this His Highness, King Han, who is about to become the target of the entire world. Mr. Shui, His Majesty will not allow His Highness to see anyone in order to ensure the smoothness of the peace treaty, so you might as well please return. The feathered soldier stood in front of the Chui family without fear. Even when facing the behemoth that was the Chui family, he still sounded cold. I also hope to pass on the message that the old man just came to give His Highness a farewell. Chui Dongshan just smiled faintly, just like what Li Hao thought. He didn't really want to bother with this kind of small person who couldn't even turn his ass up in the dust of history. I will send word for Monsieur, but His Highness cannot see Monsieur. Chui Dongshan remained unruffled, his gaze crossing over the feathered guards and looking at the centered carriage, speaking softly. Your Highness, the Qinghe Chui family has come to see Your Highness off, hoping that Your Highness will have a safe journey to the north. In addition to preparing some warmth for Your Highness, please accept it. If it is convenient for Your Highness, please also meet me. His voice, though not loud, burrowed clearly into the carriage. 4 ages. Only then did a muffled voice come from inside. After the year. Chui Dongshan, a famous Qinghe family, a family that had stood for 1,000 years, a wise man who could almost decide the fate of a country. Froze. More on this in a year. What do you mean? Although the new year is coming soon, it is. We Han Chinese have a tradition of putting everything on the back burner and trying not to talk about things on New Year's Eve. But, what's this got to do with it? I just came out to meet you. I'm the head of the Chui family, and I came in person. The north is not compared to the central plains. Cold weather, food and accommodation and other things are very different. Your Highness, if there is any need, you can directly send someone to inform. I can't do anything else. This thing is still able to give Your Highness a little help. 4 ages. The familiar voice came again from within the carriage. Year after year, Chui Dongshan came to a realization. How one is smart and confused. His Highness is being held hostage by the Feathered Forest Army to speak inconveniently, so he is just using these 4 words to imply himself. How could he just open his mouth under the pressure of the Empress? Is it a year after the start of the army? Or do we see each other over New Year's? I'd like to ponder the meaning of those 4 words myself. His mind suddenly penetrated and he figured out the crux of the matter, and likewise felt that the purpose of this occasion had been achieved. Your Highness, I understand. Choi Dongshan smiled towards the feathered guards. The attendant at the back immediately brought a plate of gold. Generals, it's a long way north, and your Highness has never traveled far, so I hope you'll take good care of him for a while. Only then did that feather guard officer's face unfold a little. Well, but His Majesty gave the decree, and we dare not disobey it, so don't blame Mr. Shui. You're welcome, your Highness is safe. I, Shui, am relieved. The people of the Chui family are still on board. After the people of the Chui family left, that feather guard officer shook the gold in his hand, and in his heart there was some contempt. A big clan with 5 surnames, groveling even in front of himself. But the next moment, he couldn't stop laughing. Chui Jia had just left, and the Wang family, one of the 5 surnames, hurriedly came again. The Wang family wasn't as good-tempered as Chui Dongshan. A rough man held a golden sword, directly above the neck of that featherwood guard officer. Get out of the way, or I'll have your blood spilled. My lord, this is His Majesty's request. No one can approach Li Hao. Li what? The man with the sword chortled. Although the Wang family was a clan of the same 5 surnames and 7 hopes, it was not quite the same as all the other clans, as their family cultivated the hegemony body technique. It's been overbearing since. The king's family is not in the temple. The district feather guards will want to stop them. There are a few bird heads enough to cut off. How dare you call His Highness by his first name? What's more, the person who came was also the firestorm of firestorms, the contemporary number 2 of the Wang family, the Golden Sword King Wang Nu-Chao. It was only then that he was even more lazy to talk to this group of capital city griffins. It's His Highness, the King of Han. Let me hear you show any more disrespect to King Han, and I'll slice off your dog's head with a knife. Wang Nu-Chao lands a leg kick. When he walked to the carriage, he wanted to rip open the curtain as soon as he could, but then he remembered what the family head had explained, that he must take out the attitude of the Wang family to be respectful. If you dare to offend the King of Han, you'll die for your crime. He gave a cry of relief and asked for peace through the curtains of the car. Your Highness King Han, the Golden Sword Wang family has come to greet you. This place is a long way to the north, and it will pass through the Wang family. The family head specially ordered me to come and invite you. The Golden Sword Wang family is waiting for your Highness in Bay City. Year after year. The low voice came again from within the carriage. What? After the year? You're all early to the prairie after the first of the year. Wang Nu-Chao was a bit confused. Spinning around, he slapped his head violently. But no. Years later, this is a signal from His Highness that he will join forces with the Wang family after the first of the year and go straight for the divine capital. His Highness is going to personally master the grassland soldiers and horses, and then raise an army to the south. And the first stop after the year is the Bei Chang Wang family. Good gumption. Your Highness is deeply inspired by Taizong's legacy. Emperor Taizong didn't live a life of military service back then. Can your Highness show up to meet me? Wang Mao has been admiring your Highness's style for a long time. After the year. Yes. Wang Nu-Chao panicked and bowed. Before he came, the family head had told him that His Highness would definitely be closely guarded by the Empress all the way north, and it would be extremely inconvenient to act and speak. He kept saying that he would talk about it after the first of the year, and it was obvious what he meant. It's a sideways way of telling yourself, he's not available right now. He's being held hostage by the Empress. However, his trip has the same purpose as the Chui family, mixing a familiar face. Which of these families is not as stable? 2 bets are just. This is how we can ensure that the family will never fall. As for being a headbanger, that's not what the lineage should do. They only control the situation behind the scenes. Turn your hand to the clouds and your hand to the rain. Wang Nu-Chao was satisfied and retired. When you walk next to the feathered guards, immediately change face. Gather everyone together. I want a lecture. Chapter 12, Empress, I want to be an emperor for the ages, and I can't wait a moment. This kind of feathered guards who were sending off their relatives. The Wang family naturally did not put them in their eyes. What's more, he didn't mean any harm, and the world would sing his praises for such a move. What can an empress do? She can't get away from the support of these families. In particular, Wang Nu-Chao's already fiery temperament and high-profile actions were the reason why the Wang family sent him here. It is to show the world the attitude of the Wang family. Loyal to the Empress, loyal to the Empress's own King of Han, not only can not be provoked, but also win all the reputation. Lord Wang, we are the son of heaven's own. Slap, the golden blade flashed, and the officer of the Feathered Forest Army was jerked over to the ground. You're a tiny family delivery officer. You're not qualified to call me out. What's your name? Under, my humble servant Huang Xian, I remember your name, and if His Highness the King of Han is half uncomfortable on this journey, I will kill you myself. If you dare to show even the slightest disrespect to King Han again, I'll kill your entire family. I am not a good person to mess with anyone. Huang Xian heart bitter. Their kind of official power is not big. It all depends on others to give face to the court. It's okay to run into a sensible one like the Choi family. If you run into this kind of asshole, you can only consider yourself unlucky. The Empress wouldn't turn her back on them just because of herself, unless they directly robbed the sixth prince. But would they? Yes, yes, yes. My humble servant will definitely serve His Highness King Han well. That's more like it. Remember, I'll be watching you all the way. If you want to touch His Highness the Han King, unless you step over my Wang Nuchao's corpse. Wang Nuchao snorted coldly, then arched his hand towards the carriage again. Your Highness King Han, take care of yourself on your journey. God's capital, the Palace of Nourishment. Empress Jijiu was writing furiously at her desk. The greatest strength of the Empress is hard work. She did her best in all matters, big and small, throughout the Great Zhou, striving to make Great Zhou the #1 powerful country in history, making herself a true emperor of the 1,000 years and the first female emperor of the 1,000 years. Your Majesty, in a day or two, the peace procession will arrive at Shufang City. Lu Himing was on the side organizing the zhengfu that the Empress had approved in red. The Empress froze. These days she was only busy with the affairs of state and had already put Li Hao's matter behind her. She stopped her pen and laughed. Well, did it go well? It went well. There were twists and turns along the way, but there were no surprises. Who has gone to see him? Huang Chunlin said that the world will be in chaos if the prince makes peace. I would like to see if there is any chaos. Your Majesty, don't swallow. Your Majesty, almost all the families, martial arts clans, and even the southern states and tribes of Shu have traveled thousands of miles to catch up with the peace procession. Catching up with the peace procession. Slap. The brush in the Empress' hand snapped with a loud snap, and the folders under her hands were splattered with a dark mess of ink. The family gate valve. Martial arts sects, these are still excusable. After all, it is my pro-appointed one-word king, traveling to the north to make peace. How do they all have to give me face? In the right to go forward to send off, but that the people of Shu want to come out to walk through the difficult Great Sichuan Road. They also came to see off? That is again give me face also can't say right? It's probably because the prince and the bride are unprecedented, and they all want to witness this historic moment as well. Lu Himing thought about it for a while, and it seemed that this was the only reason. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with them about this. The Han King of Great Zhou deserves this. Did those lineage clans and martial arts sects do anything strange? They were fine. Almost all of them greeted the sixth prince across the sedan chair. Nothing more than some words of hush-hush. Rather, that sixth prince is quite reasonable. Ryu Himing thought about what his subordinates had reported and snorted out a laugh. This sixth prince of ours should know your intentions, Your Majesty. So all the way up, no one will be seen, no matter who goes forward. There are only 4 words. Which 4 words? After the year. After the year. Ha, does he still have a year later? Li Hao did not think that letting him go to Turkic peace is letting him go over to enjoy the happiness. Go to Turkic where he will still have half a bit of freedom. Simple. The Empress looked to the subtitles scrolling in her head. It's better to hush up than to hit a huge sum of money. They're all old men playing politics, just pretending to make a show. Sending a princess to make peace is what they call a means of establishing diplomatic relations. Wouldn't sending a prince be a hostage? For the same reason? Look at this. Was sent to the peace marriage on the scared silly right. The whole lost thinking. Only say that 4 words. This is the quality of the prince. Such a person to stay in the big week is also a scourge. Dry eat public food. Ma-thay, or early sent away good. It is best to send a few more princes to make peace. 1 for the Tubo, 1 for the Turkic, 1 for the Mohihi, 1 for the Nanjiao, 1 for the Khitan, and 1 for the Hueha, to stabilize the situation at the borders, and to solve the internal problems first, so that the great event of an emperor of 1,000 years can be accomplished. Very good. Successfully solved the disadvantages of the Turk without a name and the emperor without a soldier. The northern steppe sends you a congratulatory telegram, and when you don't run, you're a god. Do you know anything about history? During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, countries did not all hostage each other, but also have the right to inheritance. See the hostage princess? So what? What happened? Only that it was later replaced with a princess by some old deng. Your Majesty is mighty. The Empress smiled faintly. That Huang Chunlin alarmist. Things are a million miles away from what he said. Himing, how is the progress of Yunlu Academy's northern relocation? Your Majesty, after Huang Chunlin committed suicide by fear of crime, the entire Yunlu Academy was leaderless, and when he heard about this he accepted the imperial decree with alacrity, and is now on his way. Well, a bunch of scholars, still really think that the country can't function without them? Really childish. Lessee Zhang Butcher. I can still eat pigs with hair? Also repair a letter to notify the Turk that the marriage will take place as soon as the King of Han arrives. I can't wait a moment longer. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. Say, in Li Hao's original mansion, King Huai's body was found. What? The Empress was instantly furious. The King of Huai, Ji Santong, was one of her more beloved sons of the Ji clan, and he was even specially crowned. Li Hao did this? I think so. The body is in the cellar of his bedroom. How dare he? Once again, the sound of something breaking came from inside the nurturing hall. Xing Daorong in the carriage had a strange itch in his heart. Before the Lord left, he was only allowed to say these 4 words, and he was not allowed to say more than half a word of nonsense. It was simply killing him. For several days in a row. I don't know how many waves of people came. No matter what was said, he was seeing no one and everything was a year away. Holding back. Is His Highness King Han well? At that moment, a cold voice came from outside. Let's talk about it after the year. Xing Daorong returned instinctively. After the year? Ha ha ha, but you can't wait until after the new year. In front of you is Shuafang City. After Shuafang City you'll really be in the grassland. Your Highness King Han, you'd better stay in Great Zhou. I, the Great Sun Sect, have been waiting here for a long time, and today I have come to invite your Highness to join the sect and share a great plan. If your Highness joins my moon-worshipping sect, we will immediately help you restore the Han dynasty and revitalize the Great Tang. Chapter 13, At the head of Shuafang Castle. The phallic battle. After the year, Xing Daorong blew out his beard without any good sense of humor. What kind of bull moon-worshipping cult? How is it that he doesn't know as much as those big families in front of him? Get lost if you don't see me, bothered or not. But with the few assassinations and robberies he'd encountered along the way, he'd had his heart in the right place. At the same time, he secretly admired the Lord's foresight in his heart. With me being so invincible, I nearly lost my life. If it was the Lord, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha ha, Your Highness King Han, such a great event of restoration can't wait until after the year. Since His Highness refuses, I won't blame us for forcibly taking His Highness away. Moon-worshipping cult, the biggest rebel in the entire northern part of the Great Zhou. Whether it's Li Tang or Ji Zhou, they are anti. It is rumored that its leader has received the inheritance of a great sage, and is extremely influential in the folklore, with countless followers, on par with the Great Sun sect in the south. It was many lineages that did not dare to fight with them. Dozens of war horses lined up in front of the peace procession in a neat formation, majestic as a word tide. His Highness King Han doesn't see anyone. The long halberd in the hands of Huang Xian, the family delivery officer, was thrust violently towards the ground, and the feathered guards quickly gathered at his side. In front of the family gate valve to come is just. A group of small green grubs also want to join in the fun, right? Rushing an honor guard is a capital offense. But the dozens of people from that moon-worshipping sect had not even opened their eyes to look at him. Your Highness King Han, I'm offended. One of the men in the center of the room. His gaze crossed over to the feathered guards and let out a cold smile. He was still riding on top of his warhorse without moving a bit, but a shadow emerged behind him, which slowly took off into the air. A lofty phantom of the same height as him. Dharma phase realm expert. Huang Xian was taken aback. The opposite party was already able to condense a phallic phase and was at least an expert of the 8th realm or above. The patriarch of patriarchs. It's not like he's a feathered guard who can just touch the porcelain. The feathered forest guards, the prince's own army, many of which are the sons of nobles who come to the gilded. Most of them were people of the 4th or 5th realm. That is, he, the leader, was only of the 6th realm. And when he encountered an expert of the 8th realm or above, kneeling down and shouting for his father was the only possible way to live. Break it up, break it up. It's a pretty nice day. He reacted extremely quickly, instantly looking towards the distance as if he really saw something unimaginable, disappearing without a trace in a single bone. That phantom, a Confucian shirt, double sleeves fluttering, dashing and elegant. A step out will have appeared on top of the carriage, hand toward the inside of a grab. Xing Daorong immediately felt an extremely large suction force and instantly lost control of his body. He was about to be taken when he heard a few more strange laughs in his ears. Blood Moon Demon Monarch Xuanwu, you actually came in person. So it seems you're not a stupid person. The 18 Turkic patriarchs, with a single strike, dispersed Xuanwu's Confucian shirt Dharma phase and stood in midair, confronting the moon-worshipping sect and the others across the sky. His Highness King Han was ordered to go to Turkestan to make peace. The moon-worshipping sect would be better off not getting involved in this matter, and if they want to fight the Li Tang flag, they might as well go to the god's capital and try to find a way to capture an imperial son back. Jieli Khan was so bold as to send all 18 of you out at the same time just to greet the Han King? Xuanwu was slightly surprised. The Han King is not trivial to us. Even if we pour out the entire clan's strength, we are bound to escort him safely above the grasslands. Xuanwu, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. We should be friends in our own right. Don't be obsessed and go against us. Even if you're a ninth realm expert, you'll have to think clearly today. Then try it. With a wave of Xiao Wujiao's hand, more than 40 riders instantly killed out and fought with the 18 patriarchs of Jieli Khan. Above the head of the city of Shufang, Li Hao coldly looked at the scene outside the city. These two groups of people had better fight to the death. The moon-worshipping sect looks at that momentum is uneasy, wanting to tie themselves to the chariot, holding up the banner, recruiting the world's talents. Li Hao had heard of the name of the moon-worshipping sect. There's nothing good about them. This is the same as the Great Day cult in the south, an evil organization that is designed to counter instead. Anti-Zhou even. When Tang was at its strongest and the people's happiness index was at its highest, they were still making a bit of noise every now and then. Want to be the emperor? Want to be crazy? As for the 18 patriarchs of the grassland, it would be better to spell out a few of them first. Li Hao didn't think that Jieli Khan would give the military power directly to himself. Same uneasiness as the others. It's all just about leveraging who you are. You can only rely on yourself if you want to be restored. Anyone else, he couldn't trust. Even though there are a lot of people who are finally Li Tang, they are ultimately too weak. Your Highness, are we going to help out? Lacey asked in a small voice from the side. The two of them had traveled swiftly all the way north since that day when they had left the peace procession by concealing the truth from the world, and along the way, she had also become Li Hao's hardcore fan. She deeply felt that the person in front of her, is that, the golden scale is not a thing in the pool. Once the wind and clouds change the dragon, give him a chance and he will be able to accomplish great things. Whether or not Jieli Khan can subdue this man is all up for debate. The city of Shuafang was originally a land of the great Tang, but it was ceded to the Turk when the female emperor was in power. Laki, as the secret weapon beside Jieli Khan, the 13 wings of the steppe, naturally accepted the city of Shuafang. At this time, the city's army is at her disposal. No, Li Hao shook his head. The moon-worshipping sect won't be able to attack for a long time, so they will naturally retreat. Your main task now is to protect me. As long as I'm fine, everything is peaceful. If I make any missteps, Jieli Khan's first is to behead you to sacrifice your flag. Besides, what's the use of an ordinary army in this kind of expert encounter? As long as others aren't stupid enough to fight you head-on to the death, going out for reinforcements will only add to the casualties. Okay, bah. Lacey did as she was told. Dharma phase realm experts are really powerful. Such a battle is not something you always have the chance to see. Don't you hurry up and sense it. The 18 grassland patriarchs are really famous. No wonder you can become the largest force in the 36 grassland departments. Such a sparring match. Wonderful. Your Highness, you are really watching the show. Do not save. Why still comment on it? You made me do it. Blood Moon Demon Monarch Xiao Wuliao watched as more and more people around him fell, but he was unable to do anything about it. His heart became ruthless, and he bit his tongue violently, and a drop of his essence blood began to burn. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could this seat possibly give up? Today is to fight for serious injuries, but also to take the Han King away. His right hand grabbed towards the void. A round of blood moon appeared in his hand, and smashed towards the 18 sect masters in front of him who were fighting more and more courageously, as if they were playing chicken blood and generally didn't know the pain. At the same time, the whole person rose up in the air and grabbed the carriage with his other hand. Although the 18 patriarchs were powerful, their cultivation was ultimately quite a bit inferior to Xiao Wuliao. Boom! The blood moon and the 18 patriarchs collided. A huge ripple was created, rushing the entire peace procession to the ground. Xiao Wujiao sneered. This time, the spell burned essence blood, but in the end, it accomplished its purpose. In his hands, a person appeared. Your Highness King Han, I'm offended. After the year. Chapter 14, Shuafang City. Empyrean heavy pupils. Asshole. Even if Xiao Wuhu was more cultured, now with the loss of so many people and his own serious injuries, he couldn't endure these words. Also year after year. Years later say your grandma. He was furious and picked up the man by the collar of his chest. Face gives too much face, the dog feels like a lion. Shouting that you are the king of Han, you are the king of Han. Not shouting you are not even a mole. This seed kills. Xiao Wuo's raised fist froze. Legend has it that King Li Hao of Han was handsome and dignified, but not more than 20 years old. But the person in his own hands was old and ugly, short and rubbed, frustrated, and had two extremely arrogant 8-road beards. Is this the king of Han? No way. If this man is the king of Han, then this seed is still the Empress. Who are you? Nian. At such a life and death moment, Xing Daorong also finally saw the situation clearly. I'm afraid I'm going to die myself. Die to make a name for yourself. His heart crossed, his face showed contempt, and his chin lifted slightly, the corners of his mouth rising. Humph. Speak my name and frighten you. I am General Xing Daorong of Xiling. Where's Li Hao? Xiao Wujiao was dumbfounded. Hoping that you paid such a big price to catch such a thing? What's with the admiral? that 18 patriarchs, who had been somewhat gasped for breath by the round of blood moons, were similarly dumbfounded. Combined with the fact that he and the others had been following for several days, the person guarding in 2 shifts was actually an imposter. Where's the real His Highness the King of Han? Oh, yeah, where's that little lucky? Li Hao glanced at Dian Wei, who was like a god of war next to him, and with a great determination in his heart, he gave a big smile towards the outside of the city. The king is here, waiting for a long time. Put. Xuanwu sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. That young man atop the city was not the His Highness, the King of Han that he knew. It turned out that the other party had long ago stolen the sky and arrived at Shufang city. He himself had just fought against the 18 great sect masters, and the others were peacefully enjoying themselves there. It's too much of a bully. The 18 patriarchs were mixed with joy and anger. Joyfully, the King of Han reached the city of Shufang in peace. Himself and others, fortunately, were not dishonored. The anger was that this journey to fight several bloody battles with people turned out to be just protecting the dead fat man. If your highness slipped away a long time ago, why didn't you tell us? What the? You're not going to get laughed out of town when you get back to the tribe? I almost gave up my life just now. A raging fury rose to the sky. Xuanwu, take your life. Blood Moon Demon Monarch Xuanwu was only able to escape after burning an unknown amount of essence blood again. Sokoban City. The peace procession beckoned. The whole city was empty of people. The streets were lined with people who stood in tears of joy. These people are almost all Han Chinese. It's just that the Empress had ceded the city of Shufang to the Turk in the first place, and it had been assigned to their territory. Now that the prince had come, what did that mean? Even the common people, even those who can't read half a dozen words, understand the truth of it. That meant that they would soon become great Tang subjects again. Become orthodox. Become a child of the land of the dragon's rise. Oh heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. Finally favor us homeless people for once. Shufang City, a place of war between Great Zhou and the northern grasslands. The people born here are the most unlucky, bar none. It may be that today they are still the children of the Great Zhou, tomorrow they will be the remnants of the Turk, and the day after tomorrow they will be transformed into Xuanwu horsemen. Why do I suddenly have a feeling of returning to my roots? Truly no mortal racking his brains is as good as a stupid pig's bright idea. Your Highness, please also follow the heavenly tranquility and crusade against the demon Empress without fail. Li Hao was even less like a downtrodden prince who was sent to come to make peace with his family. At this time, he was riding a high horse, like a mighty emperor inspecting along the street. If he didn't want to be a puppet himself, he had to show some king's dominance in order to do so. That's why he came into town on such a high note. The city of Shufang, angry at the grasslands and disappointed with Great Zhou, has quite a lot of loyal and righteous people, who can become one of their own cavalry at any time in the future. The peace procession traveled all the way towards the city lord's mansion. An unbelievably grand reception had long been prepared there. The peace procession went in front. The people on the sidelines followed behind, loud and noisy to the extreme. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, there had long been Turkic generals waiting here. The city lord, Tuoba Chuan, welcomed him from a long distance and performed the highest Turkic etiquette towards Li Hao. Beside him, were the 18 patriarchs who had just fought in a bloody battle. Many of them were still hanging in color. But fortunately, it was the 18 patriarchs who often cooperated. But there were no casualties. We welcome your highness, King Han. Li Hao rolled over and dismounted from his horse, welcoming him with the same enthusiasm. Chill out for a while. Then, his gaze went cold. The matter of peace was originally a great plan for the two tribes for 1,000 years, but I never thought that someone would go against the grain and try to thwart it. Li Hao's finger pointed to the feathered army of the family delivery team. These people are trying to stop me from going north by all means. Behead them, all the way to the edge of the grassland. Li Hao could no longer care about the face of the Empress. With the first blade, he chopped at this tiny featherwood guard who had dared to boss him around in the first place. City Lord Tuoba, please behead this person immediately as a warning to others. Li Hao, how dare you? Huang Xian's face instantly changed drastically. How could he have thought that Li Hao, who had just been talking and laughing with him, would suddenly flip his face? Or the flip-flop that killed him. I am the prince of heaven's own army. My father is the minister of the Ministry of Appointments. How dare you kill me? Ding! Faced with the threat of a peace officer, would you choose? Option 1, endure for a while to keep the peace and quiet. Retreat for a step back to the grandchildren. You are not yet stable. Do not want to make too many enemies for the time being, and endure him for a while to settle scores in the fall. The mission reward, a random information handbook, low level. Option 2, multiple friends lead to multiple paths. You decide to let this person go after careful consideration and rope him in to become an insider, so that his father can speak favorably for you in the imperial court. In order to consolidate your influence in the dynastic hall of the Great Zhou, quest reward, superior grade fabrics, 2-faced, 3-knifed, 2 sides and 3 knives. The knives have 2 sides, totaling 3. Choice 3, I go to your grandfather. Revenge is not overnight, otherwise you cannot sleep. Our stepping horse to wear, but also can endure him? I'm about to become emperor. Still care about the great Zhou dynasty? Mission reward, Emperor's heavy pupils. The Emperor's heavy pupil, at the beginning of the chaos, when the 9 heavens descended from the sky, 3,000 god emperors fell like stars, and the Emperor's blood fell into the gap in the void and was reborn as a heavy pupil embryo parasitizing the human race, which is called the Emperor's heavy pupil. Heavy pupils have been used by holy kings since ancient times, and if they appear in the chaotic world, they will be the phase of swallowing the dragon. The great achiever can realize the disintegration of the physical body and the ascension of the Yuan Shun. Chapter 15, This is a pleasure, not a thought of weeks, since Li Hao has already opened his mouth. That is, he wants to kill this Huang Xian to sacrifice the flag. The system is also cooperative, changing rewards to force him to choose 3. One of the random information handbook, he does not need for the time being, not to mention the current information is not so important to him. If a random one next door Wang Laohan peeped at Widow Lu bathing, what is the use of this? Choose 3 knives or even more bowl asterisk. Emperor and heavy pupils A. What are the characters who have heavy pupils? Emperor Shun, Xuanwu. Li Hao waved his hand. Dian Wei immediately understood, and the iron halberd in his hand instantly pointed. King Han, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Only then did Huang Xian realize the seriousness of the matter, and that the other party had really been bold enough to kill him on the spot after leaving the Central Plains. He instantly sweated like a pig, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and suddenly felt warmth in his crotch. He was actually incontinent between life and death. Both knees went weak and poofed down. There weren't many people in God's capital who could make someone like him kneel down and say he was sorry. Sorry? Not all apologies are okay in exchange for being okay. Kill. Pust. Dian Wei's halberd flashed, and Huang Xian's head flew out several feet high. The twisted face was still frozen in a fawning smile. Lord, where are those men? Dian Wei pointed at the remaining feathered guards. Let them go back. Bring a message to the Empress, and I'll see you at the Xuanwu gate. Well, His Highness King Han is really a hero. For this kind of thing that doesn't know how to honor and bully the master is to be killed. A small featherwood guard still dares to not put His Highness in his eyes, so dead are cheaper for him. Tuoba Chuan high-fived 3 times, the essence under his eyes like a falcon preying on him, and made a posture of invitation. Your Highness, please, a banquet has been set up in the mansion, just waiting for your Highness to be seated. Li Hao nodded, no longer having the heart to talk to him at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice and obtaining the quest reward, Emperor's Fall Heavy Pupil. Li Hao only felt a trace of coolness rise in his eyes. Golden lines flickered in the depths of his pupils, and thousands of invisible chi-lux were like rainbows through the sky. The world in their eyes suddenly became clearer than ever, and the tops of many people's heads began to change slightly. For example, the Tuoba Chuan in front of him, a trace of blue smoke rose above his head and went straight up into the clouds. On the heads of those 18 patriarchs, there were all colors of green, blue, gray, and black. What's this? Li Hao's gaze swept over many people one by one. It was finally summarized that this should be chakra. The strength of chi should be judged by the color and its intensity. Cyan is better, black is worse. He glanced again at the body of Dian Wei, who had been standing behind him. Purple pillars of chi rose to the sky. The legend of Lao Zi's exit from the pass was once recorded that when Yin Shi, a guardian of the pass in the Zhou dynasty, was observing the stars, he found that there was a purple chi in the east that stretched for thousands of miles without stopping, shaped like a flying dragon, asserting that there will be saints passing through. The next day Lao Zi came on a green ox, purple energy clusters and unparalleled chi. He looked at Xing Daorong again, but saw a gray column of smoke sporadically and intermittently drifting overhead. Nonetheless, he was able to see through the chi of other people's heads. Even itself is changing radically. Every pore seemed to be in a volcanic eruption. There seemed to be a vague spring thunder in the body. This is changing one's physique, like cleansing one's muscles and marrow. Li Hao was stunned. Not bad for a heavy pupil. Although he didn't specifically go to cultivate now, he was certain in his heart that if he did, his speed would be 1,000 miles a day. Above the banquet, the warblers sang and danced. Tuoba Chuan took out the highest specifications to entertain this great Zhou prince who was going to change the situation of the world. How does your highness think this north compares to the Middle Kingdom? On the seat, Tuoba Chuan looked at the excitedly Li Hao and opened his mouth to ask through the toast. Had you finally came to ask? I could have held back this sentence for half a day. Li Hao's mind slandered. Ha ha, there are no beauties of this flavor in the Central Plains. Li Hao pointed to the center of the banquet table, the dancers with revealing clothes, and smiled colorfully. Then your highness still misses the Middle Kingdom? This is a happy place to be. Not to think about the weak. Tuoba Chuan froze and then laughed. What a joy to not think about the weak. This your highness is quite a catch. He also came with a mission for this great feast today. The purpose is to see how this Li Hao is really a person. Just outside the mansion, he killed that feathered guard in front of everyone, and thought that he was a decisive lord, but now at a glance, he is just a playboy prince with a little bit of intelligence. Once you see a beauty, you can't take your eyes off it. The prince came to make peace with his family, which is naturally a once-in-a-lifetime good thing for Turkestan. But this is a double-edged sword if not utilized properly. If this prince is unusually perfect and ruthless enough in his methods, it will not necessarily be a blessing or a curse for the Turk. It's good to have flaws, especially with this horny downside. How many heroes have been ruined on this level? When Emperor Gaozu finally did not die on top of a woman's belly. Women are sugar plum. Takuma couldn't help but blurt out. City Lord Tuoba has a good point. Li Hao let out a laugh. This king just likes it, taking off the coat of this cannonball layer by layer before giving it a bangfire. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, your highness is truly a wonderful man. We have too many of these sugar-coated cannons here. As long as your highness wants it, the beauties can keep coming. Li Hao gave a deep look at Dian Wei next to him. I wonder if this dude will remember the past when he hears his words. Soon. In the other party's dumbfounded expression, he understood that all these summon characters should have no previous memories of their lives, leaving behind only their skills. But don't worry man, I'm not going to kill 3 in one shot. I've long heard that the Central Plains have great literary talent, and your highness is one of the best. So could you compose a poem for us unenlightened barbarians? And also let us feel the style of a great nation. Oh, what's this going to test me on? Do you want to seduce me into saying that a young man should have the ambition to compete in the world? Or is it that a young man should be able to rock up and take the stars and the moon by the moonlight? But that's as much as I get. Li Hao picked up his wine cup and showed emotion on his face. How much hate? Today's dream soul, but also like the old days to swim on the complaint. Cars like running water, horses like dragons, flowers and the moon is the spring breeze. How's it going? I have left for another country, and there are many things I do not wish to mention. But today, this steed in wine and beauty have pierced my heart deeply. I'm just asking you, is that euphemistic enough? Can't understand. Tuoba Chuan's first reaction, that Turkic 18 patriarchs are even more dumbfounded. Even often study the Han culture of Laki are repeatedly read, only to know half of it. Just because you can't understand it doesn't mean you don't understand it. That sounds pretty obscure. It's good to be obscure, as long as it's not one of those jingoistic, swallow miles as a tiger, tiger wolf phrases. That's fine. Will be a qualified emperor in the future. Takumi Chuan slammed the table. Wonderful. Chapter 16, The Yellow Robe. You guys are really hurting me. The entire city of Shuafan was filled with song and dance that day. Tuoba Chuan was exceedingly enthusiastic, and the whole banquet lasted until the second half of the night, finally ending with Li Hao suggesting that he was not capable of drinking, muddled through the night. The next day, a blinding sunlight shot into the room before Li Hao woke up ghostly. It reminded him of a joke he had told a female co-worker in his previous life, that what enters your body in the morning isn't always sunshine. He yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The grassland is really cold. The body of the thick brocade blanket cannot wrap that penetrate the bone marrow of the cold. The smell of the room was a little off-putting to him. It wasn't his usual smoky scent, but a mix of horse's milk and leather. Just opened my eyes and almost pissed myself. As far as the eye could see, there was a face with a wide grin and a distinctive frosty color of the steppe. Li Hao froze. In an instant, the liquor all swept away. You guys, what's this? Ha ha ha. In the center of a person, the most rugged appearance, a face of beard, wearing the dirty braid of the Turkic people, laughing freely to the extreme. Sage son-in-law, did you sleep well last night? A good son-in-law? Then the identity of this person is self-evident. The grassland 36 tribes of the most powerful Turkic leader, Jieli Khan. Li Hao was about to speak, but he saw Jieli Khan smiling again. Grassland days are colder than the climate of the Central Plains. Virtuous son-in-law, add some clothes. The attendant next to him held up the long-prepared clothes with both hands high in the air. It was a bright yellow 5-clawed golden dragon robe. The 5-clawed coiled dragon embroidered in gold thread seems to be alive and roaming in the morning light. Jieli Khan personally draped it over Li Hao's body. After a few glances, he said, your son-in-law is truly born with the face of an emperor, and at a glance today, he is a bit more powerful than even the original Emperor Taizong. Does your son-in-law know that after you left, the acacia trees on Vermilion Bird Street in the divine capital withered 300 in one night, and the shaman said that this was a heavenly omen of the true dragon's departure from its throne. The prairie people so straightforward. Well, Li Hao was stunned. You've only just arrived here and you're in yellow? Isn't that a bit too much of a rush? They didn't even wait for themselves to travel to the royal court. They came directly to Shuafang City on business. But on second thought, what kind of lord with a strong army in his hands could resist such temptation? Early founding of the country, early occupation of the great righteousness. He was a little tongue-tied for a moment. and took another long look at the crowd. Jie Khan is in the center, flanked by the 18 patriarchs who fought a bloody battle yesterday and did not know how much blood they had spat. Subsequently, is some never-seen grassland Han? Look at their clothes. No, must be Turkic pivotal figures. You guys, what are you guys doing? Li Hao, who reacted, instantly showed panic and struggled to throw off his dragon robe. Jie Khan was quick on his feet and immediately draped him again. Your son-in-law is the rightful ruler of Li Tang. We are going to make you the emperor, overthrow the female emperor, and support the Han dynasty. Ding! In the face of Jie Khan can group of ministers to force. You will choose. Choice 1, swear to die. What's so great about being an emperor? Emperors rank among the top few and high-risk occupations. With an abnormal mortality rate of 14%, 50% of emperors do not die well, and the ways of death are endless. Poisoned by his own mother, poisoned by his wife, hacked to death by his brother, killed by his brother, fended off by his son, poisoned by his uncle, abused by his uncle, killed by his grandmother, killed by his grandfather, forced to death by eunuchs, smothered to death by palace maids. There are even those who died of exhaustion by 3,000 beauties. Emperor, dogs don't even do it. Mission reward, civilian status, for the rest of your life, no matter what, you're just a civilian, with an extra top-grade magic hoe. Choice 2, you know that the other party is only trying to use you as a puppet, and you will never accept the fate of this puppet, so you choose to bite your tongue and kill yourself on the spot to protect your honor. Quest reward, hiss, seems unnecessary. Reward a quicksand tomb that will never be stolen. Choice 3, the wind and water take turns. The emperor takes turns to do what swears not to obey to preserve the name and honor. All are the eunuchs meeting nonsense. If the queen demon can be the emperor, you can't be the queen demon? Mission reward, peak cultivation of perfect passage realm. Perfect through the borehole realm. After condensing chi, it is through the borehole. But through the borehole is the most critical realm among the first 3 realms of cultivation. There are 365 major orifices in the human body, and a regular person who can open 300 orifices is already a supreme talent. The perfect orifice, 365 orifices open. The speed of cultivation will be incomparable, and no one will be able to surpass you in the same realm. What's the point of picking? Even if there was no reward, Li Hao would not hesitate to choose the third item, even if it cost him the painful price of sleeping with 3,000 beauties every night. Li Hao's voice was stern and scolded. No, such a treasonous and disobedient thing. This king swears to die. Xian's son-in-law, you just don't think for yourself, but you also have to think for the world's life. The world is not straight that female emperor for a long time. If you don't say yes, then, if your highness does not accept heaven's order, we will splatter our blood to thank the heavens. You guys are setting me up for injustice. This is by no means unrighteousness. This is in accordance with the will of heaven. Virtuous son-in-law, I still hope that you, for the sake of the people of the world, for the sake of the 3 armies and soldiers, will not shirk any longer. Jie Khan draped the dragon robe over Li Hao again. Hey, Li Hao couldn't struggle and looked up to the sky and sighed. It has come to this, and it would seem a little unkind of me if I were to excuse myself. Jie Khan was overjoyed. He was too busy taking a step back and dropping to one knee. Long live your majesty. The other lords who came from all directions of the grasslands similarly knelt down on one knee and worshipped towards Li Hao. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. You have really victimized me. Jie Khan was ecstatic when he heard Li Hao change his words. This plan of his own was really good. Last night, within the king's court tent, the people stayed up all night. It was studying how to convince His Highness the King of Han to claim the throne and establish a state. The crowd discussed it for a long time before someone finally muttered something blessedly familiar. This won't work. That won't work. Why don't we just drape the dragon robe over him? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. But it is? No matter how unhappy Li Hao is, we can morally kidnap him. We're trying to save the people's lives. How can the King of Han refuse? No one in their right mind could say no. Now as long as Li Hao opened his mouth. After that the Turkic people shifted to become Han Chinese Orthodox. I wonder how many benevolent people will come to serve. As long as Li Hao raised his arm, he didn't need to send out troops. Half of the great Zhou had already died. Not only the people, but also the families. They are not stupid and know how they will weigh. On one side is the Orthodox Emperor. On the other side is the Demon Queen Pseudo-Emperor. So hard to choose, and he was very satisfied with the performance of the Han King in front of him. Judging by his attitude, this is a man who is not greedy for power. Though ruthless, he is only a vindictive man. Word came from the god's capital that he had gone so far as to slaughter the Empress's nephew before he could get on the road with the peacemaker. Just got here, and killed the feathered guard who had disrespected him on the road. There is no point of retreat. Last night was another one of those I'm happy here, but I don't want to think about the weak kind of things. According to Tuoba Chuan's observation, It is more of a complete womanizer. Wouldn't such an emperor be held to death by himself? This man is the true emperor of the great Tang dynasty. Empress, thank you. Jie Khan had thought that he might one day enter the Central Plains, but never dreamed that it would come so easy. Cool. He was happy, and Li Hao was even happier. I really don't want it. You're the ones who've been pushing it. First, the Empress risked universal condemnation and sent herself out of the land of tigers and wolves in a brain-dead manner. If he had stayed in the god's capital, he didn't believe that he would have survived for more than a year. Then there was this Jie Khan who somehow had the sudden idea of staging a yellow robe for himself, saved even hinting at him a few times. It's all really unbelievable, isn't it? With this kind of luck, why worry about great things? The next step is to slowly nibble away at the Turkic royal court, and step by step, the power will be in the hands of all. Khan, Your Majesty, you may now call out to the abbot. Lord Abbot, I still feel like I'm in a dream. I can't believe it. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, it's all true. When Jie Khan finished speaking, he turned to look at the various high officials of the Turk. Gentlemen, from now on, there will be no more Turks in this world, and there will be no more tribes on this grassland, but only the great Tang Empire that makes all nations submit to the worship of the 8 directions. Effective immediately, the country's name will be changed to Tang, and the 36 tribes of the grasslands will jointly honor His Majesty. With immediate effect, announce to the world that the great Tang orthodoxy is in the prairie, and call upon the world's learned men to go north to serve the king and discuss the false emperor together. From now on, all people work together to help His Majesty restore Li Tang's kingdom and expel the false emperor, and all will work together to never rebel. Chapter 17 The Enthronement Ceremony, the diatribe against Jigio. Your Majesty, the north is not as red tape as the Central Plains, so why don't we just ascend the throne here? That's fine? So hasty. Li Hao smiled. Everything is up to the abbot. Well, Your Majesty, please follow me. Jie Khan warmly pulled Li Hao's hand. Leaping over the crowd, the two walked to the outside of the house, and at this time outside the house on top of the large ping, has been densely filled with Turkic generals. Not too far away, is a Tang flag. Looks majestic, really like walking into the army of the great Tang. This is Jie Khan recently searched for craftsmen to build it overnight. In the center of the large apron is a round table. On top of the round platform, the Turkic high priest was kneeling there with his arms raised in the air, looking reverently at the sky. It is Shu, the large ping, thousands of generals and soldiers. At this time, the crows are silent, and you can hear a pin drop. All waited silently for the high priest's movement above the circular platform. 4 ages. The high priest rose slowly to his feet. Gaze around the crowd. The Most High God of Heaven tells us that He has given the whole world to Li Hao and his descendants. He is the true king of the great Tang. It's our grassland co-respected Tian Qian. Boom. Everyone is starting to boil. The war drums are as dense as rain. The cheers of the generals were like thunder. The grassland characteristic dancer floated down to the round stage. A huge drum appeared out of nowhere, and the dancer leaped up, jumped on a plugged-in song. Sky Khan, Sky Khan, Sky Khan. The sound was deafening and resonated throughout Shufang city. Your Majesty, please. There were 24 people carrying, covered with the finest silk, a large case waiting at the side. Li Hao would understand and step on one of them. 24 men carried it forward to the center of the large apron. Li Hao raised his hands. Facial sincerity. If I am the king of the country, the world will be a public place. Choose the virtuous and the capable, and preach faith and cultivate harmony. Return the benefits to the people, and the world will be the same. Jie Khan stood by. The long sword in his hand was swung. Generals, from now on we will be the rightful owners of the world. Now burn the old flags in your hands. All of them. Burn the karma of the past. Burn the sins of the past. Welcome the new lord, and open up a new Shangtang. Boom. The burning platform that had long been prepared in the field instantly sprouted skyward flames. The old Turkic flags that were once in the hands of the generals were burned to the ground at this moment. The entire enthronement hall is simple, but see the heart. Various heavenly sacrifices exhausted Li Hao. It wasn't that he was physically incapable. On the contrary, now that he was at the peak of the passage realm coupled with the divine phoenix indestructible body, he had plenty of stamina. But this kind of routine activity is just like shopping with your girlfriend in your previous life. Even the strongest man has to feel out of breath after a few stores. After the ceremony of enthronement, Jie Khan introduced Li Hao to the important people of Turkic, and then he prepared to start the army to Dingxiang royal court. And that's when an even more explosive message came in. It has revitalized the entire north once again. Within the tent, Li Hao sat at the top. A bonfire burned in the center clearing. Surrounding the bonfire was one and all of the high-ranking Turkic officials who were sitting on the ground with their knees crossed, eating roasted mutton, drinking horse milk wine, and cuddling big beautiful girls, even including Jie Khan. The Empress forced the death of Mr. Huang Chunlin, the head of Yunlu Academy, above the court. But she felt that this was not enough to take the edge off, so she sent Yunlu Shuyuan north to guard the Great Wall. Today, thousands of students from Yunlu Academy are already in Firecloud City by the Great Wall. Jelly Khan's face changed, and the leg of lamb in his hand smashed directly into the head of that communication officer. What did I say? In the future, don't address me as Khan anymore, but call this official as Chancellor Jelly. This official is now the Chancellor of the Great Tang. The Han people used to call us barbarians because of people like you, rude and without manners. Yes, 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 Lord Chancellor, I understand. Asshole thing to call yourself a subordinate. Yes, 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 my humble servant understands. Just understand, and if you dare to scream again, I'll cut off your dog's head. Jelly Khan. Chancellor Jelly said people say ghosts, every time in Li Hao conversation. Try to make their own crepe a little bit, and tribal people talk, that is to let go of cursing, as much as possible to show the roughness. This is something that this official has known for a long time. Is there anything else? Yes, there is a scholar who seeks an audience. He calls himself Wang Bin Luo, says he is a student of Yunlu Academy, and has come to offer to congratulate His Majesty. Oh, come on, please. This time it was Li Hao who opened his mouth. Just as he thought, things were just getting started when he wanted to be a real emperor. Although the grassland crowd gave themselves face, but the big things still just have Jelly Khan. He's just a vase himself, a vase of honor that was offered up high. All day long, he spoke little, but this Wang Bin Luo, he shouted out without control. Wang Bin Luo was extremely famous, one of the 4 great talents of the great Zhou, the first person of the younger generation of Yunlu Academy. A pen is wonderful, a mouth that spits brocade, a cultivation level that is even more unfathomable, a very rare talent, and he was going to hook up with Yunlu Academy through this person. That summoning officer, however, did not act immediately, but looked to Jelly Khan, waiting for his instructions. Bastard thing, can't you hear what His Majesty said, asking you to quickly have an invitation? Yes, 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 Chancellor. A few moments later, Wang Bin Luo, who was dressed in green and wore a Confucian spandex scarf on his head, arrived in the tent. Although his face was average, he had his own kind of dashing temperament of a scholar, and standing in front of a bunch of rough prairie men, he was even more graceful. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Ha, Jelly Khan sneered. It's said that readers have the most backbone, but now that I look at it, the rumors are still too ridiculous. Wang Bin Luo, when the female emperor ascended the throne, your Yunlu Academy was the first to run to kiss ass, and also 900 people sang together to gather the world's chi in Great Zhou. Now that this side has just restored the Great Tang, you're licking your chops to come here again? Is this the moral of your scholarly people? Is this the style of your readers? The two-faced wallflower? Wang Luobin was not in a hurry and was not humble in front of Jelly Khan. He straightened up, aloud. Jelly Khan may have misunderstood. We readers do not care who is the king. All we care about is who can make the people of the world suffer less, who is able to return peace to the world, so that the world will stop fighting and the people will live in peace and happiness. This is not a wallflower, but the time has changed, and a gentleman knows how to change and is not pedantic. In the past, Li Tang's royal family did not have a person who can be a great responsibility. The Empress of the Fast and Furious, ascended the throne as the emperor, is the best choice for the situation of the day. Yunlu Academy plans for the world, and doesn't care if the incumbent is a man or a woman. That's why they gathered at the palace gates and prayed for the blessing of the great Zhou, not so much as kissing ass, but rather as pleading for the people. Today, the female emperor is so dim that he sends his prince to make peace with his family, leading to chaos in the world, which is a great disappointment, and in such a situation, only your majesty can quickly cut through the chaos and quickly end the war. Therefore, Yunlu Academy has come today to congratulate your majesty. Someone who can say something like the world is public is bound to be a bright ruler. What an eloquent reader. Even black can be made white by you. Jia Li Khan bristled, but he could not retort. Well said. Li Hao nodded slightly, with admiration in his eyes. Such a reader can become a national treasure. Like that, know only to enrich their own pockets, only know personal reputation, only know to put people in chains of sour Confucianism, is the country's biggest scourge. You're right. It doesn't matter who's the king. What matters is who can make the world a better place. Rise, the people suffer. Die, the people suffer. As long as someone enjoys the years, then it is always the people who carry the weight. That is why a ruler should put the people of the world first. Only if you value the people of the world more than yourself is this the right way. Jelly Khan blinked and scoffed at Li Hao's words. In my humble opinion, what's the point of being an emperor? Wouldn't it be nice to be a private citizen? The people of the Central Plains are hypocrites. Obviously the selfish desires in their hearts are greater than the sky, but they still have to put on a look of compassion. That's why you Central Plains have been repeatedly bullied by us, because you guys are so fake and spacey. But I don't know. Mercy doesn't work? If you're so sentimental, you can't fight a damn war. Being the king of the city guard may be okay, but being the king of the country, Li Hao is not qualified. Which founding king in history was not a man with an iron heart? Wang Bin Luo is the opposite. Li Hao's words, not loud, but word by word like a thunderbolt exploded in his mind. Rise, the people suffer. The people are dying and the people are suffering. This is simply the word of a saint. This imperial prince who was sent to the north, if he could, would certainly become a generation of bright kings. Has any emperor ever had this epiphany? It's so ahead of its time. What your majesty has said, every word of it, is true, and when the student goes back, he will certainly read it day after day. The student has come here with a gift in addition to congratulations for his majesty. Wang Bin Luo had an extra piece of paperwork in his hand. It was presented in front of Li Hao. Four large letters jumped out at me. Extremely harsh. Diatribe against Jijio. Chapter 18. No. Overnight we became rebels? The Sudarincho Ji is not amiable in nature, and the earth is really cold. In the past, when Charge Taizong came down to Chen, he once entered the service with a change of clothes. Entranced to see cynicism, Amei refused to let people cover the sleeves of the workers' flatter. Fox Charming Partial can confuse the master. The clan alliance of thieves is entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Now King Han, Li Hao, because of the disappointment of the world, and in accordance with the push of the world, loves to raise the flag of righteousness, in order to clear the demons. As Wang Binluo's voice stopped, silence fell throughout the tent. Although the grassland people can understand very few, but even if they cannot reach the meaning, can feel the brightly shining steel blade in this brush. What a diatribe! Li Hao was a little teary-eyed. In his heart, he secretly vowed that his own martial arts skills and tactics would certainly not be able to negatively impact such a talent. Your Majesty, is this well written? Jie Khan could understand a little, but not much, and looked uncertainly at the excited Li Hao. More than very good. The matter is clear and reasonable. The gas is full of words to break. The diatribe is exposed to the outside. Sparklingly understandable. The line of clouds and water is sound and flowing, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is the first diatribe in the world, like a sharp sword that points straight to the heart. This article, not only Party A is full of praise, in the history of the past life, even as Party B, the Empress has been praised. Of course, Li Hao didn't say these words. This time and space is not quite the same as the previous life. The Wu Jiu of the previous life could not do such a stupid thing as letting the royal son reconcile with his relatives. At best, she sent a character with an unimportant martial name. This diatribe is worth 1,000,000 soldiers. Jelly Khan was dumbfounded. Li Hao is nothing else, but he still has literary literacy. Especially that night. How much hate. Today's dream soul, but also like the old days on the tour of the complaint. The car like flowing water. Horses like dragons. Flowers in the moon is the spring breeze. What kind of lonely euphemistic talent would have to make a poem like that? If he says it's good, it must be good. When he says the first diatribe of the ages, that must be it. Fetch a pen and paper. Jagged Khan jerked up and immediately bah-humbugged a few more times. Men, immediately transcribe 800 copies in Turkic, Cornish, migratory bird, Chinese, any language you can think of, copy it for me. In his excitement, he even forgot to address this official. Send light horsemen to distribute the 36 parts of the step. No, send messengers who can recite the whole text, and read it out in public at every place, and then send dead soldiers to the divine capital, to all parts of the Central Plains, to carve this diatribe into the stone slabs of the Vermilion Bird Street, and into the gates of the world's families and gates. In one day, I will make the winds of the entire Middle Kingdom blow with these words. Khan Jelly thundered that this step's heralds, spies, and intelligence services were all in operation. Overnight, the change of the country name of the northern grasslands to Tang, as well as this first diatribe of the ages, spread through the streets. Shenandoah. The streets, alleys and lanes, tea houses and restaurants, and greenhouses and hooks are all talking about it, and all of them are dumbfounded. What happened? Overnight we all became rebels? That's right. The people who were born and raised within our god's capital are now all messed up. The northern grasslands have become Li Tang proper. What are we? The remnants of the great Zhou. What can be done about that? It was the Empress herself who sent the orthodoxy to the grasslands. Now it's better to consider packing up and heading to the grasslands. That bad? What do you say? Don't use your brain to think about it. The Empress is usurping Li Tang's throne anymore. If he had been keeping Li Tang descendants in the divine capital, he would still be able to suppress them, but now she's handing over the orthodoxy with her own hands. How many people under the sky are Li Tang's old ministers? Others aside, it's me whose heart is toward Li Tang. Who is Li Hao? The first grandson of Emperor Taizong. the most orthodox imperial son of the great Tang. On the contrary, what about the female emperors? Who in the world recognizes their surname Ji? When Li Hao raises his arm in the grasslands, it's the end of Great Zhou coming. The speaker shook his head and smiled bitterly. Overnight, the offense and defense were different. Even the lowest class of people deeply understood the power of an orthodox prince elsewhere. How could the Empress not figure it out? Hey, after today, I do not know how many people will be a long way to defect to the north and go. Go early can still mix it from the dragon's merit. Go late, everyone is a rebel. Then if we go to the north, won't we become barbarians too? What barbarians? Can't you see the flag over there? It's to support the Han dynasty, to kill the traitors, to restore the Tang dynasty. What is this side? This side is now the barbarians who are stealing the country. Above the main street, countless people gathered before a notice. Anyone who can read. What does it say? What is written? Nothing is written. It's just a sharp sword on it, and with one stroke, it pierced the heart of that empress. Among the crowd, after reading the notice, a scholar laughed a few times and laughed. Damn, can you talk properly? Readers just step on the horse and pretend. What the hell is written on it? It's the diatribe against Jijio. At first glance it's from a famous writer, scolding the female emperor. Don't look at just a few words. These words can make countless armies surrender without a fight. Now that the true dragon has returned to its throne, the false emperor is in great power. Although I don't want to admit it, but nowadays, the great Tang proper is indeed in the grasslands. So everyone take care of yourselves. The entire divine capital was filled with such light within the great Zhou territory. Today is the birthday of the Empress. She had just recently ascended to the throne, and in the spirit of keeping a low profile, she had purposely organized it without much fanfare. But the men under him thought otherwise. The close ministers of the Empress, led by Liu Himing, had purposely concealed the fact that they were going to prepare a big surprise for her. As always, the female emperor was sitting high in the dragon chair with a great deal of authority. If you have something to say early, if you have nothing to say, you will retire from the court. At the same time, she was a bit puzzled in her mind. Today is just a small court meeting. Why are all the 100 officials present? Usually not so much energy to the court are able to save. At first he himself threatened force, but then he didn't bother. Strange. Your Majesty, I have this to present. Chancellor Liu Himing glanced at the 100 officials and stepped into the center position at the head of the 100 officials. Your Majesty is ambitious and wise, ascending to the throne as a woman and reigning over the world. Sweep away the decadence of the old Tang, and usher in the prosperity of the great Zhou, leveling civil strife, rejecting barbarians. Nowadays the great Zhou's prosperity, through history, can be said to be unprecedented. His Majesty's achievements, 1,000 years of immortality. An emperor of 1,000 years is really worthy of the name. Ji Jiao enjoyed this horse's ass from Ryu Himing though, and his body was a little light. May, what's with the sudden song and dance? Turk surrendered? An emperor for the ages. There's no arguing with that. Can anyone compare himself to a woman who has swept through the 8 lands and holds the power of a nation? No, not a single one. After I succeeded to the throne, the situation of the whole country is very good. And now it is even richer and stronger, and all the states are submissive, and the merit is equally deserved in the autumn and the winter. She didn't move, just nodded slightly. Today is His Majesty's birthday, so I, along with the 100 officials, request that today be designated as the Feast of 10,000 Longevity, and that a notice be issued to make it known to the world. Oh, Kiju realized it now. So it is. These days, he has been so worried about the affairs of the country that he has forgotten the date of his birthday. Of course it was not her fault. She had ordered early on that now that the situation in the country was unstable, she must not waste public power for personal reasons, let alone deplete the country's strength because of her birthday. It was so that no one dared to mention it in front of her. Jijio's heart was refreshed, but his face was pretending to be gloomy, and a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyebrows. Lu Aiqing, as the Prime Minister of Great Zhou, how can you blatantly disobey my orders? I have said long ago that it is important not to waste money and make a big fuss over my birthday. Your Majesty, I naturally do not dare to resist the decree, and today is by no means the intention of me alone. It is the 100 officials who have jointly submitted a letter. I just want to block it, but I can't block it. Liu Himing let out a bitter laugh. Your Majesty, I'm just relaying what the 100 officials are saying. It was all of their own accord. Humph, as the head of 100 officials, can you still be coerced by 100 officials? Kiju grunted coldly, but remembering that you all have a good heart, I will not make things difficult with you. And the matter of the 1,000 ancient emperors should not be mentioned again in the future. As for the All Saints' Day, let it be as you wish. Hey, you guys are causing me a lot of pain. Liu Himing was overjoyed. Your Majesty, this is a move that follows the will of heaven. Long live the emperor. The group of ministers, whether they were willing or unwilling, fell to their knees at this moment. Long live the emperor. The sound floated throughout the entire Taiji hall, echoing throughout the palace, wrapping around the beams. Just happened to take this opportunity. Kiju stood up with a solemn look on his face. I also hereby make an oath. I am in. When the guardian of the land to open up the frontier to sweep away the 4 barbarians, set the foundation of my great Zhou, I died will also be transformed into a dragon soul, blessing my great Zhou for thousands of years, and will never die. The female emperor's voice was cold and cold, like the sound of a sword. Within the entire great hall, the deafening sound of hurrahs resounded once again, and at that moment, a hasty voice came from outside the Taiji hall. Your Majesty, it's a big deal. Chapter 19 The world is a mother. Huang Yukong, the Minister of Rights, came in a hurry. This usually majestic and stern man, at this time as if an old and decrepit man in flowery armor, simply disregarded any etiquette, rolling and crawling rushed into the great hall. Minister Huang, why don't you come to court today? Today's big day. The whole country celebrates for 3 days. Anything big will come 3 days later. Lu Heming looked at her angrily. She had long been displeased with this group of old ministers and could not wait for all of them to be replaced with plum blossom dark guards within a day. Xiangshu Huang knelt in the center of the hall in a sorry state, seeing Lu Heming speak out in a condescending manner. Immediately he was just on fire. The big day? Everyone else has founded a country. 3 days of celebration? Look how many people will be missing from Great Zhou in these 3 days. Going to the grassland to celebrate? Why didn't I come to the court? I went to my grave. Lord Chancellor is broad-minded. So the national crisis, there are still thinking about celebrating 3 days. In my opinion, if the Great Zhou is gone in the future, it is also bound to die in the hands of a woman like you. Unbridled, Empress Jijio burst into a rage. The last thing she could hear was someone talking about women. This old piker dared to touch her scales so much. Lord Huang, watch your status, and your words. In the middle of the brain, the subtitles are starting to come alive again. Humph, this kind of person should be killed. As the center of the court, he came up to curse Great Zhou. It's because of this kind of malicious people who live in the temple. That's why it's so hard for the Empress to implement many of her decrees. From the last time we sent that Li Hao to make peace, these people, they don't care what's right or wrong. They only care about women emperors, women chancellors. That is, the king of a country doesn't even celebrate his birthday. Is this a national disaster? I'm a working man who has to go to Haidileo to call on his girlfriends to celebrate his birthday. Is it possible that he was talking about something else? How do I pay attention to my identity? My son is dead. What identity do I have? This is the only one for 3 generations. You still have the heart to celebrate here. Huang Yukong. Lu Heming was truly angry this time. Your son, a playboy, died of no consequence, and his death is the reason you came to disrupt His Majesty's birthday celebration? Huang Yukong, thanks to you being the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, how come you're still not as sensible as a grasshopper? A piece of trash. Dead is dead. It's worth taking it to the Great Hall to talk about it? My son's dude is a dude, but he's a Featherwood Guard, the son of Heaven's own army, and the head of this peace procession, and he's been killed. Just kill. What? Lu Heming finally reacted. The son of the Minister of Mandarins was not the person in charge of the security of this peace procession. He was killed? What about the 6th prince? Is he alright? Did he arrive safely in Turkestan? Ha ha, he's fine. Huang Yukong laughed out in anger. Well, only know how to care about the 6th prince, right? That's going to make you guys laugh out loud. It was the 6th prince who killed my son, and the mission has certainly arrived safely. Not only safe, but also nourished. You may not know that the 6th prince had just arrived at Shufang city when Turkic Khan personally went there and held a ceremony for the 6th prince to ascend the throne there. The north has now embraced His Highness, the King of Han, as emperor and officially changed the country's name to Tang. The banner of the world as a public good is being called for all the people of knowledge to go to the north to work for the king, ready to go south to capture the dragon at any time. Plop. The Empress sat down on the dragon chair all of a sudden. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. How is this possible? How could Turk do such a stupid thing? The 36 grassland tribes were all unsettled. Were they going to just start moving against Great Zhou? Who gave him the courage? You. What did you say? Your Majesty. Li Hao has already claimed the title of emperor and is now calling on the heroes of the world to fight against Great Zhou. Boom, the entire courtroom was instantly in chaos like a food market. Some of the ministers exchanged words, some looked up to the sky and sighed, and some laughed out loud. When the words of Mr. Huang Chunlin are truly one, sending the emperor to make peace is like giving the seal of transmission to the Turk. They are under the banner of Great Tang, and they have His Highness King Han, the first grandson of Emperor Taizong, who was also advised by Lord Chancellor to be crowned king, in their corner. So who will still recognize us as Great Zhou? Li Hao, how dare he? Everything he has was given to him by His Majesty, but it turns out that he is so harboring a sinister intent that he just left here a few steps ago and started to rebel? It is also due to His Majesty's broad-mindedness that he survived. How can this son be so ungrateful? How can he call himself ungrateful when it is Li Tang's world? One might as well think about which side is now the one that will bring the world back to its center and make the people feel that it is the rightful one. Your Majesty, this time you are wrong, terribly wrong. Sending the prince to make peace with his relatives is simply stupid. Please, Your Majesty, behead the woeful Prime Minister to set the record straight. Silence, and dares to roar at the court. The powerful pressure on Lu Himing's body enveloped the entire arena. Once again the courtroom fell silent. Empress Zhou held back the excitement in her heart and once again looked at the subtitles scrolling in her mind. These subtitles have helped her many times since they appeared. Over time, she's made a habit of it, too. Oh, how can you not call the world a mother when the world is a public place? Not a sister. Does the world being public have anything to do with this? You're really smoothing out my cerebral cortex. The public of the world is public means fair, right? Finally, I know why my mom told me to read more. In the morning, the hen chimes in that today is the matron exam, and I walk to the matron stop sign to wait for the matron bus, wanting to go to the one next to the matron school to buy a cup of honey hanging ice city. Kiju sneers and deletes. Have any of the princesses rebelled? If you send a prince, you'll revolt immediately. You really can't rely on her. I'll be damned. As a royal son, he came to revolt against his own mother. Hard to bandage, maybe a long time to plan. The sixth prince and that Turk has long been eye to eye secretly through the money. This time to send him out is also just considered to be cleaned hidden in the royal tumor. Is not a good thing. After all, the gun is easy to avoid, dark arrows difficult to prevent. Has been to stay in the god only more scary. At any time is a possible explosion of the gas tanks. Besides, what if he rebels? What if he has millions of mercenaries? What if it's still a matter that can be solved by an imperial decree? Look at the panic of the courtiers. Kiju finally saw two of the ones he wanted. That's a pretty good point. These subtitles are not only one's armorer, but also the antidote to one's spiritual salvation. She felt instantly better in her mind. Early or late to oppose are anti. In the prairie anti-how are not as lethal as in the palace to carry out a coup d'etat to the big bar. Her eyes glanced at the panicked courtiers, and she sneered in her heart. What a bunch of drunkards. This is panic? Panic what? As long as in this day it cannot collapse. I have long suspected that the sixth prince collaborated with the enemy and treason. Now the evidence is conclusive. Lu Himing, send a messenger to Turkic to pass on my decree. Let Li Hao bring all the Turkic ministries together to return to the capital obediently to be punished. I can look at the face of the late emperor and treat him lightly. My lord, obey. Chapter 20 Your Majesty, something big is going on. The sky can't collapse, but the gates of God's capital are about to collapse. Huang Yukong was like looking at a little cutie, generally looking at the crowd. Huang Yukong, today I am mindful of the fact that you are delirious under the pain of the loss of your son. If you dare to speak out of turn all the time again, even if you are the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, today I will cut off your head. Ha ha ha, is that the extent of your Majesty's belly? That you can't listen to a word of truth? His Highness King Han can do more than just. He is no longer the King of Han now, and I don't want to hear the word King of Han again. Li Hao didn't just establish a state in Turkestan. Along with this news came his diatribe against Zhou, one of the four great talents of the great Zhou, and the head of the younger generation of the Yunlu Academy. Wang Binluo personally composed this first diatribe of the ages. Today, notices are plastered throughout the entire divine capital, and even above the high walls beyond the palace gates. These four words are shining brightly. Huang Yukong pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Your Majesty, please read it. Huang Yukong raised his hands high in the air, and his own personal guards of the Empress, the Plum Blossom Dark Guards, fetched and presented them. The Sudarincho Ji is not amiable in nature, and the earth is really cold. At the first sentence, Zhou looked furious. Yeah, come up here and yell at me. Li Hao, how dare you bully me like this? Covering the sleeves of the worker flatters, and the fox's charm is partial to confusing the master. Is it possible that they can only see the court battles in my eyes, but you can't see half of the means and irony that I have in it? Kiju took a deep breath. Bear with me and keep reading. When he saw killing sisters and slaughtering brothers, regicide and hemlock mother, the cynicism of man and God, the world is not allowed. His eyes went black, and he could not exert any strength, almost fainted straight away. Thanks to the Plum Blossom inner guard next to her who often served around her and spent time with her, he knew her condition like the back of his hand and was quick to hold her up. Your Majesty, the court is not yet dismissed. The Empress shook her head vigorously, slowly sobering up. Yes, it's still in the court. One should never lose one's temper. Can't be the laughingstock of the world. What a piece of article that can be. But now is not the time to be intentional. At this moment it is more important to take out the style of the Son of Heaven. The Empress of the bosom, turn passive into active, retreat into advance. Blessedly, She looked again at the scrolling credits in her head. Wow, who is this person? This article is as good as drinking the most innocent wine. GZ. What kind of a talented man can write the most brilliant lines of all time? The article is good. The words are better. It is said that the words are like the person. This person must be a super beautiful man, so I want to fall in love with him. You guys are really, can't you see that the Empress is in trouble? This matter is very well resolved. Let him curse if he likes. The Empress should not be angry at this time. On the contrary, she should praise this person with a smile on her face. Sisters, just imagine, if the Empress behaves like this now, how will the people of the world look at her? And how would they think of Li Hao and Wang Bin Luo, the ones who made this diatribe? Rather, I think with me, Zhou heart slightly peaceful. Count on it. As an emperor and a master of palace fighting, her control of expressions had long been perfected. If you were born in the latter days, you could definitely get your hands on any movie queen or TV queen. The Empress closed the diatribe and threw it to Lu Himing. Laughing, Chancellor, read to the people. Yes, sir. Lu Himing had just opened the diatribe and closed it immediately in fear. Your Majesty, this text is treasonous. I dare not. Nyen, I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Yes, Your Majesty, the Pseudolin dynasty Gs. When Lu Himing read a sentence, the hearts of the 100 officials underneath jolted. Anger, shame, doubt, all sorts of emotions mixed together. Someone sneaked a look up at the Empress, only to find her sitting on her ass as if the diatribe wasn't even about her. A shovelful of earth is not yet dry, but a 6-foot orphan is at rest, until the entire diatribe is read. Above the courtroom, only the sound of ragged breathing remained. At this moment, everyone was silenced, fearing that they would have to endure the Empress's thunderous wrath. A moment. It was only then that the Empress slowly stood up and stood with her hands in front of the dragon chair. This diatribe, though inconsistent with the facts, slanders me with speculation. But, the lines are neatly matched, clanging and stumbling, and sounding, truly a good penmanship. Kiju smiled faintly. It's a pity that such talent should be committed to thieves and bandits. He's trying to tell the world that they're dealing with a mere foxy woman, which only shows their own lack of backbone, and the strength of my great Zhou. Throughout the article, I dare not mention any of my merits or demerits, but only nagging attacks on my womanhood. It means that I am doing a good job as an emperor, only to make those men red in the eyes. Only personal attacks always fall short. Ha ha ha, it's just a trail. It's just that missing out on this kind of talent is also really stifling. AI, does he, Wang Bin Luo, have this kind of talent, and does Li Hao have this kind of martial arts? Pity, pity, pity. Kiju's triple cry of pity instantly helped her get back on her feet. That's the way an emperor should be. This is the kind of chest that King's Landing should have. The 100 officials looked at this first ever female emperor in surprise. Eyes complex. What kind of person she really is. All of this, Jijio took in. She laughed coldly in her heart. Oh, he has Zhang Liang plan. I have a bridge ladder. Yu Li Hao tossed such a big battle, but not as lethal as just a word from this emperor. But there are always anachronisms. Ha ha ha. A laugh spread through the great hall. Huang Yukong simply sat down directly on the ground. Looking at the Empress, she smiled grimly. Your Majesty's broad-mindedness is admired by the old minister, but why doesn't your Majesty go outside and see what kind of chaos has been created? When the old minister said that the gates of God's capital had collapsed, it was by no means alarmist talk. How can your Majesty not know the lethality of the words? One shovelful of earth is not yet dry, and 6 feet of solitude is at rest? Nowadays, there are countless people out and about throughout the divine capital, and without exception, all of them are heading toward the north to defect to the Li Tang orthodoxy. How dare you? Lu Himing couldn't wait to kill this old piker with his sword. What Li Tang orthodoxy? Now it's the Great Zhou, and the Great Zhou orthodoxy is none other than His Majesty. Lord Chancellor, this is just your own opinion. Go out and ask the people of the world. In the end they feel in their hearts who is the orthodox, and whose family should rule this central plains. Huang Yukong suddenly looked at the 100 officials. Don't you dare to say with a clear conscience who is really orthodox. The crowd was dumbfounded. Instead of arguing with the old man here, your Majesty will just go out and see for yourself. The words just fell from his lips. The Featherwood Guard commander rushed into the great hall in a panic. Your Majesty, it's a big deal. Chapter 21. Do you know how much a steamed bun costs within the divine capital right now? Kiju's brow furrowed as he heard that same phrase for the second time today. Your Majesty, there is a riot within the divine capital. The people have left the city in large numbers, and even some of the army has undergone a small-scale mutiny. Please give your Majesty an indication of what to do next. What? Plop. Jijio sat down on the dragon chair again. Hundreds of people fleeing she might be able to accept. Some ignorant little people. Listening to the wind is the rain. It is easy to be swindled. But the army, after she ascended to the throne, the first thing she did was to take control of the military. and almost all the important positions were in her inner circle. How could they have mutinied? Is a country name and a diatribe that powerful? All about traveling to the north? Yes, your majesty. This, Zhou was a little hexed for a moment. How can this be? How? Your majesty. The only way now is to send out someone who is skillful and eloquent to quietly approach Li Hao to welcome him back to the divine capital, or to just not do anything at all and settle him secretly, so that the problem can be solved. Otherwise, today the people will flee, tomorrow it will be the centrifugalization of the lineage, and the day after that it will be the important ministers of each hand who will go north to serve the king. Your majesty, it's really wrong to send the prince to make peace. Your majesty, please also make a quick decision. What a bunch of nonsense. Zhou's face was solemn. The calm equanimity of when he had just read the diatribe disappeared. Royalty and marriage. Royalty and marriage. I have done something wrong. Why can't we send the prince to make peace? How many princesses were sent to make peace? Sending a prince, chasing after my ass all day long saying it's really wrong? Send a prince and all of you will go against me? Unbridled. Are you all going against me? I'll decide everything. Leave the court. After retiring from the court, the two of them, Zhou and Lu Himing, appeared on top of Vermilion Bird Street dressed as men. Huang Chunlin's words were still ringing in his ears, and now another Huang Yukong had jumped out. She wanted to see for herself that within this divine capital, it could really be a mess. That's why it's such a microaggression. Countless plum blossom inner guards were scattered among the crowd, firmly guarding these two women who could decide the fate of Great Zhou. As Huang Yukong said, the whole street has been a bit of a mess. New Year's Eve is just a few days away, but there is no semblance of a New Year's Eve atmosphere. More like fleeing the country in general. Posted everywhere were the diatribes coming out of the Turk. Underneath each diatribe, people were crowded and murmuring. The two likewise walked behind a cluster of people. You did this. Zhou glared at Lu Himing. The Hall of God's capital was so infiltrated that it was posting notices everywhere. What was this chancellor doing? Is it possible to post notices in the palace tomorrow, even where my chambers are? I am aware of my offense. What's the use of knowing the crime? I can't see another diatribe tomorrow. In front of the two people, an old peasant-like old man is standing on tiptoe looking towards the inside, listening to the inside of the people and the explanation of the diatribe above the content. Suddenly looking back at Kiju. Hey, I say young man, you've got a big mouth. Do you know how many of these notices have been posted throughout the entire God's capital? Besides, what's the use of not seeing the diatribe now that all of God's capital knows about it? All the private schools in the village are teaching that defense against the people is better than defense against the river. It's useless to get angry. Oh yeah, you're the official who manages the sanitation of God's capital, right? I advise you not to have such thoughts. Believe it or not, you are likely to be beaten up. Mixed. Lu Himing burst into a rage. What kind of unruly people dared to talk to His Majesty in such a way? But he saw Zhou's finger comparing a hush finger. The old man glared back at him. What? Want to make a move? No, 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 Ben. I'm saying that your soul is a bit faded. It's best to cultivate a bit. Just condense your chi. Lu Himing hurriedly explained. My soul is not fading. My soul is drifting north. Old abbot, why drifted to the north it? Nowadays, the great Zhou female emperor majestic love people like a son. The northern rebels can be all have grassland barbarians composition. Why I see this street above. There are still a lot of people scrambling out of the city, wanting to go to rely on Li Hao rebels it. The old man froze. He had been standing here for half a day and it was the first time he had heard someone with such confused logic. He grinned. Seeing as you're quite vain, the old man will tell you a little. You said that the female emperor is ambitious and loves the people like a son. This old man doesn't know. All I know is that in the last few days, the price of food has been skyrocketing within the divine capital city, and quite a number of people have starved to death. Young man, do you know how much a steamed bun costs within the divine capital right now? 10 cents? The Empress which had come into contact with this stuff, but she came from a folkloric background and still had some memories of it. $10? A look is the rich kid, also really dare to open the mouth. In the past this Shindu steamed buns have always been a penny apiece, but just this short period of time, now has risen to 1 or 2 silver apiece. A tale of silver. Ah, that's 1,000 cents. 1,000 cents. It can all be pulled in a cart. Old man, I have to push a cartload of money before I can exchange it for a steamed bun. Young man, and you say the Empress loves the people like a son? Old man, I think she loves money like a son is right. Put. Lu Himing wanted to curse again, but he saw the Empress's murderous-like eyes before he said in a disgusted manner. Put. Don't worry. It's just some crooked merchants jacking up prices. It's true that there are some treacherous merchants who are maliciously raising the price, but old man, putting that aside for the moment, you still haven't said why so many people want to give up Great Zhou. So what, if you don't leave? Are you still staying here for New Year's Eve? You just said that the Empress is so ambitious and so on and so forth. So let's pretend that it's all true. But she can't help being stupid. Crouch. Ryu Himing changed his words again instantly. I want to be quiet. You love to want to sleep. You, this young man's temper cannot just you and such a fart of an official. Sooner or later by your mouth to the pit cannot. The Empress is wise and wise. What she does is one step at a time. With a woman's body reigning over the world. With such means and vigor. Who in the world can be as good as her? How is she stupid? Jijio took a deep breath before calming herself down. How is she stupid? The reason why God has now this situation are not all caused by her hand. Send the prince and relatives. Pigs cannot think of things. It is said that she also argued, said what to break the ancestral precedent. I wipe Lu. I've never read a book in my life. Old man. And I can't even think of such a way to dig a grave for myself with my toes. Do you think she's stupid? A good hand of cards played to pieces. And now there's a problem with going to the north to defect to the great Tang orthodoxy? Does it stay here to be a rebel? You're still too young. Now that you've left the divine capital to see if everyone treats the Empress as a rebel? Jijio's face instantly turned pale. Even though she was well cultivated, her mental quality was bullish, and her experience in court battles was rich. She could not carry this wave of attacks. Kiju was a little disoriented. Shaking his head, he left the place. Your Majesty. Ryu Himing followed close behind and assisted her. These are the ignorant words of some grassroots people. Your Majesty should not take them to heart. Kiju gave her a deep look. I'm fine. I just think that these people are ratty and don't deserve me to be so nice to them. Just a bunch of wallflowers. Do you believe that as long as I give the order to capture Li Hao, they will run their asses back again? My lord. Believe. Lu Himing nodded heavily. Kiju let out a long sigh. Lord Chancellor. Send the Plum Blossom Inner Guard forward to Turkestan to proclaim the decree that Li Hao be reduced to a commoner and escorted to the capital. In addition, notify the Feathered Forest Army to take over the defense of the city, and from now on, the divine capital is only allowed to enter and not to leave. Make it known to the world that those who go to the north, there is one I will kill one, there are two I will kill two, and I will never be soft. You'll have to give me an answer for the grain price thing. Mr. Chancellor, Tingxiong Royal Court, the entire Turkic camp was brightly lit. Inside the largest tent in the center, more laughter and joy. Jelly Khan with a glass of wine, looking around the whole field, forgive him already as Turkic Khan, stood at the peak of the right and enjoy all the glory of the world. At this time still cannot hold down the excitement of the heart. Entering the Middle Kingdom. The long-cherished wish of the prairie people, which had not been realized in many lifetimes, would soon be accomplished by himself without any effort. What a feat this is. The first man of the steppe, Genghis Khan, Tian Kihan, Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, all kinds of titles will be added to his body. It's mind-blowing to think about. Gentlemen, drink the wine in your hands. Jelly Khan raised the cup of wine in his hand and drank it down. His hand wiped away the droplets of water from his beard, and he laughed freely. Throughout the tent, the Turkic senior officials are heroic and painful to drink. Your Majesty, how is the original weather? Li Hao glanced at Jelly Khan. A huge pillar of green light shot up into the sky. This was the first time he had seen the protective color of green through the Emperor's fall-heavy pupil. What does the color green stand for? What level of chi is it again? Li Hao was a bit bewildered. The weather is very green. Li Hao smiled faintly. Strong soldiers and horses, and a bold nature. Much better than the Central Plains. Ha ha ha. Jelly Khan's smile grew more and more amused. That's not all the steppe has to offer. We're even better at spirits and beauty. Especially that beauty, which is stronger than the strongest wine, and wilder than the most athletic wild horse. And the women of the Central Plains can never have such a flavor. Besides, they are the best at riding horses. You know how it is, Your Majesty. Ha ha ha. Jelly Khan snapped his hand twice. A dozen or so dancing girls, answering the call. He pointed to the woman in the very center and smiled inscrutably. Your Majesty, this is the youngest daughter and the princess who was originally prepared to make peace with your highness Princess Xiao Xiao. Doesn't Jelly Khan have no daughters? Li Hao was a bit strange. We prairie people don't have that much red tape. So why don't we take advantage of this opportunity and let His Majesty and his daughter directly consummate their marriage today? Ding! Faced with Jelly Khan's unsuspecting marriage request, would you choose the first choice, a great man? Why do not you have a wife? You are a man who was bored with the cause. What beauty such as jade are out of the body? You only like the sword such as rainbow. At this time on the woman did not have half a mind. You refused to Jelly Khan on the spot, told him that he does not have this mind now. Risk warning, if you can still keep your heart in the face of such a beauty, Jelly Khan may misunderstand that you have a dragon in Yang and betroth his third son to you. Quest reward, top grade spiritual treasure Dragon Yang sword. Magic weapons are divided into 4 grades. Fabulous treasure, spiritual treasure, Xian Tian spiritual treasure, and immortal treasure. Choice 2. You deeply know that this is the first step of Jie Khan's corruption of you. He wants to turn you into the second of Gaozu, and from then on to sink into the beauty in wine. So you plan to take the trick and make a false compromise. Quest reward, heavenly rank upper grade martial arts. Great desolate prisoner's finger. Chapter 22. This is our great Tang's majesty. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Li Hao didn't have any hesitation. Laughing. Diker. Doi Chancellor Sama. It was only at this time that the woman was scrutinized. The woman was dressed in a colorful animal skin robe that outlined the curves of her luscious figure just right. Raise your hands and feet with a touch of unintentional seduction. A wide belt around her waist was tightly bound, emphasizing her slender waist, contrasting with her plump hips, showing off her feminine grace, especially the chest. It's enough to move. This was surprisingly still a rare E-class powerhouse. Horse's milk from the prairie is quite nourishing. Good. Jie Khan laughed a few times. Choose the day. There are no rules in the original. Now let's hold the wedding here. The general shouted. But just then, a discordant voice came from outside. I, murmur, am opposed to this marriage in my real name. A large, bare-chested man rushed into the tent. Before the people arrived, the sound of cursing filled the entire tent. Father Khan, why do you want to cheapen this Han? Beauty Xiao is the flower of our grassland. If you don't want it, you can give it to my son. If not, the Huns next door are willing to take 3 tribes in exchange for her. A peace prince is just a prince. Why make such a big sacrifice? Unbridled. Jet Li Khan was furious. How did I give birth to a son like you? What did you call me? Call me Lord Prime Minister. This is our great Tang's majesty. Do you have any manners left? Men, take him down for me. This is called the crime of deceiving the king in the great Tang, and the crime of deceiving the king is punishable by death. Push this rebellious son out and behead him. The guards standing to the left and right, but none of them were moved. That bare-chested man was their grand prince of the grasslands. He is most brutal and domineering on weekdays, often killing people alive or feeding them directly to the ferocious beasts he keeps. What? Do you also dare to disobey my orders? Then I'll personally send you away, you rebellious son. As soon as he did, Jie Khan drew the sword from the body of the attendant next to him. Father Khan, why are you facing an outsider? The great prince was furious and played hide and seek with Jie Khan inside the tent. While running, his mouth hasn't been idle. Beauty Xiao is a special creature that you spent so much money to cultivate. You don't want it. Isn't it only natural to give it to your son? What bull ***** Prime Minister? Can that disgusting system of Great Tang not be brought back to our Turkic? And what bull ***** crime of deceiving the king? I just say a few words to be beheaded. Adverse son. Shut up. Panting from the chase, Jie Khan stood with his sword, his eyes spitting fire. Li Hao just calmly watched the scene. Jie Khan was at least an expert of the passing sage realm, and he was out of breath after only a few steps. It's a play for yourself. Shouldn't the Grand Prince be so stupid that the other party purposely arranged to give himself a hard time? Have to force myself to improvise. Ding! In the face of the Turkic Grand Prince's midst of humiliation, would you choose? Choose one. People under the roof had to bow down. You know that in the Turkic tent, no matter how dare not rise up to get each other killed. Hit the snake is not dead anti-harm, so you decided to hide in the end. Temporary concessions to resign from the marriage. Waiting for the time. Quest reward, 1 random message handwritten by Xishi, the Demon Queen. Option 2, compared to the Great Prince, Beauty Xiao prefers you, a handsome and dashing man of the Central Plains. Man, how can you let a woman's water flow out of her eyes? Especially this green winding thing. You can't stand it. You rise up violently and kill. Mission reward, pleasantly mentioning 30 years of prison meals. From now on the green lanterns of the ancient Buddha, and no longer know the cold and warmth of the world. Jie Khan will immediately send a heavy army to put you under house arrest, and no longer have a day to come out of it. Option 3, face to give more. The dog feel like a lion. The emperor has his own emperor's dignity. Even now others are not good intentions. You cannot be completely obsequious. That will only speed up your death. It is time to show a little means. At least can be exchanged for a short period of respect. Beat up the Grand Prince violently and let them know that you have a bottom line and can be a puppet. But you can't provoke anyone. Quest reward, Broken Mirror Dan, small, *5. 1 random message handwritten note. Broken Mirror Pill, small can arbitrarily increase the host's cultivation level by 1. Li Hao was going to be option 1, so he pretended to be dead in the end. And this woman was not interested in him. Nowadays it is still important to save your life. Secretly build up your strength, and turn the tide a little bit. But, even the Demon Queen Xishi is out? What do you want her to do? Wash her feet? I choose 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward, the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. The first finger, a finger that imprisons the heavens and the earth. 1 finger imprisoning heaven and earth, can imprison people who are at most one cultivation level higher than oneself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mirror breaking pill, small, *5. And a random message handwritten note. Random message, the Empress G Jubilee Brain was able to get where she is today thanks to the subtitle prompts in her head, which guided her step by step through her palace battles and power grabs, and that's why she was able to successfully ascend to the great treasure. Li Hao was stunned. Subtitle alert. It turns out that the Empress has a golden finger too. What kind of person is guiding her? Li Hao couldn't figure it out, but he could be sure that it must be a group of masters of hooking up in order to be able to kill the Empress step by step and making her in the harem. It is rumored that the struggle in the harem can be more dangerous than even the battlefield. However, this is not the time to look into the matter for the time being. Li Hao stood up. Lord Chancellor, you can't. This little brother looks young. The so-called children's words are reckless. Those who don't know are not guilty. Why don't the Chancellor give me face? Just don't be general with children. The eldest Prince Merci was at least 40 years old, with a bearded face and a horrible appearance. Extremely old. Standing together with Li Hao, it was not incongruous to say that they were both father and son. At this moment, hearing Li Hao say so, he instantly red-warmed. Gnarled muscles clicked all over his body. He snatched a step in front of Li Hao, but suddenly realized that a tower-like figure appeared in front of him. Dian Wei straddled the center of the two, glaring angrily. Murph's heart was shocked. Although the other party just glared at him and did not strike, it made him feel numb as his scalp was on his back. This was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Li Hao, all you do is hide behind others? Beauty Shao is not for you to get your hands on. Come out and duel with me like a man. All the generations of grassland Khans have to go through this ritual. You rebellious son. I'll kill you. Jelly Khan came again with his sword, but this time, Li Hao stood in his way. Just now, Dian Wei had already transmitted his voice to remind that the other party was in the third realm, the condensed Dan realm, and his cultivation was not high, relying solely on a wave of brute force. His cultivation had continuously broken through the realm these days, and it was the time when he was eager to find someone to practice on. Lord Chancellor, this little brother is right. Since I am the king of Great Tang, I naturally want to convince him. Grasslands like dueling the most. I will also follow the customs of the country, so I will duel with him once. Your Majesty, you must not. Jelly Khan's face changed drastically. At the same time, he was secretly pleased in his heart. Young people just can't be provoked. Once you're excited, you're on the hook. My mind is made up. Ha ha ha. You little. Meru laughed out loud, only to meet his old father's murderous gaze head-on. Unbridled, he put away his smile and greedily glanced at the enchanting and seductive Xiao Beauty and licked his lips. Then he walked to the campfire and made an invitation gesture towards Li Hao. Your Majesty, don't regret it. You said it yourself. If it hurts you, don't say anything about the crime of deceiving the king. Chapter 23, Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. Don't worry, life and death look down on not serving. Crotch with a bird must be a man. I have a word of honor. Even if I am injured by you, I will never have half a complaint. Ha ha, me too. If you can beat me, this shall Beauty let you also good. Beauty match warrior. Wait. Jelly Khan suddenly called a halt to the two men. He gave Li Hao an apologetic look. Your Majesty, the grasslands do have such a rule. Marriage on our side is very simple and rough, almost always resolved by a duel. And since your Majesty has already agreed to it, it would not be right for the old minister to brush off your Majesty's face, but also afraid of hurting the peace. Why don't I make the decision? The two of you 1-for-1 to attack each other. The person being hit can't dodge, can't fight back, so it's fair. How does your Majesty feel? Did you know that I have the Divine Phoenix indestructible body? It's not like you're sending your son to his death. Li Hao smiled indifferently. Both are available. Silk Sip Heart rejoice. The other side to see the cultivation is only through the orifice realm. The body is even weaker than their own of force. A replacement for a physical combat, but also can be their own rivals? Your Majesty's body is delicate. Why don't your Majesty go first? Han people have a virtue. Honor the old and love the young. How can I take advantage of the children again? Please. Li Hao had never made a move since he had gotten the system and stepped into cultivation. The man in front of me is a living target. The cultivation is also just right. Another realm higher might not have been able to do it on its own. Dan condensation realm. That finger can imprison heaven and earth, but it can just imprison someone who is one cultivation realm higher than oneself. Hey, I'll be polite then. Let's see if I don't beat you to a dog-eat-dog. The word was still in his mouth when Murph blasted him with a punch. I'm invincible under Condensed Dan. 1-for-1 above Condensed Dan. Go to hell, kid. This punch, although it did not dare to take Li Hao's life, but it also had to make him bedridden for 3 years not. Boom. The wind of the fist grazed a cracking sound. Mersip punched Li Hao's chest solidly, and the full force of the Condensed Dan realm cultivation could shatter mountains. Li Hao closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body, but the next moment, He was disappointed. It was worthy of being the divine phoenix indestructible body. This punch came over, but there was no change in his body. The still steady heartbeat sounded as if it was mocking the other party. Is this it? But Li Hao still covered his chest in a hurry, prancing back a few steps. His face instantly camouflaged into a miserable white color. Murph looked to his fist in surprise. Just that punch down only felt like hitting on the cotton, so that he had the power to do nothing. But that fierce punch did completely and utterly hit the opponent. How? He also happened to see Li Hao, who raised his head, and he was relieved. This kid listened to the evil. There is a good set of defensive techniques, but well, or buy himself into a serious injury. It's my turn. Li Hao looked at the burly Mare Slim, who was as strong as an ox belly, and the young emperor's clenched fists erupted with a monstrous battle intent. Boo! The all-out strike from the peak cultivation of the perfect passage realm struck Mare Meru right in his chest. There was a loud bang. Li Hao was shaken back 2 steps. Murmur's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing heavily into one of the guards behind him. Within the tent, except for a few civil officials, almost all of them are Turkic experts. Which one cannot see Li Hao's cultivation? Passage versus condensation. The opponent was able to cross a realm and send Prince Meru flying? It's some kind of innate power. Holy! Meru stood up in a flash, patted the grass on his body, and appeared in front of Li Hao again. Good boy. That's a lot of energy. I like it. You've managed to enrage me. Boo! A punch came again once more. Like last time, Li Hao took a few more steps back and made a miserable face. He punched back again, knocking Murph back a couple of steps. In his heart, he'd scared. It was really hard to boast a large realm, his own perfect passage realm, opening 365 orifices. His true essence was not much more powerful than that of an ordinary cultivator, and he still couldn't directly KO him. The novels he had read before were all lies. How could this be possible to kill someone across 2 or 3 realms as if they were drinking water? Boo! Boo! The 2 men trade punches one for the other. Li Hao gradually became more and more knowledgeable about his divine phoenix indestructible body. This physique was not immortal, but the speed of recovery was simply too fast. Similar to blood returning in a game, all the damage the other party could inflict wasn't as fast as the blood returning, which was why he was almost as if he was unconscious. If it is Jia Khan like this, maybe he knife himself directly to the bottom of the blood bar. Must die. Kid, you really amaze me that you managed to last this long in my hands. Your turn. Meru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and laughed. The next moment, he's stupid. He saw the other party extend a finger towards him, and then his own body's true essence was like a mudslide, completely unable to control half of it. Then, surprisingly, the other man did not speak of martial virtues and threw a fist towards his face. Plop. This time Murthy didn't fly out, but very dryly fell in place. Severe pain came. Headache unbearable, 2 eyes black, big, careless, didn't. No flash. Then his legs stomped. He twitched a few times and passed out. But what a loser! Jia Khan cursed. How can you be so stupid to keep hitting people's chests when you can't hit them in the face? A hallowed condensed Dan realm lost to the passage realm, spreading the word and losing the face of how many generations of people in the grasslands. Carry it out and throw it away. Jia Khan waved his hand in chagrin, then squeezed out a smile towards Li Hao. Your Majesty is truly a divine and extraordinary warrior. What a blessing for great Tang. Then he turned to the others. No one can pass on half of what happened today, or the law of the land will be served. Now, let the wedding ceremony begin. The whole wedding was unusually simple. As Jia Khan said, the grasslands really do not have any red tape. A few goddess-like women ran in around the bride for a few rounds. The mouth do not know what to chant, and this is hastily done. And then, it was sent to the bridal chamber. It was said to be a cave, but it was really just a large tent within the camp. The 2 of them, Dianwei and Xing Daorong, were on guard outside. The little beauty lay on top of the carpet. Li Hao, on the other hand, was sitting at the table next to him, digesting his newly acquired reward. The mirror-breaking Dan, small. 5 mirror-breaking pills allowed him to directly break through from the peak of the passage realm to the 4th level of the condensed Dan realm. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. This elixir was simply the creation of heaven and earth, and it was too much of a pity to swallow it by oneself like this. If it was placed on top of a major realm breakthrough, the effect would be much better, equivalent to practicing cultivation with absolutely no bottleneck. He tried to communicate with the system for a while, wanting to trigger some more quests to get some of this mirror-breaking Dan, but he never got anything. The system is like a cold machine with no feelings, no chit-chat at all. Hey, mash it up later. Ha, you can't mess with the back. Xiao Beauty didn't know when she appeared behind Li Hao, and her legs unconsciously clenched in fear. What is your relationship with Jia Khan? Only then did Li Hao notice her presence. As far as I know, Jia Khan doesn't have a daughter. Does he? I'm his goddaughter. Beauty Xiao was wrapped in nothing but a blanket. Surprisingly, He shook off directly as if no one else was there and sat in Li Hao's arms, hands hooked around his neck, eyes drawn. You're too brave today. Li Hao secretly staggered. This Jie Khan can really give up, but goddaughters like that, they don't like to take over themselves. He had no particular proclivity for wanting to be a fellow traveler with Jie Khan. I quit coloring a long time ago, besides I have things to do, so find yourself a place to sleep. I don't think so. Why don't we just lie down and talk about what's going on? Xiao Beauty wrapped around Li Hao like a water snake. What a material to be a goddaughter. Li Hao sighed with emotion in his heart. This Xiao Beauty's level of teasing is much more powerful than thousands of young models in his previous life. Xiao Beauty seemed to have read what was going on in his mind. Giggles. You men, you're all the same. Is it bad to be a human woman? Why don't you have half of the Prime Minister's legacy? But then, I'm just a tool of Jie Khan. He didn't touch mine. Jie Khan spent a lot of effort to find a woman from the Central Plains to train me. Just for today then, so that I can seduce powerful people like you. I've heard that the empresses of the Central Plains are all very powerful. Now that I'm your woman, can't I be an empress as well? Li Hao's heart moved. The saying that you can't have a woman in your heart is not that you can't have a woman around you. Leave a trifle of greed and lust so that you don't seem out of step with the world. What's your name? My name is Shaw. Never mind. I don't want to know what your name is now. I want to see how you call it now. Chapter 24, Zhanghan, 10,000 Interdictor Army. All the men of the Central Plains are so fierce. Xiao Beauty was drenched in fragrant sweat, and it was a little difficult to resist. But you can eat the marrow. And although it hurts, the pleasure is overwhelming. Your Majesty, do you know what we prairie people are best at? What? Daughters of the steppe. What they are best at is not bending bows. It's riding horses. Xiao Beauty gritted her teeth and wanted to roll over and fight again. Li Hao, who was in sage time, decisively stopped her. It's still time to ponder how to break the game rather than break the melon. This woman has perfected her skills, but she's still a chick. How many flower girls has Jie Khan hired to teach her this? Playing and singing all the time. This is not important. The important thing is that she should be an undercover agent sent by Jie Khan. Li Hao laughed as his heart fluttered. For the first time, you'd better take it easy. I have other things to do. Rest yourself. Let's have a long day. Hey, I don't know if Jie Khan will send troops south to capture the dragon and help me restore the Li family's kingdom. But then, it would seem better if I had been given this life of beauty and wine. Too much more important than any of the rivers and mountains. Your Majesty, I'm still. Xiao Beauty rubbed her fingers on Li Hao's chest. Shut up. Don't interrupt when I'm talking. Beauty Xiao, right? Are there many women like you in the grasslands? Ding. Facing a woman's pestering. Trigger the only choice. As the saying goes, if the bird is big, what kind of woman doesn't have one? Conquer her. Mission reward, Zhanghan, 10,000 Criminal Army. Li Hao was stunned. This reward made his jaw drop. A gun for a wise man? Blah 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 blah. This is not a matter of one yin. This time is not like Dianwei and Xing Daorong 2 Lightpole Commander. This is with the army and so much more. This world is different from the one before traveling though. There were transcendent martial artists and mighty cultivators who lived much longer than before, but the historical trajectories are surprisingly similar. Qin Huang and Han Wu, one and all, are pretty much identical, except that the kingdoms have almost all been multiplied tenfold. What is not quite the same is that Qin Huang and Han Wu, who according to legend are suspected to have actually ascended to immortality, both disappeared in their later years. Zhang Han, the last famous general of Great Qin after the disappearance of Qin Shi Huang, at the time of national crisis, he stepped forward as a civil official, broke Chen Shang, killed Xian Liang, collected Handan and besieged Yulu, and successively eliminated the leaders of 4 rebel armies. Only in the end, because of Qin Ershi's mediocrity, he became a stepping stone for Liu Bang, which was a pity. And the Interceptor Army, it's in the book. The world's torturers, totaling more than 700,000, were sent to the Qin Emperor's mausoleum to build it for Emperor Winning Zhang. This is the last glory of Great Qin's war power. 10,000 Penal Army. With so many armies at hand, isn't it possible to say a word about the hundreds of thousands of unruly people in the district grasslands? Conquer this woman. That's good. Your Majesty, the grasslands. Shut up. Don't talk when I interrupt. Sunrise. Li Hao exerted all that he had learned in his previous life, tossing and turning all night. It was only then that I heard the system beep. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the mission reward, Zhanghan. 10,000 Interdictor Army. Where is it? Li Hao stood up violently, but he felt a vague soreness in his waist and almost fell on his butt. His heart palpitated as he glanced at the sleeping Xiao Beauty. But it's really good. I have a divine phoenix indestructible body, and it's all given to exhaustion. This woman, on the other hand, relies entirely on her talent. Zhang Han's army is hiding under the royal court of Dingxiang, and the Turkic army is heavily defended, especially this imperial tent, which no one is allowed to approach. Once we dig through, we'll see each other. Let me in. I want to see His Majesty. Can you both afford to be delayed? At that moment, a clamor came from outside the tent. Li Hao pulled open the tent, and it was already a big sun outside. The blinding sunlight shone on top of the snow, reflecting the entire sky and earth in white, similar to Xiao Beauty's skin. Dian Wei straddled the front of the tent without looking away. I will inform myself of anything, and no one is to come near without His Majesty's orders. Hey, you're a little guard who dares to talk to me like that. Do you know who I am? I'm Grand General Asuna under Jieli Khan. Believe it or not, I'll chop you up right now. Dian Wei looked at him as if he were a retard. The look in his eyes was that you could have tried. A tiny grassland barbarian. How dare you be arrogant in front of us? Next to him, Xing Daorong couldn't bear it and cocked his mouth to sneer. He's really been holding back this whole time, year after year. 4 words were about to kill him. And who are you? Humph. Speak my name and frighten thee. Alright. Li Hao hurriedly waved his hand and walked over. This mantra of Xing Daorong is not an auspicious word, and every time he hears it, he feels that at any moment he may slash a knife diagonally from the side and take his dog's head. General Aslan, what is it? This rightful owner can be considered to have come. Ashina sneered. Khan has already prepared a banquet and waited for you to go over. Khan did not let me disturb you, but you are also too lazy. What time is it that you have just gotten up? Completely unlike our prairie Hansi. Got it. Go back and tell the Khan I'll be right there. Li Hao dismissed Ashina, and explained to the 2 men, Dian Wei, that if he met one who called himself Zhang Han, he must tell himself at the first opportunity. My lord, this place is too dangerous. Almost everyone is hostile to us. On the surface respect, but in fact, they do not look at, or let's escape. Dian Wei is to give up his life, but also will escort the lord to escape safely. Humph. I, Xing Daorong, am sufficient on my own. The district grassland barbarians, how could they have dared to show their faces before? Although Xing Daorong has an element of arrogance, what he says is indeed true. During the 3 Kingdoms period, no matter what kind of chaos the Central Plains was in, none of the foreigners dared to invade. Meng Yu is not one of them. 7 consecutive military defeats were staged to teach. For example, Ma Chao was even more exaggerated, killing foreigners with a single spear, earning him the title of Ma Chao, a divine mighty heavenly general. But when you enter the Central Plains, you are merely what Cao Cao says you are, a small horse. But now, it is a strange shame to have to stabilize the foreigners through peace all year round. There's no need to flee. There's not such a plentiful supply of soldiers elsewhere. Li Hao turned around and walked towards the tent of the Son of Heaven, followed closely by Dian Wei. Inside the tent of the Son of Heaven, it has already been filled with all kinds of grassland food and wine, and there are also thinly clad dancing girls twisting their bodies around the bonfire. Li Hao sat in the upper seat of the Son of Heaven. Jieli Khan, however, had not yet arrived, so the crowd could only wait in silence. At this moment, Jieli Khan was questioning Beauty Xiao. Chapter 25, Redrawing the Map of Mountains and Rivers. The north is all returned to the Great Tang, and the Middle Kingdom is a false show. Is it true that it will not stop for one night? Jieli Khan's heart ached for a moment, and his knuckles were pinched blue and white. When really, Xiao Beauty reclined on the couch wrapped in fox fur. The flush on her neck was hidden, and she gave him a breathless blank look. How dare this Chinese bastard be tougher than I was when I tamed the fiery horse? Holy! Jieli Khan sucked in a breath of cold air. He wasn't this brave when he was young. The kidneys of the Central Plains are so good? Ugh! What was the old man paying attention to? Did he say anything? Said so. He said to let me move myself. Asshole, I asked for something else. Beauty Xiao absently twisted the ends of her hair and skimmed her lips. I can't think of anything else. Wait. He seems to say that he also doesn't know when Khan will send troops to attack Great Zhou and help him restore Li Tang's kingdom, and talk about how he mustn't be allowed to go to war. He'll just enjoy the beauty at the back, and talk about how I'm no match for him and it's time for the Son of Heaven to choose a consort or something. Beauty Xiao thought a little more. This person, he is really powerful. Oh, it's true that no one can resist the temptation of Beauty Xiao. No matter if you are the reincarnation of a true dragon, you can't escape from the gentle land after all. Whatever he, Li Hao, was, he himself could turn him into a straw man who indulged in alcohol and sex. Ha ha ha. At the thought of this, Jieli Khan burst out laughing in triumph. Not bad, Beauty Xiao. From now on, you just serve him at ease. If he is dissatisfied with you in any way, I will kill you immediately. Understand? Are you willing to kill me? Xiao Beauty rolled her eyes. There's no need for you to say this. Now just dare me, I won't go. That's good. Jieli Khan glanced at Beauty Xiao again, a kind of jealousy rising in his eyes. Damn. This demonic. He could have spent a lot of money to cultivate, but he hadn't had a chance to enjoy it yet. Li Hao, when my kingdom is secure, I'll make you suffer. Your Majesty forgives me for being late. Gentlemen, why isn't the table open yet? Jie Khan walked into the tent of the Son of Heaven and looked at Li Hao, who was gawking at the table full of dishes throughout the tent, and the corners of his mouth were a little hard to suppress. It's not a bad idea. Since Lord Chancellor is here, let's open the banquet. Li Hao gave a casual and perfunctory cry. He knew this was the other man giving himself another lesson. As when Nian Wanyao met Yongzhang, the old man said to dismount his armor before he dismounted his armor. Sure enough, he said to open the table, but no one dared to move. All eyes fell on Jie Khan. The latter smiled slyly. Since His Majesty has said to open the table, let's open the table. Come on, play the music and start the dance. Halfway through the wine, Jie Khan raised his cup towards Li Hao Yao Yao. Your Majesty, while we are at this banquet, I have a few things I would like to discuss with Your Majesty. Within the tent, a needle could be heard in an instant. Chancellor, please. The first thing to do is to ask the skilled craftsman to redraw the maps, incorporate all the 36 tribes of the present grasslands into the Great Tang, and change the Great Zhou and the Central Plains into the Pseudo Zhou, and at the same time distribute them to the whole world. Makes sense. Li Hao gave Jie Khan a high look. This person is outwardly rude but actually has a fine heart. Until the value of the orthodoxy that is himself is drained out of all of it. If this map were to be circulated to Great Zhou, no matter how the Empress reacted, how would the people of the world react? I'm afraid that a lot of people are going to come to the table. The redrawing of the mountains and rivers is the blade that kills the heart. There was immediate rejoicing within the tent. Asterisk. Khan. No. Lord Chancellor is indeed far-sighted. In this way, the false Zhou will not be broken. What is this move called by Lord Chancellor? The bottom of the cauldron. So, who in the Central Plains is still willing to fight? Not all have to run to assist the orthodoxy. The Central Plains people are stupid to be. Wake up. Not only become a rebel. Home is gone. All become parasites. Ha ha ha. Jie Khan smiled faintly. Signal for silence. The second thing is that since we have now founded the country as the Tang, we naturally have to follow the old system of our ancestors and reorganize the center of power of the imperial court as we did during the reign of Emperor Taizong. Your Majesty, I think we can go forward to the Great Wall to invite some readers over, and we'll also engage in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, the 9 officials, and the Hanlin scholars. The court, naturally, the more formal the better. In the old days we were nomads, scattered, and what ruled the country was nothing more than that tribe raising fatter cows and sheep and more beautiful women. It's different now. We're orthodox. We're bound to be orthodox. Well said. Li Hao nodded. Various other prairie officials began another commercial blowout. Khan can really Zhuge descended to earth. Have to step on the horse so dry. Khan in the future and our 100 officials at the head. At that time to my little brother I get a Hanlin bachelor dry. We also through the addiction. Those scholars have always despised us. Will they come back to work for us? They can't wait to come over now. I heard that their what's his name, the leader of the literary path, was forced to die by the demon Empress on top of the court. Jie Khan nodded in satisfaction. These ideas were all thought up last night by staying up all night and gathering all the wise men in the entire grassland. Can it be worse? This is called learning from the barbarians to control the barbarians. Pseudo Zhou, the barbarians too. The third thing is that as His Majesty is the king of the 9 and 5, the harem naturally can't be just one person. From today onwards, notify the 36 ministries of the grasslands to select showgirls and send them to the court to select a consort for His Majesty. Put, Li Hao almost sprayed out a mouthful of wine. Sure enough, that Xiao beauty will definitely report everything she says and does to Jie Khan. He had just said himself last night that he would choose a consort for himself today. It's so good. Li Hao's face was difficult. Lord Chancellor, this can't be allowed. Now is an extraordinary period. Can't because of my one person's matter to labor and hurt people's money. Besides, I am still young and do not cherish this matter. Lord Chancellor, think twice. You're young, but you've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Jie Khan despised it in his heart. You can pretend all you want. Of course, this was human nature, and how dare he, a parasitic monarch from out of town, bring up such a thing carelessly. I can give it to you, but you must refuse it. Whether I'll force it on you or not, that's my business. The children are teachable. Jie Khan's eyes were flooded with the gaze of elders looking at their juniors as he laughed. Your Majesty, this matter is not negotiable. Since my great Tang is going to step into the right track, everything should be formalized. The harem of 3,000 beauties. This can only show my great Tang's orthodox style. Nima, it's all about the harem. The two of them pushed and lasted for 3 times before Li Hao bitterly smiled and accepted Khan's offer of choosing a consort. The fourth thing, but it's the top priority of the day. Jie Khan's expression suddenly turned cautious. Chapter 26, Attila Monarch. Wait, let me slow down. What kind of operation is this? Nowadays, The 36 tribes of the grasslands are not united in their hearts and minds to fight each other, which is why the false Zhou has had the opportunity to survive to this day. Even though I, Turkestan, have the greatest strength, I only have 15 of the 36 tribes. The 12 parts of the Huns and the 9 parts of the Jurchen have always been a pain in my official's heart. Think of the original sons and daughters, each heroic, but because of the perennial civil war, resulting in always having to bow down to the Central Plains. Shame on the ancestors. The crowd stared unblinkingly at Jie Khan, holding their breath and concentrating, with a little bit of bravado growing in their hearts. But now, the situation has changed drastically, and as I, Turkic, am the rightful ruler of the world, it's time to put an end to this perennial civil war. The people in the tent today are all beloved, so this official will not hide anything. Gentlemen, prepare for battle. There is an old saying in the Central Plains that says that there is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the land of the Rate. So I ask your majesty to issue a decree inviting the Xuanwu and Jurchen tribes to come and have an audience with us. If they are willing to submit, then they can still keep their position. If they still have their own troops and fight on their own, then we, Great Tang, will definitely not be able to tolerate them. When we take the 2 tribes and unify the 36 tribes of the grasslands, that will be the day we rise up to the Central Plains. Jie Khan finished, self-touched a bit. Since doing this, Great Tang Chancellor, talking can be more and more level. What is this called? Holding the emperor hostage. Good. The Chancellor is indeed far-sighted. To bustle the outside world, we must first secure the inside. If we want to destroy the false Zhou Empress, we must first resolve our backward troubles. Li Hao slammed the table. Jie Khan's words just set above his heart. Nowadays, the more chaotic the situation is, the better. The more chaos there is, the easier it will be for him to seize power. I now can't wait to tear that female emperor immediately. Immediately pass on my decree. Notify that what Huns female really, come to ceremonial affairs. Can't wait a moment. With me here, how can the 2 of them not surrender obediently? Jie Khan's heart once again despised it. You think people eat. Besides, what are you? You're just that gorgeous kite that everyone wants to have and will never be the one holding the strings. If those 2 had submitted so easily, wouldn't I have taken care of them long ago? He chuckled slightly. Your Majesty's words are good, but the means are a bit wrong. The power of the Xuanwu and the Jurchen is not to be underestimated. We still need to use, yes, a little more gentle means. It just so happens that His Majesty is choosing a consort, so we can invite the 2 clans to come to the banquet in the name of His Majesty's wedding and sealing of the Queen. At that time, as long as they dare to come, it will be up to them. Of course, His Majesty's big wedding can't be helped by them not coming. That way we'll be even more legitimate, directly inviting the aspirants of the Central Plains to come to the north to serve the king. A poisonous plan, Jie Khan narrated. The royal court of the desert. Of the 36 steppe tribes, the Turks are in the center, the Huns are on the left, and the Jurchen are on the right. The 3 families are adjacent to each other and are separated from Great Zhou by the Great Wall. Bolden Xuanwu was standing in the middle of the tent, looking at the sand map in silence. United Zhou to destroy the Turk, or United Turk to destroy Zhou. What a headache. After a long time, he gave up once more. For now it's better to hold on to your acreage and wait for the opportunity. I've heard that the Great Zhou Empress has an iron fist and has subdued the country in a short period of time, and is now much stronger than ever. Truly a wonder woman of the world. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Xuanwu, something big is wrong. What's the point of panicking? The sky won't collapse. Bolden Xuanwu was upset that the 12 Xiongnu tribes had been in a state of collapse since they were beaten up a few times by Emperor Taizong. Though still sitting on 12 ministries, they have long since lost their war power. Tribal people, everyone is scared of the wind and grass. A little thing is scared of the chicken and dog jumping. It's a case of being scared of being beaten and having a strong post-war syndrome. Boom! The sky wasn't falling. His door was. Several Hun executives joined forces, and any decorum seemed to have been thrown out the window, slamming the door of the tent directly. Assholes! What's wrong with you guys? Bolden Xuanwu burst into a rage. These days in the weekdays, although unbearable, but also still know the dignity and inferiority, do not dare to have any disrespect to himself. What is this? How dare you storm the tent of Xuanwu? Xuanwu, something big has happened. News has just come in that the Empress has given the 6th prince, a descendant of Li Tang, to the Turkic peace relatives. Let's just make peace. What's the point? Don't we still have 1,000 princesses? What? Prince? Bolden Xuanwu froze in place. Yes, monarch, a royal son, not a princess. Ha ha ha, you guys are trying to give me a good laugh, aren't you? You think I've been moping around lately and have come to give me a laugh? This joke is very unfunny. Couldn't it be an amusement to the old man? In the Xiongnu territory, not only the other people are in a state of panic, but also Bolden Xuanwu himself is also scared out of his wits. After being beaten to a pulp by Taizong, He chose to be off s, a surprisingly sensitive word. Can you believe it? Almost no longer cares about the Central Plains. So the message is also an afterthought. Xuanwu, how dare we joke with you about this? This is what the emissary sent by Turkestan said himself. Turkic emissaries? Why are they sending emissaries? Ignoring this first, my mind is a bit messed up. The matter of the prince's reconciliation, is it true? 1,000 times over. More real than real gold. I'm afraid we're the only ones who know now. 2. Several Turkic ministers nodded frantically. Plop. Bolden Xuanwu felt dizzy, and under the whole person staggered. He knocked the sandboard map behind him. The emperor's marriage. I've heard that the female emperor of Great Zhou can be compared to Taizong. How could she do such a thing? And Turkic peace. This is not to give the throne to the Turkic? Old man, a brown man can understand things. The Central Plains is a great place to hide crouching tigers and dragons. How can they do such a thing? This is also too outrageous. No, it's a rat biting a cow's ass. Great rat food. Xuanwu. Not only that, now Turkic has embraced the 6th prince as the emperor of the Great Tang, announced to the world, and redrew the map of the mountains and rivers, but also to hold a big wedding for him to seal the queen, and now sent messengers, precisely to invite us to go. What? Not only that, the Turk also issued a diatribe against Jijio, announcing to the world, ordering the people of the Central Plains to go to the grasslands to serve the king. The Central Plains is in chaos, and our grasslands are in chaos as well, now that the entire grassland has been divided under the Great Tang. According to the Turkic people, now we are also Great Tang subjects. Hold on, let me slow down. A sea of information filled Bolden Xuanwu, the grassland supermaster, to the brim. Chapter 27, a piece of broken paper and you want our majesty to surrender? Even when he was still young and saw Emperor Taizong from afar, Bolden Xuanwu had never lost his temper so much. The grasslands have been three-legged since ancient times. In the past, Xuanwu was the most powerful and completely disregarded the other two, including Li Tang, but there was a terrible price to pay. Emperor Taizong caught them and beat them up. I ended up beating the out of him. Originally the strength is not good, and now the Turk's ancestral tomb is smoking, but still can come across such a good thing? What a difference between that and pie in the sky. How come that Empress is also completely different from the rumors? And you call yourself an emperor for the ages? It's not as insightful as a cattle rancher on the prairie. 4 ages. It took him a moment to come back to his senses. You guys are saying that the Turkic messenger is here right now, inviting us to go to Turkic to attend His Majesty's wedding? Exactly. Xuanwu, what should we do? Let me think about it. Bolden Xuanwu's face was grave. After half a day's thought, he suddenly kicked his foot on top of the sandbox that had just collapsed next to him. No, old me still can't figure it out. Is that Great Zhou Empress that stupid? Sending an imperial son to make peace with his relatives. This kind of thing can also be done? Xuanwu, this matter has already become a fact. We should now think about how to deal with the Turk. Well, Bolden monarch finally gave up the tangle. Now that the emperor's son is in Turkestan and has established a state, Jieli Khan is trying to do that thing of holding the emperor hostage, inviting us to Turkestan, pouting and trying to, I can tell at a glance. But Jieli Khan doesn't think about how such a heavenly good deed could fall on his head so unprovoked. What does Xuanwu mean? There is bound to be fraud in this matter. Bolden Xuanwu smiled inscrutably. There's a saying in the Middle Kingdom that soldiers are tricksters. Back then, Emperor Taizong used his army like a god. How could the Empress be worse? Suddenly the emperor and his family, there must be some secret hidden here. In all likelihood, it is not the throne that will be sent to the Turk, but a plague that could break out at any time. Ha ha ha. Empress, Empress, your calculations are clear to me. What a wonderful way to play. The more Bolden Xuanwu thought about it, the more likely he thought it was. After all, no sane person could do this. So what do we do? It's simple. Let's go and test Great Zhou to find out the truth of the matter. If this is a ploy by Great Zhou to disassociate, then let's press on and sit back and watch the Turk perish little by little. If Great Zhou has really been so stupid as to give its imperial son to the Turks, then what else is there to say but to submit to the Turks for the time being? They occupy the great righteousness. Everyone in the world will turn towards them. It's no longer realistic to go against them. Submit on the surface, and approach that emperor's majesty behind his back to see if we can plunder our Turkic. Where he is, there is orthodoxy. If he is in our Turk, then our Turk will immediately be able to transform into the great Tang emperor. The crowd was convinced. The tent was quiet for a moment. It took a while before someone asked cautiously, then how are we to test the waters? And how are we to dig up the secrets hidden behind this matter? It's easy. Bolden Xuanwu was so proud of his ambition that for the first time he felt intellectually suppressed. Let's also go to Great Zhou to ask for marriage and see how that female emperor reacts. If she readily gives us a prince, that means that the interior of the Great Zhou has been empty. Completely dare not offend our northern grasslands. At that time, We will strike first and see some of the soldiers must fight for the land in advance, and then set up their own king, and the Turks too divided the world. If she doesn't send it, then it means that this matter is really fraudulent, and her aim is to destroy the gradually powerful Turk. The same as when Emperor Taizu destroyed us. How long before the big wedding on the Turk side? In half a month. That's just enough for us to test Great Zhou's reaction. Bolden Khan thunders and does what he says he will do. Immediately the clerk was summoned. A letter was prepared and sent to the Great Zhou divine capital with 800 miles of urgency. Li Hao, accept the decree. Ding Xiang Royal Court. In the emperor's tent, a eunuch from God's capital looked condescendingly at Li Hao, who was seated at the top. This scene, the jaws of the prairie heavyweights were staggered as they watched. No. What kind of rule is this for the Midlanders? A little eunuch comes to the grassland to deliver an order to his majesty? And you're so arrogant? Listen to that tone of voice, that expression, that shrill voice. How beaten. Jelly Khan was amused. This is the rightful emperor of the great Tang, and a pseudo-Zhou female emperor is giving him orders? What kind of tawdry maneuver is this? However, this is similar to sending a royal son to marry his family. He gently tapped the eunuch on the shoulder, almost directly on the spot. Come on, read it. Humph. Kneel down to receive the decree. The eunuch had a haughty look on his face. Pfft, ha ha ha. The whole tent was laughing its ass off. Do you realize what you're saying? Kneeling down to receive the decree? What? This is a rule of the Great Zhou. When a subject of the Great Zhou receives the decree, he must kneel towards the divine capital. Otherwise it is considered a crime of deceiving the king. Kill without pardon. I'll give you the face of a horse. Fear. Jelly Khan slapped him across the face, sending the little eunuch spinning in place 2.5 times. Come, kneel and give me the decree, or I'll give you a taste of our step torture, canon death. The eunuch then panicked. How had he ever seen such a battle? From wherever they came, they were all offered and held by others. Even when facing the Duke of State, Marquis, and General, they were all heaven. Both represent the Son of Heaven. Not to mention the beatings. I've never even heard a harsh word. Sure enough, a bunch of prairie barbarians. A good man is not forced to do anything. The eunuch immediately knelt down. He held back his trepidation. Yes, by the Emperor of Heaven's mandate, it is said by imperial decree that the 6th prince, Li Hao, acting in a domineering manner, ignoring my orders, flouting imperial authority, leading, the face of heaven is furious, and you are to take the bramble and go to God's capital to apologize for your crime. Hereby. No? Jelly Khan's eyes were as wide as brass bells. That's it? Nothing like a big army with millions of troops? That's all it took for His Majesty to travel to God's capital to give thanks? Are you guys out of your ing minds? Nope. No. The little eunuch scowled. This is not enough. This is an imperial decree issued by His Majesty himself. Boom. The whole tent erupted in the most intense laughter. Damn it. What kind of a daughter country can come up with such a tragic and brilliant plan? The Empress thinks of herself as a heavenly god? A piece of ragged paper. Wanting our Majesty to tie his hands? Don't you know that we have hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the grasslands? Chapter 28 Your Majesty. Disrespecting the decree is punishable by the execution of 9 clans. Li Hao was now incomparably certain that what he had worn in was definitely a female novel. Even the tawdry maneuver of holding 1,000,000 soldiers and giving them death by a decree came? Do you still want me to look for evidence to prove that I'm not plotting against you? Am I still going to have an amazing relationship with Khan? If you cross the border and don't rebel, you'll get a power drill for your asshole. Blah, blah, blah. Empress, why are you rebelling? The little eunuchs are afraid of the grassland horse setter, but they are not afraid of these imperial sons who have been bullied since childhood. He saw Li Hao sitting at the top with an odd expression. He was so bold. 6th Prince, why don't you accept the decree and thank you for the grace? You let them be like this? Is this to blackmail our family? Think carefully. This is an imperial decree from Her Majesty the Empress herself. Resisting the decree is punishable by execution of all 9 clans. His words caused the entire tent to choke. Suffocation. For a long time. Only then did someone blink. You dog, do you want to see what you're talking about? The prince executing 9 clans? That pseudo-emperor shouldn't have launched himself to kill even himself. Ha ha ha. Ding. Faced with the absurd demands of the Empress, you would choose. Option 1. A little intolerance is a big mistake. Tolerate for a while to calm the wind and waves. Take a step back in order to be full of grandchildren. On balance, you choose to tolerate insults and humiliations. Quest reward, the Empress's commendation, a truly filial son. Choice 2, spoiling and humiliating, idly watching the flowers blossom and fall in front of the court. Although you are speechless to the extreme, but also too lazy to count, casually sent the eunuch back to resume orders. Mission reward, complete set of embroidery. Option 3, the doggone Empress thinks this is a female frequency. Give her a little shock. Let him see the means of the male frequency. Quest reward, Zhuge crossbow, metaphysical version, * 10,000. Zhuge crossbow, metaphysical version also known as Xian Gui. The crossbow body is made of augured dragon bone, which is engraved with Taotai spirit devouring patterns, concealing 9 soul-seeking arrows. Skill, 9 stars flowing fire, 1,000 stars and flames, instantly launching 9 spiritual arrows to form a star-killing formation. Each arrow leaves a residual fire that can cauterize the soul. This system, it's hard stuffing. Li Hao sighed with emotion, but the system seems to have become more naughty. Choose 2 that is not a naked humiliation of the host. Lord Chancellor, drag this man out and feed him to the dogs. Li Hao, what are you saying? Our family is an envoy sent by the Empress. You're disrespecting the decree. It doesn't matter if you die yourself. Don't you think about these grassland generals behind you? If you kill me, His Majesty will certainly personally bring his troops north and trample the entire grassland to the ground. And both people and people above the grassland will have to be buried with me. Whelp. Jie Khan heard the goosebumps. With a poof, he decapitated the little eunuch's head. This false Zhou Empress doesn't know when her head was in the water. Why are there so many tawdry maneuvers lately? Lord Chancellor, immediately send an envoy to false Zhou to question why that demon queen rebelled. Li Hao stood up with an indignant expression. I have a few proposals. The first is to immediately call on all aspirants to come north to serve the king. Secondly, immediately proceed with the purging of the false Zhou, and now appoint the Chancellor as the great general, with full authority to coordinate this matter. Third, choose a consort. After saying that, Li Hao whisked his sleeves away, leaving a group of high-ranking Turkic officials staring at each other in disbelief. Only after Li Hao walked away did Jie Khan laugh. He's in a hurry. This Your Majesty of ours. He is empty of talent, but he is only bookish and talented material. A talented man with a windfall should be where he belongs. AI. This official has a good heart. This point is naturally to satisfy him. Khan, he has a point. When are we going to start an army? The brothers are holding their fire now. Khan, you will become the heavenly Khan, and become the Han people's first emperor of the ages. More than one person could be urging the Khan to go south these days, but Jie Khan was as steady as an old dog and never let go. What's the point of panicking? Not everyone in the Central Plains is as stupid as the Demon Empress. All those families and clans are waiting for their chance, and when His Majesty came to the north this time, they all had wanted to get in touch with him. How is it possible to sit back and reap the benefits of a fishing boat? All of you, calm down. No one can raise the matter of troops until the Huns and the Jurchen are settled. In these few days there will be many people coming from the Central Plains one after another to serve the king. First make preparations to receive them and assimilate all of them into our Turkic soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the reward, Zhuge crossbow, metaphysical version, * 10,000. It has been stored in the system space for the host and can be accessed at any time. Li Hao casually took out one and put it in his hand to play with. The body of the crossbow is flowing with dark golden star sand, and the arm of the crossbow is coiled with 2 chi dragons that are devouring each other. It looks gorgeous. I also don't know if these 10,000 will be able to shoot all the Dharma realm experts into sieves when they are fired together. Your Majesty, why are you still studying the affairs of state? Xiao Beauty nearly wore a bustier made of animal skin, revealing her proud upper part, and drilled into Li Hao's arms like a water snake, wriggling and grinding back and forth a few times. Your Majesty, it's time to eat. What meal? Being freshly crossed over, Li Hao hadn't fully adapted to the various words of ancient times. For a moment, I didn't react. Beauty Xiao clapped her hands, and immediately a few prairie courtesans brought in meals. Dragon's blood braised deer tendon, ice and fire yin and yang calabash, fried kidney with leeks, mutton sistanch porridge, mutton milk and herbal soup. Lord Chancellor is really thoughtful. Li Hao looked up to the sky and sighed. This was really the rhythm of making himself a golden kidney. Your Majesty, the Chancellor is doing this for your own good. Xiao Beauty held Li Hao's arm in her arms and squeezed it to her heart's content. It is indeed for my own good. Thank the Chancellor for me. Beauty Xiao, eating is too boring. Come tell me about the 3 little Khans. What is your Majesty inquiring about this for? A hint of suspicion flashed in Beauty Xiao's eyes. Li Hao knew that every word he said. This busty woman should have told Khan. He smiled faintly. I offended the great princes enough that day because of you, and was trying to find out their preferences so that I could prepare a generous gift to apologize at the door. I see. This is indeed a bit tricky. It's not because of you, Beauty. Your Majesty. After a few moments, Li Hao had already figured out the general disposition of the 3 little Khans. The great prince is lustful and courageous. The second prince is good and big. The 3 princes are good. Male color. It wasn't that he had to inquire about these useless things. It was that this stupid woman, Xiao Beauty, knew about them. After contemplating for a while, among the 3, Li Hao chose the second one, who would serve as the puppet Khan under his control in the future. Shenandoah, Taiji Hall. The Empress is in a good mood today. A brand new dragon robe is even more majestic. Today, the Turkic, Xuanwu, and Jurchen families actually sent messengers at the same time. At this moment, it was standing within the Great Hall. Chapter 29, Your Majesty, Why the Rebellion? The arrival of the three families had undoubtedly brought light back to the Great Zhou, which was now almost in a state of disintegration. These three families have been together since the time of Emperor Taizong. It is the ultimate dream of every emperor to be worshipped by 10,000 dynasties. 3 secretaries. What is the purpose of this visit? Zhou calmed his excitement. Obviously the treasury hadn't increased by a single coin, yet she suddenly felt a sense of victory again. Even the air seemed to have gotten a lot sweeter. The 3 emissaries, all of them were warriors chosen by the Grassland Triumvirate by the thousands. They all signed a life and death agreement before they came. This time, it's only for the sake of fame, regardless of life and death. The 3 looked at each other, and after some courtesy, it was the Turkic messenger who finally stepped forward first. He gazed around the room for a moment, remembering the weight that had been placed on his shoulders, and the promise that Khan would help him take care of his wife and child, and his aura instantly climbed to the top. Slanting his eyes, he looked at the Empress on the dragon chair. The Emperor of the Great Tang has instructed me to come and ask, Your Majesty of the Great Zhou, what is the reason for the rebellion? Your Majesty, why don't you kneel down to receive the decree? Having said that, no matter how the entire courtroom reacted, a bright yellow brocade came out of his hand. Emperor Feng Tian Changyun, the imperial edict says, today there is a demon queen Zhou, acting in a domineering manner. The mare crows, and claims that the sun and moon are in the sky. Do you know that the eagles on the plateau are the worst at taking over the magpie's nest? I have inherited the blood of Gaozu and started the heir of Jingwan. I should have been congratulated by the 8 parties at the Tai Chi Palace, but I have no reason for the Demon Queen to mess up the law. Demon Queen by Li Tang's favor. Do not want to repay. I can also think of the old feelings will not be pursued. But today, the Demon Queen since the establishment of the Emperor. The reason why the rebellion with you immediately take the bramble. Come to my face to ambush the head to ask for pardon. Shin, the Turkic messenger read the imperial decree in one breath, and his heart became even more passionate. Your Majesty, kneel down to receive the decree. He knew that he would die today, so he was even more reckless. With a single word, the entire Taiji Hall instantly fell to a pin drop. Not a single person dared to make a half-assed sound, and all of them placed their gazes on the Empress. The Empress' face instantly turned pale. How could she have thought that this person would be so bold? How dare you make yourself kneel down to receive the decree in the Taiji Hall, and also return to himself all the decrees that he had transmitted to the grassland? Why the rebellion? Why revolt? Who is really revolting? Brambles? Hatcheting a magpie's nest? The Demon Queen is messing with the law? Each word was like a steel knife, gouging straight into the Empress's heart. Turkic messenger, do you know what you are saying? I will give you one more chance to restate your intentions. Your Majesty, why don't you kneel down to receive the decree? There is no room for negotiation in this matter. If the Empress wants to disobey the decree, the Turk will immediately send troops, and then there will be no room for maneuver even if you kneel down. Are you testing the sharpness of my sword? The Turk's sword is not unfavorable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of abstraction is this man playing? A barbarian making the Empress Sama kneel down to receive the decree. Does he even know where the orthodoxy is? How can a great heroine be depressed and live under people for a long time? The Turks have bullied people too much. They have already sent a prince to be with the relatives, and they still don't know enough? Do they need to send another one before they are satisfied? You're just going to bully orphans and widows. What the hell? Kill him and let her feel what the thunderous wrath of an empress is. Are that broken prince? Send him to the grasslands and relatives. Is not for the people of Great Zhou? How is he so matter? Send out how many princesses? Also did not see people princess like this simply is not loyal and filial. Selfish. It's really the inverted Big Dipper. The Empress watched the subtitles scrolling in her head. Couldn't hold back the anger in his heart any longer. Men, push this Fang out of the noon gate to be beheaded, and hang his head above the walls of the divine capital as a warning to others. Then hang my head higher. I want to see with my own eyes the scene of God's capital being trampled by our great Tang Iron Horsemen. The Turkic messenger was fearless. With a cold smile, he didn't struggle, allowing the plum blossom dark guards who rushed out to tie himself up. Great Tang Iron Cavalry? Ha ha ha. The Turk also dares to call itself Great Tang. I'll follow your words and let you watch with your own eyes how Great Zhou sweeps across the 4 barbarians. Phew. The Empress finished and let out a long breath. Only after that Turkic messenger was dragged out did she squeeze out a smile. Softly, he looked at the other Hun and female emissaries. Don't misunderstand the 2 of you. The 4 barbarians don't include you. You've come at the right time. I happen to want to invite you to join me in sending troops to settle the rat that is decisive. The Hun emissary, on the other hand, had not signed the life and death contract as long ago as the Turk emissary, who had given up his life to die. Seeing the Empress dragon face furious, he suddenly felt a bit weak in his heart. There's no need to be nervous. His Majesty is usually very easygoing. Chancellor Liu Himing could see his concerns and busily opened his mouth to calm him down. Especially for you remote countries, you are taken care of. What is the reason for the messenger to come? Your Majesty, it's like this. Monarch Bolden sent me here because he wants to marry with Great Zhou to form a permanent friendship between the two countries. As expected, the Empress breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. They've come to make peace. Not bad. Much more promising than that Turkic barbarian. Your Majesty, Bolden monarch had 3 daughters, each as beautiful as a flower, and they grew up learning the culture of the Central Plains, and know quite a bit about etiquette. Xuanwu would like to ask your Majesty to marry one of the imperial sons. If your Majesty agrees, there will be no more wars between the two countries in the future, and the Xiongnu will always look up to Great Zhou. What? The prince? Imperial historian Cui Ning's face instantly pulled down. Tiny Xiongnu, how dare you insult Great Zhou like this? Begging to marry the imperial son. How dare you open your mouths? Are you trying to force us to step on you, Xiongnu? Unbridled. Liu Himing rebuked. Lord Cui, you have been blocking the 6th prince's marriage last time. Why don't you know how to grow up and try to interfere this time? What on earth do you have in mind? Is your Cui family so unable to see the good of Great Zhou? One peace, hundreds of years of peace. Lord Cui, in vain you come from a famous family. This account will not even be calculated. Ha? Trinan was confused, brains a little messed up. No, hasn't this female Chancellor Lord understood Li Hao's lesson? Where do you fall down and stay down? Doesn't Lord Chancellor understand? The prince's peace in exchange for peace? Do you believe that? It's not under the guise of peace, trying to trick the imperial prince into going over, and they similarly transformed into the world's orthodoxy. This naked example can be seen right in front of us. Liu Himing was silent for a moment and spoke slowly. I believe it. Chapter 30 Prince Ji? Don't even want a dog. Cui Ning was dumbfounded and retreated silently. The gazes of the 100 officials once again looked at Empress Jijiu. She was a little speechless for a moment. In and out. Unlike Liu Himing, although he didn't quite believe it, he had to accept the facts in front of him. Ever since Li Hao made peace, the entire Great Zhou has been in chaos. Grassland a soldier has not yet come out. The Great Zhou has already hidden the phase of the death of the country. The people's hearts are unstable, the families are wavering, and there are countless people who have gone north to join the enemy. A diatribe that is even more damning and dishonorable. All because of a peacemaking incident. Now the Huns are coming for the prince. To give or not to give? If you give it, then it is very likely that, as Cui Ning said, Xiongnu will immediately follow the example of Turkic, and there will once again be a self-proclaimed orthodox Great Tang on the step. If you don't, then wouldn't all the efforts he made in front of him be wasted? And wouldn't all the precedents he said he had set all become illusory and the biggest joke in the world? What about you, female messenger? What is the purpose of this visit? The Empress thought bitterly in her mind and first changed the topic to stall for time. This female true messenger looks people naive. Let a person's first impression is quite good. Hearing the female emperor's name, the female emissary was busy respectfully delivering the highest female etiquette. He came with a mission. 2. The exact same mission as the Huns. Bump the mission law. This was the unanimous result reached by the female think tank after deliberation. He glanced at the Empress and then at the Hun emissary before finally stammering. I'm the same. The chief said that he would also ask for a royal son from His Majesty, and that the two families would henceforth be eternally united and in alliance with each other. What? By now, the Empress was considered to understand completely. There is no good thing in the two families. Both of them are uneasy, under the banner of peace, just to raise the flag to rebel and to make themselves the emperor. It's too much of a bully. The Empress might as well send out 2 more imperial sons, a move that has 2 benefits and will ensure that she will always be invincible. First, if the prince and after the marriage, the 2 families if it is really as they say, and the Great Zhou alliance, then the 3 families together to rise up, can instantly overthrow the Turkic, quick and easy, without Li Hao that scourge. All the problems naturally solved. Secondly, if the 2 families are the same as the Turks, that doesn't just prove that these 2 families are by no means allies that can be relied on, since sooner or later they are going to cause trouble. Let's force them to cause trouble earlier. The so-called open spears are easy to hide from, the dark arrows are hard to guard against, and then send the 2 emperors to get 2 birds with 1 stone. What should happen if they also make themselves kings? Humph, 1 mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, let alone 3. It would be better to let the 3 of them dog eat dog. What if the 3 of them merge to attack Zhou? What then? They dare. It makes sense. Sister, you are truly the Empress best military advisor of the year. I've been watching your ID for a long time now. Don't eat cilantro, God. This time was the only time the Empress was slightly suspicious of the subtitle suggestion. What if they do dare? The probability of that is high. After all, the Central Plains is a large and varied area with a lot of treasures, and the little bit they casually share is countless times better than staying in the grasslands. What a way to go! During her hesitation and entanglement, suddenly a eunuch ran to the side and whispered, "Your Majesty, the last prince also hanged himself yesterday." "What? I thought I said I couldn't get them killed." "Your Majesty, he left a bloody letter saying that life is worse than death, so he might as well die early and be reincarnated." "You guys, you all have really victimized me. Then what about this matter of reconciliation?" "Your Majesty, the slave girl has the audacity to say that this is not just the right time to find a reason to keep your Majesty from losing face and to deal with the Huns and the Jurchen." The Empress' eyes lit up. "Makes a little sense. What's your name? If this matter can be properly resolved, I will give you a higher rank. I am terrified." "Your Majesty, slave servant Li Fugua. Auxiliary rivers and mountains are set. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace." "Good name. It's just that this surname is not very good. From now on you will be called G Auxiliary." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you mustn't send the princess out, or your insistence in front of you will be meaningless. Big sister who doesn't eat cilantro. How do we break the ice now?" "It's easy, send G-men the same." The Empress slowly got up and looked at the two messengers in the Great Hall. "Two love ministers. It is not that I do not agree, but the great Zhou has no more royal son. How about this? From the princes of the G surname for you to choose two merit how? Key, the dogs don't even want it. What do you need that for?" Xuanwu came to the time can be explained. Surname G in the past there is no use. Must be surnamed Li. Even if it is Liu Bei as fast as not hanging on the genealogy of the Li family can also be. This matter is not negotiable. The last name of G's past, that might as well not be. "Your Majesty, is this looking down on us Xuanwu? Why do the Turks have it and we don't? We can't afford to have a prince with the name G." "Why?" The Empress's face sank, an indescribable feeling of suffocation rising from the soles of her feet straight to the sky. "One is a royal son. One is a prince. Don't you guys know the importance of this? I have already broken the precedent again. You guys don't want to get ahead of yourselves. The Turk's head can still be hot. Your Majesty forgive me. It is not that we are stubborn, but Xuanwu has long commanded. G surname we are not worthy ah. You are the Empress. The G surname man which is our small place is blessed with thin." The Empress looked slightly better. "Then what should be done? Princess you don't even think about it. That's my bottom line. No, no, no. We don't want a princess, and if that's not possible, then we'll withdraw this request for a marriage." "Don't want a princess? You guys have some insight, but Great Zhou is the upper country, and how can I let you return empty-handed? My intention has been decided. From among the kings of the G surname to choose two princes, and your marriage. This matter cannot allow you to refuse." The two messengers looked at each other with complicated expressions. The royal court of the desert. In the middle of Xuanwu's tent, Bolden Xuanwu looked at Prince G with a cloudy expression. "Nice guy, getting something like this back. There's no point. Under his banner? Then the Huns would immediately become a target, and within days they would be torn to shreds by the supporters of Great Zhou and Great Tang." "What's with this expression on your father-in-law's face? Could it be that you're still not satisfied with the fact that this king has personally come to make peace?" Chanshan King Ji Siwei's expression was a bit displeased. "Which of the three beautiful daughters of my father-in-law is to be married to this king? Why don't you call out to meet them? Is this his way of choosing a consort?" Bolden Monarch, who had been in a low mood, was almost amused for a moment. "Father-in-law, don't worry, this king knows what's on your mind, which is nothing more than wanting to follow the example of the Turk, wanting to establish this king as the emperor and prepare to take over the world. Oh, father-in-law doesn't need to treat me as an outsider. The moment the Empress sent me out, I had already decided to turn against her. It's just as well. You don't have a name and I don't have any soldiers. The Empress is just solving two major problems for us. You are quite smart." Bolden Xuanwu mentally numbly criticized a few sentences. This self-righteous dog. Ji Siwei's eyes lit up, and then he said with intent, "Father-in-law, this grassland sky, quite cold." Chapter 31, You, a person surnamed G, also want to take the yellow robe? Bolden Monarch and many of his men looked at each other. Then laughter ensued. "The days of the grasslands are quite cold. Come on people, add some clothes for our what's-his-name prince." The men immediately understood. Holding Ji Siwei down on the ground, a few pugnacious men took out a few slanting cotton jackets unique to the grasslands and forced them on him. "A person with the surname G still wants to marry our grassland princess? You're out of your mind. You think your last name is Lia, but also the day is cold. Is it want us to give you the yellow robe? You deserve it? Worthy of being surnamed G? It's not that different from the Empress. Are you still going to be emperor?" Bolden Xuanwu did not stop his men from humiliating this king of G in the least. Judging from the messenger's feedback, the Empress had agreed to give it to the Emperor, except that all of Li Tang's imperial sons had already been taken care of by her in a fit of rage. What does that mean? It shows that Great Zhou is really in internal trouble now, so it is necessary to do everything possible to make friends with the grassland tribes, and she even agrees to the request of the Xuanwu and Jurchen's imperial prince to make peace with them. How weak is Big Chow? Has the time come for you to raise your eyebrows after all these years of keeping your tail between your legs? Father-in-law, help me, help me, how could you do this to me? I'm the king of Great Zhou. Ji Siwei's voice interrupted Bolden Xuanyu's thoughts. He looked back, but saw several generals herding Ji Siwei to the campfire. Make him dance like a woman. Father-in-law, they have insulted the king of Great Zhou in such a way. If his majesty learns of this, he will surely send troops to the royal court. I hope you will save me for the sake of the two families being of one mind. Bolden Xuanyu suddenly had a light in his eyes. A poisonous plan came to mind. He wanted to test the bottom line of the Great Zhou Empress again. Ji Siwei, if you can do something for this single lord, you can consider letting you go, not to mention 1, or even 10,000. I'll obey you. Father-in-law, don't even bother calling me father-in-law. You're not worthy. Bolden Xuanyu walked over to the campfire and grabbed Ji Siwei's neck with a slight force in his hand. Ka Chao, the king of Ji, just like that, his head was separated. I forgot to tell you, you're going to die for this one. What is this about Xuanyu? The other men immediately leaned over. Fix a letter to the female emperor, and say that this Ji Siwei of what's his name king, who just arrived at the grassland and acted recklessly, tried to commit violence against the princess, and was put to death on the spot. Let's see how that empress reacts. This kind of writing on her head and ting on it, if she can still tolerate it, then it means that there's a big problem within Great Zhou. We need to decisively raise an army and occupy some key cities first so that we can negotiate with the Turk. Your Majesty, how is it here? Tingxiang Royal Court. Jieli Khan led the Turkic cavalry and clustered next to Li Hao. He pointed his horsewhip at the open land in front of him and looked at Li Hao with a smile. His Majesty is about to be married. How can we not have a palace? Or let those people laugh at us for no reason? This place is extremely empty and covers an extremely large area. Just right for building a palace for His Majesty. Li Hao's eyes looked to the front, and he understood in his heart that Jieli Khan was going to put himself under house arrest here. Hundreds of miles around without people. Want to come here, must first pass through the Turkic tent. Just send some soldiers to guard this gate, and from then on you will be isolated from the world itself. But, Jieli Khan is really a smart person. This is to solve the big problem of Zhang Han's 10,000 people have no place to stay. Faced with Jieli Khan's house arrest program, you would choose. Option 1, you, the son of heaven has the dignity of a son of heaven. How can he be taken by them like this? Rebuke Jieli Khan and expose his purpose. Mission reward, 1/2 tents. Grounded from now on. Even Beauty Shao will be deprived. Choice 2, Jieli Khan thinks he has you bound here, but he does not know that you are just short of a separate camp to house your most loyal men, and you choose to accept his arrangement with open arms. Quest reward, Ancient Zhou Zhangliao. Armies, 800 wolf cavalry. Zhangliao? Li Hao's pupils shrunk. This old man is a fierce man. It was breathtaking when he used 800 cavalrymen to break Sun 100,000's 100,000 strong army. He pressed on with excitement. This place can be okay, but it is too cold here. I am most like Ro. There is a condition. I do not know if the Chancellor can meet. Your Majesty, please, now that we are the rightful ruler of the Great Tang, although it is not possible to build a temple as extensively as in the Central Plains, we must still have the grandeur of the Son of Heaven. Within a few dozen miles of this square, please ask the Chancellor to set up all the tents. Not to be as prosperous as Chang'an City was back then, but to have the grandeur that an Orthodox Son of Heaven should have. I am most comfortable with silence and do not like to be disturbed too much. Jieli Khan was a bit surprised. He thought that Li Hao would ask to send troops to protect his safety, but it turned out to be this? Does your Majesty have any other requests? I will certainly fulfill them all. No, just try not to come and ask me anything. Let me do my art in peace. Ha ha ha. If your Majesty didn't say it, I would have forgotten that your Majesty is a great talent. The beauty chosen by the folk will soon be delivered. Just in time for the talent. Wouldn't it be great? Ha ha ha. Ding. The host has made his choice and is rewarded. Zhang Liao. 800 wolf cavalry. Zhang Liao is coming on the run. Li Hao's heart fluttered, and he yanked Xiao Beauty, who was on the horse's ass next to him, into his arms. Lord Chancellor, start construction as soon as possible. This doesn't want to be as complicated as building a temple in the Middle Kingdom, so it should be quick. Within 3 days, this place is bound to be exactly as your Majesty thought it would be. Fine, fine, but now you all recuse yourselves. Li Hao's big hands roamed back and forth on Xiao Beauty's body without any scruples. I have some things to do. Xiao Beauty froze. No, what's it going to be? Ma Xin. Li Hao laughed out loud. and with a whip of his horse, he galloped away. A flicker of jealousy and bewilderment flashed in Jiali Khan's eyes, and a smile of I get it appeared on his face. I will go back to the camp first and wait for His Majesty. A dinner has been prepared. What's a horse shock? Along the way, Jiali Khan pondered this question. It dawned on him as he was nearing the camp. Then, a look of amazement appeared. The Midlanders really know how to play. I'd been riding horses all my life. Why didn't I ever think of? My lord. See you. My lord. A square-faced and flared man with a good appearance and an extraordinary aura, with the characteristic ingwu of northern men, appeared in front of Li Hao. Zhang Liao, past the Holy Realm. Loyalty, 100%. Remarks, several times feasible. Good medicine for stopping cries. Well. Li Hao sighed in praise in his heart. Now with the 4 great generals in hand. Oh, the 3 great ones. Xing Daorong doesn't count. And 10,000 troops and horses. When Zhang Han shows up to meet him, he can really seize power. There is a matter of hard work for General Zheng to travel to. Lord, but please command. Chapter 32, The Empress. A small Hun dares to bully the king. A few days later, Li Hao moved to a new house. Just like what Li Hao had requested, countless big tents rose up flat. It was extremely spectacular from a distance. It's not even a matter of hiding 100,000 troops. Jiali Khan did not make much effort to firmly control Li Hao in his hands. Outside the tent, several barriers have been set up, all of which are guarded by thousands of soldiers, and the head and tail are as solid as a golden soup. In the large tent of Jiali Khan, he was drinking fine wine and listening to his subordinates report on the events in the palace today. Lord Chancellor, these past few days His Majesty watched the 2 warriors under his command fight during the day, and at night he drank and enjoyed himself with Beauty Xiao, occasionally writing poems and making paintings. Everything is normal. What a disgrace to Emperor Taizong. Jiali Khan shook his head. The big man's indulging in tenderness. All day thinking about pen and women. There is a bird's use. Think back to the days when Emperor Taizong was so spirited. He was invincible on the battlefield. Jiali Khan has always been envious, as a true man should be. But this Li Hao, really disappointing, fell into his hands. Is there no resistance at all? The descendant of Taizong was so surprisingly like this. No wonder he was suppressed by a woman like this. Ridiculous. As for Li Hao's 3 guards, Jiali Khan did not put them in his eyes yet. Although the 3 of them had good cultivation, they had no soldiers, so what use could they be in a war? It's enough to be a bodyguard. Well, keep watching. There are quite a few people who have come to join us these days. Remember, not a single one of them should be let pass to meet with His Majesty. Jiali Khan sneered, worthy of the summoning power of an orthodox prince. In recent times, it was truly like pie in the sky, with many people coming to join them at any time. Some of them are in the name of the King of Diligence. Some of them are in the name of restoring Li Tang's kingdom. Some are even coming to be pawns for His Majesty. Without exception, all by the Jiali Khan to the dragon body discomfort reason to put off the past. He also pretended to pass on Li Hao's imperial decree, and organized the armies and horses coming from all directions into a Turkic team, just waiting to clean out the Xuanwu, female real too, then waved the division south to capture the dragon. But those who came from the central plains were just too warlike, and the pressure to send out troops grew. What about the Huns and the Jurchen? Tell them that as long as they are willing to be loyal to my great Tang, after they succeed in their southward journey, they will surely share the world with them in 3 parts. Chancellor, they don't seem to be buying it. The Huns, in particular, are hardened this time. How tough. Jiali Khan did not fear Great Zhou, but only feared the Huns. The other party and himself were on top of the same grassland, and the 2 parties knew each other like the back of their hand. It's hard to completely annihilate. If they stabbed themselves twice in the back when they traveled to attack Great Zhou, the consequences would be disastrous. But to go ahead and destroy the Huns first, I'm afraid, would again be protracted. Huns are like a cockroach, not strong but hard to kill. As for the female genitalia, he is not afraid. Female genitalia are a bunch of people without eggs. Bolden Xuanwu directly killed the prince of the Ji surname sent by the Empress of the false Zhou to make peace, and sent a man to the divine capital. What? Jiali Khan was shocked. The central plains and the grasslands of the peace has been a long time. There has never been Bolden Xuanwu this bold person. What is he up to? Lord Chancellor, my guess is that it's very likely that Xuanwu wants to test the Empress's intentions before deciding whether he wants to join forces with us or with the Empress, or if he's going to make his own way. Joining forces with the Empress? Bolden monarch isn't stupid enough to do that. Jiali Khan shook his head. Now that the Empress has offended all of the central plains and is already a grasshopper in the fall, I think they want to go it alone. The Xuanwu is close to Yanmen Pass, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If he occupies Yanmen Pass, he will be fully qualified to talk to us about terms. What is to be done? Of course it's a dogfight. Does Monarch Bolden really think he can fight with Great Zhou? 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. Great Zhou has a strong foundation, although it has been making a lot of noise lately, but it's not something that the Xuanwu can touch. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fought through it already. It's just as well. Let him get his ass kicked before he'll feel comfortable accepting our terms. On top of an open field outside Li Haolong's tent, Zheng Han and Dian Wei were battling to a standstill. Shirtless, both are going the rigid route. Both of them were also at the Sage Realm, and under Li Hao's request of don't hurt each other, both of them gave up their weapons and completely relied on physical combat. Punch for punch, punch for punch. The moves were all wide open and powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The entire improvised martial arts arena was filled with the remnants of the two men's shadows, as well as the sound of flesh clashing. Which one of them will win? Li Hao had been watching for a whole morning now, but he still couldn't see the half of it. The corner of Xing Daorong's mouth curled up slightly. My lord, I see General Zhang will win. The two completely abandon other, to pure physical collision. General Zhang long breath, out of the calm defense is impermeable. General Deng although the explosive force of the courage, but inevitably some impatience. So, forget it, you're a chi condensation realm, you can't read it either. Xing Daorong was talking a lot, but Li Hao was not the least bit impressed. After days of contact, he counted on discovering that anything Xing Daorong analyzed in a serious manner was almost always wrong. Go ahead and eat, and then come back and read it afterward. Throughout the fight, from dawn to night, the two men remained indistinguishable, and the more they fought, the more courageous they became. Xing Daorong watched it all snooze, and Li Hao came over after dinner to take another look, and after the initial excitement, the more he watched it, the more boring it became indeed. However, with his current vision, if the two people have all sorts of means at their disposal, it would still be slightly better for Dian Wei. Now Zhang Han led 10,000 criminal army. During the daytime under the grassland digging straight through Jie Khan's tent. At night they are stationed in empty tents all over the place. Just wait for a dig through. Can directly use Zhuge crossbow to kill a group of important ministers of the grassland? And then support Jie Khan's son to be a puppet. Attack and defense is also easy. God's capital, Taiji Hall. The Empress stood at the top, her back to the ministers, her shoulders trembling slightly. What a Hun! It's too much of a bully. How dare they kill my Ji descendants? Still the king of Great Zhou. Who gave you the nerve? They're all against me, aren't they? Then we'll start with you little Huns. Of the three step parties, the Huns are the weakest, the Jurchen are the softest, and the Turks are the strongest. Great Zhou had not been at war for many years, and had already been strong. Little Huns, how dare you bully the king, daring to provoke the majesty of my Great Zhou in such a way. You guys say, what should be done? Empress Jizhou snorted coldly, and the imperial pressure that belonged solely to her instantly enveloped the entire field. She turned around, her eyes cold as she forced herself to look at the crowd. You, and who can share my worries? Chapter 33, The Empress Rises Up. The group of ministers could clearly feel that the Empress's anger had reached its peak. Ji Siwei is her own nephew. Even the last time the news of Li Hao claiming the throne came, the Empress did not lose her temper so much. Killing Ji Siwei was tantamount to a solid slap in the face of the Empress. As for the comment about trying to misbehave with the princess, that's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Besides, so what if it's just cheating? Your Majesty means to send troops. At this point, no one dares to touch its mold. In the end, it was the imperial historian, Cui Ning, who stepped forward. Your Majesty, please also calm your anger. A little impatience will lead to a big plan. Now our most important enemy is the Turk. We must not put the cart before the horse because of this, coupled with the fact that nowadays the hearts of people everywhere are disturbed by the influence of the sixth prince. It is imperative that we do not make a big fuss at this time. The best way is still to press the troops first, internally to notify the world of thin taxes and light labor, to the political prosperity of the people, externally to appease the Xiongnu, the two parts of the Jurchen, so that the Turk has something to worry about. We can even add Xiongnu as the lord of the grassland, so that the three parts of the grassland will kill each other, and we will reap the benefits, perhaps solving the disaster of the prince's reconciliation. Shui old pitbull. Lu Heming sniffed and instantly became furious. What are you talking about? Shui old piker. Now that King Changshan has been killed by the Xiongnu, we still want to make him lord of the grassland? Do you want the world to laugh at our Great Zhou? You can be crowned king by killing the king of Great Zhou. What exactly are your intentions? Old Shui, it's fine if you don't share your Majesty's worries, but instead you add to it like this. This is not the way to be a minister. Lu Heming stepped forward and bowed respectfully towards the Empress. I am willing to share your Majesty's worries, and I am willing to lead our Great Zhou generals to step on the Xiongnu. The Empress nodded slightly, and the court was full of civil and military personnel. Only the Chancellor stood out at this time. It's ridiculous. She looked to the scrolling credits in her head and came even more fired up. No wonder there is a poem that says, 140,000 people are discharging their armor, and there is no one who is a man. This whole dynasty is not as responsible as the chancellor. At the critical moment, it's still this big female lead. The Huns are bulletproof. As long as all the officials are united, one person can drown them with a mouthful of spittle. This old man is really annoying. Everything has to be related to the prince's marriage, but also to solve the problem of the prince's marriage? It's really a double standard. Double standard dog. Your Majesty, behead him. Finally want to see the valiant chancellor lord it. Peach Blossom immediately, please, long tassel. Perhaps this time the army of the Huns? Chancellor Lord can also meet her favorite person it. Yeah, why does everything have to be pushed on the royals and relatives? These things that are not subjects have to come and discuss themselves a little bit every day, don't they? Are you trying to harm our great Zhou? Lu Himing? Chui Ning was still not willing. Old man Chui, you're the one who's going to jeopardize great Zhou. Xuanwu acted in such a way. It is clear that they do not take us. Great Zhou. Seriously, such a strange shame. You Chui old piker tolerate it. I cannot tolerate it. In such a situation, the Huns must be exterminated as a warning to others. This battle is also not only for our court's own face, but also for the world to see. If this battle is not fought, there will be no more of my great Zhou in the hearts of the people of the world from now on. If this battle is won, those who traveled to Turkestan, what will they think? After they see the thunderous heavenly might of the great Zhou, will they fall back and tackle that northern rebel? A bunch of nonsense. Chui Ning smiled coldly, leaving aside whether or not this battle should be fought. Lord Chancellor, what if this battle is lost? Do you know what the consequences would be? Unbridled. The Empress finally relented, cursing the defeat of a soldier before he even goes to war. This is what a courtier does. What have the Huns been like all these years? Keeping their own acreage all day long. They don't even dare to show their heads. How many people are there in the whole of the Huns? On the contrary, what about the Great Week? After his own ascension to the throne, he had made drastic reforms, and with his own iron-fisted approach, he had long been the strongest in the earth. How can the light of a fire challenge the might of the heavens? It's a battle that can be won with your eyes closed. What's more, Lu Himing is the great Zhou soldier immortal, attacking the Xuanwu with absolute superiority, but still dares to say that the army is defeated. What kind of intention? Men, blow me out of the courtroom. Chui Ning sighed and let the guards hold him up, his heart dead as water. The chancellor is the head of the 100 officials, the most important, not to be moved lightly, especially now the light. I am even more cannot let you go to the front, chancellor or another recommended person. Zhou thought about it for a while, but still gave up the intention of letting the chancellor lead the army himself. Your Majesty, I recommend General Lu Ruyan, captain of the Plum Blossom Dark Guard. General Lu Ruyan was personally taught by the minister, well versed in military books, and has participated in many counterinsurgencies, rich in real-world experience. By her marching, this battle will be won. Ruyan Lu, the Empress eyes lit up, worthy of being my chancellor. It's just dependable in a pinch. Ruyan Lu was famous among the Plum Blossom Dark Guards, and even the Empress knew of this person's existence. She came from a general's family. Her father was a famous general in the former Tang dynasty, and since childhood, she has been familiar with the books of war and good at talking about the art of war. Now it has grown to be an unrivaled female general. Good, just as you said. Order Lu Ruyan to be the commander of the 3 armies, leading 100,000 troops and stepping on the Xuanwu. The Empress suddenly burst out laughing. After stepping on the Xuanwu, let her be stationed in the land of Xuanwu, which is also equivalent to setting up a big bow behind the Turk. The world was in an uproar at this news. The streets of God's capital began to talk about the impending war. Why are you suddenly moving against the Huns? It's really hard to understand. Shouldn't the spearhead be pointed at the Turk now? That side can all be claiming the title of emperor. If we don't fight the Turk, the 6th prince will really attack. In the middle of the restaurant, someone suddenly slammed the table. What a stupid pig. What's the point of fighting with Xuanwu now? If Turkic and Jurchen fight together now, what will Great Zhou take to deal with all 3 enemies at the same time? Have you not heard? It's because Chanshan King Jisiwei was killed by the Xuanwu. Such a strange shame. How can the Empress tolerate? Originally ready to send the great Zhou Bingxian Lu Himing Chancellor personally went to war it. It's also true that after killing the descendants of the Ji family, how could the Empress still care about the Turkic? If it were me, I would have to find the Huns to fight for my life. Why did the Huns kill Ji Siwei? Don't you guys understand? The Empress can give to the grassland Orthodox prince, but gave them a surname Ji. The Xiongnu is still holding fire. Who else can bear it? What can we do with that surname Ji? It can't be called an emperor and doesn't have a name, and you have to spend food to feed it. Besides, what kind of goods are those princes of Ji's family? Who would be willing to give their daughters to them to be spoiled? We common people are not willing, let alone the Xiongnu monarch. I'm different from you guys, my focus is on Lu Ruyan, General Lu Ruyan. Ah, I heard that not only does she use her army like a god, but she's also the #1 beauty of our divine capital. But it's just a pity that I haven't seen her since she followed the Empress as an official. Who wouldn't be moved by such a valiant and delicate beauty? TSK. Chapter 34 Xing Daorong offers a plan. Have some face. Tingxiang Royal Court. Jelly Khan's laughter filled the entire grassland. Ha ha ha. As expected, the Huns are really trying to deliberately provoke Great Zhou to fight. Not willing to submit to us, and not willing to submit to Great Zhou. Little Xuanwu, quite a temper. Ha ha ha. The many generals under his command laughed along with him. Lord Chancellor is indeed a brilliant planner. With a chancellor in the Great Tang, there is no worry that the world will not be united. Although the Huns have kept a low profile and secretly developed their strength all these years, their location is too remote and their resources are scarce and their aura is depleted. So what's the use of burying their heads in the sand like that? The only way to escape is to continue north, all the way to the Wolverine Mountains. Lord Chancellor, what do you think of this battle and what should we do? Jelly Khan walked to the sandbox and looked at it. In this battle, Great Zhou will at least be undefeated. Xuanwu close to Yanmen Pass. Yanmen Pass and the most defensible and difficult to attack. Do not need to send famous generals to come to Great Zhou, as long as firmly hold the barrier. Xuanwu is inch by inch, can only look at the city gate empty sigh. Of course that's just the most conservative approach for Big Week. 100,000 Great Zhou elites, even if they give up guarding the pass and take the initiative. This is all a crushing battle. Gentlemen, those are still the elites that Emperor Taizong left behind back then. This official is aware of their power. There is only one way for the Huns to escape other than north. What way? Ask us for help. Of course, General Ashina. You lead our troops and horses, ready to go to war. The Turkic 18 patriarchs, ready to stand by. We can't help but join hands with the Xiongnu, and first wipe out all of these 100,000 elites of the Great Zhou here. Within Li Hao's tent, the lights were bright. He also received the news that Great Zhou had sent troops at the same time. Now that the tunnels have been dug through, at any time the sky can suddenly appear in the tent of Jelly Khan. Nor could he conceal from himself all the news of Jelly Khan. Li Hao was now just waiting for him to gather the other two families together in one place. Of course, he's also betting on, if the other side swore to die, 10,000 men was a bit of a risk after all. He was betting on whether the system would suddenly come back with another 100,000 soldiers in the next few days, or raise his cultivation to the point where he could completely suppress everyone. My lord, what are we going to do about this war? Zheng Han was a bit worried. If Great Zhou really defeats Xiongnu and is stationed there, even if we seize power later, we will always be in a situation where we are caught in the crossfire. Big Week can't win. Li Hao was incomparably certain. Although the Huns are not bad in battle, but after all, the population is sparse, and the entire Huns Tongshao realm has very few soldiers, compared to the Great Zhou elites. Even if they have all the advantages, there is no possibility of winning. Zhang Wenyuan he has buffs. Li Hao had wanted to explain this. Let's just wait and see what happens. But the reason why Xiongnu is so weak is nothing more than the result of its closed doors. No commerce, no trade, just keep those cows and sheep, cannot raise many soldiers. Li Hao sighed. Now he has realized the problem. Zhang Han's 10,000 strong criminal army is not something that doesn't need to eat or drink. Each day's consumption is extremely alarming. The system was quite conscientious and equipped each of them with several days of food. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'd have had to go straight to the Huns a long time ago, including the Turks as well. The wealth accumulated over several generations is pitifully small, completely unable to feed too many armies, and today's Turks have also been cribbing. We're going to have to think ahead about that, too. Lord, this is a good problem to have. Xing Daorong smiled slightly, his beard blowing. Oh, what's your brilliant idea? Of course is Harry Mount touch gold. Royalty, princes and generals tomb treasure countless. When Xiaomengda is to steal the tomb of Lu Wu after the gold tens of thousands of pounds, enough to feed the army for decades, the smallest cost of the greatest harvest. Roll, you don't have to. I need some face, my lord. Then when we seize power, we will kill all 36 tribes of the entire grassland and make them into dry food. Are you a disciple of Zhao Wenhe? Do not worry, lord. Zhang Han laughed. The lord is worried that we cannot easily fight back to the central plains in the future, although there is such a possibility, but it is extremely small. In the name of the Lord's orthodoxy, the division has a name. The central plains within the ministers of the loyal Li Tang inside and outside, unless the sky falls meteorite, or the entire pseudo-week, will not be an enemy. War for war is the optimal solution. The royal court of the desert. Bolden Xuanwu looked at the Hanyu in front of him. His heart was ecstatic, but his expression was pretending to be calm. Zhang Wenyuan, why have you come to defect to me? At this moment, Turkic is the best place to go, right? The Han was none other than Zhang Liao. He was commissioned by Li Haoji to come to Xuanwu to seize power. The first step is to gain the trust of this bolden monarch. I am not defecting to Xuanwu, but I have a grudge against Great Zhou, and I will defect to whoever goes against him. Although the Turk is powerful, it is fearful, not as painful as Xuanwu. Now that Xuanwu is about to go to war with Great Zhou, I will naturally come to help Xuanwu destroy Great Yu. How do you know I'm going to go to war with Great Zhou? I'm not sure about the 100,000 elites of Great Zhou, so I'll have to hide in Wolf Jushu Mountain. Bolden Xuanwu laughed. Xuanwu is bound to fight with Great Zhou. If you fight, you have hope of winning. If you don't fight, Xuanwu should know the consequences better than I do. Killing Ji's descendants. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I'm afraid that the female empress will be like a maggot in her tarsus, and she will be pestered to the end. Bolden Singular nodded in his mind. That's a good point, but Wing Yuan, although you have a high level of cultivation and are deeply in line with my wishes, I can't possibly mention you in a very important position since you're new to the city. Willing to be a pawn for Xuanwu. I don't care what I do as long as I can go to war with Great Zhou. It just so happens that you have brought 800 brothers with you. Wing Yuan, how about you be our advance guard first? After Zhang Liao went to the front army to resume his orders and left, it was only then that bolden Xuanwu finally stopped holding back his laughter. Why is Xuanwu laughing? The crony next to him was a little uncertain. I laugh at the great prosperity of my Huns. Such a fierce general has come to join us just as the battle is about to begin. This battle will be won. This man knows the art of war. He is calm and skillful. Getting him is like getting 100,000 soldiers. Ha ha ha. Then why did Xuanwu send him to the vanguard? Isn't that sending him to his death? What the hell do you know? How could I let him die? It's just a test of his loyalty to see if he's really as good as he says he is, or if he's deliberately swindling me and is actually a scout sent by Great Zhou. The time of desperation will save him. Bolden Xuanwu walked out of the tent and looked at the continuous tents and the vast grassland. The heart's bravado rose steeply. Think of how glorious it was when the Huns were the overlord of the steppe. Turk was still wearing crotchless pants back then, and Wu Jin was even more of a mud-playing douchebag. The Middle Kingdom rushed to make peace, pay tribute, cede land, pay reparations. The barren steppes have been raised into great wealth. It's just a shame. Then an Emperor Taizong came out of the central plains and trampled the whole Xuanwu under his feet by himself, pressing down on the whole of the Huns. The steppe land was beaten into a sieve. The most elite troops were lost, and even the Xuanwu's national fortune was born. So much so that the place was becoming more and more barren and the aura was becoming thinner and thinner. Where there are still a few masters after that battle, they can only cower in the Wolf Jushi Mountains and live on. Fortunately, he was wise and decisive enough to blockade the borders of the country and cut off communication with any power. It took so many years to recover a lot of energy. If this battle can be won, the Xiongnu kingdom will be reunited once again. The Huns will be more and more valiant. If we take Yanmen Pass, we can be a triple threat with Turkic and Great Zhou. A woman? Forget that son of a. He's too much of a wimp to make it. In this battle, bolden Xuanwu was quite confident. Even if the other party claimed to be the elite left behind by Emperor Taizong back then, he just had a gut feeling that this battle would be won. And this intuition was brought about entirely by a pile of tawdry maneuvers by the Empress. Chapter 35. If you can't enter the divine capital by exam, then fight your way into the divine capital. Yanmen Pass. Great Zhou and Xiongnu bordering land. The two families who are able to control this pass, it can be attacked and retreated, will completely occupy the initiative. The defense force at Yanmen Pass consists of two parts. One part was a proper sergeant. The other part was a prisoner stabbed and assigned to the Great Northwest. After the female emperor succeeded to the throne, the means of ruthless, at every turn, sit in succession. The number of prisoners sent here is enough to occupy half of the entire Yanmen Pass. Of course, this is one way for the Empress to strengthen her country. In this way the country's military strength can be kept up. There is a downside, which is that it makes crime less expensive, and you can still go into the military as long as you're not enough of a felon. If he meets the emperor's pleasure and has a general amnesty, then he will be another bully. The already turbulent Great Zhou has also seen countless more roving bandits as a result. At the same time it has caused the phenomenon of unveiling at the drop of a hat to abound. Especially recently, with all the turmoil, there have been more vigilantes, but there is transcendent force in this world, and often insurrections are quickly extinguished before they can take shape. Those who can really have the last laugh are still mostly worldly families and clans, unless there's that counterintuitive person, such as a failed student, Huang Chao, Hong Xiuquan, Wang Luan. Wang Luan crossed out. Ugh, ing dropouts. General Zhao Dahan, the guarding general of Yanmen Pass, spat and cursed. A sour showman. Now he's riding on people's heads and ting on them. What a black wind fortress. Disgusting people here. Zhao Dahan was depressed to the extreme. This black wind walled city was a starfire in general. but it instantly started a prairie fire. He sent his own men around a few times without taking it down. Unfortunately, Yanmen Pass is a top priority and can't pull too many troops out. Son of a, it's not good to revolt wherever you are. You have to revolt here in this general's place. When this battle is over and the Xuanwu is destroyed, this general will surely personally trample you down. The 100,000 troops assembled by the Empress had arrived one after another and converged on Yanmen Pass, but the only thing missing is the commander of the three armies, Lu Ruyan. I don't know when that General Lu will arrive. Above the official road to Yanmen Pass, a dozen or so riders are rushing forward like the wind. The leader of a person, a general's robe, sharp ponytail tied up high, a few strands of broken hair in the wind flying recklessly, adding a few points of unruly and heroic. Wheat-colored skin seems to be uniquely marked by age and battle, and is full of power. Even though she was wearing a battle robe, she could still see the shapely figure through the bumps on her chest. General Lu, the Yanmen Pass is another 100 miles ahead, and the troops have been assembled. Ruyan Lu didn't talk back, still moving forward at a rapid pace. General Lu, these 100,000 troops are all elites drawn from the western border defense. I'm afraid they will be unruly. This time Ruyan Lu was not an orthodox general, but rather, the Plum Blossom Dark Guards were directly promoted to commander of the three armies. The 100,000 generals, too, were composed of the best, drawn temporarily from various units. Not her old ministry or anything like that. One dismount is enough. Ruyan Lu snorted coldly. General Lu, within Yanmen Pass there has recently been a group of rebels that have been extremely wild, and the incompetence of the defending general, Zhou Dahan, has been unable to eliminate them. Oh, Ruyan Lu reined in her horse. Where are they? The Black Wind Cottage, 200 miles from here. Take a detour and head for Black Wind Cottage. General, that would delay us a lot. To resist foreign aggression, we must first pacify the interior. Hiya. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she turned her horse around and instantly galloped away. A couple of female soldiers behind her shook their heads and laughed bitterly. This general is good at everything. High cultivation, good figure, beautiful person, just too impulsive. And say one thing, Black Wind Walled City, a force that has suddenly risen recently. The lord of the fortress, Lu Shantong, is said to be only a fallen scholar who failed to pass the examination many times. In the beginning, before leaving the divine capital, he had left behind grandiose words. Since I can't enter the divine capital city in the exam, then I'll fight my way into the divine capital city. After leaving the divine capital, he traveled to the great northwest to become a bandit, because of good cultivation, and know some literature and ink. Righteousness, take care of sister-in-law. In a short period of time, from the Black Wind Walled a small minion to become a big boss. Under his leadership, Black Wind Walled City developed rapidly. After the surprise attack on several large gangs and sects in the neighborhood, Black Wind Walled City became the largest force within this Yanmen Pass. The gate of Black Wind Walled City is built on the mountain, which is easy to defend and hard to attack. The entire mountain range resembled the spine of a long dragon, stretching for miles and miles. Above the spine is a block of randomly distributed yards. In the middle of one of the largest courtyards, there is a celebratory dinner being held today. Just now they sacked another county and robbed countless treasures and women. A few days ago, it had also just defeated the bandit team from Yanmen Pass. Nightfall, a bonfire was lit in the middle of the compound. With Lu Shantong at the head, the many leaders of the mountain fortress set up a banquet around the bonfire. Almost every man was holding a woman in his arms whose clothes had been torn to shreds. Why is Big Boss moping? Don't you readers have a saying that the only thing you can't live up to is a beautiful person? And now that a beautiful person is in your arms, why is Big Boss's face so downcast? The leader sitting at the bottom could see that Lu Shantong was preoccupied. It's not a preoccupation. I'm thinking of danger and peace. Lu Shantong laughed, pouring the drink in his hand between the grooves of the woman in his arms. One drink, don't get carried away, all of you. And always remember what I usually tell you about being born in peace and dying in sorrow. Although we were able to hold off the government troops solely because of the terrain, if the other side had only come with a few experts, that would have been trouble. The crowd was convinced. The big dog is high. Born in what the hell? Not bad for a reader. Readers are so exciting when they drink. Lu Shantong looked at the bottom of the crowd of people patting the horse's ass. Forgive him for listening to this kind of words every day to hear the ears calloused. At this time it is also difficult to repress the pain in the heart. Think he is from a down-and-out farmer's son. Study hard to learn a full belly. Want to loan in the emperor's family. However, because of the anachronism, not know how to flatter the horse. By the family clan to squeeze. Obviously the article made beautiful, but still several consecutive times failed to list. From that day on, he vowed to fight his way into God's capital city in the future. Today, the great goal is slowly approaching. So much so that there is enough for a 1,000,000-word long novel. and how can you not be excited? Brothers, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk. The atmosphere in the entire compound was boisterous to the extreme. Asterisk 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 Q. Lu Ruyan, who had long been hiding in the shadows, finally found her chance. No longer able to control the anger in his heart. Kill! She gave a command, not caring if the other few heard it or not. One person and one sword, transforming into a ghostly shadow. With a flash of cold light, he had already appeared next to Lu Shantung. The sword energy swept up a fan-shaped ripple. Before the crowd had time to react, the radiant sword light struck Lu Shantung squarely in the neck. The two of them were both Passage Realm experts, but Lu Ruyan poured out her sword. Another sneak attack. With a single sword strike, he instantly decapitated the head of Lu Shantung, who was happily drinking, and in the eyes of the others, they only saw a ghostly shadow flash by, followed by the illumination of a semicircle of cold light, and there was a human head rolling to the ground. The room was silent. Crabby. Two words now best represent Ruyan Lu. She considered herself to be a scholar of heaven and her powers to be profound, but she had never been reused, just acting as a plum dark guard at the Empress side. Do something unseemly? It was too much for the ambitious woman with a full belly to hold back. Now Fang has the opportunity to lead an army of 100,000 men to pacify the Xuanwu. She could be much more excited than Lu Shantung. This sword had at least 30 years of single suppressed sword energy. Killing someone in the same realm as oneself was like chopping up a melon and cutting vegetables. A hot knife into butter. You are surrounded by me. Lu Ruyan spoke coldly. Her hand gently opened, and the tumbling head was sucked into her palm. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness before you can live. He who does not kneel, dies. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The only sound left in the entire compound was the sound of blood dripping from heads. The bonfires all stopped beating at that moment. All the bandits of Black Windwall were dumbfounded as they watched the scene in front of them. The next moment, they finally reacted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This woman killed our boss. If you're a brother, cut her down with me. She's alone. Kill her and avenge the walled city lord. One moment. All the mountain bandits copied the weapons in their hands and slashed towards Ruyan Lu in unison. Ruyan Lu frowned. It wasn't quite what she expected. According to the book, these mountain bandits should have been scared out of their wits. Why? It seems to be bursting with even more battle power than usual. Since you don't know what's good for you, all of you will die. Lu Ruyan's toes slammed, and the entire ground rippled and fell. Kill her and avenge the walled city lord. Brothers, the walled city lord treats us well on weekdays. There were more and more bandits outside who had heard about it. All of them rushed towards Ruyan Lu without a care in the world. It was only at this moment that she realized something big was wrong. Although her cultivation was higher than the crowd, she couldn't resist a double fist. After killing dozens of people in a row, Lu Ruyan smiled bitterly in her heart. My life is over, General. It was then that her escort managed to arrive. One of them, a talisman seal lit up in his hand and smashed towards the middle of the mountain bandits who were attacking again. Boom! The loud sound of the explosion allowed Ruyan Lu to gain a glimmer of life. She pointed her toes violently. Her body leaned back and flew out upside down, turning into a wonderful arc in the air and disappearing in an instant. Moments later, Ruyan Lu and a few guards appeared at the foot of Black Wind Walled City. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. General, this talisman seal was given by His Majesty himself. It's extremely precious and there's only one of these. Can you not be so? Humph. Ruyan Lu's face showed displeasure, shaking the still dripping head in his hand. It's worth it. Yenmen Pass. The 100,000 elite troops drawn from the Great Northwest, the generals of each team gathered together, was looking curiously at the woman in front of him. General, everyone is here, waiting for your lecture. Zhao Dahan whispered a reminder. Ruyan Lu had already turned her back to the crowd for half an hour. What's she up to? Zhao Dahan was puzzled in his mind. But the other party was the commander-in-chief handpicked by His Majesty, or from the infamous Plum Blossom undercover guards, so he was very respectful even though he didn't understand it. Oh. Ruyan Lu spoke coldly and slowly turned around. It wasn't quite what she expected again. I'm surprised no one was cynical about their first day on the job. Standing like this for half an hour, leaving them all hanging out to dry, and there was still no one yelling? How does that make this general stand up for himself? Ruyan Lu was upset in her heart. If you don't have the opportunity, create it yourself. Suddenly sneered. General Zhao, do you know your crime? Ha? Zhao Dahan froze. Since this general came to Yenmen Pass, he has been served with care and respect. How can he be guilty again? Yenmen Pass, under its own guard, has also never been stepped into by the Huns. It's been decades. What is the crime? Please, General Lu, speak clearly. Plop. Zhao Dahan knelt down. Humph. Ruyan Lu clapped her hands and her guards walked over carrying a bloody head. It was a 2-for-1 deal in her plan. Not only did he show his force and thunder, but he could also take this Zhao Dahan and put the 100,000 strong army under his complete control. Zhao Dahan, you are the guardian of Yanmen Pass, but you let the bandits run rampant in the pass and let them cause chaos in the countryside. Do you know the crime? General wronged. Yanmen Pass soldiers must fight for the place. It is really the last will not be able to draw away. Do not dare to leave the pass too far. Only not a net of them. Humph, I think you're raising an enemy. Lu Ruyan sneered. General Zhao, how many years have you been at Yanmen Pass? 2. More than 20 years. It's been 20 years, but you haven't made an inch of merit. And now you're colluding with mountain bandits. A crime punishable by death. Lu Ruyan's murderous words caused Zhao Dahan to instantly freeze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Various other generals, busy on their knees, begged for mercy. General Lu, a good warrior does not have a heck of a lot of merit, and General Zhao's lack of great merit is the greatest merit of all. General, calm your anger. The Black Wind Wall is extremely cunning and is not under the jurisdiction of the Yanmen guards. General Zhao has a heart but no power. Humph. Anyone who intercedes for him is considered an accomplice. Chapter 36, A battle to seal a marquis and a prime minister. A battle to settle the world. Lu Ruyan angrily rebuked, and then her hand rose and fell. Zhao Dahan's head had fallen into his hands. Zhao Dahan's fornication with the mountain bandits has been put to death on the spot. All generals should take this as a warning. The crowd looked at each other, dumbfounded. Legend has it that the Plum Blossom secret guards are extremely domineering, and today they are also considered to have learned. Is this the legendary royal license to act first? Just because of a trumped-up charge you can kill a great general who has been defending the city for more than 20 years without authorization? This is outrageous. But in their hearts, they were not convinced. But in front of such a ruthless and resolute Lu Ruyan, how could they dare to do anything wrong? Where Lu Ruyan's gaze reached, the generals lowered their heads, not daring to look at them squarely. Today's portion of the stand-up is complete. Lu Ruyan is familiar with military books and understands the way of a general, and a new official cannot keep the military power firmly in his hands without burning a fire. These generals are the ones who look at women the most, and at this point in time, it's not as good as a woman. Summon my generals to gather the army and attack the Xuanwu immediately. Ah, the generals, who had been silent and bowed their heads, all raised their heads in disbelief. What the general means is, now, immediately, all troops attack. Lu Ruyan's voice was cold, like the sound of a sword. Make no mistake, General, please don't. Nowadays we don't even know where the Xuanwu army is. If we attack rashly, we may not even see the other side's silhouette. Ruyan Lu smiled faintly. She had naturally considered it along the way. This reaction from the crowd was expected of her. These generals have been eliminated by the times, and only know how to stick to their guns and seek success, but never forge ahead, which is why a tiny Hun can survive until now. Just like that Zhao Dahan, so cowardly and careful, walking on thin ice everywhere, he couldn't even eliminate a mountain bandit. There's no harm in it. You all may not know that we're not just a small fight this time. This time His Majesty is determined to level the Huns in one fell swoop, regardless of whether they are in or not. We attacked the royal court in northern desert, surrounded by points to fight for help. You always understand it. When my great Zhou Iron Cavalry God soldiers heavenly descended on the royal court, wherever they are, and dare not come back to save? General's heart for war. We understand. But 100,000 troops are drawn from various ministries, and long-distance running. It is best to be able to rest and recuperate for 2 days. Not only the morale of the generals to recover, but also to help the generals' unity of deployment. Ah, it's too sudden to send out troops now. Lu Dakai, Zhao Dahan's adjutant general, was busy speaking out to remind him. Ruyan Lu sneered. Is this to stand up for its master? He, you guys think it's sudden. Will that Hun think it's sudden? There is a saying in the art of war that the speed of a soldier is precious. Back then, this general followed Lord Chancellor by relying on this lightning surprise attack and suppressed countless rebellions. The only way to minimize our losses is to make a surprise attack on the desert. What's more, this general came from the capital. All the way up is not dare to rest at all. I don't feel tired and don't need to rest. You can't? Not even a woman? What realm are you in, General? And what realm are the ordinary generals in? The generals were speechless. Lu Dakai once again stepped up to the plate. General, the Huns have long been shrinking their battle lines in recent years, thousands of miles away from here. Even if they arrive at the royal court, it will take a lot of time. We can really not talk about this half a day. If they are waiting for us to get away and set up ambushes along the way, it will be a big blow to our morale. Ridiculous. Lu Ruyan became more and more dissatisfied in her heart. This person was quite selfish. He doesn't care if he can win the war. His purpose is to oppose what he says. Whatever he said, right or wrong, he would find a different reason to refute it, just to make himself lose his prestige before the crowd. My 100,000 strong army is still afraid of a Turk ambush? Lu Dakai, you have repeatedly disturbed the army. This general has already not bothered with you, and now you are still growing others' ambition again and again. This general now wonders if you are getting benefits from the Xuanwu, and want to buy the Xuanwu time for them to prepare. Men, drag them out and chop them up. General, unjustly accused. My family died in the hands of the Huns, and how could I have any dealings with them? My subordinate is just discussing the matter. It's all for the sake of the general. Chop it up. Hang his head above the head of Yenmen Pass. Ruyan Lu almost growled out. She has big ambitions. Unfortunately, she has nowhere to put her talents to use, and the Plum Blossom Dark Guard is not the place she wants to be. She wanted to become a commander like Lu Himing, or even His Highness the Qin King back then. This battle of the Huns is his best chance, but now it's so difficult just to get out a soldier. So how can we command the troops in the future? You've had too many peaceful days to be scared like this by a tiny Hun. Now the whole country, the whole world is staring at this battle. If we can't fight the majesty of the great Zhou, then how will the people of the world scoff at us? Not only should we win this time, but we should win by destroying the world. Now the Xiongnu will certainly think the same as you, thinking that we have to rest for a few days before attacking. On the battlefield, the opportunity is fleeting. At this time do not thousands of miles of surprise attack. What to wait for? This general knows that the generals need to rest and recuperate. But wouldn't we have the best of both worlds if we rested at the royal court in the desert? One battle to seal the title of Marquis and worship the Prime Minister. One battle to finalize the world. Under Lu Ruyan's strong suppression, the 100,000 strong army immediately assembled. Like a cold machine, it raced away at high speed. Lu Ruyan, in order to boost her morale and to lead by example, even took the lead, even bagging the task of being the vanguard. She was more eager to win this war than even the Empress. The only martial art in the world is fast. This is especially true of the military, especially for a force like the grasslands, which excelled in speed. It was necessary to attack suddenly and take them by surprise. Otherwise, they can attack and retreat. And above the vast grassland, it is simply impossible to annihilate them all. Although the soldiers complained a lot along the way, the military law of beheading at every turn made them only grit their teeth and move forward. On top of a high slope 100 miles away from the desert North Royal Court, Zhang Liao was leading 800 wolf cavalry and setting up camp. General, this is a little too close to the Hun stronghold. We can now have scouts not counting as scouts and pioneers not counting as pioneers. Vice General Gao Shun still does not understand Zhang Liao's intention. It looks like he wants to prepare for war, but he is enjoying the beauty of the grassland every day as if he is traveling. That's not the kind of thing a general should do. After holding his tongue for a long time, he finally asked the words in his heart. If we encounter the enemy here, even if we are able to give warning, I'm afraid it will be too late. 100 miles away, the enemy can kill the rear stronghold in a moment. Just kill it. Zhang Liao was lying on the grass looking at the sky with a straw in his mouth, full of concern. The Lord only meant for us to gain the trust of the Xiongnu and see what happens to seize power. It's not like we're actually here to fight. The best way is still for the two parties to be able to fight, and it's best to fight a losing battle, so that we can have that slightest chance. Otherwise, it would be too hard. Then what should we do now? Gao Shun still didn't quite understand. Just wait and see. When we encounter the enemy we'll go and harass a wave, and then we'll rush back in a hurry and lumber back to ask for help, which is also considered to be merciful. That. What is that? Gao Shun suddenly pointed to the distance, his face showing horror. Chapter 37, 800 against 100,000. The advantage is mine. Enemy attack. General. So many people. Densely packed with people. What's the panic? Zhang Liao slapped his butt and got up, looking in the direction Gao Shun pointed. Above the grassland in the distance, a black army was running, like a raging black wave tumbling in. The hills are filled with people, like locusts. Boom, boom. The sound of horses' hooves were intertwined, as if 1,000 drums were beating in unison. Wherever the 100,000 cavalry passed, the grass and trees bent, and the mountains and rivers lost their colors. Hua! This has to be 100,000 people, really shedding blood. Zhang Liao was not flustered, and with a bah humbug, he spat out the grass roots in his mouth, flexed his fingers to flick away the grass clippings from his battle robe, and a mellow laugh rolled out of his throat. Informed the brothers to prepare for battle. Ha! General! 100,000 people. Back then, Xuanwu only had 50,000 even when he broke his boat. You, sure you want to fight? Xuanwu is afraid that if he meets such a straw man, he will be so angry that he will come to life. What's wrong with 100,000 people? The more people the more unwieldy, and besides, we'll just harass them and make a little noise and retreat immediately, so nothing can go wrong. Zhang Liao paused and laughed. We are the famous wolf cavalry. Most of all, we come and go without a trace. The other side can't catch up with us. General, that's 100,000 people. Each one of them can drown us with a mouthful of spit. Why don't we just beat the drums here a few times, even if we fight? How's that for an itchy old man's hand? Zhang Liao whistled and his warhorse came galloping in as he rolled onto his horse, looking into the distance. Don't worry, the opposite side, though crowded, seemed fatigued. Only the front rows of the army are still in good shape, the rear is already a shambles. With frosted horsehairs and crooked saddle blankets in the rear, obviously bereaved dogs who have been running for 3 days and 3 nights. In my opinion, this team doesn't know how long it has been running long distance, and at this time it is at the end of its strength. Not to mention that it won't be able to divide its troops to chase after the small group of us. Their target is the royal court of Mabe. Zhang Liao looked at it for a while longer and suddenly laughed. As the saying goes, a general's incompetence exhausts 3 armies. Today I've seen it. From ancient times to the present day, which one fights like this? The group seems to be running for the sake of running. Some of the men have lost their weapons in their hands. Some even have their armor on the backs of their horses. Is this fighting a war? It's more like a defeated army that keeps losing its armor. At this moment, all 800 generals surrounded Zhang Liao. There have been many battles in history where fewer won more, but never this, 800 against 100. 000? The general is also too inflated. General, no matter if the other side is elite or defeated, but the number of 100, 000 is not something we can touch. You just said that we are just going to sit back and reap the benefits. Now how can we go and fight so hard? Yes, General, 800 men aren't enough to stuff someone's teeth. We are no match for the dirt dogs on the other side. Zhang Liao was already battle hungry at this point and didn't listen to the crowd at all. The Wolf Riders are bound to make a name for themselves, starting with this battle. Even if he flaunted his arms before that 100,000 strong army, as long as he could escape safely, he could already sensationalize the entire grassland. Brothers, how about this? I promise you that we will just go ahead and take a look and will not strike, keeping a safe distance all the time. The general must be true to his word. None of the brothers are afraid of death. They just don't think fearless sacrifice is worth it. And it's not our mission. Don't worry. The first thing for a general is the word faith. The 800 wolf cavalrymen traveled lightly, and their speed was far superior to the bundled 100,000 iron cavalrymen. For one thing, the wolf cavalry were already known for their speed, but rather, the other party had long been exhausted, and at this point it was more like they were moving forward with instinct. Their horses' hooves were permeated with a kind of numbness. Soon, 800 men had appeared on the flanks of the 100,000 strong army. The word Zhou on the banner was also clearly visible. It's even more obvious when you look at it so close. 800 people were stunned. From time to time, in the Great Zhou camp, there were people who were tired and foaming at the mouth, but still had to grit their teeth and move forward. And those who fell behind were immediately beheaded by the supervisors next to them. Each one had a blank expression, not even noticing the 800 cavalry that quietly appeared on the flanks. How can anyone be so commanding? Zhang Liao was dumbfounded. Although there are clouds in the Book of War, the soldiers are very fast, but it is not for the sake of speed to lose one's life. Even if this reaches the king's tent, how much battle power will be left? It's stupid. Zhang Liao looked at it for a while longer and gave his most pertinent assessment. I've been leading troops for many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a fight. No, I want to meet this stupid general so badly. General, didn't you say it was just a look? Take a closer look. Zhang Liao clenched his horse's belly with both legs. Brothers, get a few heads to go back and give the Huns an explanation. Wolves traveling thousands of miles to eat meat, dogs traveling thousands of miles to eat. This is our wolf cavalry. What's that? Among the ranks of Great Zhou's iron cavalry, someone with sharp eyes saw a vague black dot. The black spots gradually become larger. A contingent of cavalry was speeding in at a rate far exceeding theirs. Cavalry, enemy attack, enemy attack. It's the Hun army. They're killing us. No wonder there were no ambushes along the way. So here it is. The ranks on the right flank were in instant disarray. Some people panicked and reined in their horses, searching for their armor from their war horses. Someone was fumbling all over, and then in a daze, where's my weapon? Some people retreated directly toward the rear. The iron cavalry of 800 men was like an arrow off the string, arriving in an instant. Especially that leading one was an expert among experts. Wherever they went, heads rolled off like rain. How could the Great Zhou army, which had long since lost its combat power due to the running attack, resist such a tiger and wolf army? The 800 men were like a long rolling sword, charging left and right, and in just a moment, they tore through the Great Zhou defense line. The Great Zhou iron cavalry was dumbfounded. The 800 wolf cavalry were equally dumbfounded. Zhang Liao was frozen for a moment. How could he not expect that the other party's battle power would be so poor? This can no longer be considered an army. It's completely unarmed and ordinary. You call this the Great Zhou elite? Instead of organizing an immediate revolt, what the other side is doing now is all falling away. The 100,000 strong army was like an anthill that had been stabbed through, and the wailing of the self-trampling shook the clouds. Zhang Liao's heart was pounding. Can't be true. In the next moment, his eyes widened angrily and his long sword vibrated. Brothers, build a career. Today is the day. Kill. Chapter 38, Xuanwu Khan, are you amusing me? Chaos quickly spread throughout the army. 100,000 generals are in chaos. The near ones pull their legs and run, and the distant ones are not sure and follow. It spread rapidly outward like a flood that broke the dike. Any pointless struggle becomes a joke. Ruyan Lu rode at the front of the group. Come on, another 100 miles or so and we'll be at the royal court of Mabe. She could already see herself standing above the city's head holding up the Great Zhou battle flag. She could already see the two, the Empress and the Chancellor, trembling on New Year's Eve in the distant imperial capital when they heard of their 1,000-mile run to exterminate the Huns. It was as if the entire several thousand miles of grassland in the north of the desert had been drawn into the Great Zhou territory. The royal court in the desert is not the target. Wolf Jushu Mountain was the most sacred yearning in Lu Ruyan's heart. Seal the wolf in this battle. She's going to be the first female general of the ages. It's the only way to match 1,000 emperors and 1,000 prime ministers. Why can't a woman do what a man can do? Ridiculous, especially since some people went so far as to bring up something about how since they let princes make peace, how they don't let all the women fight. Today, one is here to prove that women are so much better at fighting wars than can men. Tremble. Hun grills. General. At that moment, a fast horse arrived and stopped in front of Lu Ruyan. General, our army has been ambushed and the army is in disarray. Ruyan Lu's first reaction was how could that be possible? Joke, this is not like the Central Plains. There are mountains and peaks everywhere. You can hide tens of thousands of soldiers at any time. This prairie is bare. Where can we ambush? Just that little hill next to it? It would be nice to hide 1,000 or so people. Ruyan Lu looked back. Suddenly, the body of this passage realm expert stiffened there. I only saw the rear army, which had fallen to the east. It was charged by a bunch of cavalry, and it went down in flames, as if they were refugees fleeing from a famine. Not to mention resisting, even the weapons have long since been thrown away somewhere. Just hold your head. Above the entire prairie, roaming about were scattered soldiers fleeing for their lives. How is this possible? Lu Ruyan's brain boomed like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, splitting her entire being out of consciousness. As a general, she also deeply understands that it is simply impossible to regather the generals back to the formation in such a situation. How does a scattering of sand come together under a hurricane? How can you plug a flood that has already burst its banks? He wanted to save it himself, but how could he? The dense and raging routed soldiers. It was impossible to rush in by themselves. It's over. It's all over. The other side. How many people? Lu Ruyan instantly paled, and her voice spoke with a kind of feeble trembling. 800. General, withdraw. Gather the remnants of the army. There may still be some hope in this battle. Now that the heart of the army has collapsed, the morale is nothing. There is no way to fight. Withdraw? Ruyan Lu let out a bitter smile. How do I get out? 800 cavalry charging through an army of 100,000? This can be withdrawn. You still have the nerve to pull out? Even if I die in battle, I can't withdraw. At this time, some of the soldiers fleeing behind had already run to Ruyan Lu. She decapitated a man with her sword. Death to those who take a step back. A great man sacrifices his life for his country, and dying in battle is this time. So why run away? Ruyan Lu uttered a single word and decapitated a deserter. In a short time, heads rolled down like heavy rain. But now it was no longer a matter of wanting to retreat or not. It was simply uncontrollable. More soldiers behind them were madly scattering in all directions, like headless flies, not caring about the direction at all. A vast army of 100,000 men, defeated, like dominoes. Ruyan Lu's ruthlessness wasn't half as effective. No amount of killing on her part could stop half the army from fleeing. General, let's escape as well. This is just an ambush by the Huns. I guess the army is already on its way here now. Ruyan Lu's beloved was still trying to persuade him bitterly. General, it's not your fault. It's that the army at the border is really rotten to the bone. Just this is still claimed to be our Great Zhou's elite, and they're fleeing on the wind even before the battle. General, even if you die, you have to tell His Majesty about this. A small bright light appeared in Ruyan Lu's dull eyes. This battle, it doesn't seem to be entirely his own fault. Is one's command wrong? 1,000-mile raid. If it was these soldiers who could keep up with their own pace, it was bound to be an unprecedented battle for the destruction of the country. 100,000 people against 8,800 people, and they were killed like this by someone else like nobody's business. What kind of army is this? This is still the various elites drawn by His Majesty's holy decree? Ridiculous. seeing that success was close at hand, less than 100 miles away from the Turkic royal court. They dropped the ball here. If you look at it this way, not to mention these 800, even if there were no 800, they would be able to disorganize themselves and suffer a great defeat. The borderers are rotten to the core. No, even if I die, I must tell His Majesty the state of the border army today. Even if his dream of sealing the wolves is broken, he will still be the bell ringer for the court of Great Zhou. Lu Ruyan clenched her silver teeth and glanced at the battlefield place again. Take the heavy head and pack the chaotics, she muttered. It was only then that he rolled over decisively and mounted his horse. Withdraw. What? Bolden Xuanyu's eyes were on the verge of glaring out, and his huge body was trembling violently. 800 over 100,000? Are you not amusing me? Xuanwu, this is a true story. The battlefield is just 100 miles away from us, and General Zhang has already pursued us in victory. You just don't believe me. Go out and take a look now. Plop. Bolden Singular sat on his ass on the ground, prancing to his feet again, not caring about what handsome tent camp. His foot fiercely stomped, one step up to the sky. The whole person vacated the air to stand on top of the royal court, looking into the distance. 100 miles away, the 800 iron cavalry was like a long dragon that was chasing after the 100,000 troops to devour them to their heart's content, and the emperor had long been routed, unable to even see the voice of the commander-in-chief. General Zhang is truly a man of God. Although transcendent force existed in this world, almost everyone had cultivation, and to rely on individual force to defeat thousands of troops was not even to be thought of. Even Bolden himself, his cultivation is vaguely above Zhang Liao, but if he encounters an army of 100,000, he will die without knowing how. God help me. When it's true, God help me. Just when I was about to go to war with Great Zhou, the heavens gave me such a supreme general. Ha ha ha. So what if you, Turk, get the prince, and I, Bolden, get General Zhang? The deer is yet to be seen. Bolden Xuanwu pressed the excitement in his heart. Order the troops. Order the troops. General Zhang's army is alone and his men are too few. So immediately go forward to receive him and take Yanmen Pass with a single blow. Taking Yanmen Pass. From then on, you can attack and retreat. And the strategy immediately changed to the initiative. How had Bolden Xuanwu ever imagined that one day it would be so easy to gnaw on this hard bone? Originally, according to his plan, taking Yanmen Pass was not a big problem, but it was bound to cost a lot, which can be as easy as this. The whole Huns are excited. Tens of thousands of troops started immediately. A 1,000-mile chase. Ruyan Lu didn't know how long she had fled before the Hun cavalry stopped chasing her. That's right, she has abandoned the pass. And when the Huns took Yanmen Pass, they stopped the chase as if it were forbidden. 100,000 troops, with only a mere 10,000 left. Each one of them was emaciated, like a beggar, lying on top of the snow in an eastward direction. Even her own trusted guards are almost dead. Ruyan Lu weaved her way through the fallen remnants of the soldiers. Silence, until you get to the end of the line. Her eyes looked toward the distant god's capital. There, they must be waiting for news of their triumph. It would soon be the New Year's Eve, and the Taiji Hall must be peaceful now, with lanterns hanging high. And yet, at a time like this news was brought to the Empress. Hey! Ruyan Lu sighed heavily. The end of his political career was already in sight. The only thing she could do was to go back and apologize, informing His Majesty that the rottenness of the border army had reached unimaginable proportions. If it wasn't for this belief that was supporting her, Ruyan Lu was afraid that she would have already killed herself. As the saying goes, good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. The news of the Great Zhou vs Xuanwu battle instantly spread throughout the entire world. Chapter 39, Empress, 100,000 troops defeated by 800 cavalry? Lunar New Year. Within the bedchamber, Empress Zhou was in an exceptionally good mood today. Surprisingly, he personally commanded for a while the palace-made eunuchs to hang colorful lanterns and paste window flowers. Chancellor Ryu Himing was always with him. Your Majesty is truly a lover of the people, and you have to do such a small thing with your own hands, to be happy with the people. I have not felt this New Year's atmosphere since I entered the palace. Zhou smiled faintly. AI. Unfortunately, nowadays the burden of the entire Great Zhou needs to be carried by me on one shoulder, and I can't be idle even if I want to be idle. She walked over to the tabletop and began flipping through today's Zhengbiao. It was New Year's Day, and folders from all over the world drifted into the palace like snowflakes. It's almost always a New Year's greeting and an ode to merit. The Empress casually flipped through a few books, her face becoming more and more flushed, and her heart was in a great state of relaxation. On his face, however, he laughed bitterly in succession, randomly flipping through a zine. Look at this. Your Majesty's holy virtue is in harmony with the heavens. The civilization and the military are well prepared, and all the people are blessed. The river is clear and the sea is calm and victorious over 3 generations, and his achievements are towering and dazzling in the past and present, so he should be the first emperor of the ages. On the occasion of this new year, I would like to wish that our emperor's life will be as long as the mountains, and that his blessings will last for a long time, and I will bow my head with fear and trepidation. Slippery people, how can I be an emperor for the ages? Zhou laughed and cursed, but kept looking back and forth a few more times, not dropping the Zhengzhua for a long time. Your Majesty, this is not a slip of the tongue, it's that you are, in the hearts of the people of the world, the Emperor of the 1,000 years, or the first female Emperor of the 1,000 years. Your Majesty's dragon harnesses the heavens, your virtue is recognized by the 4 tables, and your achievements exceed those of 100 generations. You shall shine with Yao and Shun, and with the sun and moon. It's just that you haven't been out of the palace and don't know what the world thinks. The people of the world, do they really look at me like that? Zhou was a bit skeptical. The last time I weighed in and saw the light, I was disappointed to the core. Your Majesty, that's not because Li Hao made a commotion. Wait after this gust of wind. The world will naturally still understand your Majesty's painstaking efforts. The royal son and the relatives, is when really for the world first. Anything your Majesty does, is the world first. Ryu Hemming's words reminded Zhou. You're right, but if I want to be the first emperor of the ages, I have to come up with something real. And this battle against the Xuanwu to destroy the country is the best proof. The second battle will be won. Your Majesty, that girl Ruyan I know best. There is no difference between her leading the troops and me going there myself. The Huns are a mere trifle, and can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. I have also read Ruyan's battle plan, 1,000-mile surprise attack, divine soldiers, foolproof. Well. Zhou's dragon face was delighted. That's a real relief to have you say that. According to the time of your commitment, word should come back from the front tonight. Let the feast begin. Within the great hall, the 100 officials were seated. As in previous New Year's banquets, the emperor was accompanying his family and would not make such a big deal out of it. But today is different. This year is different. The Empress asked all officials above the 5th rank to attend the banquet. Even special grace, officials are allowed to bring their families, in order to celebrate the feast. Zhou sat high at the top, Her Majesty unrivaled. On the night of the New Year, I have summoned all of you to come here. Firstly, to spend this New Year's festival together and to observe the New Year here. And secondly, to present you with a gift. Gentlemen, let's wait for now. And when the news of triumph comes from the front, we'll revel in it. Within the great hall, although there were many people, none of them dared to make the slightest sound, and no one dared to touch the chopsticks and drink. A little bit of time passes. Instead of being half tired, Zhou became more and more energized. Under the candlelight reflection, the face still had a delicate color that was not usually seen. Until, 800-mile rush, 800-mile rush. A voice came from outside the palace gates to the main hall. Coming. Kiju smiled faintly, but the next moment, her face changed drastically. A soldier stumbled into the great hall, his clothes ragged and wretched, his eyes full of fear and exhaustion. Your Majesty, it's a big deal. Zhou frowned and glanced grudgingly at Chancellor Liu Hemming. Wasn't it said that nothing should be communicated today, and that we were to wait only for the battle report from the front today? Your Majesty, the way he's dressed, he seems to be a Yinmen past general. Liu Hemming's heart thumped as a bad premonition hit him. What? Kiju was shocked. Your Majesty, Liu Ruyan killed a general without authorization, and was greedy for success. Disregarding the deaths of his soldiers, he ran thousands of miles to attack the Xiongnu, and was ambushed in a tired position, and his army of 100,000 men was almost completely wiped out, and those who ambushed the 100,000 strong army were only a mere 800 cavalrymen. The room was filled with a roar. Especially the last sentence brought a shock that overwhelmed everyone. Greedy for success and killing ministers without authorization. There are many such examples in history, and failure is quite normal. But 800 cavalrymen, ambushing an army of 100,000, and still almost wiped out? That's bull ********. Are you not amusing me? Zhou almost roared out. 800 cavalry ambushing 100,000 troops. Even if the army is exhausted, 800 cavalry in front of it is just like dust. Ridiculous. What a travesty. What kind of soldier dares to insult my court like this? Take them out and behead them. The 100 officials don't believe it. Liu Hemming doesn't believe it. And Zhou won't believe it even more. The Battle of Mako? The Battle of the Long Spoon? The Battle of Julu? The Battle of Pengchang? Official Red Cliff? Are you kidding me? Even if you can do more with less, it's still based on a good foundation in its own right. 800 wins over 100,000. Why don't you go to heaven? Your Majesty, this is true. The general let out a bitter smile. Not to mention that these officials who had never been to war did not believe it. Even he, a veteran of hundreds of battles, could never believe it, but the truth is happening right now. No one can argue with that. The words just fell from his lips. There was another cacophony of noise from outside. Your Majesty, it's a big deal. Your Majesty, the battle report came from the front line. 100,000 troops were completely wiped out. Your Majesty, General Lu Ruyan reports urgently. The messengers sent from all directions arrived at the Great Hall. Zhou looked at Ruyan Lu's handwritten letter. It was only then that I was completely convinced. In this instant, she felt as if her heart had been struck by a boulder. Defeated. Really defeated. 100,000 troops lost to 800 cavalry. Lu Himing, is this what you call a sure win in the second battle? Chapter 40 Codename, Bright Sword. Quest reward, 10,000 soul sword. An entire army of 100,000 men facing 800 men is a pig that can win, right? This is the man you said you taught by your own hand. Bang, bang, bang. The food delicacies that had been placed in front of the Empress were all smashed to pieces. Even that most defensible and difficult to attack Yanmen Pass was lost. Do you know how much it cost to take Yanmen Pass? 100,000 generals, or 100,000 of the most elite warriors of the border army. How do you let me give the world an explanation? And where do you want me to put my face? Ryu Himiaki also froze in place. This outcome was unacceptable to her as well. 100,000 troops just standing there for the other side to kill would tire out those 800 people, right? How can you lose? Lu Ruyan was personally trained by himself, doing things thunderously, the best at strategy. How could he lose so badly? Yeah, there's got to be something fishy about this. Your Majesty, perhaps there is something else going on at this time. The grassland is not like the Central Plains. There is not even a place for an ambush, and in a head-on battle, there is absolutely no way that an army of 100,000 men will be defeated by 800 men, and I can vouch for that with my head. But this is something that has clearly happened. Lu Ruyan's battle report is right here. Zhou was still thunderstruck. Your Majesty, by my projection, there is only one situation that would cause this result. What the hell? Lu Himing glanced at the courtiers. There must be someone who has long been secretly communicating with the Xuanwu. So under the coordination of the inside and the outside, it can be caused by 800 people to break 100,000. In fact, it is definitely not 800 people, but I don't know how many people have long been the Xiongnu's accomplices. Lu Himing's words caused the Empress to fall into deep thought, all the while making the whole party more lively. Lord Chancellor can be responsible for what he says. The generals drawn this time are the most loyal and elite of our great Zhou. How can they be related to the Huns? The Huns are stuck in their own ways and have not interacted with the outside world for many years. Lord Chancellor, a defeat is a defeat, so let's just prepare for the later battles. Why do we have to be so bloodthirsty and chilling for the generals of Yanguan? Since the letters coming from the front are all accusing Lu Ruyan of being greedy, how come Lord Chancellor is the only one speculating here? The clearer. This matter will surely come out. Don't be so hard-mouthed, everyone. Lu Himing was not afraid in the slightest, and one person hardened himself against the group of ministers. Enough! The Empress got a bit of a headache from the noise, and an angry rebuke made the entire banquet silent once again. Ministers just shirk their responsibilities. But what does it do for the matter itself? Shame on yourself. Regardless of whether or not there was an inside man, whether or not there was someone who betrayed Ruyan Lu, it was an indisputable fact that 800 had defeated 100,000. Zhou's heart was irritated to the core. Just now, she was still saying that she was the first female emperor in the ancient times and that her achievements had covered the Qin emperor and the Han emperor, but in the twinkling of an eye, I'm afraid I'm going to be the first dim king of the ages. What wise ruler would do such a thing? She thought back on what she had done today and felt even more sarcastic and insulted. Just now, he told the ministers that he would give you all a New Year's gift. Is that what this humiliating defeat is all about? A small Xiongnu, who was killed by Emperor Taizong when he could not leave his house and blockaded himself in the barren land of the Great Northwest, actually fought this battle that can be called the most lopsided victory in the history of the world when facing the Great Zhou? Where to put your own face? I'm afraid that when the news gets out, the whole world will laugh at my own incompetent and dim king. In the future, will those people privately call themselves G100,000? Haimejiman. Zhou's body trembled violently as if she had received an electric shock. Then it felt as if his brain was muddled as if it were mush. Her eyes went black and she fainted. At the same time, the Dingxiang royal court was likewise holding a New Year's banquet, and Li Hao was rarely received by Jia Li Khan in his tent. The campfire in the center was blazing, its leaping embers reddening the surroundings and dispelling the slight coolness of the prairie night. Beautiful and seductive prairie dancers are twisting their bodies around the campfire. Roasted whole lamb was brought to the table, the golden and oily skin moist and bubbling with oil, and the aroma instantly filled the air. Behind Li Hao stood two people. One was his personal guard, Dian Wei, and the other was the famous General Zheng Han from the end of Qin. Jie Khan held the wine cup in his hand high, as if he was the master of the whole banquet. Gentlemen, just now came the news that 100,000 elites of the Great Zhou were ambushed by 800 cavalry of the Turk and gave a dash. 100,000 troops, almost completely wiped out. For a moment, heaven and earth were silent. No one spoke for a long time, until with a thud, a grassland military general's wine cup fell to the ground. It was in the middle of the tent that a roar of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, Khan, Lord Chancellor is joking. 800 broke 100,000. He Huns have a heavenly army. How is this possible? Yes, this is not like the southern part of the Central Plains. There are heavenly dangers to defend. This is a flat river. One person to put a fart can put the 800 cavalry of the stepping horse to collapse the sky. But Mr. Chancellor is drunk? Yes, yes, yes. Drink, keep drinking. Tonight is the night to not get drunk. Crowd laughing and cursing. Jie Khan did not pay attention to. Do not believe it is normal. Change a normal person will not believe. He turned his head to look at Li Hao. Your Majesty, do you believe it? I believe it. Li Hao smiled lightly. This was all expected. Can Zhang 800's buffs still be wrong? Timelessness. Behind him, Zhang Han was even more impressed. The Lord is really wise. 800 against 100. 000 such things can be predicted early. Ask yourself, if you were to lead 800 people to face 100,000 elites, even if these 800 people were all experts among experts, then there was absolutely no half hope of winning. People from the Middle Kingdom, they just don't see things. The great prince laughed coldly. This is the step. Do you think you can still use those plots and tricks of your Central Plains? We grassland Chinese characters have always fought head-on. 800 against 100,000. Do you know what concept this is? This is equivalent to the difficulty of a newborn baby trying to defeat a Dan condensation expert. The great prince was defeated by Li Hao last time, and always suspected that the other party had used some unseemly methods. I've heard that Central Plains cultivators have all kinds of strange and weird elixirs. Li Hao was able to easily catch him, the recognized #1 divine power of the grassland. And there was definitely a fraud. How dare you speak to His Majesty? The Khan feigned anger, and though he chortled, he said nothing further. Gentlemen, this incident really happened. You heard it correctly, and it wasn't the heavenly soldiers and generals. It was just the ordinary 800 cavalrymen who defeated the Great Zhou's 100,000 troops. They also occupied Yanmen Pass as a result. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps tingle. This battle has hardened the Huns, who have been cowering for so many years. They actually want to invite your Majesty to be their guest. Jie Khan narrowed his eyes at Li Hao. What does your Majesty think? Trying me? Li Hao smiled and was just about to open his mouth. Instead, he heard a prompt from the system. Ding! In the face of Jie Khan's provocation, would you choose? Option 1, you can say whatever you want. I'll just pretend to be dead. He's strong. Let him be strong. The bright moon shines on the big river. Reward for the mission, a considerable sum of money for the new year. Option 2, 10,000 interdictor army is under the tent at this time, so it's a good time not to lift the table. Becoming a true emperor is now. Mission code name, Shining Sword. Quest reward, Bright Sword must have sword. Sword of 10,000 souls. Chapter 41, how could Emperor Taizone's descendant cultivate such a devilish magic weapon? Li Hao was a bit surprised in his heart that this system was more anxious than himself. The reason why he was hesitant to make a move. Li Hao certainly had his own concerns. It's that grassland 18 Grand Masters. Jie Khan worried and careful. Turkic 18 Great Masters. Only 9 people in this big feast, and half are stationed at their own headquarters. The people within the tent could perhaps be eliminated through the 10,000 interdictor army in conjunction with the Zhuge crossbow. But what about the other half? Although the force of Dianwei Zhang Han was strong, the two of them were not very sure about attacking the 9 Great Masters. After all the commotion over here, the others won't be like cuties, like a sitting duck. It's always less insurance. Ding! Detecting the kink in the host's heart. Hereby presenting an additional Overlord Experience card. Overlord Experience card, the essence of cultivation with a bang from King Xuanwu of Chu. You can have the Overlord's cultivation in a short period of time. The King of Chu hegemony. When he first merged half of the world, his cultivation level shook the ancient world, and after using it, he gained the peak realm of the merged world for 1 hour. Holy, so tough. Li Hao's eyes lit up, such as Duan Wei, Zhang Han, and Zhang Liao who were still only at the Tongsheng realm. Xiangyu was surprisingly 2 great realms higher than the 3. Above the Passage Saint realm, one can become a Zongshi. Even if the 18 patriarchs were added together, they could never be Xiangyu's opponent. It's dry. Li Hao looked at Jie Khan and smiled. Chancellor is asking me? As the saying goes, there is no king's land under the sky. Xiangyu is a citizen of my great Tang no matter what. I naturally want to personally go and commend it. Jie Khan's face stiffened. he just habitually asked Li Hao. And Li Hao, this son, is extremely intelligent, never dared to disobey himself half a point, but also in front of their own meek is really son-in-law. Jie Khan himself also very much enjoy the feeling of overriding the emperor of the great Tang, even if the other party is only a puppet emperor, but he is a direct descendant of Emperor Taizong. He thought that Li Hao would still say, as usual, that everything was at the disposal of the chancellor. How dare you have an opinion of your own? This son must not be kept. Having chosen so many concubines for Li Hao as well as Xiao Beauty, once any heir was born, it would be the end of Li Hao. Young children are still a little easier to control than adults. There's no need to pretend to be hypocritical about etiquette. Your Majesty, you cannot travel to the Huns, the matter is settled. Ha ha, since I ascended the throne, I have never gone to my own land to take a walk, and this point of request the chancellor has to refuse. Li Hao said and made an imperceptible gesture towards Zhang Han. The latter understood, and without moving, took a step back, slowly hidden between the palace maids serving next to him. How dare you? How do you talk to my father? The great prince did not learn the hypocritical set of Jie Khan, and immediately stood up with a slap on the table. Li Hao, do you really consider yourself an emperor? My father is just being too fake to give you a little face, but this face is not the money you dare to resist. You remember, everything you have is from my father. He can make you an emperor. He can equally make you a corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, and obtaining a reward, the 10,000 Souls Sword, and the Overlord Experience card. 10,000 Souls Sword, a supreme treasure made by the Devil Emperor using his own blood as a guide and fusing the most precious treasures of the Devil's Way, a superb heavenly soul treasure. The 10,000 Souls Sword can refine a person's soul into a streamer, thus confining and even manipulating it. Remarks, extremely evil magic weapon. Non-virtuous people can't live in it. Use with caution. Overlord Experience card, after using it, within 1 hour, you will obtain the great harmonization realm of harmonization of half the world. Use the Overlord Experience card. Li Hao murmured in his heart. At this moment, his body's true essence condensed into a star Shanghai, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. It seems that the stars, rivers, lakes and seas are only in the space of a breath, and the sun, moon and stars are but the tips of the fingers. How dare you? Who are you? I'm talking to Lord Chancellor. Is it for you to interrupt? As soon as Li Hao's words fell, the whole room was dumbfounded. If just now it was just a token line of defiance on his part, then this one was really sharp. How dare he chide the Grand Prince? No one has ever dared to be so bold on the grasslands except Jie Khan. Li Hao, you! In the next moment, Li Hao had disappeared from his seat, and when he reappeared, he was carrying a head in his hand, which was none other than the Great Prince. The crime of deceiving the king is punishable by death. Chancellor, any comments? Jie Khan looked at the smiling face across the street, and for the first time felt a little bit of what is called the wrath of the Son of Heaven. But how dare he? Who gave him the courage to kill his son in front of his own face? Jie Khan, as a lord of the steppe generation, immediately reacted after a short period of shock. His face showed surprise and his tone was pained. Your Majesty, why the rebellion? The dancer behind her had long since run to the corner in fear and crouched there with her hands on her head. The other people from the grasslands who were attending the banquet, including the 9 great patriarchs, immediately rushed over and surrounded Jie Khan in the center, just waiting for him to give the order. He would immediately chop this great Tang emperor in front of him into mincemeat. Jie Khan pushed through the crowd and crouched down to cradle his son's headless form. There was no heart-rending roar of rage. The voice grew flatter and colder. Li Hao, you're really a smart person. You're so reckless because you're certain that this king doesn't dare to kill you. You bet right. I am afraid to kill you, but you're also betting wrong. I don't dare to kill you, but I can make your life worse than death just the same. Sometimes living is worse than dying. Let's arrest this majesty of ours and abuse him for a while, and whoever dares to get him killed, I'll plagiarize the 9 clans of whoever it is. The others had long been looking at Li Hao with dislike. His only redeeming feature was the bloodline in him. He was a descendant of Li Tang. Other than that it's nothing. But for that one thing, he could be the object of the entire world's pursuit. How exasperating. The prairie people believed more in force and courage. You are a truly respected warrior when you defeat others. But things always change beyond one's imagination. As they wanted to make a move, suddenly, like divine soldiers descending from heaven, countless soldiers armed with crossbows and arrows rushed in from outside the tent. Without saying a word, kill on sight. The Zhou crossbow that was enriched with aura was invincible at such a close range. In an instant, the only people left standing within the tent were the 9 great patriarchs, Jie Khan and his other 2 sons. In the whole Turkestan, the strongest person is Jie Khan, a master of the Dharma realm. There was also one Dharma phase among the 9 great sect masters, and the rest were all at the Passage Saint realm. When it came down to it, Jie Khan still didn't panic. He looked coldly at the man who rushed in. Without anger, he laughed. Li Hao, You are really good at calculating. Surprisingly so tolerant. With such a strong strength and still able to endure until now. Not simple. If we give you time, maybe you can really become the second Taizu. Too bad you're still young. I don't know the gap between the higher cultivators. These people are only in the Qi condensation and Tanqiao realms, right? Even though they are equipped with that strange magic weapon in their hands, the battle power they exert is far more than that of an ordinary warrior. But what can they do? The power of the Dharma realm is not something you can imagine. When Jieli Khan finished speaking, a huge looming false image suddenly rose up behind him. Golden Body Sky Khan. The law believes that the hand stretches out. A star is clutched in the hand. Jieli Khan, the whole person bathed in starlight. This moment, when it is really hand-holding the sun and moon to pick stars, the world does not have me like this person. Another phallic realm master, behind the back of the rise of a white hair pale phallic double sleeve swinging thousands of sword shadows above the lingering sword gas, as if spitting letters of the hideous green snake. Li Hao, I'll give you a chance, but it's hard to get rid of my heart's hatred without killing you now. The golden body Dharma phase opened its mouth like a flood bell, but the next moment, he saw a bigger phallic figure rise up behind the harmless-looking Li Hao. The Dharma phase was filled with the aura of kingly dominance, and the sharp eyes seemed as if everything under the sun was not worth looking at. A huge palm reached over, grabbed Jieli Khan's neck, and with a gentle pinch, crushed and exploded his phallic head. With another kick, he trampled the pale Dharma phase of the one next to him. The two Dharma phases scattered with a loud bang. A long sword with black smoke suddenly appeared in Li Hao's hand. 10,000 souls. Sword, you actually have such an evil weapon? Jieli Khan was stunned. 10,000 souls sword he has not seen, but he has seen the 10,000 soul streamer. When the grassland above there is a devil sacrificed this evil magic weapon. Do not know how many grassland cattle, sheep and horses slaughtered. This thing, it is most evil. How could such a thing appear on a royal prince's body? How could a descendant of Emperor Taizong cultivate such a devilish magic weapon? Die! Li Hao paused for a moment before slashing out with his sword. The person he was just now also just wanted to experience the subtleties of the Dharma phase realm, which would be of great benefit to all his future cultivation. How could two people of the Dharma realm resist a hegemon who had merged half the world? A sword, like a hot knife in butter, instantly slicing through the defenses on Jieli Khan's body, before cutting off his head. Li Hao sneered. It's called the Human Emperor Sword. Chapter 42 Khan. I will send you on your way first. Pust. Blood spray. 2 lives with 1 sword. The remaining 8 grandmasters instantly knelt down when they saw this situation. Kato like chiseled garlic. The Li Hao in front of them, the pressure emanating from his body, was simply not something they could resist. He was definitely not a simple Dharma realm. It could even be a harmonized realm that had broken through the shackles of this world. And the harmonized ones weren't just ordinary things. Otherwise, how could they be able to kill 2 major Dharma phase realm powerhouses so easily? Your Majesty, spare your life. We are all your most loyal men, and we are willing to serve your Majesty as oxen and horses from now on. Yes, Li Hao's voice reached his ears. The 8 great patriarchs were slightly relieved and were busy trying to raise their heads to thank them. However, they saw the big sword with black smoke coming right towards them in a horizontal chop. In another life, Li Hao withdrew his sword, and strands of black gas emerged from the many corpses and drilled into the human emperor sword. He could clearly feel everything within the sword. It was as if the place called itself heaven and earth, and there was a dimness everywhere. The souls of these 10 people were being baptized in it, obliterating the consciousness. Worthy of being the number 1 evil thing, I'm afraid that it will only take a moment for these souls to be available for my own use. What made him a bit regretful was that these souls seemed to be much weaker, and he didn't know how many % of their strength could be utilized again. Li Hao's gaze fell on the 2 remaining imperial princes. You guys, choose a way to die. I'm a kind-hearted person. I can't bear to see Khan leave alone. A family, it's better to be reunited. Your Majesty. The 2 had long been scared out of their wits. How had they ever seen such a scene? A great battle in the Dharma realm would not be seen once or twice in one's lifetime without any surprises. But the opposite party had resolved the Great Father in their hearts with a single move. The 2 men's backbone was on par with those 8 great masters. Your Majesty, I want to serve you until I die. Your Majesty, I want to euthanize. Li Hao's hand rose and fell with his sword, and settled the 3rd prince with a single sword. A man of good color should not be kept, leaving behind a cowering penis. Just now it was just a joke. From now on, you are the Khan of Turkestan, the Lord Chancellor of our great Tang Empire. Ha! Turk's son apparently hadn't inherited half the brains he had. The sudden pie on his head made him feel a little dreamy, so surprised that he didn't quite dare to believe it. To become Khan and take his father's place is not the wish of his life. You heard correctly. You are now the Chancellor. now I'll give you a chance. Immediately summon the other 9 great patriarchs under the pretext of sending out troops, and ask them to lead the elite of their headquarters to come to this place and wait for orders. Immediately, at once, those who do not come within an hour will be executed for disobeying military orders. General Zhang, take our Lord Chancellor and go immediately to collect the troops of this ministry. Yes, Lord. The light in Zhang Han's eyes flashed brilliantly. Since he came here, he had also been suffocating for a long time, and this kind of unimpeded life of killing was what he was pursuing in the way of the general. Let's go, Chancellor. Outside the big tent, it had long since been controlled by the interdictor army that had emerged from the ground. The corpses on the ground were also cleaned up a long time ago. If you don't look closely, it seems like nothing is happening here. Still immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the new year, of the 18 Turkic tribes, 9 are gathered in the royal court of Dingxiang. Zhang Han took the second prince hostage and led an army of 5,000 torturers in a great march toward the other tribes. The other tribes were likewise singing and dancing at this time, killing cows and slaughtering sheep. Especially this year, the Turks suddenly became orthodox, became the world's premier power, became the center of the world's common look. The celebration is more grand than in previous years. The soldiers also had a rare day off to party. 5,000 generals came in wind and fire. Instantly let this new year lost peace. The whole Turk are a solemn. After Zhang Han took over the military power of the Turks with a swift momentum, he put the whole 9 departments under firm control, immediately set off towards the other 9 sections. The head patriarchs of the other 9 ministries, however, had rushed to the Khan's tent without stopping at that moment. What happened here? Outside the tent, a man sensed something was wrong and suddenly alertly grabbed the collar of one of the guards. Why do I smell so much blood? The guards had naturally been replaced by the interdictors long ago. General, it is inevitable that the flag must be sacrificed for the expedition. The Khan is waiting within the tent, and if there is any further delay, the general will have to be careful as well. Only then did a few people relax, their eyes revealing excitement. Expedition. Those are the 2 words that have been haunting the crowd the most lately. The temptation to trample on the central plains and take the place of Zhou and Tang can easily make one lose one's train of thought. The 9 patriarchs pulled the tent open as soon as they could, but he saw where there was any semblance of Khan's voice inside. Only that puppet emperor was sitting there, drinking fine wine and teasing the flirtatious Xiao Beauty in his arms. Beauty Xiao had long been flushed and panting. Your Majesty, Goldfinger is really powerful. Ha ha. Li Hao laughed out loud before he looked towards the 9 people. Where is Khan? The 9 great patriarchs immediately sensed that something was wrong. Li Hao ignored them and said to Xiao Beauty with a smile, I'll tell you, this finger is called the electricity yin-yang hand, and not only can it get people wet, it can also dry them out. The next moment, without waiting for the 9 to react, Li Hao's body was like a ghost, pointing out one finger after another, hitting the 9 people right in the center of their eyebrows. With just this one blow, the 9 people immediately fell to the ground and died, their bodies gradually turning into dry corpses, and when the wind blew, they were nothing but ash. 9 men and 1 death. Only then did Li Hao let out a long breath. The jig is up. The next day, all the Turkic officials, as well as those who had defected from Great Zhou and were loyal to the king and the country, were all summoned together. Li Hao stood tall at the top. Below is Zhang Han, who has just been appointed as a great general, and the new chancellor, the second prince. Ladies and gentlemen, the false Zhou demon queen is despicable and shameless, going so far as to turn the first and third princes against each other, allowing the 2 of them to carry out that act of patricide. It's really hateful. 2 foolish imperial sons, but unable to withstand the empty promises of the demon queen, went so far as to kill their own father, our Lord Chancellor of the Great Tang. Not only that, even our grassland 18 patriarchs were all ordered to be executed by the 2 princes. Such behavior is outrageous to man and God. Gentlemen, what shall we do? Li Hao made some remarks, vocal and emotional, and the unknown Turkic masses underneath immediately exploded. It's simply audacious. Gave her the face to write us and on us like that. Your Majesty, please also avenge Lord Chancellor, sending troops to false Zhou. How can the demon queen be so underhanded? How many years has she been using this trick of disassociation? But the 2 princes are also really stupid. They even took the bait again. But without the 18 patriarchs, how will we be a match for the demon empress again? What the hell do you know? I heard that the demon empress's 100,000 men were made little cute by the Xiongnu's 800 men. Pseudo Zhou has long since run out of luck. Gentlemen, be at ease. Li Hao waved his hand. Lord Chancellor is a loyal person, knowing that before he dies, he still has to entrust the second prince to look after me. I am also moved in my heart, in love and reason, are to step on the pseudo-weak, for the Chancellor of the Lord's revenge cannot. But there's an old saying that a good workman must first make good use of his tools, and we still need to make some preparations if we want to send out an army to Pseudo-Zhou. The first is that the various tribes have just suffered a great disaster and changed generals. It is inevitable that some people are not convinced in their hearts. I need you to expose each other to report. Those who dare to disobey will be killed without amnesty, and those who report will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. Secondly, to make trouble outside must first secure inside. Before going out to conquer the pseudo-Zhou, Xuanwu, female true two must make a good alliance. I don't want a front foot just left. The back foot was stolen by these two families. The third is that we grassland everyone is a soldier. From now on adult male, all go to the barracks to report. Unified by the chapter of the Great General Coordination Practice. Ready to go out at any time. Always be ready. Down below, Dianwei raised his arms and his rough voice resounded throughout the grasslands. This was a phrase that Li Hao had specially taught him. Originally, Duanwei thought it was pretty average, but shouting it out at this moment felt as if the spirit was elevated. Always ready. Yeah, well, that's what being a soldier is all about. Always ready to die for your country. Always ready to serve your emperor. His words also immediately infected the other generals. Then, the whole grassland resounded with impassioned, death-defying voices. Always ready. Always ready. Always ready. In order to show his grief, Li Hao postponed the big wedding he had originally prepared. The beauties chosen from all over the steppe were repatriated to various places. There's no way. Sometimes racial differences can lead to different aesthetics. Except for such a special thing like beauty Xiao who grows on everyone's aesthetic point. The news of Jie Khan's death and Li Hao's holy decree of discussing the grand plan were spread to all the forces in the grassland. The royal court of the desert. Bolden Xuanwu was at this time spirited and proud. Gentlemen, it's really a neighbor sunning a sesame pepper. Numbing the next door. Who would have thought that in a few days, we Huns would have completely turned over in a big way. He pointed to the steady man who stood next to him like a tower of iron. General Zhang, what a savior God has sent to this king. 800 men at 100,000 ING men. Who can match this kind of battle? It was Emperor Taizong back then, and he was far worse. He couldn't really hide his excitement and finished baring his mouth and thought, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that I was back in the years of Emperor Qin and Emperor Han. Ever since those two great emperors disappeared, this world has had a collapse of its qi. No matter how hard one tries, it's impossible to break through the Dharma realm. And without breaking through the Dharma realm, how can anyone fight against 10,000 people with one? But General Zhang did it. It's even more beautiful than the kind done by realm crushing. Everyone, we congratulate General Zhang. When Bolden Khan looked at Zhang Liao, his heart was like honey. The appearance of this strange man made his idea of striking at the center of the world more and more exuberant. There is a kind of person in this world called a son of Qi, but wherever it appeared, it was a place where luck converged. Although the false show had allowed thousands of Confucian students to gather Qi in the Taiji Hall, it was ultimately an external force. So how could it be a match for this kind of natural-born son of Qi? Sons of the Qi are favored by the heavens, and Zhang Liao is obviously this kind of person. Otherwise 800 against 100. 000 is still too much. Effective immediately, General Zhang is the divine mighty heavenly general of our grasslands. Do you all have any comments? General divine mighty heavenly general, in Xiongnu, was equal to the Tianzi general of Li Tang back then, the marshal of the world's troops and horses. No Han has ever dared to be so titled, but Zhang Liao, no one is unconvinced. The various Han executives in the audience immediately raised their hands in celebration. Shan Yu is joking, General Zhang, not to mention being the divine mighty heavenly general. In the future, he will be the chancellor of our tribe. One person under 10,000 people, who would dare to disobey. That's right, if anyone doesn't obey, I'll be the first to chop him up. Ha ha ha. Shan, you can make a rule that anyone who can take 10,000 people to defeat 100,000 people can consider thinking about making a point. Shock. It was the greatest feeling that Zhang Liao brought to them. At the same time, this person's modesty is even more admired by the crowd. From the beginning to the end, there was not half a bit of pride because of this heaven-splitting credit. It's the same attitude and approachability to anyone. But the mere mention of the pseudo-weak is immediately murderous. Who wouldn't be convinced by such a redoubtable and humble high-minded person? Zhang Liao smiled faintly. Shan Yu, vanity is not something I'm good at. My subordinate's greatest wish in this life is to overthrow the false show, break that female emperor into pieces, and then whisk my clothes away afterward, and hide my achievements and fame deeply. Ha ha ha. Well. Bolden Monogatari gave a thumbs up. Higher man, with this mentality, has won everyone. You may not want it, but this king must give it. My divine mighty heavenly general. Gentlemen, there is a second heavenly good. A messenger has been sent from the Turkic side, and Jie Khan actually died under the Demon Queen's divisive plan, still died at the hands of his own son. Even the 18 great masters that he relied on were all poisoned to death by his own son without defense. Hiss. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. There's so much information in that statement. the death of Jelly Khan can still be put on the back burner. But the Turks' 18 great masters are all dead? What does that mean? Turk is now dead in name only. Without those 18 great masters, how else could he gain a foothold in the grasslands? The importance of a general to an army cannot be overstated. Turkic 18 tribes, without the township's patriarch, how can they play? Dang, really? As fake as it is. There's also an imperial decree coming through that Li Hao is preparing to go on an expedition to Great Zhou in order to avenge Jelly Khan, and he wants to call us forward to discuss the alliance. We invited them a while ago and they didn't come. Now that Turkic has no strength whatsoever, come to invite us? Xuanwu, send troops directly, led by General Zhang. In a few moments we can raise the Turk to the ground. Yes, loot that Li Hao and we'll be the rightful great Tang. General Zhang is truly a man of God, Bolden Xuanwu exclaimed. Zhang Liao was a bit puzzled as to how this could involve him as well. As soon as you appeared, all sorts of good news never stopped. Worthy of being a son of good fortune. Bolden singular paused for a moment. Li Hao also sent a white horse. Chapter 43, pointing the troops. Point the troops. Point the troops. What does he mean? Someone wondered. Zhang Liao took the initiative to open his mouth this time. The alliance of the white horse, which is the emperor's oath, shows that he is showing us favor. So what do we do? The gazes of the crowd looked at Zhang Liao together. Doesn't Xuanwu know of one of the Huns' ploys? Hold the emperor hostage. If we suddenly go to war, it may not be difficult to take Turk, but the difficulty lies in Li Hao's attitude. If he doesn't want to befriend us, even if we destroy Turkic and unify the whole grassland, without Li Hao, everything is just empty talk, or we can only make small struggles in this northern acre of land. But if he befriends us, that's a different story. Actually, Jelly Khan has already taught us what to do. What to do? The crowd remained puzzled. Naturally, it is to regard Li Hao as the son of heaven, treat him as the son of heaven, and follow the example of Jelly Khan by putting him under house arrest as a puppet emperor, so that when we attack Great Zhou, we will be able to make a name for ourselves and command the world. If not, if Li Hao fights to the death and kills himself, then we'll have a basket full of water. So, we're going. All the more reason to bring up troops and horses along, pretend to be diligent to the king, and then take the 18 parts of the Turkic Turks by stealth. One battle can finalize the world. Silence fell over the field. After a long time, it was only then that Bolden Xuanwu waved his hand. Order troops. He's going to meet this great Tang emperor in person. Ding Xiang Royal Court, above the clouds. Xuanji Z, don't go too far. Aren't you afraid of my Star River sword sex retaliation? Cloud Cliff Edge. The woman's plain white skirt was wind-swept hunting. At this time she, although the shape of the god is in distress panting, but still difficult to cover the proud posture. Why is Fairy Fuyao so stubborn? Running for 7 days and 7 nights and refusing to double cultivate with me? Xuanji Z stood holding his sword, looking at the exhausted and stunning beauty in front of him with good grace. Can't take it anymore? Let Master Tao give you a good pain. Xuanji Z, you and I have no grievances. If you like women, I can catch you a large number of them. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Master Dao craves your body. Spare me, and the Shin Tian sect women are at your disposal. Ha ha, the fairy is really the same as the rumors, and is not a good thing, so soon you have to sell out your clan but Master Dao I don't like those mediocre fans. Continue to run my good fairy, the more violent you struggle now, later on Master Dao will ravage you the harder. Fairy Fuyang Tue let out a cry, and with a light tap of her toes, her entire body transformed into a graceful arc and swept away sharply towards the distance. If this fairy escapes today, she will definitely make all of you in the Green Cloud sect into human swine. Ha ha ha, the Taoist master likes your wild energy. Xuanji Z was clearly more muddy than Fuyao Fairy. With a single step, the distance between the two had closed a lot. A moment later, the hand was almost ready to rest on top of Fairy Fuyao's shoulder. Nevertheless, Fairy Fuyao suddenly let out a cold laugh. Turn around violently. A stern cry escaped his mouth. 10,000 swords return. You. Xuanji Z's face instantly changed drastically. You even have the strength left to make this move. 10,000 swords returning. The Star River sword sect's best technique from the bottom of the box was extremely powerful, but the corresponding conditions for its execution were extremely difficult. Performing it once would almost empty half of one's body of true essence. With Fairy Fuyao as the center, a vortex of sword chi formed within a 100-mile radius. The sword has no master, and heaven and earth are its sheath. Falling leaves and flying flowers can all be turned into swords, and can even turn everything into swords. In a moment, the water condensed into a cold ice sword, the sand gathered into a mysterious iron sword, and the wood ignited into a red flame sword. Within 100 miles, the weapons roared in unison, and the momentum grew. Within the big tent, Li Hao was staring at the sand map. Suddenly, he felt that the human emperor's sword at his waist was actually trembling. Between his curiosity, he saw that not only himself, but the swords in the waist of many of the generals who were equipped with swords were actually trembling, and then automatically came out of their sheaths. Like a ghost, it sped toward the top. What's going on? Li Hao was shocked and busy running outside the tent. Instead, he saw an extremely spectacular scene under the night. In the square land, countless long swords hissed, seemingly sensing the call, and lit up a pillar of light, with the tips of the swords facing upwards, rising in mid-air, flush as an army. It was like an arrow with a full bow, brewing a heavenly attack like an arrow off the string. It was the first time for Li Hao to see such a scene, and his heart was shaken. What kind of power could cause such a vision? This is the return of all swords. Next to him, Dianwei's brows were furrowed and he also stared blankly at the mid-air vision. It's an expert who has performed the 10,000 swords returning to the Father Divine ability here. So all these swords have instantly become masterless and left their sheaths. I didn't expect that there is still this kind of expert here. Li Hao couldn't care what kind of expert he was. He wanted to return to the 10,000 swords go somewhere else. The human emperor's sword in his waist had settled down. Li Hao smiled, and his hand gently patted the sword. Human emperor's sword, king of swords, don't disappoint. In the next moment, the human emperor's sword let out a clanging, cold sword sound and soared into the sky. The speed was extremely fast and instantly flew to the sky above all the swords, standing there, stalwart, like the emperor of swords. Then came a surprising scene, the lighted pillars of light. Surprisingly, all returned along their original paths and returned to their sheaths again automatically. Next to him, Dianwei was dumbfounded. The two cultivators above the clouds froze for a moment at the same time. Fairy Fuyao looked at the scattered swords beside her, uncertain. Xuanji was also puzzled. He had seen the Star River Sword School's 10,000 swords returning to the sect once, so he could not just come with these dozens of swords. How could there be no swords under the clouds, which still seemed to be the gathering place of the steppe armies? Wicked. However, this was unimportant. What mattered was that the Fuyao fairy had lost her great power, and she herself would soon be able to taste the flavor of this pussy. Ha ha ha. Fairy Fuyao, are you giving Master Dao foreplay? 10,000 swords? Just these swords? Fairy Fuyao then reacted. Surprised in her heart, she deliberately led Shen Jizi to this populated place just to perform this move. 10,000 swords returning. How could she not have a sword? 10,000 swords. She chortled once more. Still no response. 10,000 swords return. Likewise, 10,000 swords return. 10,000 swords. 1. Ha ha ha. Fairy Fuyao, do you want me to give you a hand? Of course, you'll have to help me a few times later. Xuanji's smile grew more and more lascivious, but he also decided not to play with the woman any longer. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand was handed out without any warning, and the sword chopped on top of Fuchao Immortal's true elemental shield. You made me. Fairy Fuyao glanced angrily at the bottom, then with a bite of her tongue, a drop of essence blood appeared, and her figure suddenly burst apart, exploding into a sky of starlight. The starlight went in all directions in the void, dazzling people. Xuanji was startled, then looked helplessly at Starlight as he broke into tears. You stinking. You would rather burn your lifespan than let me touch it. You wait for me. What gorgeous fireworks. Xing Daoron looked at the starry sky that rose up at first glance in the sky, and he was busy clasping his hands together and making a wish. I hope I can beat Zhao Yun. In your next life, old man. No, not in your next life either. Better wash your hands of it. Li Hao gave him a speechless look. He was about to return to the tent when he saw Zhang Han coming in a hurry. My lord, it's not good. The Han army is pressing in. Chapter 44, what are you? And are you worthy of an admiral of heaven's policy? Li Hao's eyes lit up, and then he was somewhat chagrined. On this acting skills declined. With the former world actors, please in place, those people are no different. This should not be a quality of being an emperor, who should have a thunder in his chest and a calm lake in his face. Zhang Han was worthy of being a famous general of his generation and immediately captured Li Hao's expression. He smiled. The Lord seems to be wise in the ways of the world. Is there something inside of it? Li Hao wasn't prepared to hide it from Zhang Han either. That divine mighty heavenly general whose 800 broke 100. 000 recently rumored by the Huns is one of our own. Inform the army not to interfere with them in any way. As for the female genitalia, Li Hao did not consider it at all. The women are naturally soft, and after they integrate the Huns themselves, they will surrender their asses and come over. Pack up and get ready for our guests. Ding Xiang Royal Court, Emperor's Tent. Li Hao was unusually high profile this time, and the matter of the three families' talks was making a lot of noise. In addition to these three giants of the steppe, some very small tribes such as the Donghu, Xianbei, Zhou Jiren, Hui, Khitan, and so on, have all gathered here. Not only that, even many of the Central Plains families and clans were the first to arrive. Although there were not those 5 clans and 7 hopes, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. My lords, after everyone had arrived, the second prince walked to the center of the tent at Li Hao's gesture. The false empress of the week has separated my brother and father, causing them to kill each other. Let us, Li Tang, die and be injured in one night. Lord Chancellor is dead, 18 generals are dead, and 2 of my brothers died under this sordid plot. I also ask for your mercy to be able to help Li Tang eliminate the false Zhou and wipe out the previous shame. The people in the tent were divided into 2 camps. On one side were the various tribes of the grassland natives, and on the other side were the various forces from the central plains that came to serve the king. The people who come from the central plains are naturally die-hard fans of Li Tang, but anyone who is a little bit wobbly will choose to stop and watch. They all waited for His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, to strike wherever they were told. As for the prairie natives, they have different expressions. The Turkic tribesmen, one by one, had blood in their eyes, and their fingernails were snapped into their flesh. Bold and single in the largest force, the tent in the most people, and in the Turkic and Xuanwu junction where the army has been displayed. Speak more. Bottom line, revenge is natural. The false Zhou demon empress is angry with the people, and has shown much disrespect to our grasslands, so it's time to overthrow her. But how to fight this battle? Your Majesty may still need to consider it. We can't fight each one of us in our own way. That's not a loose end? Bold and Xuanwu glanced at Zhang Liao, who stood like a pine behind him, in his afterglow, and was even more pleased with himself, for fighting with great Zhou. This I think no one here has the experience we Huns have. 800 against 100,000, you have heard about it, right? Therefore, Your Majesty, this king is willing to present himself as my great Tang's Tianzi admiral to unify the control and dispatching of our grassland alliance army. A speech that filled the room with astonishment. Bold and Xuanwu looked at Li Hao with squinted eyes. What do you think, Your Majesty? Before Li Hao said anything, the old ministers of Li Tang who were diligently working for the king next to him couldn't bear it. What's the concept of a general of heaven's policy? The entire history of China has never lacked a god of war. Bai Qi, because the number of kills is too high, was officially ruled open hanging, directly cancelled. Was KPI was so outrageous that it was ruled a bug by the system and simply retracted. But that heroic young man, at the age of 16, he saved the emperor from the Turkic army. At the age of 18 he took Chang'an. At the age of 22 he captured 2 kings in a single battle, and beat the north called the Sky Khan. Such a battle record is what makes an admiral of heaven's policy. What are you, bold and monarch, a thing of the past? What the hell? You've been cowering in the grasslands for so many years, and you want to touch Admiral Tianzi? It really gives you face. Bolden, do not dishonor this name without cause. You Huns have fewer generals and fewer soldiers, and you want to be named General of Heaven's policy after just this one battle? Bolden Shan, you didn't pay any attention to them. His eyes were just dead on Li Hao. He knew deep down that this one was the man of the hour now, and whether he had power or not, he was the flag at the top of the heap. This matter will never do. Li Hao was furious and stood up with a slap on the table, pointing at Bolden Shan's nose and cursing. What virtue and ability do you have to want to be named General of the Heavens policy? Today I kindly invited you to come and discuss important matters, and this is your attitude? Bolden Xuanwu, in addition to this reward, other conditions I can follow you. Tianzi generals do not mention it again. Want this title? Unless you can step on false show. Li Hao finished speaking and whisked his sleeves away. The whole party went off without a hitch. Bolden Xuanwu looked at Li Hao's departing back, narrowed his eyes and sneered. Young man, have all the students from Yunlu Academy been picked up? Within Li Hao's bedchamber, only he, Dian Wei, and Xing Daorong were left at this time. Lord, don't worry. Wang Binluo has already led the Yunlu Academy's 900 scholars into position. Dian Wei responded in a respectful voice. Then it's foolproof. My lord, why don't we just kill this Bolden? Xing Daorong finally asked after holding it in for a day. Can you beat him? Li Hao laughed. Amir Bolden is no match for me in 3 combinations. Alright, Bolden Khan can die, but definitely not like this. Anyhow, we have to put him on a charge of executing 9 clans. I don't want to mess up the rear just after I send out my troops. Notify those who attend the banquet during the day to accompany me to a good show in 1 hour. Uncle, save me. In the tent of Xuanwu, as soon as the second prince of Turkestan barged in, he knelt down and wept bitterly. What's going on here, virtuous nephew? A few of the Bolden monarchs exchanged glances as he slowly walked to the field and personally helped the second prince to his feet. Uncle! The second prince's eyes were red, and he tightly grasped Bolden Xuanwu's hands as if he were grasping a life-saving straw. Does uncle know how my father died? Bolden monarch was stunned. Your father was not killed by your brother? What else is hidden here? Uncle, my father was killed by that Li Hao, and my 2 brothers including our 18 great patriarchs were all killed by him. After Li Hao killed them, he gave me a chancellor, wanting me to be his puppet to settle the hearts of the Turkic generals. Uncle, my nephew has had a hard time, being kept under house arrest by him, and today, When the ministries came to attend the big banquet, he relaxed his guard, and my nephew was able to have a chance to slip out. Wait, let me run it through. A large number of questions suddenly rose in Bolden Xuanwu's mind, and I don't know where to start asking. How was it possible for Li Hao to kill Khan and the 18 great masters? He came to the grasslands with only 2 guards, right? Even if we kill them, how can we control the military power? With just the 3 of them Han Chinese? What a joke. Then did he have the same purpose in inviting himself and the others to come this time? Bolden Xuanwu's heart snapped. Sweat immediately dampened the shirt behind him. If that was the case, then this Li Hao was also too scary. So what do you need me to do to save you now? Uncle tonight, while that Li Hao was not on guard, decisively sent people to go within the tent to assassinate him. I heard that Uncle's army is not far away. At that time by my arm wave, the Turkic generals will definitely not stop Uncle. My nephew is willing to serve my uncle as emperor of the great Tang. If I violate this oath, I will be struck by lightning from heaven. Bolden Singular interrupted him. You know, Li Hao can never be killed. The emperor of the great Tang can only be him. Otherwise no one is good enough. Including me. There is some truth in what you said. I was prepared to do the same, but I was afraid that Li Hao would jump over the wall in a hurry. And if he was rescued by those old Li Tang ministers, or if he committed suicide, it would be more than worth the loss. With his defenses so tight and my Han army out of the area, it's still a bit risky at this point. The second prince said sharply. Uncle is confused. Li Hao's defense is even tighter. They are all my father's subordinates in the past. As long as I intervene, we can take him captive unknowingly. Having fallen into his uncle's hands, it should be hard for him to die even if he wants to. Snap. At that moment, there was sudden applause from outside. Chapter 45, swinging the troops southward, calling the door to the Son of Heaven. What a rebel who wants to commit regicide and treason. Xing Daorong pulled open the curtain of the tent, and Li Hao took the first step to cross in, followed by the various leaders who had attended the big banquet during the day. Bolden Xuanwu, I have treated you well. Why do you rebel? Second prince, the Turkic family counts you as the most wasteful, but I am still mindful of your father's kindness, and appointed you as the prime minister. And why are you making such a fuss about what is right and wrong, and slandering me? You, how did you get in? Bolden Xuanwu suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart, a gift of intuition that had evolved from his years of cowering in the northwest and being careful. Just walked in here, and you haven't answered my words. Bolden Monarch? Bolden Xuanwu came this time, and although the large force was stationed in the rear, he also brought his most elite troops, 800 wolf riders. They stood guard right outside their big tent so they could keep themselves safe. How did Li Hao come in so quietly? Bolden, His Majesty has treated you well, and even offered you that kind of deal during the day. Why don't you repay the favor, but instead conspire to rebel? Humph, you still want to use His Majesty as a puppet. How about being the Supreme Emperor? It's true that the poor countryside produces unruly people. What a wolf's ambition. It's fortunate that His Majesty was wise enough to discover your plot in time. You and this second prince, on the contrary, have put on a great show for us. Clunk. The saber in Bolden Xuanwu's waist fell to the ground. A coolness swept over the heart. The second prince knew he would die today. Now that I think about it, I was able to sneak out smoothly, but also because the other party deliberately designed, just waiting for him to come out to meet with Bolden Xuanwu. The thought of it was a sad one. The expression became distorted. Li Hao, you're really sinister. Ka Chao. Dian Wei didn't even wait for him to finish, instantly approaching and twisting his hand with force, directly removing a living human head. Li Hao said in a cold voice, there are laws of the land and rules of the house. For the great crime of treason, the 9 clans shall be executed. Men, immediately notify the second prince of his crimes, and behead all those who have relations with Jie Khan, and hang their heads above the grassland. As a citizen of the great Tang, Bolden Xuanwu does not think of being loyal to the king and serving the country, but wants to rebel. He should be beheaded as well. Plop. Bolden Singular fell on his butt. He slowed down instantly, picked up his saber, and yelled behind him, brothers, follow me to kill a bloody road. The army is waiting for us outside. Kill. Bolden Xuanwu slashed out his sword, but it stopped in mid-air. Surprisingly, there was no movement at all behind him. He looked back. Instead, he saw his most trusted divine mighty heavenly general, Zhang Liao, holding his arms and sneering at him. The other few people who had once spent time with him had long since disappeared. You, when did you, rebelled? Bolden Xuanwu looked at Zhang Liao in disbelief. I didn't rebel. Zhang Liao just smiled. You were sent by Li Hao. It dawned on Bolden Monarch. No wonder. How suddenly the heavenly warriors descended from the sky. No wonder Li Hao was able to kill Jie Khan silently. No wonder the 800 wolf riders outside just let Li Hao walk in so brightly. Turns out he's hiding it so deep. Where are my beloved? Bolden Xuanwu roared to the sky. Li Hao, you think you're going to win? You are unaware of the power of a Dharma phase realm expert. Boom. behind Bolden Xuanwu, a lofty phantom was erected, with a wide-sleeved cloak, and the phantom looked at Li Hao with cold eyes. I am an expert of the 8th realm of Dharma. Who can kill me, and who dares to come and kill me? Bolden, there is no way for you to escape anymore, so perhaps you can still be given decency by tying your hands now. Li Hao shook his head slightly. Here he has laid a dragnet. The Dharma realm experts also had no possibility of escaping. Ha ha ha, Li Hao, don't you know that the sky is the limit? The road is under my feet. As long as I want to go, I can definitely go. Next, you'll be facing endless retaliation from our Huns. Bolden Xuanwu Dharma laughed out loud. In the next moment, a hand tore the entire tent to shreds. The Dharma is so powerful that it seems unattainable. Death to those who stop me. With a point of his insta-foot, he had already taken a step into the sky and reached mid-air. Monarch Bolden looked downward and was about to leave in style with another harsh word, but suddenly it felt as if the sky was falling above his head. Busy looking back. Instead, they saw an extremely dense green she descending from the sky, crisscrossing like a dragnet. How ran Zhang Qi? Bolden Xuanwu was shocked in his heart, but that heavily net did not give him any chance and instantly smashed down. Rumble. The Dharma thumps and collapses. Bolden Xuanwu was bound by the heavenly net and slammed heavily on top of the ground. In an instant, it was reduced to pieces. Before dying, his afterglow only glimpsed, outside the tent. That is watching the drama of the 800 wolf riders next to a few hundred Confucian-like dress people. Is a person holding a Confucianism holy book? Mouth read words. To be able to die under this kind of scene is considered the best place for a steppe lord to end up. Li Hao shook his head. Now the big thing is set. Zhang Liao would go and take over the Xiongnu troops himself, and as to whether they would rebel against him, that was simple. No. Ordinary soldiers are the best hypnotized. Just need to come up with a religious set. Let them know the slogan of conquer the great Tang on the line. The real temptation is to kill to the central plains, robbing food and women. That's enough. There aren't that many foolhardy people under the sky. If there are, just kill them. What's more, the world is bustling with interest. Li Hao led the crowd to Bolden Xuanwu sand map. Soldiers are precious. Tonight, we'll make a surprise attack on Tianfeng Pass, and at the same time to notify the false show that our great Tang is already at the city's doorstep. The next day, Taiji Hall. Wastes, all of them. The Empress roared hysterically. Tens of thousands of defenders. Even if they just closed the city and didn't fight, they could hold it for more than a month, but they were taken in a moment. Lu Himing, this is the lord of a city you picked for me? The merchant's daughters of the city are still aware of martyrdom, and he, the lord of a city, says that the water is too cold? How can you still have the face to escape? The Empress slammed the battle report in her hand onto Lu Himing's body. The northern military fortress, Tianfeng City, which the Empress regarded as a barrier, was directly called open by Li Hao standing at the city's head. That city lord, on the other hand, was still wrapping his arms around his concubine and indulging in tenderness. So much for that, but the face is not even wanted, and even fled alone. She looked down on the 100 officials with cold eyes. When he saw Lu Ruyan kneeling in the middle of the hall, he was even more enraged. Chapter 46, The Empress Collapses. Great Zhou's ministers, please behead the Chancellor. I almost forgot. There is an even more outrageous person here. Great General Lu, how did you manage to have 100,000 people killed by 800 people? You also still have the face to come to see me? The Empress's grim voice was a little hairy and creepy. My face can be completely disgraced by you. Lu Ruyan knelt there, her body straight, and there was no fear in her eyes, but she met the Empress's gaze with a straight face. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Guilty and still so righteous? For the first time, Empress Jiju was grimacing. I will give an account of my sins to your Majesty. And the guilty minister risked his life to come back here to ring the bell with your Majesty, and then die without regret. Your Majesty, 100,000 men being broken up by 800 men. This is simply impossible. It's the great perimeter army that has rotted to an unimaginable level. At least half of the 100,000 strong army is already in Great Zhou with its heart in false Tang. They have been secretly working together for a long time, and at the critical moment they were working together inside and outside, which led to this defeat. Otherwise the minister would be a pig, and it would be absolutely impossible for an army of 100,000 to be defeated by 800 cavalrymen. Your Majesty, it's the roots of our border army that are rotten. Tianfeng City is the best example. That Li Hao has just trooped to the city, and immediately is raising the city to surrender. Lu Ruyan's words immediately caused whispers, but some of the military generals were breathing a little hard with anger, and they even directly cursed. Lu Ruyan, do you still have the face? His Majesty is drawing 100,000 troops from all the border armies this time. How are they colluding with the enemy? You're incompetent yourself. Don't slander our border armies. I have been a general all my life, or the first time to see you such a brazen person. Lu Ruyan, You are greedy for success, disregarding the life and death of the generals, letting them run continuously around the clock. Countless people died of exhaustion and thirst along the way. That is, without those 800 people. When you arrive at the Xuanwu city, do you think that there are still a few people who have the strength to fight? You, Lu Ruyan, are a martial arts expert, so you take all the ordinary generals to be just like you? Your Majesty, I ask that this man be executed to set the record straight, in order to do justice to those innocent soldiers who suffered death. Enough! Zhou burst into a rage. In recent times, the most common thing in the Taiji Hall was bickering. From the time he sent Li Hao to reconcile with his wife, this kind of quarrel has never been broken. If you suppress one today, another one will always pop up tomorrow. Chancellor, tell me. Lu Himing hurriedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, what the others said is also reasonable, but after all, they are not the ones who personally went to the battlefield, so their words are too biased. How do they know that it was Lu Ruyan who commanded improperly? Some people always look down on women as generals, so they go out of their way to make up all kinds of rumors. Right now in the capital, some people are even saying that Lu Ruyan is secretly Bolden Xuanyu's love interest. As far as I know, Lu Ruyan's command of this 1,000-mile raid was trouble-free, and if all the generals had worked together without fear of danger, at this point in time, Xuanwu would already be my great Zhou's territory, said 800. In fact, is the Han army all army pressure? Lu Ruyan can in this case, still collected nearly 10,000 of the remnants of the army, and not afraid of the crime of absconding, frankly back to the dynasty to confess, visible its loyalty. I think that instead of being innocent, Lu Ruyan should be rewarded, to show the world his loyalty. That Tianfeng city Lord Chen Tang, a hallowed 7-foot man, said the water was too cold, and comparing the two, the highs and lows are immediately judged. The 100 officials looked at each other. How can there be such a person in the world who is so manipulative and turns his hand to the clouds? Bull *********. What does this have to do with men and women fighting in wars? Who among the 100 officials looks down on women as generals? The group of military officials were already wild, and Lu Himing's words caused their blood to roll over in anger and they directly cursed out profanities. I think that in those years, General Wu Hao, by himself, fought against the southern barbarians, pacified the Ghost Fang, and settled the Earth Fang, and conquered more than 90 times, defeating more than 20 Fang states without a single defeat. Not only did he make great achievements for the Shang dynasty, but he also expanded its territory several times, inaugurated the first Wuding Shangshi of my China. Who in the world would not honor and love a woman who is not a woman? Your Majesty, this Lu Himing is unsettled, stirring up male-female rivalry at every turn. From the beginning of the royal prince's reconciliation to this time when Lu Ruyan is the general, no one has ever felt that it's a matter of male or female. The prince's peace is a matter of orthodoxy. Lu Ruyan as a general is more of a matter of ability. Lu Himing ignores the facts and only knows how to lead the war. Please ask your Majesty to remove him from his position as a prime minister so that the hearts of the ministers will be at peace. I second the motion. I second the motion. I second the motion. Within the courtroom, all the military officials knelt down, and the voice of seconding went around the beam more than once. Empress Zhou was surprisingly at a bit of a loss for words for a moment. A buzzing beeping sound rang through his head. What to do? But then there was a light in her eyes, and she remembered her invincible magic weapon, the one that had allowed her to kill in the midst of the palace battles. Be indecisive. Ask for subtitles. How come there are still ignorant courtiers who take Li Hao and marry him? The prince and princess which is not orthodox bloodline. Ah, what? The prince blood also out of something more not? So to put it bluntly, it's actually that they still don't take the princess as a human being, because they don't take her as a human being, so they don't think that she has the right to inheritance. That's why there won't be anyone who will help her to ascend to the throne by using her reputation. And that's the essence of the problem. Did you castrate Li Hao in the first place? Then there wouldn't be so much trouble? Who would support a prince with no ability to reproduce as king? It's a travesty. If I can think of something as an ordinary girl, how can your Majesty not think of it? It's just that she's merciful. Besides, Li Hao could have killed himself, so that the foreigners would have no reason to invade, right? Li Hao is also considered to have fully honored his reputation by not betraying his own country. 800 to defeat 100,000. How is this possible? 100,000 pigs stand there not moving. Let 800 people cut. Can all be exhausted? Really to slander General Lu unscrupulous? Lu Ruyan knew that she would die if she came back, but she still returned to the court to confess her guilt without any hesitation. This loyalty, heaven and earth can be judged. Otherwise she would have led those 10,000 people to wave the flag and rebel. And what can be done about it? The Chancellor is only analyzing the facts, but they're just stirring up confrontation. I'll be damned. Your Majesty, why don't you behead all these dim-witted officials and let the Dark Guards take over? You have us behind you. What are you afraid of? Your Majesty is an emperor of the ages, and a unique ruler of the world, so why should you be influenced by those foolish people? Not to mention that this is Great Zhou. Even in Great Ming, we can pull Queen Ma off her horse. Upstairs, are you serious? Zhou's heart eased a little, and he blocked the last entry in passing. At this point, she gradually calmed down. It's not bad, but you have a strong backing behind you, and you can turn the tide against the wind, no matter how far things go. Whether it is the fault of the border army, or Lu Ruyan command problems, there is no doubt that Lu Ruyan is indeed loyal and commendable, an emperor of the ages. Naturally, when the Qianquan dictates, Qiju raised an eyebrow, his eyes coldly scrutinizing the crowd. The Prime Minister's iron bone-straight admonition, but the speech is out of style for the minister. The penalty is 3 months. Lu Ruyan although defeated, but loyalty is commendable, a merit and a fault offset. Not guilty, stay in the marquee use. The border troops are even more innocent of dying in spite of themselves, so let this matter end, and no one should ever mention it again. The matter before us today is how to face the attack of the false Tang. You all may not know that Jie Li Khan and Bolden Xuanwu have been killed by Li Hao, and now the entire grassland is at his disposal. This son is a wolf with a heart of gold. Chapter 47, Empress, the army is assembled. Playing the Qin King's broken formation song, a stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The northern grassland rebellion is expected. The royal son does not rebel. Chrysanthemums have to set a large electric drill. The key is, the original thought is the grassland vassals, may even be the family gate valve hostage the son of heaven to order the vassals, in the name of Li Hao, holding up the banner of Li Tang deer in the central plains. Now it's the 6th prince. No, His Highness King Han himself who's carrying the banner? The 100 officials suddenly had odd expressions. It's okay if the Empress doesn't say this. Now it's good. Everyone knows that above the grassland, that the Son of Heaven is wise and godly means extraordinary. In a short period of time, took down the Turk Huns. For big words surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Taizong's legacy. Zhou looked at the somewhat bewildered ministers, not realizing what was in their minds, instead thinking that they were frightened by Li Hao's boldness. She sneered. Now that the false Tang rebels have taken Tianfeng City, the key fortress in the north, the next step is to point the sword at the divine capital of my great Zhou. Gentlemen, it's time to show your courage. Li Hao is ungrateful and leading a rebel army that is closing in on us. What should we do? Deadly battle. The voices of Lu Himing and Lu Ruyan were the only ones that resounded in the full court. However, in the large Taiji hall, it was even more lonesome. Qiju frowned. Only then did the breathless voices of the group of ministers resound above the great hall. Die battle! Die battle! Die battle! Good! I am very pleased that all of you have this determination. Zhou nodded, then clapped his hands, and a plum-blossom dark guard came out from the shadows and knelt in the center of the hall, a sword held high above his head. Do you know what this is? Lu Weiqing? The Empress' voice came from the 9 jade steps. Lu Himing raised his eyes to look. That face is more severe than many years ago. Shen-colored dragon robe hanging down in front of the steps. Phoenix wing gold crown and the dimness of the temple refracted a fine cold light. I am obtuse. Of course Lu Himing recognized one of the swords held aloft by the dark guard, but she knew she couldn't say anything or else the point would be lost. It's the matching sword you used to quell the Nanshao rebellion in the first place. Qiju let out a sigh of relief. The burial place of 100,000 rebels of the Southern Edict. The secret guards dug for months to find this broken blade. Ryu Himio no felt a heat in his throat. The scene of that day was vivid in his mind. Back then, the Empress was still just a curtain, but the 8 words approved by the Vermilion Sand became the decisive force in that battle to quell the chaos. Fearful of battle, their hearts are in the right place. Your Majesty. Lu Himing's eyes were red. I want you to take this sword and go on the battlefield yourself. Use the blood of the 36 grassland tribes and Li Hao to clean this sword that carries honor. Ryu Himing took the sword and raised his hands above his head, obviously only weighing a few pounds. It seemed like a huge mountain in her hands at this moment, and her hands were trembling a little. She held her head high and stared at the Empress's expectant gaze. If I let your Majesty down again this time, then you will die for your sins. Lu Weiqing, this war, only allowed to win not to lose. The whole country's soldiers and horses are at your disposal. I will give you 500,000 troops, and I am bound to solve the grassland trouble at one stroke, to step down the pseudo-Tang regime, and to return a clear sky to my great Zhou. The 6 ministries cooperate fully. I'll be your backing. Let go of the battle. Lu Himing was already in tears. Your Majesty, I'll bow and scrape, and I won't be in vain of your Majesty's grace. When a great army goes forth, there is an auspicious omen. Zhou's tone lightened up when he saw her with such an attitude. The word Himing was given to me when you pacified the Nanzhao rebellion, and today I'm going to give you 2 more words in advance to recognize your success in pacifying the grasslands. The word Qi is grand and the word Jin is stable. I'll give you the word Qijin again. hoping that you will shoulder the heavy responsibility of stabilizing the Great Zhou and subduing the four directions. Ryu Kazuna. Lu Himing had lived on top of people for a long time, and had long since developed an air of superiority and might, but at this moment, it was like a little girl who was moved to tears. Crouched down. Woo-hoo-hoo. Next to her, Lu Ruyan had an envious face. What a favor. What a scenery. But the other party was her half-master. Lu Ruyan had no jealousy in her heart. Instead, she was more happy for the other party. She gathered her courage, puffed out her chest, looked up, and opened her mouth. Your Majesty, a large army should be motivated by morale and fighting spirit. I also ask your Majesty to hold a going-away banquet for Lord Chancellor, so that one can tell the 100 officials about the importance of this battle, and the other more so that those with evil intentions can throw their weight around. Does it matter? The Empress was in a bit of a trance, but what Ruyan Lu said made a bit of sense. When a general goes on a journey, what kind of person doesn't see him off? Just take this opportunity to deter the 100 officials and those unruly generals again, and can also give them some promises in advance. The tune created by Emperor Taizong in the past, Xinwang breaking formation song, not only improves the fighting strength of the generals and evokes the belief of the generals in defending the kingdom and guarding the people, but also conveys to the grassland our bravery and invincibility in battle. You can psychologically weaken your opponent before you even leave for battle. The Empress' eyes grew bright. That's a good point. The army is about to go on a journey. How can there be no feast? The Empress works with thunder and lightning. That night a banquet was set up within the Great Hall, and all the officials of the divine capital were invited. Very good. She looked at the beautiful, thinly clad dancer in front of her and nodded in satisfaction. Rehearse a few more times. You can't lose face for me later. Yes, Your Majesty. The dancers saluted respectfully. Although the Qin King's broken formation song has been lost, they have found another way to interpret it in a different way, and it also has a few of the charm of its predecessors. If the previous Qin King's broken formation song was more about making people's blood boil and killing energy rush to the clouds, then the current one is to make them bardo press a sharp upward surge, dry mouth and tongue, as if playing chicken blood. The effect is much the same. Taizong. In the past you could break the grassland by playing this song. Today I can do the same. Without realizing it, Zhou had clenched his fists. Emperor Taizong, the biggest stumbling block to her becoming the Emperor of the Ages. Merit over him will always be brought up. This time, it's bound to shut everyone up. In the twinkling of an eye, the Great Hall was already filled with 100 officials. The Empress is high on the list. Today, the dragon's face was so happy that she even took the initiative to toast a few generals. The whole scene, the pushing and shoving of glasses, was so enjoyable. Today the generals reveled to their heart's content, and I will be waiting for news of your triumph at that time in the Hall of Taiji. The Empress smiled and nodded, then clapped her hands. How can there be wine without joy? A dozen or so fabulous dancers walked out into the arena as if they were holding a pipa, started swaying his delicate body and played the rousing King of Qin's breaking formation song. But the imagined image of 100 officials agitating did not appear. On the contrary, there was a sudden silence throughout the great feast. This tune, why is it so familiar? Chapter 48, Qin King's formation breaking song has been played by you as a colorful song? This is the Qin King's formation breaking song. Ah, Your Majesty, the old minister misses you. The originally joyous scene of the great feast, after the appearance of a dozen or so fabulous dancers, suddenly came a faint whimpering sound. This whimpering, instantly spreading like a plague, infected the entire room. The crowd whispered, some longingly, some even began to hold each other's heads and cry. For a while, the silver bottle was broken and the water pulp burst out, and the big pearl and the small pearl fell into the jade plate. Zhou noticed the scene and was slightly touched in her heart. It turns out that men have such delicate emotional outbursts too. The expedition is approaching, which does not miss his tender wife and children, and gray-haired parents. The real parting should be like this. There is no long pavilion on the old road. There should be persuading you to drink more wine. Zhou slowly got up, the perennial palace fighting. Her acting skills are out of this world. Just a moment in time, her eyes are red, her voice has some hoarseness, as if it would shatter at the touch. She raised the wine high in her hand. Drink this cup together, and share the same encouragement with you. Each of us will work hard in the future, and the wind will blow in the sky. On the day of your triumph, you will be able to ride horses in the palace and walk with swords, and within the divine capital, all the people will welcome you. Kiju drank it all in one go, but most of the officials were indifferent. An official suddenly rushed out from the crowd, and it was Wang Zhua, the vanguard of this expedition. He madly rushed towards the group of dancers who were scratching their heads and playing the Qin King's breaking song. Roll, all of you. Asterisk 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 off aha. Who asked you to play this tune? And do you deserve it? Zhou's face instantly clouded over. At this time she suddenly realized, No wonder all of them are funeral-like expression. They also said they are homesick, cannot bear to leave. The original is not like this song. General Wang. It's excessive. The Empress's back teeth biting squeaky. Who let them play this tune? Not precisely themselves, so questioning is in their own face. But Wang Zhuo was still loyal. She still suppressed the anger in her heart and eased her tone by half. This song is impassioned and most suitable for inspiring morale. If General Wang doesn't like it, just say so. Why do you have to act crazy and clamor here? Wang Zhuo madly dispersed the dancers and then knelt down in front of the Empress. Your Majesty, this is the Qin King's formation-breaking song. How can it be played on such an occasion? Although His Majesty seized Li Tang's kingdom, he is still considered to be a bright ruler, so the ministers have not been foolhardy to the end. Even the Yunlu Academy supported His Majesty in the beginning. But what is going on with His Majesty lately? How come he has been making so many stupid moves, and playing a hand of good cards to pieces? The old minister will not speak further on the matter ahead. Why today? On top of this great feast, is it necessary to go on an expedition to exterminate Emperor Taizong's descendants, and to play the tune left behind by Taizong? Your Majesty, what on earth are you thinking? Or do you think that using Emperor Taizong's tunes, inspiring the army left behind by Li Tang, and fighting Emperor Taizong's descendants will emphasize your position? It would have been fine. You lowered morale by at least 50% with that one song. What's more, 1,000 times you shouldn't have done so. You took a killing tune like the Qin King's breaking formation song and orchestrated it into a racy tune. Your Majesty, what on earth are you doing? After Wang Zhuo finished speaking, the old man burst into tears and his head fell to the ground, not moving. Only from the trembling of his shoulders could he tell the excitement in his heart at that moment. In this instant, heaven and earth were silent. The banished dancers all turned back to stare blankly at the audacious rebel minister, lifting the clothes on their backs toward their chests in the process. The other courtiers looked at each other, their hearts sighed with emotion. Lord Wang is really a model for all the officials, able to sacrifice his life to be a mouth substitute for everyone. Lu Himing looked at the kneeling pale figure with disbelief. Finally, the stubborn faction of Li Tang had long been killed cleanly by His Majesty. This Wang Zhuo is the most loyal to His Majesty. What kind of fake wine did he drink today? It's so embarrassing for His Majesty. Take the way of death. Qiju felt like her chest was going to explode with anger. Heaven and earth. He himself really wanted to let the group of ministers enjoy themselves today, and wanted to give some compensation to these generals who were about to go out to war. As the saying goes, all thunder and rain is a king's favor. Even if the song was out of place, it was unintentional. So why get so worked up? Besides, a song is just a song. What can it represent? And what Taizong left behind can't be used by others? The credits rolled again in his head once more. What kind of is this general? His Majesty kindly gave them a farewell party and played such a passionate and crushingly beautiful tune, and they took it as a racy tune? Mouth full of loyalty and righteousness, full of dirty things, good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Why do I see a wise monarch who is courteous and wise? The whole banquet His Majesty is trying to liven up the atmosphere. Come on, who's the emperor? And still have to serve this group of people? Normal. I don't even dare to put on makeup at home. I'm afraid that my dad is interested in me. Men are such creatures that when the penis controls the brain, the penis is the boss. And he, himself, is just the penis, peeking and accusing at the same time. What a pawn and a stand. There is an old saying, the more they oppose, the more it means you did the right thing. Just touching the interests of some people. Which great change in history is not so? Why did Emperor Qin Shi Huang burn the books and bury the Confucian scholars? Wasn't it to suppress these demons and monsters? The subtitles of the Seven Mouths were pulling further and further away. But it was hot and angry to watch the Empress. Wang Zhuo, you're looking for death. I have been slandered by you for my good intentions. In vain. I usually treat you as my vassal. Is this how you repay me? Your Majesty, I am only speaking truthfully. If I can die in exchange for your Majesty's enlightenment, I am willing to sacrifice my liver and brain. Wang Scorch, I think you don't want to shed tears until you see the coffin. You can die, but you are not afraid of your Wang family? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will surely rebel against your family. A full family will be decapitated. I have no qualms about it. Wang Zhuo raised his head, his gaze meeting Jijio without fear. Qiju felt her head go a little down. As for that, as the king of a country, I don't even have the right to choose a tune? What's with the big reaction? You don't care about the whole family? What have I done wrong to make you all so agitated? Jijio trembling, teeth chattering, a few times want to speak, but is stuck in the throat, do not know what to say. Next to him, Lu Himing saw this. He was busy rushing over, assisting the unsteady Empress, and sternly scolding towards Wang Zhuo. General Wang, why don't you quickly apologize to His Majesty for being so deceitful? Are you loyal or disloyal? Admit it. Yes, indeed. The old minister should have admitted his mistake. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Zhou suddenly faced north. The old minister should admit his fault. The old minister should admit his fault to Li Tang. Minister, I have failed to take care of Emperor Taizong's descendants by failing to honor the emperor's grace. Minister, I am guilty. Chapter 49, The Power of a Song Turns a Joyous Banquet into a Funeral Banquet. New choice, City Prelude Breaking Song. Wang Zhuo's head knocked down heavily, and blood immediately flowed from his forehead. His words resounded throughout the great hall. Originally, the Qin King's broken formation song made many courtiers miss Li Tang, and now that he looks like this, that complex emotion instantly infected the entire hall. The first man rose from his seat and followed Wang Zhuo's example, kneeling with his face to the north. Your Majesty, as a veteran of 2 dynasties, I apologize to you, letting your descendants be slaughtered and stranded in the grasslands. I deserve to die for my sins. The same goes for the second one. Thinking back to the time when Taizong's style was unrivaled in the world, but now he has fallen to such a state. Everything is the past of us courtiers. If you, your Majesty, are in heaven's spirit, cut down this bunch of useless things of ours. Third, the fourth. More and more people are kneeling with their faces to the north. Your Majesty, I miss you. The old minister's honor and wealth in his life were all given to him by you, but he let your only descendants suffer in the grasslands. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. It was my fault for being blinded by the phrase, "This is His Majesty's family matter," and allowing the female emperor to usurp the throne. I no longer have the face to see the descendants of the Li family again, and how would I dare to go into battle again to fight against the emperor of the great Tang dynasty? Zhou watched as more and more people knelt long and the words spoken became more and more treacherous. There were even some people who directly pointed at themselves and cursed a few times. Old man is blind. This Perlis I still needs him for what? He went so far as to kill himself on the spot. Even with Lu Heming's assistance, the Empress still felt her legs soften and her eyes were full of gold stars. You guys are trying to piss me off. Ha, just played a tune. All the ministers, as for that, Zhou was screaming in his heart at this time. It should have been a generous farewell drama for a strong man, and a general who was willing to die as if he were returning. Now it's a scene of mourning from a previous dynasty. I know that many of you are Emperor Taizong's courtiers, but they are a bunch of big men, which so much nostalgia for the old love of children. I'm really impressed. But now the field was out of control, and no matter how loud the Empress's voice was, none of them paid any attention to her. Instead, he cried harder. Everyone seems to have an endless supply of remorse, suffocation, and chagrin. It's too much. Lu Heming's heart ached as he looked at the Empress's pale cheeks. The Empress has been a decisive and ruthless lord all this way. Even if the sky is falling there will be no loss of temper. But since sending Li Hao to marry her, the Empress has had a hard time stabilizing her emotions. It could be in a state of broken defense at any time. The reason for this? It's all because of this group of wavering wallflowers. This group of ill-intentioned, outwardly obsequious, inwardly underhanded 100 officials to bring down the mentality. Where are the dark guards? Lu Heming yelled, and immediately from the corner of the banquet rushed out female officers in armor with plum blossoms embroidered on their chests. Take them all down, and all those who face the north shall be caned 100 each, and all weeping officials, 200. With such a criminal law, even the plum blossom dark guards were alarmed. His eyes glanced at the Empress, but he saw that her gaze was dull, her face was pale, and her body was just trembling with anger to the extreme, not reacting at all. What are you waiting for? This is what His Majesty wants. Lu Heming scolded sternly. Yes, Your Majesty. All the dark guards finally made up their minds and rushed towards the messy courtiers like hungry wolves. The 100 officials already had a problem with this plum blossom dark guards, and now that the atmosphere has arrived here, how can they be afraid of them? A group of eagles and dogs who rely on power. They should be protecting the country and the people, but they have been reduced to the minions of the imperial power. By virtue of your privileges, you run amok in the streets and lanes, dyeing your own topcoats red with the blood of innocent people, fabricating charges at will on the basis of your own selfish desires. And how many righteous people have been framed by you for no reason at all? Above the court, you are not doing your job, and you are so intent on prying into the privacy of officials that you have fallen into the role of fighters in the struggle for power, and you have silenced the entire court with trumped-up charges, causing the court to be in a state of pandemonium, letting you defend your country. But you made a big joke of 100,000 people being slaughtered by 800 people, and now you even dare to openly strike at us officials. I'll fight you. Fight them. Spell it out. The whole hall, writhing into a frenzy. The original imperial banquet has turned into a mess that is worse than a folk food market. The voice traveled to the outside of the temple. Countless soldiers on duty listened to the cacophony of unknown voices inside. Dog officer, how dare you fight back? Holy, escort, Tianfeng City. Li Hao had just pacified the people of the city, and a covenant promise was made to them. Death to murderers, death to those who commit adultery, death to those who intrude on the people. Strolling above the street, Li Hao was grateful. It was also the unity of these defenders and the people that saved the entire city from war. Nowadays, the streets and alleys, but also drums and gongs and firecrackers, not the slightest bit like a defeated city that has just fled with the city's owner abandoning the city. Instead, it's more like shotguns for enemies, wine for friends. So unpleasant. The so-called good warrior does not give up without a fight, and the Lord has truly done this. The accompanying Zhang Han was equally shocked in his heart. It's not my doing. Li Hao shook his head and didn't float because of this. This is all a gift from the Demon Queen. Speaking of the Demon Queen, Zhang Han is a generation of famous generals. Usually joy and anger is not visible. At this time the corner of the mouth is also difficult to press down. My lord, news has just come from within the divine capital that the Empress has gathered 500,000 troops to fight us. Oh, who is the commander-in-chief? This was expected, and Li Hao didn't have much of a reaction. False Chancellor of the Zhou, Lu Himing. She's quite a famous general, the false Zhou Ding Ding soldier immortal, and although there is an element of exaggeration, it shows that this woman is indeed not bad at war. There is a saying, strategically defy the enemy, tactically emphasize the enemy. Although Lu Himing was so dim that she could even come up with such witty devious ideas as adding the title of Han King to herself, Li Hao didn't despise her because of this. Zhang Han also nodded approvingly. The Demon Empress has attached great importance to this battle, giving Lu Himing great power in the name Qijin. That's as it should be. What? What name? Li Hao froze for a moment. Ryu Kazuna. Li Hao was stunned. 500,000 troops. Qijin. The combination of these words makes it hard not to think about it. My lord, I heard that the Demon Empress even held a going-away banquet for Lu Qijin, and played the Qin King's Broken Formation song on top of the big banquet to boost morale. Not only Li Hao, all the officials who inspected along the street together couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, why did you choose this song? Is the Demon Queen out of her mind? She's not having trouble with this, and she's inclined to make it a little difficult? Once this song comes out, the banquet will surely be a big mess. Zhang Han was unaware of the situation and glanced at the crowd admiringly. You all are really skillful in your calculations. The banquet was then a bloody battle. The 100 officials and the Demon Queen's hawks and dogs were twisting and fighting without regard to their identities. In the end, the Demon Empress beat each of them 50 times, and both sides reprimanded them for a few moments before the matter was settled. The crowd laughed out loud. It was only finally stopped by Li Hao. Alright, let's not take the enemy lightly. Next is the windstorm city ahead. Who can travel to take it? For a time, the response was overwhelming. Xing Daorong, in particular, hated to fight with people. Windstorm City isn't like Tianfeng City, where a famous general of the world can be stationed. Li Hao was about to say something. Suddenly, he heard the system voice in his head that had been silent for a few days ring out once again. Ding! In the face of the upcoming conquest of Windstorm City, would you choose? Choice 1, Li Tang has no great generals, and Dao Rong is the vanguard. Full of people. You currently only have Zhang Han as the one you trust the most, but as a great general he can't be moved lightly, and Dian Wei can't leave. So you decide to have Xing Daorong head to Windstorm City to call for battle. Mission reward, 100 tables of top quality banquet. Once Xing Daorong is dead, the banquet will be opened immediately. Option 2, Windstorm City is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are famous generals of the world stationed there. You decide to attack the heart for the top. In the city confrontation, playing the Qin King's Broken Formation song. A song will break the hearts of all the generals. Mission reward, 100. 000 Snow Riders. Chapter 50. 12 gold medals urge people to die. The king of Qin breaks the formation song to persuade him to surrender. Windstorm City. General Chen Wumu had just finished personally inspecting the city's head, and was at that moment patrolling along the streets to prevent anyone from getting rich from the war and posing as a bandit to burn, kill, and loot when the great chaos arrived. To his relief, everything in the city was still in order and there was no semblance of chaos. Selling charcoal, burritos, big freshly baked burritos dash, sweet and thirst-quenching crunchy pears dash. The store signboards along the side of the street are hunting in the wind. The cries of the peddlers and sellers were incessant. Be careful. Chen Wumu held the child who was playing and running too fast and almost fell down, and smiled softly. General, are we going to fight? The boy was not afraid, for General Chan ruled the army extremely strictly, but loved the people as his own, and was always kind to them, like an elder in his own family. Yeah, there's going to be a war. Chen Wumu touched the child's head, his heart slightly bitter. It's a war, but it's one of our own who's going to fight. He is guarding this place, and he is making troops and horses, in order to fight with the barbarians of the steppe. But things always turn out so unexpectedly. Who would have thought that the Empress would suddenly send her royal son to make peace? And who would have thought that from the north would come the only descendant of Taizong? When the people rise, they suffer, when they fall, they suffer. These are the words of the prince who was stranded in the steppe. Xuanwu has always been honored as a celestial being, but the passionate loyalty and courage in his heart prevented him from abandoning these people and the great mountains and rivers of the central plains. He didn't want to make enemies with the descendants of Taizong, but he would never allow the barbarians of the steppe to step into the central plains to do wrong. The tragedy of the original massacre is still fresh in our minds. When he closed his eyes, it was devastation and wreckage, thousands of starving people, wolves and smoke. The sixth prince is sorry. The central plains is too small to accommodate the barbarians of the steppe, and I can't budge even one step. At this point, more people poured in. General, the north is the rightful Great Tang. Why do we have to fight them? The Great Tang army has already taken Tianfeng City. Isn't it true that our next stop is here? General, as much as I don't want to fight them, all you have to do is say the word and I'll follow you closely. General, you are a famous general of the world. You have never lost a battle in your life. If the sixth prince falls into your hands, please spare him. That's the only descendant of Li Tang. All disperse. General Xuanwu smiled and shook his head. The defenders of the city are still here. Whose turn is it for you to go to the battlefield? Do what you need to do. Report. General, the Prairie Army has departed from Tianfeng City and is heading towards us. It's only a couple 100 miles away. Report. General, a secret decree has come from Chengdu. The voice of the summoning officer exploded in the city's head, and at this moment everyone stopped what they were doing, and their eyes were once again on the great general. There's no need to panic. The city's defenders are all elite warriors who have been trained by thousands and have stocked up on food early on. They won't be able to attack for a while. Xuanwu had his chest full. As long as we drag on for a while, and wait for the 500,000 strong army of the imperial court to receive us, this battle will be won. What did the court say? The eunuch of orders is in the city. Bring it here, and pronounce the decree right here. General, the crier glanced at the people next to him with difficulty. How can the battle of a city be hidden from them? Besides, without the support of the people, the city can't be defended at all. Go! Yes, soon. A toadying eunuch, surrounded by sergeants, came striding in. Under the attention of the people of the city, the eunuch with a feminine air pulled out a gold medal, squinted his eyes around the circle, and pulled his voice. General Chen, His Majesty has recognized you as the vanguard of this northern expedition, and has ordered you to go out of the city immediately to meet the false Tang rebels, and this battle is only to be won, not lost. The crowd was dumbfounded. There were only 10,000 defenders in Windstorm City full of people, and while the other side's claim of 1,000,000 was false, 100,000 were there. Outside of Windstorm City, it was flat. To voluntarily leave the city to meet a battle without any natural barriers? Isn't this a death sentence? What? General Chen, do you want to disobey the decree? It is not that I want to resist the decree, but now the initiative to attack the real non-2 policy, and send to death is no difference. I suggest to hold the city. As long as the drag on 3 days, Lu General's 500,000 reinforcements will be able to arrive. Then the inside should be outside to the enemy fatal blow. A war can be determined. Windstorm City is firm and high, and all the people in the city are united. So even if they defend the city for half a month, it's not a problem. This is what His Majesty and Lord Chancellor have discussed together. General Chen, quickly order all the men and go to kill a wave of them first, or to boost the morale of our army. Leave the city and you will die. Xuanwu shook his head decisively. The eunuch can explain to His Majesty for me, and I will recognize any punishment. You, how dare you? The general is out. The king's orders are out. Send the eunuch back. Fine. You wait with us. The shrill voice of the eunuch of the imperial decree made the already cold winter day even more frozen into the heart. What's wrong with His Majesty? After sending the eunuch away, General Chen had some hard feelings in his heart. How could he think of such a tawdry operation? Lu Himing is known as our great Tang soldier immortal. If His Majesty doesn't understand, doesn't she? Let's hope this is the will of His Majesty alone. Report, General. A secret decree has come from Chengdu. Report, General. A secret decree has come from Chengdu. Report, General. A secret decree has come from Chengdu. Since sending away the first eunuch, as if stabbing a hornet's nest, every half hour a gold medal, a series of 12 gold medals, all urging Xuanwu immediately out of the city to take the initiative. General, what do we do? It was already dark, but the streets and alleys of Windstorm City were crowded with people holding torches. The court doesn't want us to live, General. Take a quick decision. Xuanwu fell into silence. He didn't know what to do. If it is a battlefield to kill the enemy, he is naturally head broken, can still fight. One step will not retreat. But, if we leave the city, it's a gift, and there's pressure from the court. What should we do? I don't care if I die in battle, but Windstorm City is broken, isn't it? What to do with this city full of people? Just then, suddenly the sound of a lute broke through the air. The moment the first note sounded, the torches in the hands of the generals and the people trembled slightly. It's. The sound of the lute suddenly turned sharp. In the ears of the crowd it was as if this was no longer a piece of music, but the magnificent scene of the year when the king of Qin led 500 people in a surprise attack on the Turkic steppe. Outside the city there was suddenly a great fire, lighting up the sky. The impassioned tune, like an impenetrable blade, pierced the walls, penetrated the armor, and drilled into the hearts. The sound of the lute grew higher and higher, and in the city, everyone's tears had frozen in the cold wind. Chapter 51, 500. 000 troops assembled. Do you want them to starve to death? This is the Qin King's formation-breaking song. When Emperor Taizong beat the out of the Turkic Huns, it was from our Windstorm City. General, I miss King Qin. How about we surrender? Outside is the only descendant of the Qin King, a true great Tang orthodoxy. What are we doing standing guard here? Are we rebels? Do we serve the tiger? I don't know who spoke up first, but soon tens of thousands of voices converged into a torrent. General, let's surrender. Surrender. Chen Wumu's heart grew bitter. In his own life, he has been fighting in the south and the north. He has never thought of betraying the imperial court, whether it is Li Tang or Ji Zhou. He doesn't care. What he cares about is the barbarians outside. Having fought them all year round, who could know the cruelty of those barbarians better than himself? I'm not afraid of life or death. So what's the fear of surrendering? The only thing I'm afraid of is your safety. Chen Wumu looked around at the crowd and couldn't decide for a long time. And that's when, in the mid-air in the distance, a white-clothed figure suddenly floated in and instantly stood above the city's head. Standing out of the air, it was Li Hao. General, would you let me into the city for a moment? In a world with a transcendent presence, although the cultivator's force was high, it wasn't like he could do whatever he wanted. He stood at the top of the city, and Chen Wumu had at least 100 ways to shoot him down. Seeing his hesitation, Li Hao slowly laughed again. I have come alone to show my sincerity, General, and I have come not for you, but only for the people of this whole city. Hey! Chen Wumu waved his hand with a complicated expression, signaling for release. The city that Li Hao entered was not like a messenger who came to be a lobbyist, but more like a native lord of the city. Hundreds of people were greeted by the crowd. The generals looked mesmerized. General, I know that you are a famous general of the world, and I don't want to make an enemy of you, and there is no unresolvable conflict between us. This is all due to the Demon Queen. That, Your Majesty. Why does His Majesty want to fight his way back to the Central Plains again? Chen Wumu agonized for a while, but still changed his title. The person in front of him was a descendant of Taizong. Since he had already established a state, he should be called Your Majesty. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds to be entrenched in the grasslands and keep each other out of trouble? General Chen, do you think that if I don't fight back, Great Zhou will be assured of being safe? Thinking that way makes you very wrong. How many want to speculate in this world to fish in the water? I do not personally come back. The entire Central Plains will once again fall into chaos. The vassals around the army, listen to the declaration, does not listen to the tune. The family gate valve, watch the fire from the other side of the shore. Not to mention that nowadays the Great Zhou army all over the world has long been known as a prairie fire situation. Just by the fact that the female emperor of the Great Zhou can do something like send her royal son to make peace with his family and fight the battle of 100,000 against 800. Do you think the world can still be better? The only way to solve the danger of the Central Plains now is to cut through it quickly. If not, the tragedy of the Five Husbandmen's rebellion is not impossible, and it is even as if it had been. I have heard of the general's character, and what you are worried about is nothing more than the people of this entire city, and the prairie army eyeing outside the city. I've made a covenant in Skywind City, and it's just as valid here. Death to murderers, death to those who commit adultery, death to those who intrude on the people. The white-clothed young man's spine was straight and his tone was firm. A city is a small thing, but a country is a big thing. General, fighting for the country is the only way to save more people from war. At this moment, in Chen Wumu's eyes, the voice of this white-clothed young man completely overlapped with the spirited Emperor Taizong back then. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, everything before the entire desk fell to pieces. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Ji Zhou's eyes were red and his chest was heaving. What a famous general Chen Wumu. This is how you repay me. One Tai song and you open the gates on your ass and raise the city and surrender? You're not as good as that Tianfeng city lord. He still knows to flee back to Great Zhou. Windstorm City opened its doors and surrendered, and the news of the military and civilians being one family instantly spread throughout the entire dynasty, making the Empress's 12 gold medals a joke once again. Children's songs were now being circulated within the god's capital, 12 in a row in one day. I just hate the son of heaven for being as stupid as a pig. The gold medal is comparable to a life-suppressing talisman, destroying the Great Wall and pounding the god's capital. On the basis of what? Again, it's a tune. Why did my Qin King's broken formation song make the whole court fight? Yet he, Li Hao, was able to easily take down Windstorm City without a fight, and rolled away one of his famous generals. Why in heaven's name, do you bully me so? Ji Zhou's eyes were ready to burst into flames. Li Hao, I was merciful enough to leave you alive in the first place, yet you are so ungrateful to rebel against me. The Li family heirs are really all a bunch of ungrateful people. You think you can overthrow my kingdom just like that? You're still too young. Ji Zhou's aura soared. The pressure loomed over the entire palace. A mere Li Hao. If 800 men can't take you, then I'll send 8,000 men, 80,000 men, 800,000 men. The soldiers of the Central Plains are inexhaustible. How can you fight with me? Ha ha ha. Woodborough City. Lu Himing sat in the middle of the tent, looking at the crowd of generals and officers under his command, and opened his mouth with a smile. How do you all think we should fight this battle? Marshal, take the initiative. Take advantage of the pseudo-Tang's unsteady foothold in Windstorm City. The army is pressing in. A battle can be won. As Lu Himing's right-hand man, Lu Ruyan was naturally the first to step forward. What's more, she longed for victory in this war more than anyone else to wash away the endless shame she carried. The false Tang is at best only tens of thousands of troops and horses. 500,000 troops are simply not something they can fight against. But if it drags on for too long and the other side fights us in a guerrilla attack, it will be a bit tricky. And the grassland armies, the most adept at this kind of small area guerrilla warfare. Lu Himing smiled and nodded. That's a good point. The old minister objects. At this point, old General Fan Li Gao stepped forward. Fan Li, high beard and hair snow white, pale face, but the whole body but exudes a kind of steel-like atmosphere. Whoever looks, will not think it is Lian Bo old Stilken Rice, but he is the year of the fight. Lu Himing naturally recognized this old general. The old general was famous in the military, and had once made his mark in the south in the pacification of the bandits. What does the general have to say? Marshal, now that we have assembled 500,000 troops in only 5 days without supporting preparations for supplies, the rear army is seriously short of provisions. The consumption of 500,000 troops for a day's food and drink is huge. Today's plan, only slow attack. When the preparation of food and grass is completed, when the army's logistics are free from worry, then attack steadily, slowly step by step to figure it. Ha ha ha. Lu Ruyan laughed out loud. The old general is confused. It is precisely because of the lack of food and grass that I suggested a surprise attack by the army and a quick battle. 500,000 people are indeed consuming a great deal of time, but if we took the enemy army in a few days, there would still be this worry? Besides, the old general may not have heard the saying, feed the war with the war, feed my army with the enemy's goods. Hearing this, Fan Li Gao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just taken care of Lu Ruyan's face and his tone was very moderate, but he didn't expect the other party to be so stupid. Not bad for a general whose 100,000 were smashed by 800 rushes. Does General Lu know how much longer our provisions will last for the army? I don't know, but it doesn't matter how long it takes. The army is precious, and the only way to fight in the world is to be fast. Ha ha, General Lu, I really doubt if you were sent here by the 6th prince, as a general, but you don't even know the geometry of the grain and grass? I tell you, even if we don't fight them, our provisions are only half a day old, and we still presume to raid. I'm afraid that before we even see the enemy, the generals will have already starved to death. Lu Ruyan, I heard that in the Battle of Yanbei City, our dynasty's 100,000 strong army raided at high speed for thousands of miles, and before they reached the Xiongnu's royal court, more than half of the men died of exhaustion. Your intention now is to make our 500,000 strong army repeat the same mistake? Quiet. Lu Himing snorted coldly and slowly stood up. Chapter 52, 100,000 Snow Cavalry Generals. Xuanwu Tyrannosaurus Rex, Qi Lianyu. A lack of military unity is a major military taboo. Lu Himing spoke slowly as she scanned the generals in the tent, her gaze scrutinizing between Lu Ruyan and veteran General Fan Gaoli. You both have a point. Ruyan's idea is good. Run at high speed and attack the enemy's tent directly, while the main force of the false Tang has not yet closed the siege, and take the key points of Windstorm City directly. General Fan said is also old and seek the country. The so-called soldiers and horses have not yet moved food and grass first. The rear force is insufficient. This war and how we should go to fight. Both Ruyan Lu and Fan Gaoli nodded in agreement. Not bad for a chancellor to consider. An eerie silence fell over the tent. So let's prepare our provisions while attacking the enemy army directly. Fan Gaoli looked at Lu Himing incredulously. What kind of brainwash is this? What's the difference between that and just adopting Ruyan Lu's suggestion? Raising grain to come back and eat after winning a battle? This isn't even close to being solved. Marshal, I'm afraid this isn't right. Isn't it still letting the soldiers go out hungry? What's the difference between that and getting killed? Unbridled, Lu Himing burst into a rage. Not yet on the battlefield. On the chaos of my army. General Fan, you cannot rely on the old. Oh, now this Prime Minister is the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies. Marshal is not unrepentant. My humble servant does not have half the meaning of disturbing the heart of the army. Just discussing the matter and analyzing the situation normally. Nowadays 500,000 troops, but there is no food in grass. This minister said that rations can be raised while fighting, so don't mention this matter again. Has the old general forgotten that the grassland tribes are raising hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep? If we take Windstorm City, what's the worry about food and provisions? Fan Gao Li's eyes were round and full of incredulity. If the general insists on this battle will be lost. This is a self-defeating situation. 500,000 sons and daughters marching on an empty stomach. It's a travesty. Someone, push me out and chop it up. What do you know? It's called breaking the boat. It's called placing a death sentence. Lu Himing couldn't bear it. Opening his mouth and shutting his mouth was a sure defeat. Why are these men so eggless? What's the point of fighting a war? With an army of 500,000, this battle can be won casually. Lu Himing, you this misguided thief. In vain you also called the great Zhou soldier fairy. Now a look and that Lu Ruyan are all the way people. Good and big mouth to fight. Sooner or later the great Zhou will be finished in your hands. The late emperor. Fan Gao Li's voice got smaller and smaller until the executioner chopped through with a knife, and then it came to an abrupt end. Ryu Himing looked at the tent full of senior officers. Gentlemen, immediately gather our troops and horses and kill Windstorm City. This battle will surely level the grasslands. Soon, 500,000 troops were assembled. The military flag hunted and the armor gleamed. The 500,000 troops marched forward at breakneck speed, raising dust that covered the sky and dyed the entire sky an earthy yellow color. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 Snow Riders. 100,000 Snow Cavalry, the most elite iron cavalry in the far north. With the cultivation of the Passage Realm, 100,000 Snow Riders have already come from the north and can arrive at Windstorm City in half an hour. Li Hao stood on top of Windstorm City, looking into the distance. Next to him, Zhang Han laughed. My lord, this false show's main general is also. It's also too interesting. According to secret reports they are preparing a surprise attack on Windstorm City. He pointed toward the distant sky, but with all this yellow sand in the sky, even a 3-year-old child would know that there is a large army coming. What kind of surprise attack is that? And they are lightly armed, carrying no provisions at all, and have a great disposition to fight for their lives. They are crushing grain and grass. Li Hao gave Lu Himing a nod in his heart. Within a few days you can gather 500,000 troops, but you can never gather the provisions used by 500,000 troops. The emperor is still not bad at starving soldiers, but Lu Himing has more guts than the emperor. By the time the other side comes running, there's no telling how hungry they'll be. Li Hao wasn't worried about this war, especially having just acquired 100,000 Snow Riders. Passage Realm. Although not high, personal force is not that important in the middle of a war. As long as he wasn't a heaven-defying existence like the great Emperor Realm, he was cannon fodder in front of the army. But one is now faced with an awkward problem. There are soldiers and no generals. Dian Wei did not say that he was his personal bodyguard. He must not leave half a step. And no one could guarantee that the Empress had not sent her dead soldiers to come and assassinate him. And will those ill-intentioned worldly families who are watching from the other side of the fence try to take themselves captive? Xing Daorong. Never mind. This dude is not bad for a chaperone. Zhang Han had to unify and dispatch the 3 armies of the grasslands and had no time to spare. Zhang Liao, on the other hand, is in command of the old Xuanwu troops. He is now the god of the Xiongnu, and it would be difficult for anyone else to suppress that group of grassland manglers. And who should lead these 100,000 Snow Riders? Chen Wumu. This general was quite stubborn, and could not bear to kill each other, and had to wait until after the pacification of the Great Zhou, when the bandits were exterminated. Ding, detecting the kink in the host's heart. Faced with such a dilemma, you can make a choice. Male general / female general. It was the first time Li Hao had seen such a strange choice, but then the whirlwind dawned. This system can be rowdy. It was a clear indication that he wanted to choose a female general of his own to smack Lu Himing's big mouth and gag her. Tell her not to bring up any men and women at every turn. Female general, Li Hao murmured in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a female general, Shi Liangyu. As soon as the system voice ended, they saw a person coming together from the sky outside of Windstorm City. The woman's nose was as straight as the line of a gun barrel, and she had transformed the aura of solemnity into a trifle wanton. The high ponytail was blown by the wind into a side of hunting black air. A glance at the towel heads. Qin Liangyu was extremely fast, and in a few moments he had already arrived at the bottom of the city on horseback. As soon as she pulled the reins, The horse stopped with a rhythmic thud, and Qin Liangyu's foot saw a point, and her person was already hovering in mid-air outside the city's head. Escort! The soldiers around Li Hao panicked, and Dianwei was like a taut cheetah, just waiting for Li Hao's order to directly cut the other side. Don't panic, one of our own. See you, Lord. Qin Liangyu floated down in front of Li Hao and was about to kneel down on one knee when he was already helped up. I don't have so many stinking rules. I don't need to get into all these false rituals. For the person summoned here, Li Hao was naturally extremely assured, because they all have a loyalty column on their panels, clear as 100. He sized up this firebrand of the late Ming dynasty, the only woman hero in history to be singled out for a separate biography as a famous general of the dynasty. Qin Liangyu, cultivation, passage to the sacred realm, loyalty, 100. Remarks, the Mandarin ducks hold the talisman of war in their sleeves. Why should the general be a husband? Chapter 53. It's not that women can't be generals, it's that you can't be generals. Qin Liangyu was sufficiently tall at around 1.85 m and stood there at the same level as Li Hao, the only female general to have been awarded a title based on her battlefield accomplishments. The prototype of Mu Guiying's story. Qin Liangyu, holding the Mandarin duck double swords, stood in front of a bunch of men, unassuming and heroic, to pacify the rebels and thieves, to enter the capital to work for the king, to defeat Huang Taiji, and to defeat Dorgan, Daning Shang's Huguo, Guanlu Daifu, Tai Bao, Crown Prince Crown Prince, Crown Prince Crown Prince Fu, Xiaobao, Sichuan recruitment envoy, the left governor of the Central Military Governor's Office, Jindong General, leading the General Military Officer of Sichuan, Marquis of Zhongzheng, Lady of the First Rank, Xuanwu Tyrannosaurus Rex, Qin Liangyu, Jing Zhang's virtue, Ban Zhao's learning, Qin Liangyu's courage, Xin Xianying's clear knowledge, Li Yian's words and chapters, Song Ruoxian's scripture, listed in the Bearded Men, is also a rare corner. He is both an essayist and a good writer. There are so many legends about her. Li Hao didn't know too much detail. Of course, this is also related to those capitals in the previous life, day after day, either filming filial piety Zhuang, or filming Jinhuan Rui, this kind of woman who wanders in the palace exams and disputes. And such a civil and military patriotic woman is not shot once. Li Hao looked at her with some heartache in his eyes. With her husband dead, her son killed in battle, and her country gone, I really can't believe how desperate she was at the time of her death. Even her daughter-in-law, Zhang Fenyi, was outnumbered and besieged to death. But here, this was a transcendental world, and Li Hao felt that he could make up for it. General, this place will surely enable you to achieve supreme fame and make you a proud woman with no regrets. Qin Liangyu was a bit confused, but seeing her lord in such a state, she clasped her hands and bowed slightly. If my lord treats me as a national scholar, I will treat him as a national teacher. Well, General Qin, there's a bad battle coming up right now. Are you willing to lead your troops to meet it? Lord, please give the order. Excitement jumped in Qin Liangyu's eyes. Even more than that, it's a longing. What about 100, 000 against 500, 000 elite troops? Li Hao asked and then regretted. Qin Liangyu, excited beyond words, just nodded heavily. Eyes are flooded with a little tears. Nothing has been said, but it keeps coming back. I like it better. Hey, you girl, do you know what 100, 000 against 500, 000 is? It's not as simple as 1 against 5. Next to him, Xing Daorong blew out his beard and circled around Qin Liangyu. 1 against 5 is just 4 more opponents. 100,000 against 500,000 is 400,000 more. I see you though. Before he could finish his sentence, a casserole-sized fist suddenly appeared in his eyes. Next to him, Dianwei couldn't hold back and whacked Xing Daorong out with a punch. Forgive me, lord. I've put up with this guy for too long. No matter, I want to beat him up too. My lord, nowadays we can only put together 100, 000 troops in a full count. And this 100, 000 troops are too mixed. There are the 36 tribes of the grasslands. There are the families of the Central Plains. And there are even the Greenwood heroes who are known to have thrown themselves into the fray. 100,000 troops sounds bluffing, but it's extremely difficult to reconcile. General Qin is new to this country and has to rule over these 100,000 troops. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Next to him, Zhang Han frowned. There's no such thing as a sure win in battle. The 100, 000 troops are all that the Lord has, and if he fights against the 500, 000 troops, he will lose everything if he is not careful. The words just fell from his lips. Instead, they saw the distant sky suddenly flooded with green and white. A snowy mountain is floating by fast. Snow Mountain. No, it's 100, 000 snow riders, white horses in white armor. The neighing of 100, 000 war horses pierced the sky, and apart from the sound of hooves and neighing, the whole army was like a moving glacier. the men and horses covered with frosty prisms, and did not make half a cacophony of noises. General Qin, this is the 100,000 Snow Riders for you. This resounding Rose, the female general who does not allow her to be a hero, suddenly burst into hot tears. With such 100,000 Snow Riders, not to mention that the opposite side is only 500,000, or even 1,000,000 troops she can fight. When have you ever fought such a rich war? General Qin, our opponents are also women as generals, but they are not like you. They only complain about the injustice of the treatment they receive and never think on themselves. Hopefully your battle will wake them up and show them that women can fight just as well, but not them. At the same time, let the great name of the female general, Qin Liangyu, spread throughout the world and become the divine general of my great Tang's protectorate. The 100,000 strong army under Qin Liangyu's leadership stood by virtue of being 50 miles outside of Windstorm City. The terrain here is open, with no dangers to defend, and no place to ambush strange troops. Qin Liangyu had his double swords in his waist and his lance in his hand, and he stood alone before the 100,000 strong army, quietly waiting for the arrival of that 500,000 strong army. But at this time, she was unusually puzzled in her mind. From the smoke and dust that covered the sky in the distance, it could be seen that the other party was completely desperate to hurry up their march. A hasty march is either a strategic move or a surprise attack, but neither of these look like that. Rumor shifts can't be shifted towards someone else's home base. A raid? It's even more ridiculous. Is a raid this blatant? It's like they're afraid people won't know they're here. But since the other side is also a woman's general, that must not be easy either. This is something that Qin Liangyu understands more than anyone else about the hardships involved. In the army, it is difficult for a woman to get ahead. Then the other party must be a famous general of the world as well. Being careful makes a boat 1,000,000 years old. One must not be half-hearted. Qin Liangyu's face was tense, always observing the movements in the distance. Report, General. The enemy is still 100 miles away. Report, General. The enemy is still 50 miles away. Soon, the 500,000 strong army that covered the sky had stopped dozens of miles in front of Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu's Tongshang realm cultivation. His eyesight was excellent. She scrutinized her enemy for half a day, trying to see a crack, but at this glance, he was completely dumbfounded. The battle-hardened Qin Liangyu was a little skeptical of life, and as soon as the opposing generals stopped, they began to pant heavily, falling to the east and west, exhausted. It's simply unorganized. How does it look like an army about to have a bloody battle? It was more like the kind of poor bandits she had encountered back when she was fighting bandits, who had been hunted down and killed for months. It's not even a war yet, and it's already looking like the end of the road, and that's not even the most dramatic. The most exaggerated thing was that each of the other parties had a greenish face and a soft breath, as if they had been starving for a long time. No military rations? Why are they running around so much again without army rations? Without military rations, how could 500,000 troops take the initiative across hundreds of miles? Qin Liangyu was really confused. She'd never fought a battle like this in her life. This is not the battle that the Lord said. It is clearly a hungry battle. The two armies were facing each other when a woman general suddenly rushed out from the enemy's front. The woman pointed the long spear in her hand remotely. False Tang traitors, come out for questioning. Chapter 54, Qin Liangyu scolded Lu Ruyan to death. A generation of famous General Qin Liangyu was confused. Look at this coming from the other side, full of energy. But look at those generals, they are almost powerless. So where did the female general on the other side get this kind of confidence? Could it be a trick? Yes, there must be a trick. Otherwise normal people would not operate so. How could they regard hundreds of thousands of troops so? Qin Liangyu's pupils shrunk. What kind of starvation plan is this? Her mind raced through the military books she had studied and the war she had passed through, but she had been unable to find a corresponding or similar tactic. Reasoning, holding a wall, cutting off the enemy's food pipeline, besieging a city and luring the enemy in. These are the most commonly used tactics of starving soldiers. Just hungry enemy soldiers make it impossible for the enemy to obtain supplies. For example, Cao Cao's battle with Lu Bu and Bai Qi's killing of Zhou were both battles that used the breaking of grain. The other side is doing the opposite. It's too confusing. Qin Liangyu was full of questions, but already had no time to consider. Her feet clamped on the horse's abdomen. People like a shocking general to the field of confrontation between the two armies. Is the one across the street the pseudo-Zhou general Lu Himing? This general is the female general of Great Zhou, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was secretly shocked in her heart. When did the other side have a female general? She had never heard of it. It seems that it is the Li Hao who has bad intentions and wants to kill and kill. Ha! Then we'll see who rides on whose head and who gets to put who to death. Lu Ruyan let out a cold laugh, her long spear pointing at Qin Liangyu from afar. How can a woman be difficult for a woman? Let's see me give up without a fight. False Tang rebels, why are you gathering foreigners to raise a nameless army to violate our great Zhou border? This general has been ordered to guard the country's gates, and now that 500,000 troops have assembled, surrendering is your only way out. General and I are both daughters. Why don't you think of serving your country, but instead of using the Pearl of Truth to aid and abet that pseudo-Tang rebel? This general was ordered by the emperor of the great Tang dynasty to suppress the bandits, so why is he nameless? Qin Liangyu smiled faintly. Since she was young, she was able to write and fight, kill the enemy on the horse, and spray people with her mouth, all of which were good at it. The other guy wants to play this? Ha! False Zhou demon empress. Back then it was only a servant girl of the late emperor. You are even more just the hawk dog of the demon empress. You are also worthy of talking about guarding the country's gate? You are not afraid to make people laugh their teeth off. The emperor of the great Tang dynasty is the first grandson of Emperor Taizong, and the people of the world have long been looking forward to the return of the rightful owner of the Central Plains. The Central Plains, which should have been changed a long time ago. Lu Ruyan was furious. The one thing she hated more than anything was being called a hawk. It says that the northern prairies are orthodox. Lu Ruyan laughed back in anger. What a Taizong's first grandson. A few days ago your master was still fighting with the dogs for food in Shendu, and I didn't see you say anything about the orthodoxy, and you dare to call yourself an emperor when you just ran to the grassland? Look carefully. The flag of the army behind me is the one left by Taizong. Great Zhou is the orthodoxy. Demon Queen stealing a beam. Lu Ruyan, do you take the whole world to be blind? Or do you take the civil and military officials to be ignorant of everything? That flag behind you has long been blackened by the Demon Queen. How can you even bring up such words as the Great Tang Orthodoxy competing with dogs for food? The Demon Empress usurped the throne and did not think of treating the descendants of the Li family well, but instead risked universal condemnation and slaughtered the Li clan to death. If it weren't for the blessed life of the current Son of Heaven, Li Tang would have been killed cleanly by you by now. The Demon Empress has been on the throne for less than a few months, and now there is already strife in the world. The countryside is in danger of being overburdened, and the living beings are in desperate need of help. Today, my son carries millions of armor and countless good generals. How can you compete with the white moon with the fluorescent light of grass? If you fall back and disarm, you can still preserve the name of the general, but if you are recalcitrant to the end, there is only a way to death. Ruyan Lu, why are you aiding and abetting the enemy? Being the same rebel, do you want the world to point at your spine and call you a rebel? Now that I am purging the rebels in the name of the Son of Heaven, what face do you have to speak of orthodoxy before me? Ask the generals behind you who is orthodox. The more Qin Liangyu spoke, the more imposing he became. Suddenly remembered. The Lord jokingly mentioned a mouthful of this Lu Ruyan to himself. At that time, he thought it was a joke. 100, 000 against 800. Qin Liangyu, as a generation of famous generals, is never able to believe this absurdity. But now, Qin Liangyu's true essence rapped in a voice that was like thunder. Lu Ruyan, you, a general whose 100, 000 were humiliated by 800, are not worthy of being my opponent. Summon Lu hemming out for questioning. A dog with a broken spine still has the face to lead an army and bark in front of our troops. This general has never seen such a brazen man. Put. Ruyan Lu spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. You. Plop. Ruyan Lu fell off her horse. A tummy of turbid gas filled her chest cavity, holding her up extremely hard. Her entire chest was about to burst in general. The hallowed passage realm expert was unable to control his body at this moment. Ruyan Lu had a baffled look on her face, and she was no longer able to hold the lance in her hand. Her hand trembled as she pointed across the room at the valiant female general, but it was like a fish in his throat. He couldn't breathe well and couldn't make half a sound. Call the medic. Seeing this scene, Lu Hemming, who was sitting at the center of the army, pointed his toes and stepped down from his horse, instantly rushing to the front of the army. Ruyan Lu's situation she understood. It's a fire attack, and it's likely to go off the rails and go off the deep end. At that time, it will be difficult to save even the immortals, but she was one step too late after all. I've never seen such a brazen man, a sentence that could not be dispersed in Lu Ruyan's ears for a long time. Each word seemed like a muffled thunderclap in her head. The chutzpah man. Ruyan Lu chewed on these words over and over again as a scene flashed through her mind like a slideshow. The wretched appearance of the 100, 000 strong army surfaced. She remembered the general named Zhang Liao. Pust. A mouthful of blood arrows sprayed on the ground. The drops of blood clearly formed a line on the ground. If it's smoke, it's Liao, female general of the Great Zhou. Lu Ruyan died. Lu Hemming panicked and dismounted. His body stumbled to Lu Ruyan, wrapping her in his arms and raising his eyes 45 degrees with his eyes closed, trying not to let his tears flow out. The boy was born strong as a child. Just how so fragile? Black and red is also red. Nope. Ryu Hemming shook his head. It was which one of the generals hadn't been scolded? Who can keep winning battles for the rest of their lives? One failure is nothing. Hey, I will avenge you. Ryu Himing restraddled his warhorse. The long sword in his hand was suddenly sheathed, pointing at the 100,000 Snow Riders on the opposite side of the wolf-eyed eagle. Generals, if we win this battle, we'll have all the grassland land we can get. And this general promises you that everyone will have endless glory and wealth. If this general dies in battle, all the generals should not stop advancing either, until there is not a single person left to kill the false Tang. Lu Himing looked across at Windstorm City, blood about to seep out of his eyes. She grimaced. The neck was bruised. With all his strength, he roared out in anger. All hands on deck. Chapter 55, Qin Liangyu shows her power. This is the real woman general. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. Lu Himing sensed something was not quite right. Why was there no movement behind him despite his infectious words? She was busy looking back, but the generals behind him, which began to slowly get up. The hangdog look of the man is a fire at first glance. The body was wobbly and the fist was limply raised again. In a breathless voice, he shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Asshole!" Lu Himing was furious, turning his horse back and killing the nearest sergeant with a sword. General! The generals are now in a state of extreme hunger and exhaustion. It would be best to rest now. The opposite side is only 100,000 men. They can't attack. A veteran soldier knelt in front of Ryu Himiko's horse. Old tears flowed. The veteran is very right. It is like a person who works hard all day long, and does not feel anything during the work process, when as soon as he relaxes, he will feel back pain and leg cramps, and all the negative effects of a day's hard work will be presented. But how could Ryu Himing be willing to listen? A district veteran dares to lecture himself on the art of war? Don't you know that the military book strategy used in the Great Zhou Wukao today is written by Lu Himing himself? You're teaching this general how to do his job? Lu Himing sneered. General Rongda, how dare the villain? Thumbs down. A bit of cold light flashed and the veteran's head tumbled to the ground. Lu Himing raised the long sword in his hand once again. But anyone who disobeys the general's orders, behead. She marched forward on her horse, her sleeves drumming, and heads rolled down like rain wherever she passed. The army finally functioned under this example of hers. 500,000 troops, no matter what the formation was, as long as they raised their battle flag, it was bound to cover the sky. The sound of war drums rushed to the sky. The army rushed toward the front with great vigor. Seeing this now, Qin Liangyu finally sort of figured it out. Where is the opponent's tactic of surprising the hungry soldier? It was entirely because of the hasty assemblage that no appropriate provisions were prepared. These two female generals on the other side. It's even more outrageously stupid. A man who had his defense broken by a few words of his own and died with a grudge. What kind of a general is this kind of mentality? Better suited to be a killer out of sight. One that doesn't care if the generals die or live, and only wants to win by sheer numbers. Ridiculous. Since ancient times, quantity can be not the only condition considered in war. On the contrary, morale is often much more lethal than numbers. The 100,000 Snow Riders' eyes erupted with intense battle intent, but without Qin Liangyu's orders, they remained stoic and steady as snowy mountains. 10 token arrows suddenly appeared in Qin Liangyu's hand. 100,000 Snow Riders divided into 10 battalions. Iron Cavalry Battalion, Longchamp Battalion, Tiger Crouch Battalion, Eagle Yang Battalion, Beacon Battalion, Sharp Riders Battalion, Jingo Battalion, Iron Blood Battalion, Flying Tiger Battalion, and Lion Battalion. Flying Tiger Battalion, Yin Yang Battalion, 20,000 generals flanking the left flank. Sharp Rider Battalion, Tiger's Grip Battalion, 20,000 generals flanking the right flank. The rest of the 6 battalions follow this general to attack the other side's center army directly. Qin Liangyu passed down one order after another, and the 10-road army was like a giant python shedding its skin and splitting, turning into 10 long snow-white trainers. The war horses neigh and the killing sounds shake the sky. Qin Liangyu led the way, rushing at the front of the group, 2 swords hanging from his waist and a lance in his hand. The yellow soil splattered by the warhorse's tread made her like a comet, trailing a long yellow cloud tail. This is a 3,000-mile journey to the god's capital. 100,000 Snow Riders to cut down the Yanluo. Above Windstorm City, the army of senior officials of the Great Tang stood there, silently focusing on the battle that would decide the winner. General Qin truly lives up to that saying, a woman is more than a man. 100,000 troops are still at ease in her hands. Zheng Han looked at the 10 stunning white dragons on the battlefield and nodded approvingly. Oh, then how many soldiers can General Qin lead? Li Hao was in a very relaxed mood as he knew that the battle would be won. $500,000. What about yourself, General Zhen? More is better. What about this general? Next to him, Xing Daorong came to be equally interested. 3,000. Zheng Han considered for a moment, but still gave a serious answer. General Zhang is also too underestimating. No, I still gave you an extra 1,000 for the Lord's sake. At once, the whole town was a mass of laughter. Within sight of the crowd, the 500,000 troops of Great Zhou were as fragile as white paper. It breaks at the touch of a button. The 100,000 Snow Riders were invincible, leaving no one behind wherever they went. It was only the first wave of the engagement that had rushed the 500,000 strong army. It is already in a state of defeat. Lu Feiwei in the army raised his sword once again. Death to those who take a step back. Catch the formation for this general. But the battle itself was never fought. The hastily assembled army of 500,000 had never trained and did not know each other. But whenever one team backed off, the entire momentum was like a dike flood, which could not be resisted at all. Besides, Qin Liangyu was experienced in 100 battles, so he naturally wouldn't give them time to adjust. Qin Liangyu had a long spear that danced like a million pear blossoms. Between the horse and the gun, blood and gas filled the field. The 500,000 armies were like headless flies and began to hold their heads, when Qin Liangyu was killing, and not forgetting to yell, "Defeated! All troops retreat!" In such a warlike situation, how could anyone tell who was shouting the words? Many Snow Riders saw this and shouted along. The originally dispersed Great Zhou army was even more unmotivated to fight at this time. There was a flurry of armor abandonment and fleeing. He who surrenders is spared. Qin Liangyu's few short words became the last straw that crushed them. Looking back at the light that had long since bled out around him, in just a moment, a number of people abandoned their military weapons in their hands on the ground and raised their hands in the air, 1 by 1, 10 by 10. In a short time, more than half of those who surrendered did so. "General, let's run away." Ryu Himing's close guards tightly protected him. The jig is up, and there is no more possibility of a half-hearted reversal. Lu Himing looked at the lopsided situation and watched the relentless and insane slaughter. Long ago, her face was bloodless and her delicate body trembled violently. She was a little too muddled to accept the fact that she had lost the battle. The warhorse shifted a bit, its rendement on her body. "No, even if I die, I absolutely cannot take a step back. With 500,000 troops in such a miserable state, how can this general have the face to flee alone? General, save the Green Hills for the Green Hills." Victory and defeat is a common thing in the military. General, back then, Han Xian lost many battles, but in the end, it wasn't also a battle that sealed the deal. As long as one lives, this war is not yet over. General, if you don't leave, the entire sky of Great Zhou will collapse. Even if you think about Great Zhou, you can't be reckless now. General, defeat is assured. The only way out for us now is to save our lives first. The false Tang rebels will soon swing south. General, you're needed for the defense of Chengdu as well. Chapter 56, Empress, I'm just raising 500,000 pigs. I can win, right? God's capital? Lu Himing froze. How come he hadn't heard of this? What, the defense of God's capital? No, what the hell? Sounds so unlucky. How did we get to the defense of God's capital? Li Hao, can he fight his way to Chengdu? But the next moment, the sea of Shura blood in front of her told her that she was afraid that after this battle, Li Hao would really be able to go all the way to the God's capital. Defeated. 500,000 troops were crushed by 100,000. What's the difference between Lu Ruyan's 100,000 and 800? General, time waits for no one. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. This battle is not your fault. Great Zhou still needs you. Her personal guards stomped their feet in a hurry, wanting nothing more than to knock the Lord Commander unconscious and carry him away. It's the soldiers who are incompetent. General, there's no time to point fingers. Do you want to leave His Majesty alone to face these false Tang rebels? Your Majesty. Ryu Himing finally found a reason to convince himself. Yes, how can one leave His Majesty alone to face it all? The two had been acquainted since the Empress had just entered the palace, and step by step, they had walked hand in hand to the very peak of the Great Zhou, becoming the most favored on earth. Named as monarchs and ministers, they are in fact sisters. Yes, His Majesty still needs me. Lu Himing finally made up his mind. The long sword in his hand was raised once again. Withdraw. After saying that, he clipped his horse's belly and galloped ahead of him in the direction of Wooden Fortress City. Death to those who stand in my way. The strong desire to survive allowed Lu Himing to kill God in God's way, regardless of whether it was a foe or a friend. Whenever someone blocked the way, it was a sword cut through. General, should we go after them? An adjutant general leaned over to Qin Liangyu's side. No, let him go. Don't you know that a poor man can't be chased? Qin Liangyu slightly shook his head, looking at the enemy commander-in-chief who was running wildly with his horse, and let out a sigh of emotion in his heart. His lordship can be underhanded enough. The Lord had told her before the war that she would be spared. Be sure to send the other two women back unharmed. Now that he saw that it was true, Letting her go back was simply planting a time bomb by the side of the false Zhou Empress. It's more effective than even the best dissociation. It's worthy that one man can stand up to a million soldiers. No amount of further generals will be enough for this woman to ho. Ignore her. Go after the others. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. All of you. Lu Himing fled frantically all the way, completely killing madness. By the time they reached the city of Woodborough, stepped over the drawbridge outside the city and stood at the top of the city, they were still in a state of shock and shouting frantically, "Close the gates! Close the gates! General, there are still our brothers behind us. If we close the gates now, won't we be giving them to the false Tang of our own accord?" Above the city's head, the guarding officer summoned up the courage to retort to this main general. Unbridled, you also want to disobey this general? If you don't close the gates now, how will you deal with the false Tang rebels coming after you? Wooden Fortress City is the most important. If you lose it, can you afford the responsibility? Behind you are the innocent people of the city, and you can't bear to see them buried in the rebel iron horse? The city guard officer looked at the furious female general with a confused expression, muttered in his heart, "I heard that wherever Li Tang's army goes, there is no offense, and the people all welcome them with gongs and drums, and now I don't know how many people in Wooden Castle are looking forward to their arrival. Close the gates." But a general's order cannot be disobeyed, especially at this time when this female general has completely killed her eyes. It wasn't until the moment the drawbridge was lifted that Lu Himing let out a long breath, and all of his originally tense body suddenly softened. Relaxation came to her, and with it came a million thoughts. Never thought I'd be here today. 500,000 troops were killed by an army of 100,000, and only managed to escape with their lives by running wildly all the way. And to be brave enough to allow more and more senators outside the city to die at the hands of the false Tang rebels. General, open the gates. Why did the general abandon me equal to the task? Great general, how could you do this to us? The wailing of the generals outside the city pierced Lu Himing's eardrums. More and more of the sergeants who had fled back began to drop their weapons and raise their hands in surrender. Asshole. Seeing this scene, Lu Himing was even more furious and cursed. Donating one's body to the country's difficulties, and seeing one's death as if it were a return. As a general of Great Zhou, if you don't think of serving your country and surrender your arms in this way, it's really a shame for the empire. 500,000 generals unload their armor, and no one is a man anymore. Wastes, all of them. Even if 500,000 men were defeated by 100,000, how dare you not think of a bloody battle, surrendering so easily, unable to execute even a small surprise tactic. Die. All of you step on a horse and die. What's the use of having you losers? Lu Himing's eyes were scarlet, his back teeth clenched, and he grabbed the collar of the nearby city watch officer and raised it high. You tell this general, what will you men do in war but surrender? From the outset of the march, they have been disorganizing my army, and when they are a little hungry, they grumble. Is it not true that this general is also hungry? Bunch of losers. The city watchman was thrown to the ground with a heavy thud, a look of incredulity at this crazy batch of women. What's wrong with you? You don't have any idea how the 500,000 strong army was defeated? Was General Fan trying to upset the army? If we had listened to the old general, we wouldn't have lost. The war is over and you've added $1 billion to find someone else's problem, dumping on them like that? Besides, with so many brothers fleeing back under the city, the pursuers hadn't even arrived yet, so they weren't willing to wait for them to let them enter the city. Other people don't surrender, they're still waiting to die where they are, brain dead. 500,000 men gone like that, even a pig in command wouldn't be this bad. Li Hao, wait for me. When this general gathers his army again, he will have to break you into pieces. On the Tai Chi Palace, the Son of Heaven is furious. The news of the great defeat in the north traveled back to the Great Zhou, and the dynasty was shocked. Empress Jijio sat on her but on top of the dragon chair, her raised hand trembling as if she might pass at any moment. The dark guards on both sides panicked for half a day before they were able to salvage the situation. Formerly there was 100,000 against 800, now 500,000 against 100,000. Lu Himing, you are forcing me to the path of death. What did you promise me before you left for the war? How did you even have the face to escape back here? 500,000 troops, 300,000 of them surrendered to the enemy. Are you a pseudo-Tang loyalist or my great Zhou chancellor? Lu Himing, you give me an explanation. Whoa, a pile of military reports and the folders of Sun Ryu Himing were slammed in front of her. Ryu Himiaki shuddered. Your Majesty, please, listen to my explanation. Chapter 57, Showing the World, entering the capital to attend the king. And you have the nerve to explain? Jijio's lungs were about to explode. It's only been a short time, and two big battles have taken all the face out of Great Zhou. One is more evil than the other. One wears the general out. One starves the general to death. Especially that Ruyan Lu, being sprayed to death in the middle of two armies with a few words. What the hell? How could I have been so blind to raise these two idiots? I don't know who I learned that the first thing you do when you go to war is to kill a veteran general who has fought many battles? How the world will mock me after this. I can't even wash away the humiliation on me by jumping into the Yellow River. Your Majesty. Ryu Himing suddenly puffed out his chest and raised his head in righteousness. 500,000 troops have been defeated, and I am too culpable to ask for your Majesty's forgiveness. The reason why I came back with all my might is just to tell your Majesty that what General Lu Ruyan said is completely correct, and that our great Zhou's border army is now rotten to the core to an unimaginable extent. Instead of that being a general, it's more like a delicate male-in-waiting, eating the salary of the imperial court, but can't even suffer a little bit. And when they do something a little bit, they complain a lot. I am too incompetent to change the status quo, and likewise it is our great Zhou's incompetence to have raised such a bunch of drunkards. I am guilty. After saying that, Lu Himing hid her face and cried bitterly. Your Majesty, I was a damned man, and would never have broken out alone if I had not been concerned for your Majesty, and I risked my life to come back just to remind your Majesty that the enemy is close at hand. God's capital, it's already in jeopardy. Your Majesty, it is time to proceed with the matter of the guardianship of the divine capital. Lu Himing's words immediately caused a large amount of discontent among the courtiers. What an imperial chancellor who shirks his responsibilities. Dare to do it, not dare to do it. Now the sentence says that he is guilty, but every sentence is dumping the pot on the border army. It is worthy of being Lu Ruyan's own master. The two do things as they should. Your Majesty, a general's incompetence wears down 3 armies. Lu Himing's improper command led to the annihilation of the entire army. Please, your Majesty, behead this Fong, or else there will be no one left in my great Zhou willing to die in battle. Lu Himing, you are the commander of the 3 armies and the head of the 100 officials. How did you say these words? You yourself were scared out of your wits. You watched your generals die on Wood Castle City and didn't dare to open the gates. Are you still a human being? This is not good enough. The enemy army has just approached the city. You immediately abandoned Wood Fortress City and sold the entire city's people to the false Tang. How do you still have the face to speak in such a grandiose manner? Above the courtroom, it was all sounds of invitation to kill, but at that moment a different voice appeared. It's none other than Cui Ning, the royal historian. Your Majesty, General Lu is not guilty. The defeat of 500,000 troops is by no means General Lu's sole responsibility. Now that my great Zhou is at a time when it is in need of people, I still hope that your Majesty will be merciful and be able to spare General Lu and let her take the blame for her sins. Even the person in question, Lu Himing, almost dropped his jaw in shock. She thought about someone who would plead for her. It could be the Plum Blossom secret guards. It could be a minister who has received favors from him in his day. Or it could be some generals in the south, but would never have guessed it was this Lord Trina. At the beginning of the strong opposition to the prince and relatives, and in the farewell banquet of the expedition, weeping and thinking of the late emperor's frank minister the other officials had odd faces, obviously not expecting this either. The Empress was equally relieved in her heart. She was just furious, but if she were to kill Lu Himing, with the years of revolutionary feelings between the two, she couldn't lay her hands on him yet. Ben was in the middle of a dilemma when suddenly he was relieved, but she was still grimacing. Lord Cui, you plead for mercy for such a disgraced man? Cui Ning stroked his beard with a smile. Your Majesty, Lu Xiang is right, since the defeat is now certain, and it won't be won by killing her. In that case, it would be better to keep Lu Xiang and let her continue to be in charge of the defense of the divine capital. The false Tang army is already traveling by night and by starlight toward the divine capital. The cities and towns we met along the way all abandoned their armor and surrendered, and there is no one as loyal as Lord Lu. If we kill her, what will happen to the divine capital and what will happen to Great Zhou? Cui Ning had long been dead to Great Zhou since the previous 2 incidents. Last night was also the night I received a letter from home, a secret letter from the head of the Cui clan. The secret letter said that the family had secretly surrendered to Li Hao, and from then on, the Cui family was a member of the Great Tang, and Li Hao also promised to give the Cui family benefits when the world was pacified. Preserving Lu Himing was Li Hao's first order. Keep her and make her the main general in the defense of God's capital. In Li Hao's words, having her around was a blessing for the people of the world, because the divine capital could be taken without bloodshed. Many unnecessary casualties could be reduced. Trinan was a bit skeptical of that. The God's capital was run solidly by the Empress. The defenders alone numbered 300,000 men, and the city of Chengdu was high and solid, so it was not a simple thing to take it down. Lu Himing is just as stupid as he is, so he should be able to defend the city, right? As long as we prepare enough food and grass, and the enemy to spend on the line. Those soldiers in the north, most of them are not accustomed to the climate of the Central Plains. It will not take long to withdraw their own troops, but when you think about it, everything is still based on the family's interests. He didn't dare to disobey Li Hao's order, though he wanted the stupid general dead more than anyone. Ryu Hamaki was in a dilemma again. The battle for the defense of God's capital can be a real battle for the destruction of the country. If you don't play well again, there can be no more half-tolerance. You Hyman, can she do it? Trinan saw the Empress's kink and gave her another shot in the arm. Your Majesty, Lu Keqiu could have become famous by defending the city in one battle. Thinking about the year when the Turk in the north came south, Minister Lu led a few thousand people to defend the lone city for half a month, completely interrupting the Turks' plans, so we had the chance to turn the tide. Especially if she wears her sins, she will be dedicated and do her duty, and the person who guards the city is none other than Lu Xiang. Your Majesty should not hesitate any longer. It is more appropriate now to look to the future than to dwell on what has gone before. The most pressing task is to hoard grain and grass, fight a good defense of the divine capital, and call on all southern lords to come to the divine capital to serve the king. After Cui Ning finished speaking, he turned to look at the ministers. Colleagues, please also focus on the big picture. How to preserve the divine capital is the most crucial thing right now. Cui Ning was a notoriously upright, straightforward, and solitary minister in the court. The weekdays are highly prestigious. His words and actions have a great calling, and his words are very convincing. It's how to hold on to God's capital that's the most important thing. Your Majesty, what Lord Cui said is reasonable, and it's time to consider how to guard the divine capital. Your Majesty, in my opinion, why don't we move the capital to Jinling, and have Lu Xiangjinghua defend the divine capital by committing crimes? Move the capital? Ji Jiu burst into a rage. Move the capital, move the capital, move the capital. You guys think I'm the same as those incompetent dim-witted kings in history? If I am here, I will never move the capital. The king dies for the gods, and the Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. I vow to live and die with God's capital. The Empress sneered. As you say, order Lu Himing to take the blame for his sins and take full responsibility for guarding the divine capital. In addition to notify the world, let all the feudal lords and vassals into the capital to work for the king. Chapter 58, Attending to the king. Definitely diligently the king of the north. At the Empress' command, the imperial decree exited the center and immediately spread throughout the entire Great Zhou. Shunan Road, the house of the king of Shu. King of Shu, the only remaining prince of the Li surname within the Great Zhou. No other reason. Because the road to Shu is more difficult than the sky. As far as the eye can see, it winds through the mountains and is visible at all times, peeking out from the edge of steep cliffs. Every step of the way, lives are in danger. The people's livelihoods in Shu are depleted. The grains are not plentiful, and the hand of the Empress cannot reach here yet. And many compulsion cultivation in Shu means bizarre and unpredictable. Let a person deterred. This is what has created the unique situation here, which has become a country of its own. At this time, King Li Gu of Shu was leisurely fishing in the back garden. He was lying on top of a rattan chair, holding a fishing rod in his hand, while enjoying the tender lychee that this maid had plucked apart. Your Highness, a secret decree has come from God's capital. At that moment, an old servant hurriedly arrived and spoke softly, afraid of disturbing the fish that were about to bite. Throw it there and read it when you have time. King Shu didn't raise his head. Over the years, no matter how many holy edicts came from God's capital, the king of Shu always took care of it in one way, by sending lychees. Those love it. Eat and be merry, and nothing will happen to you. If you're not happy with the food, then you can have it next time. Your Highness, this time it doesn't seem to be the same. The Empress has given a secret decree to the whole country, telling the feudal lords and vassals from all over to come to the capital to serve the king. Diligence? King Shu sat up with a pang. What happened? Why is the king suddenly diligent? Someone is revolting? Shu is mostly closed. Plus, the king of Shu has long been swinging for the fences, either fishing or playing chess every day. The rest of the time is spent almost exclusively in men's and women's affairs, doesn't care about the situation in the court at all and knows nothing about the outside. Whenever his men report, they never listen. Your Highness, do you remember the sixth prince's marriage? Remember a little. The king of Shu nodded. I heard a little bit last time, and at that time, I myself even cursed the female emperor. You want to get all of my Li family to die before you are willing to give up? Then it was off to one of the biggest green houses in town to vent for the night. My nephew is gone too? Hey, His Highness, the sixth prince, is still alive and well, and this time, the Empress order for the king's diligence has something to do with him as well. The old servant sighed in his mind. How is it that this king of Shu can't grow up and understand anything? But it was probably because of this nature that he was able to live peacefully until now. Right, and still occupy Shu's land. Yo, Ji Jiu has changed his behavior this time? Surprisingly spared him? Your Highness, the prince and his relatives are seeking their own death. The last time the old slave told you that the sixth prince will rebel if he goes to the grasslands, and now it has been fulfilled. Not only was it fulfilled, but it led 1,000,000 troops to swing south, and now it's almost killed outside of God's capital. So the female emperor was so desperate that she let all the ministries go to work for the king. What? King Shu jumped up at once, somewhat unable to believe his ears. He. How is he so powerful that he dares to disobey Zhou and rebel against him? This nephew is so bold. Your Highness, it's not that he's bold. As long as it's a Li family member, it's the same for anyone else who goes to make peace. It's just that this nephew of yours seems to be quite tactful, and has accelerated the progress a little bit by defeating the 500,000 strong army of the Great Zhou at Wooden Fortress Sang. You'll have to make up your mind. Your Majesty, what should we do? Wait, let me run it through. King Shu's face turned anxious for a moment. Heaven blessed me, my Li family has actually produced such a character. But how is he going to deal with the Empress's subsequent tactics? This one imperial decree of diligence is coming down. It's very likely that 1,000,000 soldiers will be summoned directly. What to do? What do we do? The whole of Shuzhong, which has a few soldiers, full of counting, cannot get together 10,000 people. Here all the scattered tribes, who do not serve anyone, how to go to the king diligently. What do you think the king should do? The old servant smiled inscrutably. The old slave has the audacity to ask the king which king he is trying to serve? Isn't this nonsense? Although this king is stupid by nature, he also knows that my Li family is the orthodox one. Can he still serve that? Ha, that king in the diligent north. Your Majesty, so much the better. How can it be done? If all of our people of this point are still pulled out, this Shuzhong can immediately be divided by those barbaric tribes, can't it? Your Highness might as well move and follow me outside the mansion? When the king of Shu came to the door of the royal residence fully dressed and hanging on, almost fell on his butt in shock. Outside the royal palace, it was already surrounded by countless people, all the leaders of the tribes in Shu with their most elite warriors. Your Majesty, the king must be diligent. Must be diligent. I've heard that the great Tang emperor is now several hundred miles outside of Chengdu, so we can still have a hot meal if we go to the king early. Xin Wang killed a female emperor. The 6-turn blood cranium compass and the flesh and bone reunion compass that I just refined are worrying about having no place to use them, just in time for the Empress to reunite with those surnamed Ji. Nanzhao. Back then, the 3 major poets had nothing to do with soloing idly, and wrote 3 barbarian dynasty songs. It made Nanzhao a barbarian among the population of the Central Plains since then. The position is extremely awkward, but there is nothing they can do. Compared to the prosperous Zhou, they are too weak and poor, helpless. To the east, the place name is Sheko. To the west, the place name is Fan, and to the north, the place name is Dazhou, big brother on all 3 sides. Nanzhao was therefore capricious, specializing in seeing which side was strong and which side was strong enough to embrace, either a vassal of the Great Zhou or the second brother of the Tubo, maintaining a super wallflower who won't take or do anything and can have a mole at any time and terminate the deal. Today, the traditional temple festival of the 6 Nanzhao divisions, Meng Kuku Edict, Yu Analyze Edict, Lang Dome Edict, Fine, Tung Dan Edict, Shi Lang Edict, and Meng Shi Edict. The chiefs of the 6 edicts were gathered together. It was a great time of singing and dancing. It was only halfway through the banquet that they likewise received a secret order from the divine capital, the king of diligence. The 6 chiefs froze, but then, in a whirlwind, he slammed the table and burst into a rage. They are not like the king of Shu so swinging. As a wallflower, the most powerful skill is the sense of smell, is the judgment of the situation. Otherwise, wallflowers don't even get to do it. Doggone false show, how dare she rebel, and still has the face to give an order for us to go to the king's service. She thinks she's Emperor Taizong. 500,000 people were killed cleanly without any effort. In my opinion, this great Zhou is considered finished, being messed up by a few pussies. Now that the emperor of the great Tang is recruiting in the north to restore the Shang Tang, everyone, I've decided to do this job, and I must go and mix up a slave dragon. I've already set out last night with my vanguard, and this first credit is bound to go to us. Shi Langzhao, really neighbors sunning sesame peppers, numb the next door. You Shi Langzhao want some face. We 6 edicts have always been in the same breath. How can you be so nasty? Gentlemen, let me advise you. If you want to take the benefits, you must do it before it's too late. Now that the whole of Great Zhou is heading to the north to work for the king, and our Nanzhao is not very strong, so after the war how can we make the emperor of the great Tang think highly of us? It's all about being quick and being the first to show loyalty. Asterisk. Point the troops. Chapter 60. Good news. The diligent king's army is 500,000. Bad news, it's all Li Tang's. Such a situation was staged one after another all over the Great Zhou. Within a short period of time, all the lords and vassals gathered their troops and horses, and headed towards the north with great vigor. The Empress Jizhou sat on the Taiji Hall, asking the Plum Blossom secret guards to report the latest situation every half an hour. At the bottom were the trembling Great Zhou ministers. The Empress is extraordinarily grumpy these days. At every turn, the court canes, beating and killing, full of civil and military, has been the grass. Everyone is at risk. Your Majesty, when the various lords received the secret order, they were the first to send out their troops, and now they are all on their way, and I believe that they will soon reach the divine capital. Aha! The Empress nodded slightly, the many days of repression finally having a slight reprieve. The attitudes of the various vassals were quite good, which was enough to show her influence as an empress. The defense of the divine capital, under Liu Himing's personal auspices, was also proceeding in an orderly manner. Enough 300,000 troops, guarding the strong-walled Shindu, and there are so many king-appointed troops, not to mention whether Li Hao can break through Shindu. As long as those king-appointed troops arrive, they can immediately respond to each other from the inside and the outside, and completely kill the pseudo-Tang dynasty rebels in a clean manner. The subtitles in the Empress's head are also back to their usual hilarity, getting better. Finally, from what the secret guards have reported, the Empress's current appeal is comparable to that of Peak Taizong. Peak Taizong counts for nothing. How many people helped him in his time? Just look at the Lingyi Pavilion. And what about the Empress? She is completely alone, the standard lonely big heroine. Ha 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 ha, you people are really screwed. Sending the Emperor to make peace with his relatives, and Peak Taizong against hollowing out. Are you still going to have a whole palace fight with Queen Ma? Upstairs, are you nuts? You can even fight with this? A merchantman doesn't know the hatred of his country. Ridiculous. Your Majesty, the troops coming from all directions to serve the king have reached 500,000. Your Majesty, the forces of the false Tang are already less than 500 miles from Shindu. They claim to be 1,000,000 strong. But even if we add in the remnants of the army he has collected from the city of Mubao, they are at most no more than 500,000. We have 300,000 in the city, plus 500,000 troops supported from all over the world, and occupying the advantage of the city wall, and with sufficient food and grass to guarantee, the advantage of this battle is on our side. Your Majesty, several cities in the north have surrendered without a fight, and now the false Tang forces are still 300 miles from Shindu. Your Majesty, they stopped their troops 100 miles away and stationed themselves. Your Majesty, the intelligence department of the Great Zhou operated at high speed, and a piece of news, everything was presented in front of the Empress. There's a lot of rain on the mountain. Hundreds of thousands of Great Tang troops were stationed 100 miles outside of the divine capital. It kept Liu Himing up all night. Great Zhou Chancellor's palace. Liu Himing paced back and forth in his study. Thrown all over the place are defense tactics for God's capital, as well as strategic deployment maps. So many, but none of them can be perfect. But what a bunch of losers. In the entire God's capital, if anyone was under the most pressure, it was none other than Liu Himing. 500,000 troops were wiped out, and the battle for the fate of the country was fought for. Every single one of them can crush the spine of the average person. No. Liu Himing had been carrying a huge amount of pressure these past few days, and his person had aged and emaciated a lot. All the options for defending the city were unsatisfactory to her. It always felt like something was wrong, and at the same time there was a not-so-good feeling in my heart. My lord, Sun Qian seeks an audience. No. The door Sun came to report, and Liu Himing immediately chided out. He had met too many so-called famous generals, experts in defending the city, in the past few days, but none of them could relieve her of her worries. This Sun Qian was only a lowly official, responsible for court rituals, and he had come to himself even at this time? What time is it? And you still want to ask for an official for its descendants? Liu Himing gritted his teeth. How come there are so many people who don't know what's good for them and don't have half an eye for what's good for them? My lord, Sun Qian says he has a plan to defend the city and break the enemy. He said he could vouch for his entire family. Liu Himing hesitated. These days to come to the people who offer advice, never dare to so pact, is their own heart is also empty without bottom? The female general across the street that day had more or less left her with a little PTSD. He really said that? 1,000 times over. Invite him in. It was as if Liu Himing had grabbed a lifesaver. In a few moments, Sun Qian was then brought to the study by the door. Liu Himing had long since sat back down at his desk, quickly flipping through the war reports without lifting his head. Let's not talk about false courtesies. If you have any plans to retreat from the enemy, just say so. Yes, my lord. Sun Qian perennial in the royal family is responsible for the temple sacrifices and other matters, although the court officials, but a Taoist robe, looks quite a few points of the immortal style of charm. He stroked his beard lightly and smiled slightly. Mr. Chancellor, my humble servant has two strategies to retreat the enemy, and to do so without a fight. These words instantly aroused Liu Himing's interest. She thought to herself that no one would dare to take the lives of her entire family and run to her mansion to have a bragging session. A sharp light suddenly shot out from Liu Himing's eyes. Do you know what happens when you speak out of turn? Especially this kind of military affairs. The highest is just to raise all 9 clans. Sun Qian laughed softly with confidence. If you know that, how dare you be so arrogant? The false Tang outside the city has an army of 500,000. Since my humble servant dares to come and offer advice, it means that I know the situation like the back of my hand, and all the movements of Li Hao of the false Tang are between my humble servant's 5 fingers. Ah! Lu Himing carefully sized up this old Taoist priest, and waves of shock rose in his heart. Looking at the other party's expression, it seemed that they had already won. Did he really have such a brilliant plan to defeat the enemy without a fight? The battle report fell from Lu Himing's hand as she trembled. Don't you dare swindle me. If we can break the enemy, I will inform the whole country to set up a life shrine for Lord Sun. Lord Sun, who can enjoy the imperial temple? And please, sir, teach me. Sun Qian waved his hand. Those who are purified are the least concerned with these out-of-body things, and if your excellency wants to retreat from the enemy, there are 2 ways to do so. Li Hao with 500,000 troops, whether recognized or not, he has the name of orthodoxy. His power is so great that it's simply not something that Great Zhou can fight against, and if it's a hard fight, Great Zhou will only have one way to die. Lu Himing was furious at first, but then he sighed, which was indeed the case. So my humble servant's first strategy is that war is better than peace. Lord Chancellor can send an envoy to negotiate with Li Tang to divide the river, and at the same time persuade the female emperor to move the capital to the south, so that it can still survive for a few years. Ryu Himing wanted to lash out, but held his tongue, breaking in time while the fart was still in his mouth. Mister, this method is effective, but it's not quite right. How can His Majesty today be willing to relocate the capital when he has been benchmarked against the Emperor of the 1,000 years? Tell us about the second strategy. There is no harm in that. The first policy is only the last option. The second is what the officer wants to say the most. Sun Qian tightened his smile and suddenly became serious. I would like to recommend someone to the Chancellor. This one man is worth 1,000,000 soldiers. This person can perform the 6 armor law, summon heavenly soldiers and generals, scatter beans to make soldiers, and take the head of a general in the midst of 1,000,000 armies, as easy as a handful. The district Li Tang is nothing but dirt in front of this man. This person's name is Guojing, and he is waiting outside the minister's residence at this time. Chapter 61. After breaking the enemy, the poor Taoist only needs a cup of fine wine. Guojing? Lu Himing's mind quickly flashed through images of every expert he knew, but he had never heard of this person. But this behavior of Sun Qian, it was as if the other party was already in the realm of the land gods almost. Could it be some kind of high priest who has attained Taoism? The great Tao of this world had collapsed, and even in Great Zhou, where the national fortune was gathered, the most powerful cultivators were only in the Dharma phase realm. It's still 5 major realms away from being a land god. Revisit, refining Qi, passing through the orifices, returning to the origin, condensing Dan, embracing the Tao, sitting in the light, passing through the sacred, Dharma phase, harmonizing with the Tao, transitioning to the heavens, divine prosperity, transcendence, and land immortals. Ahem, it's a metafiction. Well, super metafiction. Although Lu Himing was shocked in his heart, his face did not move. Rather, I have heard of it, Mr. So esteemed. That must be an extraordinary character. Why don't you quickly invite in to meet? No, it's better if I invite them myself. Lu Himing felt that she was going to have to show some attitude. The higher the person, the more eccentric the temper. This she thought deeply because she herself was also this kind of person. The center door of the Chancellor's mansion was wide open. Lu Himing personally swept the couch to welcome him. Any move was a big enough event to shake the god's capital 3 times. In the middle of the main hall, Guojing, a whitewashed green and gray robe hanging down to the ankles. Robe corner cloud pattern is alive. Even with the breeze wandering, he was always calm and relaxed, with a light smile on his face. The heart is always mindful of the things that the great Tang Emperor has repeatedly instructed. Laugh at nothing. Something to laugh about too. Big things can be fixed. Of course, in the eyes of Lu Himing at this time, that simple close with the inscrutable smile, like the extreme clouds see the first sun, will be scattered not scattered when dense out of that clear air. If one carefully deliberated, that was not a clear qi. It was an overwhelming sword qi that flowed at all times. A penetrating wind blew through the room. Wei Jing's naturally draped Taoist robe and large sleeves fluttered. More show a few points of the world of high people out of the dust atmosphere. What does the Taoist master teach me? Seeing him in this state, Lu Himing was able to be unassuming and at ease in front of himself, and in his heart, he had already preconceived a 3-point belief. The Chancellor is bound to lose this time in guarding the divine capital. Wei Jing smiled faintly. Within the court there seems to be a harmony, but in fact, except for His Majesty and the Chancellor, who are female officials, the others are all of the Lord's Surrender faction, especially after His Majesty staged the Qin King's breaking song in front of the civil and military officials. Lu Himing's pretty face blushed. Although the Taoist priest's words were solid, they were indisputable. Once that song came out, the voice of Li Tang, which had been suppressed to restore Li Tang, slowly resounded again. At the time indeed lost count. The poor Taoist observes the heavens at night. The Z-Way star is dim, an omen of heavenly calamity. However, the poor Taoist has been taught by a high person the method of the 6-armor divine soldier, which can scatter beans into soldiers, and if practiced into a divine soldier, it can conceal its form and drive away thunder, and within 3 days it will break Li Tang. Lu Himing, the imperial chancellor, even if he believed in his heart 3 times, how would he give in so easily? She suddenly frowned and snapped. Ridiculous, if bean scattering is feasible, how can there be the alliance of Tan Yuan and the scourge of the steppe? Although there are thousands of Taoist techniques, this minister has never heard of such a strange technique. The puppets are still inferior to ordinary soldiers, so how could the Taoist minister break Tang in 3 days? Laughing is it? King stroked his beard lightly. Does Lord Chancellor not know the power of the heavenly god that the Yellow Emperor borrowed to crush Qiyu back then? Or do you not know that Zhang Liang borrowed the Yellowstone Duke's Book of War to help Gaozu settle the world, and Zhuge Liang borrowed the Eastern Wind to burn the Red Cliff? When the divine principle sets up a religion, the world is convinced that the way is not absent, but it does not come out without a clear master. Today's Son of Heaven has the demeanor of an emperor of 1,000 years, and it is also the time for my Taoism to flourish. Ah, so reasonable. Lu Himing fell into deep thought. Gu Jing smiled without saying anything again from the side, and Sun Qian also stood respectfully. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Pust. One of the maids serving next to her couldn't hold back her laughter. The sound, while not loud, was extremely unseasonal. The 3 men's eyes went to the maid. Although Lu Himing usually didn't show any color to men, he was very good to his subordinate maids, such as Lu Ruyan, and loved them very much, so the maid didn't have much to fear. Instead, she pursed her lips. Taoist priest said these and our old home village head singing opera the same. What scattered beans into soldiers' water flooded San Francisco? There are a few days Xin knew it. Then this is even more evil. Call me. We have 300,000 troops in Shindu, and millions of people. If we all work together, and guard such a high city wall, then the grassland barbarians won't be able to attack even if they're more powerful. They're not used to the climate over here, either, and before long they'll be in disarray themselves. Unbridled. The 3 men spoke in unison. Lu Himing was furious. You've been spoiled during the weekdays, and you dare to interrupt even military affairs? Do you think this is your village eating a banquet? Get out of here and get your own punishment. Lu Himing scolded out the maid and looked at Gu Jing with worry. Taoist minister. Just now what she said also has some truth. If this city full of generals cooperates with Taoist ministers' heavenly soldiers, isn't it more perfect without fail? This battle is crucial for this minister. Whether it is to honor the ancestors or to leave a legacy, it all comes down to this one time. My lord, the 6 armored divine soldiers are in soldiers manifesting their spirits. If we let the mortals guard the city with their weapons, it will backfire on the divine soldier's aura, and none of them should be allowed to appear. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. Since your excellency is seeing me, you want to reduce casualties, and if mortals are defending the city, how can casualties be reduced? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? What the Taoist master means is that you alone will guard the city? Your excellency is wrong. How is it me alone? It's countless heavenly soldiers and generals. Ryu Himiaki was confused. As the saying goes, when you are sick, what you need most at this time is not whether the doctor is brilliant or not, but a supportive voice to make up your mind. Her eyes looked at Lord Sun Qian helpfully, but he saw the latter give the same faint smile. Doubtful people should not be used. Used people should not be doubted. Either do not use them or listen to their words. As the head of the 100 officials and my great Zhou soldier immortal, it's only natural that the Sangha understands these things. Taoist Gui is also just an option, available or not. Lu Himing's heart let out a long sigh of relief. What is it that the Taoist master is doing all this for? If it's to be a vassal and a general I might be able to promise, but if it's to be the teacher of a country, I'm afraid. Ha ha ha. King let out a loud laugh. After breaking the enemy, the poor Taoist only needs a cup of fine wine. I am an idle cloud and wild crane. How could I be attached to the world? Not greedy for credit, no love of power. The world of red dust and mundanity is not to be trifled with. What a righteous man! Ryu Himing was overjoyed. What is the Taoist master going to do? Can you tell me a thing or two? Such a big event. It is inevitable to inform His Majesty. In the meantime, the atmosphere in the Taiji Hall, however, had precipitously dropped to freezing point. In the entire hall, all that remained was the sound of the Empress's ragged breathing. 500,000 diligent king's armies had all arrived not far from the divine capital at this time, but it was as if they had discussed it. All of them have taken up the Li Tang banner, to kill the false emperor and the demon queen and welcome the great Tang orthodoxy into the dynasty. Heaven is going to kill the widow. Chapter 62, Defense of the Divine Capital. The city gates open wide and glory is restored. The Empress's chest rose and fell, her body trembling with anger. Originally, the war was still won, but in an instant, the situation turned sharply downward, and there was a great reversal, and all the lords of the land rebelled against each other. How can 300,000 troops defend their millions? Her eyes seemed to have appeared the tragic picture of the city breaking down, the people and ministers fleeing in haste, and the steppe barbarians frantically slaughtering the city. Are you going to lose? But, how does that make her happy? What a bunch of white-eyed wolves I've raised, eating my royal food, but do not think of loyalty to the king to serve the country, but in the rebels to attack the time to turn against the battlefield, fall into the well. This world men are such goods, 500,000 troops, so effortlessly became Li Hao's men? Plumblossom's secret guards passed on the news that these feudal lords and vassals, after surrounding the entire god's capital, the first thing they did was to send a messenger to the false Tang camp directly to the north to ask for peace and allegiance to show their loyalty. His heart is in the right place. His heart is in the right place. Trine. The Empress vented her heart's monstrous grievances for a while and suddenly stood up, eyes coldly scrutinizing the courtiers. Your Cui family generations to enjoy the royal grace. Now the country is in trouble. Do you still want to be on the wall and only seek benefits? For you these big clans, even the imperial examinations left by Taizong are cancelled. You are so repay me? During the Great Tang Dynasty, the Shurjia clans have tailed off. It's already powerful enough to wield the emperor's hand. Emperor Taizong is so talented that he can only slowly figure it out. That's why the rise of the imperial examinations, the children of the humble family, in a bid to slowly weaken the influence of these families. But after the Empress came to power, in order to consolidate her imperial power, and in order to gain the support of the great families of the world, not to mention the abolition of the imperial examinations, of course the results were good. At least she had been sitting on the throne quickly and securely since her succession. If it wasn't for the whole Li Hao and marriage thing, it would have gone into a brief period of peace as well. Your Majesty, Cui Ning is just an orphaned official who has long since severed his ties with his family, so he can't influence them at all. And it seems that the Cui family is actively preparing to mobilize their forces in the fight against the false Tang. Fart. The Empress wanted to reprimand a few times, but then she swung her hand helplessly. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Isn't that what these people always do? They never bet on both ends. If they were able to hold the divine capital themselves, they would still obediently take the initiative to show themselves favor. Gentlemen, what should we do to defend divine capital city now? How to guard? Lu Haiming guards the chant. You have handed over all the things to her, and come to inquire about a fart. The 100 officials kneeled down and crouched their heads, and did not say anything for a long time. What a bunch of losers. None of them can be counted on at the critical moment. The Empress sat down in a crumpled heap, her head aching, for a long time before she sighed. All go down. I want to be quiet. The Empress was not delusional. She really wanted to be quiet. That two of her favorite daughters. One is the Princess of all Carp who stays around to soothe her lovesickness. One is Princess Zhongjin. The reason why Li Hao was allowed to make peace in the first place also had something to do with this princess. Princess Jingzhen had been extremely gifted since she was young, and especially in the martial arts path. She was even more powerful than even she, the Empress. In the beginning, the state master had praised that what geniuses are just the threshold to see Princess Jingzhen. Princess Jingzhen was also sent by her early on to pursue martial arts in the Star River Sword sect. At the time of separation, the Empress had even personally given her the Dao name. Taishang Dala Tianxian Zi Jia Changshang Zhaoling Ting Shua Yu and Jinying Yushu Chief Palm Wule de Jing and Shuan Du Realm Jingzhen Daojun. If they were able to obtain the support of the Star River Sword sect, it was still unknown who the deer would be. After the 100 officials left, the Plum Blossom Dark Guards, who were hidden in various parts of the Great Hall, came out. These are the hardcore heartthrobs of the Empress, the same control over intelligence information of the entire Great Zhou. Your Majesty, there is good news. What good news? The Empress's cloudy eyes turned clear once more. Your Majesty, a letter has just come from Minister Lu, saying that he already has a way to break the enemy. What's the way to break the enemy? The Dark Guard whispered in his ear. The Empress stared, then stormed, foxed, surprised, nodded. Gua, does real Gua really have such great power? This is something that perhaps a street urchin doesn't believe in, but the Empress does. The basilisk is born in Shang. The red earth beheads the white emperor. The cow follows the horse. Daylight into your arms. Divine light reveals the Holy Spirit. The dragon and phoenix, the reincarnation of Mithraea, and so much more supporting evidence. It was the Yellow Emperor, who didn't also borrow the power of the heavenly god back then. Of course, all of this had to be based on her as the Emperor of the 1,000 years. Your Majesty, Minister Lu made a military order, saying that within 3 days, she will bring Li Hao's head to meet her. or else she will bring her own head to meet her. Say something obscure. Your Majesty, there is more good news. The Empress thought of a phrase she often saw in the captions in her head. I do not know that the sky is the limit. If I want to go, the road is at my feet. Now that the good news is coming, it's a prophecy that's being fulfilled. Your Majesty, Princess Jingjin has also returned with a message that she has convinced the Star River Sword sect and will be able to raise her sect to come in a few days. Hiss. The Empress sucked in a breath of cold air. Her voice trembled a bit. Dang. Really? Really? Only Jingjin Princess letter mentioned one thing, but counted on a bad news. Subordinate do not know when to speak or not to speak. Speak. The Star River Sword sect said that they want us, Great Zhou, to allocate the land of Western Shu to them and use it as their Taoist land. Session? What's this bad news? It's good news. The land of West Shu was originally like chicken ribs. Eat meat and discard the flavor. I let go of that Shu king is not this reason. It's a good thing to give them as a Dao lineage, so they can still echo us north and south in the future. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making the choice and receiving the reward, Li Ciyuan Xiao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making the choice and receiving the reward, Lu Bing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mirror breaking pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining supreme bone. Li Hao stood in the middle of the tent and poured a cup of wine with his own hands, taking the divine capital without a fight and reducing unnecessary casualties. Lord Sun should take the credit. In front of him was none other than Sun Qian. Sun Qian, who was sent by Lu Himing to place the war order. Lu Himing's confidence had skyrocketed at this point, and it had reached the point where he had taken the initiative to ask for a fight. As for Guijing, after taking Chengdu, they will surely be used to sacrifice the flag. How can we keep this kind of people for New Year's Eve? Your Majesty, the people of the Central Plains have been waiting for you for a long time. 3 days from now, the gates of the divine capital will be wide open, just waiting for your Majesty to return to the glory of our great Tang. Chapter 63, The Battle of Attention. 1 million snow riders surrounding the divine capital. Li Hao sighed slightly in his heart. He remembered the female emperor sitting on the 9 jade steps at the Taiji Hall. Ji Jiao was able to become the first female emperor. Her heart and skill were naturally the best among men. It's just a shame that it's been completely taken out of context by whatever subtitles are in my head. So much so that it is now becoming more and more paranoid, headstrong and uncontrollable. There's nothing in the world that has to stir up dust. Originally and relatives, although humiliating but also not a precedent, in the history books, are not two shameful things, such as strong Han not also have an relatives precedent, but it is necessary to engage in some kind of male-female confrontation, to dare to be the first in the world, to be blinded by the desires of the heart, and the royal son and the marriage, and she is still complacent. The reasoning that even a 3-year-old child within the divine capital city understands, she even chose to ignore it. It's all retribution. Greetings, Your Majesty. In the middle of Li Hao's thoughts, Li Xuanxia and Lu Bing both came together. The ground shook a bit unbearably with each step taken by the giant man on the left. Li Xuanxiao's stout figure is simply a humanoid monster, standing there like a lofty iron tower. The arms were gnarled with sinew and flesh, and the armor on his body was held up with slight cracks. Although Lu Bing was wearing a flying fish suit and looked more like a gentle and elegant scribe, the refined light in his eyes was sharper than even a knife. Li Hao started sizing up the two men. Li Ciyuan Xiao, the first fierce general in the 5 dynasties period. The king is not as strong as Xiang, the strength is not as strong as Ba, the fist is not as strong as Jin, and the general is not as strong as Li. Several carcasses of torture have never hurt his bones. To pacify the rebellion and restore the Han Pass, 18 riders broke through Chang'an. Born with divine strength, he broke a boulder at the age of 4, wrestled a tiger at the age of 10, and won 100 battles in his life. Li Ciyuan Xiao. Realm, Dharma Realm. Loyalty, 100. Remarks, Flying Tiger General. When Wan Yanzhang Day not even picked 36 generals, heard Li Xuanxiao to come, immediately backed to the side of the horse, and made a vow, Li Xuanxiao in the day, I Wan Yanzhang will never come out of the mountain, and said to do it. In the past, at the crossing of the Yellow River, with a long lance, Shu wins 100,000 strong army balked for 3 days and dared not cross, and another. It was one of Li Hao's favorite Jinyui commanders before crossing over, milk brother of Emperor Jiaojing, the strongest brocade guard in the Ming dynasty. He is also the only recipient of the honor of the 3 dukes and the 3 orphans. Let the eunuchs of the East Chamber call his grandfather, the firefighting emissary of the great Ming, Lu Bing. As the saying goes, a man is only as good as his clothes. Dressed in a flying fish suit, a kind of clothing that can harden the value of his face, Lu Bing stood there with an elegant temperament and a calm demeanor. Definitely qualifies as a middle-aged beautiful man. Luck Bing. Realm, Sacred Realm. Loyalty, 100. Remarks, Lu Bing's lifelong love affair with fire comes with the skill, ignore the blazing fire. This general is so stout. I just don't know if the skills in his hands are as hard as his body. Xing Daorong patted Li Zuinxiao's pecs. Another squeeze of the large muscles protruding from his arms. Li Hao was completely speechless. This dude could really cause trouble. Typical and vegetable and fun-loving. Li Siyuan Zhao's skill. More than hard. This was the first Dharma realm expert he had summoned. Strong as Dang Wei. He is also in the passing sacred realm. What's more, this master is notorious for his lack of emotional intelligence. Li Siyuan Zhao's eyes were full of fire, and he looked at Xing Daorong, who was still groping back and forth by his side. In disbelief, he also looked at Li Hao pleadingly, and saw the latter nodding, just don't make a mess. The next moment, bang! Without even seeing how Li Siyuan Zhao struck, Xing Daorong's body had already broken through the tent and flew straight into the sky. Li Zuinxiao blew on his casserole-sized fist, shook his head. He had only used 30% of his own strength. This short little general is too much of a dish. How did he get mixed up with His Majesty? Lord Lu. Li Hao had no intention of watching Xing Daorong's jokes. Now there was one more big thing he needed to do. Your Majesty. Lu Bing bowed slightly. Now you are needed to head within the divine capital to fetch out Lord Sun's family. Li Hao was grateful for this Lord Sun's virtue. He went so far as to risk his life to gain Lu Himing's trust. His family, nowadays, had been firmly controlled by Lu Himing, and Bing Lu is just the right person to do such a thing. In terms of infiltration, assassination, rescue and all those things, who can compete with the Jinui boss? Arrange everything. Li Hao led the generals out of the camp together. At this time the god capital, the gate is closed close at hand, less than 100 miles away. This majestic atmosphere of the ancient city clearly fell in the eyes of the people. Outside of the divine capital, a dense encampment of cavalry surrounded it securely. All parts of the north surrendered to the wind, and the troops coming to the south to attend to the king all raised the flag of Li Tang. An army of 1 million men is approaching the city, and at this point in the city, it was already a chicken and dog situation. Recommended by Chancellor Lu Himing, the Empress herself gave the order. The defense of the entire god's capital was given to an unnamed character, Gui Jing. Gui Jing was a person that almost all of the court officials had never heard of. But, folk who have heard of within a restaurant, heads are turning. All are talking about this ultimate battle. A big man with a bowl of wine in his hand stepped on a stool with one leg and took a sharp gulp. Lao Zi stepped on the horses convinced. This big Zhou gas number really has been exhausted. Even let Gui Jing to fully responsible for defending the city. Who's Gui Jing? Most of the faces were confused. In the past, there was Lu Sun who was a marshal in white, and Lu Huangjun who visited his flats 3 times. Could it be that this Gui Jing is also that kind of character? Put all of the liquor that the Hanyu had just drank spewed out. There are people like that in this world. It's a pity that the Empress and the others can't see them. But Gui Jing, let's put it this way. A few days ago, Lao Zi was still peeping at the next village's widow Lu's bath together with him. He's just like me, just a landlubber. Spent a few days in a Taoist temple when he was young and could memorize a little bit of the mantra. Then he couldn't get on with it, so he followed his old man for quite a long time. How did I know that this dude shifted and became a character who decided the fate of the entire god's capital? Heavens, what kind of a thing is this great Zhou court to be able to reuse such a person? Not using the 300,000 troops in the city and relying on Gui Jing alone? Relying on a thing that is uneducated, steals chickens and dogs every day, and saves half a month's money to go to a kiln? These words caused the entire restaurant to fall silent. This is too much of a pipe dream. If Gui Jing was really as useless as he said, then what happened to Shindu? You can't be jealous that someone else has been promoted and that's why you're making such rumors. Right, how can my great Zhou court still not have the insight of a rogue like you? I did hear people say that this Gui Jing is good at the art of the 6 armored divine soldiers, threatening that he can summon heavenly soldiers and generals. Great Zhou by Confucianism has converged on the qi. Summoning some divine soldiers isn't impossible, right? Or else how would he dare to tease the court so much? And Lord Sun Qian Sun has also been dedicated to its security. The court is more knowledgeable than me? I know that it is absolutely not possible for the emperor to make peace with his family. Where is the court? This empress usurped the throne as a harem, and the cards that were originally played by Tianhu are in shambles. The Hanyu took a few more consecutive gulps of wine and tried to break into a fit of rage. Within the restaurant, however, a group of female soldiers suddenly rushed in. The leader of the group was a man of valor and might. The long sword in his hand was pinned to the ground, and he looked around the room with cold eyes. Any more rumors and slander against immortal Master Guo will be killed without pardon. Chapter 64, Qi Liangyu, give me a confused look. Han looked at the group of female soldiers with a potty-faced expression. It was as if he had heard something ridiculous in the extreme. Is that a slur? Who else under the sun can know Gui Jing better than me? Rich people are grasping their hair dry. He Gui Jing it, the biggest dream, is lying on the window to zoom in and see. And people like him are still called immortal masters by you? Han's temper is also stubborn enough. He let out a loud laugh, full of anger and sadness. This kind of tawdry operation can be really unheard of. And I don't need you guys to do it. Looking at this really stains my eyes. After saying that, he violently raised his hand and gouged the middle finger of his index finger towards his eye socket. Moment. Blood spurted out and 2 eyes rolled to the floor. Who wouldn't have to kill their own eyes when they see something like this? Ha ha ha. The louder he laughed, the more miserable it looks, the more miserable it is. The crowd looked on in awe. People say that all righteousness is the generation of butchering dogs, and I am not deceived. A small gangster, but has such righteousness and integrity. Such a situation is but the tip of the chaos in God's capital. It's a mess inside the house, and it's even more messy outside the house. The entire God's capital was already in chaos. Wei Jing, who has taken up his post, is already the first godly man of the great Zhou, within the divine capital, frantically capturing strong men who match the 6 armor birthdays. Above the various streets of the divine capital, there were already chickens flying and people were on edge. Not so many eligible? That's fine. Straight up landlubbers fill the bill. Soon, all 7,777 6-armored divine soldiers were brought up to the head of the divine capital by Guojing, dressed in Taoist robes, burning incense and offering sacrifices to heaven. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Li Hao personally led a large army, and the troops came to the divine capital. It appeared before the northern gate of the divine capital. Various other vassals, along the perimeter of the divine capital, stood in strict wait. The flags covered the sun, and a solemn and murderous aura filled the air, all indicating that a great battle of the ages was about to take place here. Within the court of the great Zhou, the atmosphere was similarly the same. The Empress led the people to stand on top of the highest inner city wall, gazing at every move at the north gate. Behind him was Lu Himing in military attire, and further back were the civil and military officials of Great Zhou. The 100 officials had different expressions. Eyes all fell on the Taoist man on top of that northern gate wall. Wei Jing, holding a sword in one hand and with a cloak of hair, stood alone on top of the altar, his mouth reciting words and his body shivering from time to time. 7,777 temporary Daoist children, meditating along the perimeter of the altar. Spectacular! Empress Jijio sighed with emotion, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He, Li Hao, couldn't have imagined it no matter what. He still thinks that we will fight him hard with a large army. Young man, ultimately too naive. The 6 dings and 6 armors are the leaders of the heavenly soldiers, best at repelling evil spirits, guarding the dojo, and enforcing the heavenly way. The heavenly Tao is in my great Zhou, so how can he, Li Hao, overturn the heavens? Humph, how dare a yellow-mouthed bastard call himself a million snow riders? What if he has more soldiers without occupying the heavenly Tao? The Empress waved her hand disdainfully, as if the millions of troops outside the city were just ants inserting tags and selling their heads. Your Majesty is wise. Next to him, Lu Himing immediately delivered a smack on the ass. This move than when Zhuge Prime Minister empty city plan is also a little more clever. There are 6 armored divine soldiers in my great Zhou solid as a golden soup. Li Hao a yellow hair, also wanna fight with the sky, really is delusional. When she finished, she snorted out a laugh. An altar on top of the city wall. Your Majesty, this is another precedent-setting thing. Since His Majesty succeeded to the throne, he has never followed the rules and dared to break them, and for this alone, he can already be called an emperor of the ages. Behind them, the 100 officials watched the two sing together, looking at each other with complex expressions. Yeah, who in their right mind could have seen a city without soldiers and an altar, and got thousands of unarmed ordinary people? Wei Jing was making a big fuss about arresting Taoist children in the city. Dare these 2 imperial daimyos treat all these people as if they were members of the immortal sect? If they were experts of the immortal sect, none of them would be able to withstand an army of millions. Open the gates. Wei Jing's voice drifted over the entire divine capital like explosive thunder. At this point, he had just finished his practice. Standing on top of the altar, the long sword pointed to the sky. Squeak! The north gate of the divine capital is the strongest gate among the 4 gates of the divine capital. In order to prevent the northern grassland from suddenly committing crimes, the sound of the gate opening reached the palace. Kiju was at first puzzled. Spinning around, he burst out laughing. Good! What an empty city plan to show the enemy's weakness. Guosian sure this is to know that Li Hao's army is throwing in the towel and doesn't dare to attack. So he opened the city gates wide to lure the enemy in. The art is as terrifying as it is terrifying. This battle, not only the attention of the court, the city has long been 10,000 people. Wherever you can stand are crowded with people. In the trees, on top of the roof, dense. What the is this again? Open the city gates directly? If the Li Tang army suddenly kills its way in, it will be impossible to close it again. Someone couldn't help but curse. Someone please tell me what new tactic Ryu Himaki has invented. The other man's face was full of doubt, obviously puzzled by what was in front of him. Again, some people wailed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I should have known that I also killed my own eyes yesterday, but I was allowed to see such a disgusting scene. God, what sins have I done? You punish me like this. What are they doing? Zhang Han, a famous general of his generation, was in a state of confusion. As the saying goes, it's easier to defend a city than to attack it. Today, he had long been prepared for a bloody battle. To be the first to die, is the romance of the soldier. But this, what the hell? He thinks he is skillful in the army and horses, familiar with the book of war. Whether it is defending the city and attacking the city, or ambush raids, are at hand. The enemy's schemes can be recognized at a glance. But this time, he really couldn't see it. It was beyond his comprehension. The battle-hardened Qin Liangyu was equally dumbfounded. Defending the city is a must for every general, not to mention the divine capital, the political, economic and cultural center of the entire Great Zhou, where talents converge, martial arts flourish, the most prosperous place in the world, bar none. What's with the guarding? Could it be that those Taoist priests are eccentric? Qin Liangyu was secretly alarmed. Dian Wei was silent on the sidelines, but Li Zuinxiao couldn't endure it. Whatever the dog is, my violent temper. Without waiting for Li Hao's order, he had already yanked over a bow and arrow from a nearby sergeant. Open bow, hitching an arrow, shot, one and done, powerful. Chapter 65. A million troops enter the city. Never have I fought such a rich battle. Whoosh, the bow and arrow made a loud cracking sound, swift as lightning. Humph, unconscionable. Empress Zhou sneered. The 6 armored divine soldiers, the 7,777 Dao children comprising the Great Formation. How could these northern barbarians learn of its subtleties? Strike at the stone with an egg. But the next moment, she was dumbfounded. She wasn't the only one. Everyone was dumbfounded except for the few who knew it by heart. The officials, the people, the army, all froze in place. The ordinary arrow accurately disappeared into the brow of a Taoist child. Li Yuanzhao's strength was too great, and the arrow had not slowed down even after hitting one person. There were 3 consecutive sounds, and a string of arrows strung the heads of 3 people before they were viciously nailed on top of the city wall. These 3, too, have reached the highest level of achievement in their lives. The whole world, altogether, looks at the 3 of his brothers. Heaven and earth are silent. The Empress shifted her body and grabbed Lu Himing, who was in military attire next to her, asked a trembling voice. Just that was just an ordinary arrow? It seems like, maybe there's something wrong with these 3's catchphrases, but the courtiers behind him sort of reacted. It would have been fishy and weird. Now it was even more like the Emperor's new clothes, being shot through with an arrow. But this Lu Himing was still forcing explanations. The Empress they dare not mess with, but a female prime minister. Lu Himing, you scourge of the country and calamity of the people, traitorous minister. My great Zhou is really going to be buried by you. A good 300,000 troops do not use, but listen to the words of such a square. Now what can be done? Ha ha ha, this is your so-called brilliant plan to check the enemy, the so-called heavenly soldiers and generals, only to have 3 of them killed by a single arrow. What qualifications do you still have to stand here? Ryu Himing, it's time for you to do your duty. Worthy of a bunch of wallflower ministers, not a single one of them objected just now, and now they all jump out when something goes wrong. Lu Himing was annoyed in his heart, and he didn't see you guys blocking it before. What the hell? She laughed coldly. What's the point of panicking? This has only just begun. 3 people are insignificant. What's more, look at immortal Master Gua. Is he panicking? At this moment, Gui Jing was indeed unperturbed, still sitting pretty, quietly holding his sword up. He looked away from the uncountable cavalry outside the city. What's he panicking about? Those are his own people. Li Yuanzhao looked at the bow and arrow in his hand, equally frozen in place. What the is this? What kind of war is this? It's got my people in a tizzy. A group of famous generals, no matter if you were a 10,000 strong man or a great general who had strategized, all fell into silence. Indistinguishable. It's really hard to tell the difference. The corner of Li Hao's mouth twitched slightly, trying to control his facial expression. Then the horsewhip was raised in his hand. Go into the city and take over God's capital. Li Hao's main army, led by 100,000 snow riders, was fully loaded. The entire army, all of them, appeared to be extremely subdued. There's no panic and the formation is not broken up. It was as if it was not a siege, but a triumphant procession. Looking at the lofty city walls in front of them, everyone's hearts were filled with puzzlement and doubt. But more than anything else, there was a sense of grandeur. When, ever, has there been a battle for such riches? Regardless of the process, the siege saved the lives of an unknown number of generals. Now, at a glance, the man in command of the other side is also of great love. The cavalry was in the front, Yunlu Academy disciples were in the back, and Li Hao sat in the center with a group of generals. Hundreds of thousands of troops were neatly lined up, their iron armor clanging, their battle flags fluttering, and the Li character king's flag glittering under the great sun. Knock 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 knock. The thick sound of war drums echoed between heaven and earth, drifting into the divine capital city and drilling into people's hearts. Come on, come on, come on, some of the onlookers yelled out anxiously. Then, a number of people were seen getting into action, laying a makeshift patchwork of red carpets on the main street into the city. Li Hao's army did not commit any offense wherever it went, and it made a pact with the people in every place it went. The reputation spread early. Most of the people didn't care what the emperor's last name was. All they care about is, who doesn't bully them. Anything that gives a bite to eat is a bright king in their eyes. As long as you don't starve, no one will resist. This is something that clearly the Empress is not doing well these days. The buns in God's capital are on the verge of taking a cart to pull money to afford them. The army slowly entered the city and stepped on the humble red carpet. The streets were crowded with people on both sides. An old man secretly wiped tears from his eyes. It's as if I saw the look of Taizong's triumphant return back then. There were children looking on tiptoe. There were young girls shyly tossing around pre-sewn-scented pouches. By the mandate of heaven, both live forever. Among the crowd, I don't know who took the lead and shouted. And then the sound of hurrahs floated throughout the entire god capital. Put! Empress Jijio's chest was indignant and shivered with anger, finally spewing out a mouthful of black blood. Reverse, it's all revolted. These ignorant pariahs have followed suit, so they've long been itching for others to fight their way in. No wonder Li Hao went all the way south and met almost no resistance. They still only recognize their old masters and can't accept me as a woman emperor. The Empress tore her heart out in a roar, venting her anger. The big picture is gone. The fall of the divine capital had already become a foregone conclusion, and at this time, she was more concerned about what position she actually held in the world's mind. Now that I look at it, what is a 1,000-year-old emperor and what is the brightest king in history is a big joke. The tree hasn't even fallen yet, and the rats are already scattering from the sinking ship. A bunch of fools who have been expecting thieves for a long time. The 100 officials looked at each other in dismay. Without spending a single soldier or a single pawn, without any semblance of decent resistance, the divine capital, which was claimed to be the strongest in the world, fell just like that. Among them, they were divided into two factions. A faction, the female emperor hardcore, the main war, mostly people with the surname Ji. One faction, the old ministers of Li Tang. The lord surrendered. Where Li Hao is orthodox. Your Majesty, the tide has turned. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that they haven't attacked the inner city yet, and make it known to the world that we are returning the government to Li Tang, so that your Majesty can still be honored with the title of a wise ruler, and since the sixth prince has the most virtuous reputation, I think that it won't be too difficult for the Ji surname descendants. Such a retreat to gain a good name is the superior plan nowadays. Fart. The person who says such words has too much selfishness. I ask your Majesty to behead this Fang. You are afraid that you have not long been in secret with the false Tang, and that when Li Hao wins the world, you will still be able to continue to do your high officials. This reckoning can be really loud. The country is broken, officials are still there. Also too shameless. Li Hao will let go of our people of the Ji surname. How can you say this? If we negotiate peace today, tomorrow His Majesty will be imprisoned by Li Hao, and since then, he will have a green lantern for life. None of the rest of the Ji family will have a good end. Do you want us to repeat the mistakes of the false Tang? A dynasty of broken, cut off the roots is the basic cultivation of every emperor. Great Zhou if surrendered, waiting for the end of the descendants of the Ji surname. Self-evident, so anyone can be surrendered, but only the people of the Ji surname is by no means surrendered. For a moment, the entire inner city was noisy and hot. Lord Ji, you still have the face to talk about repeating the mistakes of Li Tang. You also know what you all have done? The descendants of Li Tang. Only Li Hao is left to be killed. Is it not a due courtesy to punish you a little bit? How come? You are still thinking of living this kind of profligate and wanton life? Now that 1,000,000 troops are pressing on the city, and Li Hao has easily taken the outer city, and all the people are encouraged, do you think that there is still a defense for this inner city? There is no egg under the nest. You bunch of wallflowers who eat their way out of the house. If you want to surrender, you can get out now. People of my Ji surname can only live standing, never die kneeling. The 100 officials were as noisy as food market vendors. Some had even wriggled into a heap. You guys. The Empress covered her chest, her back teeth chattering. Shut up all of you. Chapter 66 Li Hao. Let's meet at Xuanwu. Lu Himing looked at the ministers with the same anger. What's the point of arguing? What's there to argue about? His Majesty will decide exactly what to do. It was fine if she didn't speak, but when she did, someone immediately took off their official boots and slammed them over. Of course, Liu Himing was in full cultivation, so how could he smash her? But it's not very damaging and extremely insulting. Buzz off. Empress Jijio only felt her head buzzing, as if there were hundreds of flies inside. The whole sky was spinning. She held onto the railing helplessly, thinking of his allies again. When in doubt, ask for subtitles. What is called the sizzling wind knows the test. The board swings to recognize the sincere ministers. This is the best example, full of civil and military. At this time, only the Liu phase of a woman who knows to share the worries of the king. Your Majesty, don't blame yourself. Putting aside the facts, it's all that Guijing's fault. It has nothing to do with your Majesty. Desperate situation, just fate set up the blindfold. Seems to be the end of the road. Actually hidden dark flowers, a moment of gain or loss, and cannot decide the final flower bloom who's home. When Xiangyu broke the boat, Han Xian is repeatedly defeated. The spring and autumn period of the Qin state Dr. Bailey view is known as often defeated generals, a lifetime of only one victory, but reversed the history of thousands of years. Now is not extremely similar to history, seems to lose 99%, but the advantage is in me. That is, just lost the outer city of the imperial city, not still have the inner city. The inner city is the real center of the Great Zhou. Healy how can not enter the inner city, is to occupy the country so what? Upstairs, you're out of your minds. Read up on your history. Pushkin man, get out of here. Don't pay any attention to him. Your Majesty, the priority now is still how to deal with the current situation. Isn't Princess Jingzhen about to return? She's the one who should be the heavenly successor of this empire. As long as it's dragged on for a few more days, it's bound to turn the tide. How to drag it? Chimeras? Think of something. It's simple. Make peace. I've looked through the history books. Men fight only for wealth and women. Your Majesty just need to draw a big cake for him Li Hao, promising some conditions with and without. I don't believe he won't fall into the trap. Don't forget to sprinkle some sesame seeds when you draw him a cake. Men are all the same, so you can't give up without a fight. What if they don't believe it? Simple. Send some princesses over. Today's scrolling credits are also at their highest point these days. Jijio carefully flipped through one by one, deleting the bad ones he encountered in passing. Ease STH. Clarity returned to her mind once more. A few moments later, it was again that absolute female emperor who was unrivaled in the world and suppressed the ages. The Empress let go of the railing and stood with her arms folded, glancing around at the group of ministers who were still making a fuss. It's already a pearl of wisdom. The first is drag. The second was that she already had another, better, brilliant idea in her head. She spoke faintly, saying, all die down. Things haven't gotten to that point yet. If the entire Great Zhou dies because of me, I will naturally thank the world for my sins. Li Hao has only just taken the outer city. If he wants to usurp the throne, he's still far away. I have decided to send a messenger to invite Li Hao to come to Xuanwu Gate for a meeting. All disperse, go back and rest well. There is a big show for you later. The Empress waved her hand. Now she didn't want to hear anything the least bit different. Soon, only Liu Himing was left alone. Liu Himing wanted to speak several times, but in the end, he could not hold back the doubts in his heart. Your Majesty, why did you ask Li Hao to meet you at Xuanwoman? Xuanwoman was Wen Taizong. How can I not know? Ji Jiao glanced at her. No longer interested in pursuing the matter of Guijing, it was normal to be deceived by a man. Plus, it's a slap in the face anyways, so calling her out is the same as calling yourself out. I will personally question the Li Hao why he is so heartless as to bring the barbarians of the steppe to destroy my Han Chinese rivers and mountains. It's to make him lose his name in front of his ancestors. This is my felling of the heart. Ryu Himiyaki sighed. Suddenly his brow furrowed as he remembered something tricky. Your Majesty, old General Seed in the south has assembled a large army to come to the king's service, and has now consecutively conquered a number of rebels, so I believe it won't be long before he can kill his way into the divine capital and join forces with us inside and out. The Empress raised an eyebrow. I told you, how can this world is full of ignorant people? Naturally some people will be loyal to the court of Great Zhou, kind of old General Hard Work Old General Seed Xiaoax, a famous general of the world, a lifetime of military service, old and strong. Look at this memory of mine. When I sent the old General Seed to the southern border, it seems to have forgotten about this person. Now, only to realize that my Great Zhou also has a person who can save the tilting of the heavens. Although Li Hao claims to have 1,000,000 troops, most of them are scattered sand hastily assembled in the south, and the old general will be able to come to the divine capital with the momentum of destroying the city. Your Majesty, what shall we do then? What should I do? Kiju was a little confused. Ryu Hamaki took a deep breath. Only then did he speak slowly. Your Majesty, meritocracy. Ha, Kiju's heart stuttered. Yeah, why didn't I think of that myself? If Seed Shaoax really came all the way from the south to work for the king, by the time he arrived at God's capital, he didn't know how many troops he had already collected. Wouldn't that be a second Li Hao? No, it should be worse than Li Hao. Li Hao is a descendant of Li Tang anyways. Although he is not his real mother, he has to call out to his mother. If an outsider mercenary had millions, what's the concept? The power is too great. Holding the court, puppet emperor, plotting to usurp the throne. All the officials are urging us to do the same, to set up another young master. No, never. Such a tragedy must not be allowed to happen. Immediately issue a decree to relieve Seed Shaoax of all his duties. If he is not worthy of his name, how can he be diligent to the king? Immediately issue a decree to have Seed Shaoax stop traveling north. Put his family under control. Immediately search for the charges against Seed Shaoax, even if they are unfounded, and have the Dark Guards put him under house arrest for a period of time. A series of commands came out of the Empress's mouth. All said and done, she breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand. Go to the Basilisk Gate and get ready. Chapter 67 Poisonous Scholars 3 Strategies. Breathtaking. As we all know, the inner city is often the core defense area of the entire city. The city walls were tall and strong, and the defense system was built together with barracks, arsenal, urns, jack gates, and so on. Most of the royal relatives and court officials lived in the inner city. The outer cities, on the other hand, had a complex composition, with various classes of merchants, people, and petty officials. But back then, Chancellor Liu Himing's residence was located in the outer city in order to publicize the fact that the current Son of Heaven was happy with the people. This place, too, had become Li Hao's temporary landing place. Li Hao was holding a meeting at this time to discuss how to attack the inner city. Inside the Liu family compound, all of the senior officials of the Great Tang were gathered. Zhang Han, Li Tsuanxiao, Zhang Liao, Qin Liangyu, Dian Wei, Xing Daorong, these hardcore believers of Li Hao. Of the three-step divisions, the Turk was in Zhang Han's hands, and the Xuanwu likewise worshipped Zhang Liao as the general of divine mighty heaven. As for the female real, scare the out of it, it's all pissy. The rest were the scholars of Yunlu Academy, the representatives sent by the major families as well as those who had traveled north to work for the king from all directions. Everyone, let's discuss a charter. Now that we've entered the divine capital, but the other side still has 300,000 troops, as well as a fortified inner city. It's still a bit tricky to attack the city. Li Hao was a little difficult. Since ancient times, defending a city is easy and attacking a city is difficult. Seeing the pissed off nature of the Empress, she will definitely be negative to the end. And, I've heard that Liu Himing is the best at defending the city. There was also the invention of the golden sauce tactic. Let countless enemies smell the wind and vomit. Easily the nastiest law ever to defend a city. This golden juice can be no gold. Is completely human and animal feces and water. Fire boiled into a big pot. The smell is awful and disgusting, especially an attacking army on the downwind side. Even the toughest soldiers can't stand this kind of soft attack. And the gold juice is rich in all kinds of deadly bacteria. The gold juice is covered with arrows. If someone is hit by an arrow, what tetanus infection it's just a matter of time. Even if you get away with it, you don't know how many years you'll have to be disgusted. It's an ancient version of a biochemical weapon. It is goods like Xing Daorong. If he holds a square sky painting halberd stained with gold juice, he can say, "Old Sun Lubu is alive. Who dares to fight?" Even more horrifying would be if some soldiers were climbing a ladder and suddenly a pot of boiling gold juice was poured down from above. The finer points are extremely frightening. This despicable and shameless Liu Himing, when it is really an old lady drinking kanji vile and nasty and toothless. But as soon as he spoke, he heard a ding in his head. Ding, host's kink detected. Special gift of the righteous Jia Yan to help the host break the city. Jaden, a decent man? Then I must be the moral high god. Li Hao gave a belly laugh in his heart. Your Majesty, although the inner city is strong, and although the Suzhou soldiers and horses are many, but as long as we surround but do not attack, and play the King of Qin's broken formation song under the city gates every day, in less than a month, the enemy will surely surrender countless, and will be broken without attacking. Zhang Han smiled slightly and said, attacking the city is the bottom, attacking the heart is the top, so that one can cut off the enemy's grain and grass, and the second is to arouse the soldiers' nostalgia for the old days. Most of the pseudo-weekly soldiers are old Li Tang troops. This is the best strategy. Li Tsuanxiao, however, refused. Attack a city only, the old sow on the bed, a stirrup, give me 10,000 troops, within 3 days, can fill the earth to run right up to the city wall, cannot take the inner city, would like to die to thank you, absolutely not, filling the slope is extremely inefficient, besides, the enemy is not a dry meal, rather than filling the slope. It is more like taking the lives of the generals to fill out a horse road. So what is the point of attacking the city? General Zhang's interdictor army is the best at digging tunnels. Why don't we surround the city with a large army while digging a secret tunnel straight to the Forbidden Palace? Then the divine soldiers will descend from the sky and take the center of the city. The underground of God's capital is full of the hardest stone. It won't work. For a while, the people were talking and offering advice. And yet, the debate is inconclusive. And at that moment, a man floated through the door. He was emaciated and his plain robe swayed lightly with the wind. A head full of gray hair was casually fixed with a wooden pin, unspeakably breezy and suave. Just by standing there is a kind of immortal charm of being left alone in the midst of the chaotic world. Ha ha ha, the district's inner city can be broken with a flick of Jia's hand. Zhou walks between the people and lightly strokes his beard. The old minister has an upper, middle and lower plan to easily take the inner city. Welp, Li Hao scratched his head, his teeth hurting a little when he heard this upper, middle and lower strategy. No way. This old man's legend is amazing. The first poisonous scholar of the three kingdoms, the first of the 8 gentlemen of Wei and Jin. Boss Chow is going to say, come, you sit and I'll stand. What can hurt heaven and man, but only cannot hurt my Wen has old in coin. He glanced toward Yap's panel. Jaden, no realm, skill, golden bell shield. When Zhao Wenhao was young and practicing, he had mistakenly entered a fairy mountain and got the immortal's wonderful skill. From then on, he never stood in danger again. And no one in the world could hurt him a bit. The best strategy, although the Ji clan are in the inner city, but their ancestral graves, but thousands of miles away in Shu, just a small team, every day to dig up a corpse, Ji not attacked since the breakthrough. Ask, who in this world can stand by and watch their ancestors' grave being plowed without doing anything about it? Not to mention the fact that she prides herself on being an emperor for the ages. Li Hao didn't say anything and had an expression of I knew it. The rest of the crowd, amazed. Holy, Mr. Great Talent. Asterisk. Why did I not think? So really can give up without a fight. Just so, will it be cursed by the people of the world pointing at their spines? Jia smiled faintly and held out 2 fingers. The middle policy. I heard that the enemy's main general Lu Himing, the most good at the battle of the golden juice, to their way to cure their own people, daily boil on the boiling hot gold soup hundreds of pots, to the stone-throwing car all put into the city. In a few days, the whole inner city will no longer have half a foothold. This plan won't work. Li Hao decisively rejected it and immediately waved his hand. In that case, even if I can take it, I won't have the face to stay. Let's hear the next strategy. Well, try to be a little more humane. There's no harm. The divine capital is adjacent to the Yellow River, so we can dig up the dike of the Yellow River and draw in the water to irrigate the city. Even though, stop. Li Hao had a black line on his face. No wonder Prime Minister Chow had said that it was a lack of virtue to use it, a pity to kill it, and a fear to release it. Jia, however, seemed to have opened his mouth. If the Lord feels that this overkill is detrimental to heaven and peace, Jia has several more plans. The corpses were soaked in venom and thrown into the city, and when they landed the putrid liquid splashed everywhere, causing a deadly plague. Or tens of thousands of poisonous snakes may be dropped into the enemy's granaries, so that the defenders will collapse in fear. There is also a siege artifact, the poisonous smoke cart, containing poisonous smoke from wolfsbane and arsenic that can take over the citadel in a moment. Termite nests can also be piled up in the corners of the walls to disintegrate the walls from the inside. Drop rotting corpses in the moat and attack the heart. Train the night spirit beasts to carry fire and instantly turn the inner city into a sea of fire. For a moment, the entire hall. You can hear a pin drop. Chapter 68 IP, Xuanwu Gate. Mutual emptying. When it's really a mouse biting a cow's ass. Rat food is awesome. Li Siyuan Sha was dumbfounded by what he heard, and it took a long time for him to react. Old Ian. No, old sir, can't enter the temple. Take any one of these out, and you can make Sudocho open the door voluntarily and surrender. But there was also great anger, especially those students of Yunlu Academy. The 3 views were facing the biggest challenge. If you use these schemes of yours, what about those innocent people in the city? This is too desperate. What to do? Jia smiled. That's according to local custom. Of course. Such a million cannot be. One, the world lost the hearts of the people, and what is the use of taking a move to use out? His Majesty have no face to see the ancestors again. Boom. Within the entire hall, there was renewed quarreling. The 2 parties were red in the face, and no one was convinced. By the end of the day it's more like chicks peeing and going their own way. Li Hao also had a huge head. If we do as Jia said, we can indeed break the city without much effort. But, it's too much. If we do what General Zhang Han says, it's too much of a drag. Within the inner city there are countless stocks of food. If they are united and stubborn to the end, defending for a few months will not be a problem. Besides, Most of the armies that came from all directions to attend to the king had their own agenda. Late is late. Especially when I heard that old General Siege Xuanwu in the south was actively preparing his men for a counterattack. It's all about to become a prairie fire. Just as the crowd was at a standstill, Lu Bing suddenly burst in a hurry. Your Majesty, there is a new change. Lu Bing did half a lifetime of the commander of the brocade guards, has long been through the prosperity of the world. What big scenes are commonplace, but at that moment, there was a sigh of relief on his face. Your Majesty, the Empress has asked to meet you outside the Xuanwu Gate. There are several gates in the inner city. Xuanda Gate, Danfeng Gate, Fonglin Gate and so on. Xuanwu Gate is also one of the places. Its historical significance, however, can be far greater than that of several other disciplines. Xuanwu, that's the place where the Li Tang clan's true son transformed into a dragon. That's comparable to the place where Tarzan was sealed. Who among those present could not understand the significance of the Xuanwu sect? The faces of the crowd began to look odd. What does she mean by this? Li Hao wondered. I think it is trying to sensitize His Majesty. Lu Bing didn't want to say that, but the news he had gotten did. It made him all a bit confused as to what world he had come to. If there is Yensong, Su Jie, Zhang Zhuzhang like anyone, it is absolutely impossible to appear this kind of love penitentiary absurd things. Even Yan Shifan are absolutely impossible to out of this loss of tactics. Your Majesty, there's another matter. The Empress suddenly and inexplicably issued an imperial decree, relieving Seed Skyax of his military power. Ha! Li Hao was shocked, not yet recovered from the Xuanwu incident, and then heard such heavenly good news? I was just worried. Is she a timely rainmaker, Ji-chan? What's the charge? Much ado about nothing. Everyone was silent again. Suddenly it felt like he and the others had just been arguing here for half a day. Was it pointless? With an emperor like this, is there any need to attack the city? It seems like people are still complicating things. Li Hao suddenly had a realization that dealing with the Empress's think tank didn't seem to require bending over backwards at all. Just straight up dislike it hard. At this time, he finally had a bellyful in his mind. And a fart. Shouting directly for Ji to surrender. 80% feasible. Dismissal. The next day, Xuanwu. On top of the city, there were the 100 officials of the great Tang dynasty led by Ji Jie, and below the city were the cavalry led by Li Hao. And the two sides were separated by a distance of 100 paces. Ji Jin looked at this man who had a few moments of Taizong's demeanor from afar. Fingernails snapped into the flesh. How many days has it taken to send him to the grasslands? He had already put on a dragon robe, and with 1,000,000 troops in his hands, he had killed his way into the god's capital to call his bluff. Wouldn't it be good to send you to make a peace, and you become a bridge to the grasslands for me? Do you have to rebel? Li Hao was likewise sizing up the woman. IP is right. Basilica Gate. But she's gone crazy. Completely and utterly insane. It's to keep the princess from making peace and to set a precedent for the prince. A series of stupefying tricks so bizarre that no sane person could keep up with her thinking anymore. When we take the Empress, we must study the strange subtitles in her head. Li Hao drove his horse a step forward, his eyes slightly narrowed, and laughed. Gee, why are you plotting against me? The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The Empress was instantly furious. Li Hao, I have treated you well, but now you are ignoring the turmoil in the world and attracting rebels to attack. What is your intention? Right here above the Xuanwu Gate. You give me a clear picture. I just send you to the marriage. I have wrong? Great Zhou has just been established. The world is unstable. If you do not send you to the marriage, the grassland is bound to come. But the Great Zhou is currently unable to care about the north. If you do not make peace, the entire north will be a living soul. Can you bear it? Could it be that the matter of your Li Hao's peace is more important than all the lives of the world? Do you have to give away the princess for you to be satisfied? As an orthodox prince, don't you understand the slightest bit of righteousness? Hiss. It's hopeless. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. Why does this Empress just act like a stubborn ass and keep biting off more than she can chew? Li Hao pointed his horsewhip at Ji Jiao and sneered. Ji. You still don't understand that it's not about who goes to make peace at all. First, let me tell you, reconciliation is not a precedent, but the precedent of a royal son is absolutely not allowed. You also know that I am a legitimate royal son. Don't you know what a legitimate royal son means? Orthodox. Where he is orthodox. Today if it is not coincidental that I am still a puppet, that would be a hardship for the world. The great mountains and rivers of the Central Plains are all going to be destroyed because of your selfishness. You should be glad that it is I who stands here at the Xuanwu Gate today, and not the former Jie Li Khan. In addition, I will tell you one more thing, and you also pass it on well to those wise men of yours. The wise man in Li Hao's mouth was naturally the person who was always making plans and striking heavy blows in Ji mind. Making peace is always just drinking hemlock. The ambitions of the grasslands will not be diminished by this. They will only feel that you can be bullied. Today they want peace. tomorrow they want the frontier, and they will always be hungry for more. Ji Jiao. No reconciliation. Do not call yourself a minister. No tribute. No cuts. The king dies for the gods, and the Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. This is the backbone we Han Chinese should have. After Li Hao finished speaking, the generals behind him erupted into fierce roars. Well said. Bravo to my great Tang. The sun, moon, mountains and rivers are here, and the great Tang will live forever. That's the spirit we want to see. Ah, and it's never about being torn all the time about whether to use a royal son or a princess to make peace. Even the people behind the Empress. Others clapped their hands in excitement. A great man deserves it. Unbridled. Empress Ji fiercely glared at the 100 officials behind her. It's a nice thing to say, but what a great man to speak. Why not a great woman? Li Hao, you're really coquettish. Is this your reason to rebel? Open your mouth and shut your mouth about Great Tang. Great Tang and Great Zhou are just a difference of one word. What's the difference? Why do you care about this one name? Are you really not afraid that I will execute your 9 clans? Chapter 69. You'd all better cross in and stand at the Xuanwu gate and don't run. Execute the emperor of the Tang dynasty? The subtitles in the Empress's head exploded for a split second, spreading across the sky. 666. Yellow Nest would have to deduct a 666 for even watching this. Empress, how do you make the 100 officials behind you think? They're except for a few Ji descendants. The others are all old Li Tang troops, right? I thought you were already brain dead for sending the prince to marry. And you're playing the Qin King's broken formation song at the expedition banquet was even more breathtaking. And now you want to kill the 9 clans of the Great Tang Orthodoxy? Is your head kicked by a donkey? Or let the group of fairies to Huahua? This is the equivalent of the surname Chu going to an open-air concert in the northeast and bringing escorts who were once laid-off workers' children. And the equivalent of Qin Hui getting drunk and ordering a song called Man Jiang Hong for his brothers to cheer them up. Equivalent to Simon Chang holding Pan Jinlian in his arms, stepping on Wu Dailong's dead body at his feet, singing to Wu Song that the world is only as good as his brother. If Li Tang's old ministers don't chop off your head and kick it as a leather ball, they'll all have to be immortalized in the history books. You, Pushin Man, broke his defense. Are you the only ones who know history? Which dynasty didn't punish the whole family for treason? Why do you get a kick out of the Empress executing someone else's family? The emperor commits the same offense as the people, not to mention the remnants of the previous dynasty. The Empress is merciful enough. Every day, we talk about the Qin King's broken formation song. How come I've never heard that Qin Shi Huang also composed a song? Have you ever seen anyone treat the people of the previous dynasty so well? In the history of dynasties, there's always bloodshed. Don't take care of them. I tell you good guys, after watching this Xuan woman, I realized, I suddenly knocked into the dream CP of these two people. Now the Empress and Li Hao's every word is a sweet storm. You'd all better cross in and stand at the Xuanwu gate and don't run. The 100 officials behind him looked at each other. Do people talk? The Empress's words were tantamount to sticking it in their faces and opening up a big one, without waiting for Li Hao to speak. The group of ministers could no longer stand it. Ji Jiao, thy mother seeks death. You robbed the Li family's kingdom, sent out the Li family's first grandson, and released the Li family's war song to celebrate. And now you're even trying to execute the Li family's 9 clans? Old man, I'll scrape you alive. Good heavens, who could have ever seen such a niche way of committing suicide? What is the difference between what you're doing and just getting yourself killed? For a while, the entire Xuanwoman city wall was a mess. Hundreds of officials for whatever purpose, whether they are really angry or want to mix a white pick from the dragon's merit or not, they have rolled up their sleeves, swung their fists, and opened fire towards the person surnamed Ji. Even Ji Jiao was coldly punched. The most miserable one was Lu Himing. While protecting his face with both hands, he tore his heart and lungs out and roared, "Protector, quickly summon the imperial doctor. Against you all." Ji Jian was thunderstruck. A ripple started up as his foot lightly touched the ground. She was already an expert in cultivation, plus those officials, whether they had cultivation or not, were all physical combatants in front of her, and with a loud boom, all the 100 officials fell. I will execute his Li Hao's 9 clans, but not your 9 clans. What's your hurry here? The Empress looked at the 100 officials who had fallen to the ground and cursed in anger. If you are so nostalgic for your old master, why do you stay here all the time and not leave? I gave you a chance long ago, but now that you see that the local power is so strong, you are so close to the battlefield that your heart can be killed. The Empress recruited the plumed Dark Guard, word for word. If there is one more voice, all of them will be beheaded, no matter who they are. In this country, there is no shortage of people who want to be officials. The Empress Ji twisted her head to look down at the city. Li Hao, the culprit for all of this is you. Because of your capriciousness, you made the entire Central Plains rivers and mountains stormy, and put the people of the world in the midst of war. Also what the king died of the gods. When I put you under house arrest in the capital, how do not see you shout so hard? Humph, do you know why the floor tiles of the Xuanwu gate are so red? It's because it's stained with your Li family's blood. Li Hao was completely speechless by this Empress's insanity. It's simply nonsense and illogical. But after thinking about the subtitles in her head, it was normal to be so moved to invert black and white in a fairy gesture. Li Hao suddenly removed the cloak from his body and swung it with force. The cloak was like a large flag that flashed sharply through the air and landed on the Empress. Don't shake, mother, look at you now. How much you look like you hid behind the late Emperor's casket back then. I'll give you one last day to open the city and surrender, or else 1,000,000 iron horsemen will surely step on the divine capital, and none of the 9 clans of the Ji clan will be left behind. Remember, this is an ultimatum. Let's go. It is unwise to reason with a mad fairy. Similarly, Li Hao had a bone-deep understanding of the current style of the great Zhou dynasty. There's no need to fight at all. Just scare, like that old General Seed, who had just had the slightest possibility of a turnaround in his hands. Ji could not tolerate it. In her bones, she was too afraid. Your Majesty, are you leaving just like that? Why don't we just kill our way in through the Xuanwu gate, and I promise that in half a day's time, I will definitely bring up the head of the demon Empress to meet you. Li Siyuan Shao scratched his head, very confused. If he were the main general, he would have rushed to the top of the city at the first opportunity and cut down one on sight. Taking it down is possible, but they still have 300,000 troops. The loss is too great. They are all Han sons and daughters. Killing each other is too undesirable. Li Hao shook his head slightly. Death isn't scary. It's the waiting before death that's the most scary. Within a day, the inner city will be in chaos. Zheng Han laughed with the same heartfelt smile. Not bad. After spending some time in the grasslands, I also found out one thing. Those wolves never talk much when they are tearing, and the louder those prey wail, the more fragrant the roasted meat is. Stop, don't you go. You give me an explanation. You ungrateful son and grandson. Don't you have any semblance of mother and son warmth in your heart? 3 days? Not in 3 days. The Empress roared frantically from the top of the city. Until you can no longer see the local group of generals. The only thing you can see are the flags that cover the sky and the cold breath of the Iron Cavalry army. It's over. It's all over. She's got a lot of killing moves left to make. Talking about the greater good. Reasoning. Play the emotional card. Grace and authority. A slap and then give a sweet date. I do not believe that Li Hao is not tied up. Your Majesty. Ryu Hamaki appeared again at the right time. It is the duty of a subject to share the king's worries and solve his problems. Your Majesty, it's time to think about how to break this critical situation. Li Hao's millions of iron horsemen, although they are a bunch of rabble, but our inner city is so big, they are just desperate to take human lives. We are no match for them. In a day's time, he's going to attack the city in force, and now is not the time to be disheveled. Then, what else can I do? He's not even willing to give me 3 days, and in 3 days my Princess Jingjin will be returning. Your Majesty, negotiate peace. Chapter 70. How can one be so shameless? The Empress' eyes lit up. Yeah, you can negotiate peace when things don't work out. Pulling some random nonsense and dragging it out for a couple days is completely out of the question. And, peacemaking is not a precedent set by me, is it? Let's see how you still come to attack me. The Empress does what she says she's going to do and does what she says she's going to do. Before Li Hao arrived at the tent camp, an emissary sent by the female emperor came to negotiate peace. A plum blossom dark guard stopped in front of Li Hao's horse. Your Majesty, Great Zhou is willing to recognize you as the Emperor of Li Tang, and as long as you are willing to retreat, you are willing to pay 200,000 horses and 100,000 taels of silver per year, for a total of 300,000. What are you playing with me, Tanya? Li Hao waved his hand. Drag them out and behead them. The dark guard was visibly stunned. Isn't it common sense for 2 armies to make peace? But she wasn't a vegetarian either, and was undaunted. Your Majesty, when 2 armies are at war, they don't cut off envoys. If you feel that the conditions are not enough, we can renegotiate, as long as it's within the limits of what we can afford. Li Hao interrupted him. If 2 armies don't behead an envoy, then behead the envoy and fight. Ka Chao. Li Siyuan Zhao's hand raised his sword and a human head shot up into the sky. Half an hour later, another dark guard knelt in front of Li Hao. Mode Wei. The Empress now, in addition to the dark guards who do not believe, just raised which love secretary can go to the enemy peacetime. The whole court was abuzz. Each one of them scrambled as if they had been beaten. What's more, they directly proposed the peace terms of giving the whole of Great Zhou to Li Tang. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Your Majesty, if the 2 armies make peace, I, Great Zhou, am willing to cede the 16 states of Yin Yun to Li Tang, and at the same time, the annual currency will be raised by 2 times, and the original 300,000 will become 600,000. Cut. Your Majesty, do as you're told and we'll meet again in the future. Kill clean and there won't be a later. Put, blood like a dipper. Half an hour later. Your Majesty, we can use the Yellow River as a boundary, and the entire north of the Yellow River will be yours, as long as you can give us the time to move the capital. Cut. Is your Majesty not afraid of being laughed at by the people of the world and not afraid of being stigmatized in the history books for 10,000 years if you kill your emissaries so indiscriminately? Meh. History books are written by the victors. Your Majesty, we can row the river. Your Majesty, we can move to Shishu. Your Majesty, we only need one place in Yashan. Pust, pust, heads fall like rain. So convinced, Li Hao sat on top of the first place, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. It does seem to be the default unspoken rule of war that you don't cut off the enemy, but that's only for the weak. If you are strong enough, you can just chop it up without any side effects. Your Majesty, chop it, Li Hao instinctively blurted out. Your Majesty, it's Pseudo-Zhou Chancellor, Lu Himing who seeks an audience. Oh, Li Hao froze for a moment. This one can't be chopped. Get her in here quickly. In good conscience, the reason why Li Hao was able to move southward without any effort and occupy the outer city of the divine capital, Lu Himing deserves a lot of credit. Even the generals of his side's camp, combined, played less of a role in this battle than Lu Himing alone. This is truly an outstanding example of how one general can stand up to 1,000,000 soldiers. Lu Himing stood straight with his head held high, not the slightest bit of shame for the Empress, but her heart is bitter. There was no one left in the entire Great Zhou, and she, the Chancellor, would have to do it herself. She's the one who brought up the peace talks, but that's just an off-the-cuff comment, so how can we talk about it? They have millions of troops to talk to you about. It's talking about it that's brain dead. What a thing to call it, showing up here by yourself. But the next moment, she couldn't believe her ears. Quickly seat Lord Chancellor. Serve tea? No, serve good tea. Li Hao was simply as if he had met a lifesaver. His eyebrows fluttered with joy. Straight out of the box, we're treated like state guests. I wonder what the Chancellor, sir, has come for? Ryu Himing snapped out of his shock. She sneered in her mind. It seemed that Li Hao was still quite jealous of himself. This minister has come, naturally, for the matter of negotiating peace. Sixth Prince, His Majesty today treats you well, so why do you need to kill everyone? Now that Great Zhou has lost 90% of the world, can't you be merciful? Her Majesty is your mother no matter what. Do you have to bear the reputation of being unfaithful and unfilial? Li Hao suddenly froze there. She had never expected that Lu Himing would still have such a backbone. In that case, it could be called a woman's hero. Li Hao gave her a high look. However, it's true to the old saying that a dog given too much face feels like a lion. You can't give a good face to this kind of woman. Just like the foot wash. You pay your money and you're the master. What do the buddies who messed with the reverse direction clock get? P.S. Anyone who has done this, feel free to stand down. Ryu Himing, gave you face did you? I'm already merciful for not killing you now. If you dare to say half a word again, you'll end up the same as those messengers in front of you. Lu Himing was immediately shocked. How could she have expected the opposite side to flip so quickly? Just now was still a pleasant color to make people like a spring breeze. Now it has become a ruthless and merciless executioner. So overbearing. But these dog men are capable of anything. In the past, when the rebellion was put down, there was a tragedy of 10,000 birds. I'm here to negotiate peace. I'll kill all those who negotiate for peace. No, Your Majesty, let me explain. Lu Himing's face was pale, and his figure trembled slightly. Your Majesty, it was us who were insincere in the front, so I'll apologize first. This time, I've come with sincerity. Oh, speak of your sincerity. Your Majesty, the civil and military officials of Great Zhou are willing to participate in the grasslands sheep-drawn ceremony. Li Hao thought that she would open the city gates and surrender with a 300,000 strong army, thought that she would increase the original price by 10 times, and even thought that she would kill Clean Ji's children and grandchildren to thank for the peace. But it never occurred to me that people could be shameless to this extent. Not only Li Hao, other Li Tang civil and military officials were all equally stunned. What are you babbling about? Lu Himing, how can one be so shameless? You guys humiliate the civil and military officials like this in order to stay alive? You don't even want to lose your face. Li Hao similarly cracked his mouth. Lu Himing, I'm a Han Chinese. Are you guys used to groveling to the grasslands? False Zhou has a prime minister like you. It's really a self-inflicted disaster. It's fine to lead the sheep. You and the Empress will do it. The others are exempt. Lu Himing didn't expect their reaction to be so intense. Isn't this humiliating our own Great Zhou people? Why are you guys even more agitated than us? Your Majesty, this won't do. We have other conditions. Listen to me. The essence of war is profit. I, Great Zhou, am willing to pay a huge amount of compensation and give you enough benefits, only wishing to be able to live in peace. Can you afford to pay? Can't afford to pay for it. We can send the princess, the crown princess, one against 1,000 taels of silver. Chapter 71, If you can't afford buns, why don't you eat meat? Holy, the entire room was silent, shocked beyond words by Liu Himing's words. What kind of brain circuitry is it to come up with this kind of negotiation? The thing is, we didn't ask for it either. No one in their right mind would make that kind of peace offer. Except for those dogs who don't deserve to be human. Bitch, you're looking for death. Li Xuanxiao was furious. Tang got up and was about to strangle towards Liu Himing's neck. How can this be tolerated? The other generals saw the situation and scrambled to tug him back. Don't step on Marami, let me kill this woman. Jia Yan, a generation of poisonous warrior, was also petrified in place on the spot. The world often crown themselves as poisonous, but ask yourself, counterattack Chang'an? The small man seeks his own body, the gentleman seeks his country, the great man seeks the world, he seeks the world. It is not poison, right? 3 wise men in one shot? This one is even more nonsensical. And there is no excuse for each to be his own. The Battle of Guandu advised Cao Cao to fight with strength, and the Battle of Red Cliff advised Cao Cao not to go south. Which bit of this is poisonous? It's just a little less moralistic and results-oriented. Isn't there that saying, give up moral abduction and enjoy a life of lack? The most you can do on your own is to be lackluster. The poison is that damn Xuanwu. What in front of the villagers more than 300 people? The body thrown to the enemy. But also Zhuge Liang Firevine armor. He said Zhuge Liang eat quite well. That's the real ass. He himself is a bodhisattva in the world compared to him. Available at. The two of them bundled together are not as good as this female chancellor of Great Zhou. How could she say such a thing without any bottom line of decency? Even Chang'yu, that old piker, are absolutely impossible to make such no lower limit things. It's almost as good as that LV Meng kid. However, he quickly calmed down and his eyes lit up. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Wait. Big deal. Li Hao glanced at this old immortal with palpitating heart and hurriedly spoke out. Things haven't come to that yet. Jia looked sultry. Your Majesty, Great Zhou will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory answer, as long as you can give us a few days to prepare. Liu Himing didn't expect the enemy's reaction to be so strong. What is this with what? Scent is our princess, but not your. What is your hurry? Li Tang has long been no one now the princess can be surnamed Jia. Shouldn't you guys be happy? Isn't that what men fight for? Waking up with the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. Your Majesty, here is the ledger. Please read it. Liu Himing raised his hands high in the air and respectfully offered a pamphlet. Li Hao took a look. On top of the ledger is a clear price tag for the families of the civil and military officials of the Great Zhou, palace maids, eunuchs, and even the princesses of the Ji family name and the consorts of the princes were all clear, one after the other. Even when he had taunted himself in front of the palace gates, that 10,000 carp celebrating his birthday, G's favorite 10,000 carp princess, was clearly on the side. You guys, you really don't have any face. Liu Himing, could it be that you really don't have any half-bottom line for this throne? For the sake of staying alive yourselves? Li Hao instantly trembled with anger, his face turning blue. It reminded him of the most humiliating and stifling history of the Han Chinese in his previous life. That most incompetent and weak court. This is the shame of humanity. What's the matter with the 6 dynasties? It's just a gateway scheme. Liu Himing, put away your ledger and get lost. Tomorrow noon. If you still don't raise the city to surrender, millions of iron horsemen will surely trample right through the Taiji Palace, leaving you masters and servants dead without a burial place. Get out! Liu Himing fell away. Looking at her increasingly distant back, Zheng Han still voiced the worry in his heart. Will they descend? Definitely. Jia stroked his beard and laughed. They may flee, but that army of 300,000 will surely surrender. And no one can tolerate such a heinous negotiation of peace. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. The heavens seemed to have sensed the plight of Great Zhou, and it was only daytime, but it was already gray as dusk. The sky was overcast and seemed to be caving in, as are human moods. Princess One Carp was soaking her bare feet in the middle of the pond in the back garden, ruffling the pond water in boredom. How did things suddenly turn out like this? She was usually pampered and never cared about politics and such, yet she could see the dense flags outside the city. She knew that there was going to be a war. Sir, namely, are you happy to send me to make peace? Why do you make it so difficult for us orphans and widows? She could also guess from her mother's attitude in the past few days that the situation was very unfavorable. I'm afraid, even she was grounded in the princess residence. You guys, why does it have to be a war? How nice it would be for everyone to live carefree. Several palace maids serving behind them, all of them did not dare to answer back. This princess had an eccentric temperament, and one wrong word could very well be the end of her life. There was a long silence. Suddenly one of the courtesans returned with courage. Princess, there are many reasons for fighting a war that can't be explained in just a few words. Then you'll explain just the words. The slave girl is bold. First, Li Tang's orthodoxy is in the grasslands. This doesn't make sense either emotionally or rationally. Even if the sixth prince doesn't want to fight, he will be held hostage by others. Now that he's back in person, this is actually a good thing. Princess Wan Karp was going to be furious. Again take the peace talk is it? But the extreme repression and recent changes had made her endure, and it was rare to find someone who told her the truth. It's a paradox. Doesn't the Mother Empress understand it as well as a little palace maid like you? It's just that those people have always looked down on my mother, so they just found a random excuse. Forget it, go ahead and say it. The other palace maids looked at each other. This princess today how to suddenly change sex? Usually if this is so, just talked about the person is already either dead or disabled. Thank you princess. The courtesan's hanging heart dropped. Princess, there is another reason. The entire Great Zhou is already in turmoil and the people's livelihoods are withering. The rebels all over the world have long since started a prairie fire. And even within the divine capital city, many of the people can't afford to eat buns anymore. Can't afford a bun? Princess Wan Karp froze for a moment. The word steamed bread was so niche that she hadn't heard much about it. If you can't afford to eat steamed buns, then why don't you eat meat? Eating meat is much better than eating buns, right? Why don't you say anything? Did I say something wrong? The steamed buns are supposed to be made of wheat. I heard that stuff will make you fat and choke you. It's not a good thing to eat. Princess forgive me. Slave girl. Don't know why there's a war going on. Most of the courtesans were sold to the palace by poor families. Since childhood, I have tasted the hardships of the world. If you can't afford to eat buns, where are you going to eat meat? Princess, buns, too, are not for everyone. However, this princess has been pampered since her childhood. How can she know what human suffering is? Lift up the nation to serve one man, and how could they possibly eat food that was lowly in their eyes? At that moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps. Princess, something big is wrong. Chapter 72, Your Majesty, let's escape. A palace maid held a booklet in her hand and rushed to Princess Wanli in a fiery hurry. Princess, look this is the terms of Chancellor Lord Lu's trip to the Tang army to negotiate peace. What are you showing this princess? I can't read it. Princess Wan Koi muttered. Still took the booklet. Compensation for 10 million ingots of gold, 20 million ingots of silver, and 10 million pieces of silk. It's not uncommon to pay for peace. Princess Wan Karp looked at it and didn't think it was anything. As the saying goes, thousands of miles of being an official is only for the sake of wealth, and rebellion should be the same. The amount of money, she had no concept of. It's just numbers to her. Princess, look down. What? Any other conditions? Princess Wan Koi flipped downward again. The princess against 1,000 gold, and the princess against 1,000 gold. What? Princess Wan Karp's face instantly turned red, as if she was being burned by a blazing fire. The anger in his eyes wanted to burn everything to ashes. Even his body was trembling violently. Hey, the palace maidens empathized with the situation. So bereft of power and humiliated the country. The princess against the money. It is simply lost conscience. How did the Great Zhou suddenly fall to such a state? The court is full of ministers, and everyone has a responsibility. This is a tragedy for the royal family, a disaster for Great Zhou, and a disgrace for the nation. Princess, the back garden of the princess's residence was a crying mess, and the sound of sobbing was so loud that it made people look sideways. Princess Wan Koi's body shook, the face became pale. Then he crumpled the entire booklet and slammed it hard into the lake. She pinched her waist with one hand and yelled angrily at the top of her lungs. By what right? Why should this princess be the same price as everyone else? This princess is the first princess of Great Zhou. The one that mother loves the most. As she spoke, her anger turned to aggression. What's all this? Even 1,000 gold princess can be a price with this palace. It's also to look down on people. There's also this Princess Fuan, Princess Fulin. All of them were put into the cold palace by the mother. How are they all the same as me? Is that all I have in their minds? A bunch of palace maids behind them were dumbfounded. No, isn't this supposed to be concerned that an entire empire is so disgraced that it would do something so bottomless? Why are you so concerned about your value? Is it possible to wash away the humiliation by putting a high price on it? Princess, when did your brain go off the rails? No. Princess Wan Karp clenched her fists, not caring that she was still barefoot, and ran towards the outside. This princess is going to ask Lord Lu why she bullied me so much. Princess may not. You are still grounded. Even if I have committed the crime of deceiving the king, I have to ask for clarification, or else my heart will be restless. Your Majesty, I deserve to die for my sins and degrade my mission. Lu Himing knelt down in front of Ji Jin and asked for forgiveness. Ji Jiao's heart thumped, and his face instantly clouded over. What? They don't accept our peace terms? I made such a big concession, promising to move the capital to Jinling, and he ruled by the river, and even recognized the identity of his orthodox son of heaven, which he is still not satisfied. Your Majesty, instead of being satisfied, Li Hao has humiliated me in every way and is determined to attack the city in force tomorrow. And, on top of those conditions, I have offered a sky-high price. I have failed to honor the Holy Spirit, and I ask for your Majesty's chastisement. What price did you offer? Lu Himing offered a pamphlet, then closed his eyes and waited for death. This matter was indeed something she had done without the Empress' knowledge. Anyway, it was just a matter of stalling for time, and things would turn around when Princess Jingjin led the high-ranking people from the Star River Sword sect. Blank checks at will. But what do you know? The other side remains unmoved. Things definitely can't be hidden from the Empress, so it's better to take the initiative to beg for death, and still get a good reputation for being ironclad and loyal. The Empress took the booklet and flipped through it quickly. The expression grew deeper. Hands began to tremble as if the thin booklet weighed 1,000 pounds. Lu Himing's heart trembled, knowing that he would surely die today. It was good to know that he had nothing to regret in this life. She hit her head hard on the ground. I have made an unauthorized decision and deserve to die. After a long wait, only then did I hear the Empress sigh. No, you're right. Well done. It's their fault. It's the fault of the people of this world. After making such an offer, that Li Hao is still unrepentant, so he's not prepared to give us a chance at all. Ji Jiao personally helped Lu Himing up. Right now it's not a matter of pursuing who's right and who's wrong. It's time to think about how to deal with tomorrow's events. Lu Himing was a bit dazed. He had made these conditions. He was blushing when he looked at them. Why was His Majesty so magnanimous? But as the Empress had said, now was indeed not the time to think about that. All sorts of thoughts raced through her mind. Your Majesty, run away. With 300,000 troops and still a lack of hearts, it's impossible to hold off those millions of rebels. Escape. And where can one flee to? Your Majesty, we still have a chance. Old General Seed Shaoax is under house arrest in Luoshui City. The old general is skillful with his troops and horses and is a famous general of the world. If he is reinstated, at this time he is falling on hard times. He will surely be so grateful to your Majesty that he will dare not die to the best of his ability. We'll meet up with the old general at Luoshui City and wait for Princess Jingjin's arrival. We'll definitely be able to bounce back. I dare to speak the truth. Lu Himing's heart crossed, with a look that put life and death at risk. You say, Your Majesty, although you are comparable to 1,000 ancient emperors in my heart, there is still some gap between you and 1,000 ancient emperors, and that gap is over military achievements. To exit the divine capital like this and make a comeback is a heavenly opportunity for military service. If His Majesty turns the tide again, he shall be crowned on Mount Tai. Taishan Fengchan, Taishan Fengchan. The four big words kept echoing within the empty hall. Ji had been a bit indecisive. This great river and mountain, this prosperous god's capital, just like this to leave. Who can be willing? But what Ryu Sang said, so reasonable. Especially the four big words Tarzan Seal stimulated her nerves deeply. Ji Jian felt his head go a little down. At this time she, which still had half a bit of the usual Empress majesty of the strong style, more like a desperate little girl. But how can we escape? Li Hao will never let us break out. Your Majesty, the gecko must break its tail. If you lead your army and flee, you're bound to be surrounded by Li Hao's madness. But if we pack light and leave quietly, Li Hao, he can't possibly find out even if he's a god. The god capital is so big, how can he finish encircling it? But what about the 300,000 troops? That's my last card. Your Majesty, 300,000 is nothing. There is no king's land under the sky. As long as your Majesty is wherever you are, all the people will be soldiers. The whole world is your people. Ah, the old General Seed is waiting for it. But will General Seed hate me? There is no harm. Your Majesty, you only need to point to Luo Shui and make a vow to guarantee him a lifetime of honor. Seeing that the Empress had been indecisive, Lu Himing snapped. Your Majesty, the serpent has a finger. The strongest man has a finger. An opportunity is never lost. Chapter 73, The God of Carriages of the Gaolian River, traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Lu Himing's words were impassioned and powerful, and the Empress flushed as she listened. Originally abandoned the city and fled, but at this time it seems to be a village in the dark. It was only after a few moments that the Empress slowly spoke. Lu Aiqing, what you say is very reasonable, but one sentence is very wrong. What time is it? Why do you still care about this? Lu Himing's heart wants to cry. If we don't take advantage of the Tang army's laxity to escape now, when they integrate the diligent troops, there won't be any chance at all. Aiqing, remember, how can you call it fleeing when you are the son of the great Zhou heaven? This is a strategic retreat. The thick and thin of sealing the throne for Taishan. The endurance of the curve to save the country. Absolutely nothing to do with fleeing. Lu Himing's eyes lit up. and he was even more impressed with the Empress. I, for one, am instructed. What belongs to me will be taken back again sooner or later. The Empress gazed around the entire hall. Everything in here was carefully decorated by her. Beautiful and cozy. Hey, Lu Aiqing, which direction are we escaping from? Humph, where is His Majesty fleeing to? Princess Wan Carp rushed into the great hall with a puff of anger, originally wanting to ask for an argument, and then saw the originator of that cheap sale of herself, Lu Himing, at a glance. The heart was even more angry. What? Is it that the deal didn't work out and the others lifted the table and quit? So you guys want to run away? Was it another bad idea from Chancellor Ryu? The great Zhou Empire, moving to escape. Such a move is not as good as the backbone of a small projectile country. You guys run away? Anyway, I'm not leaving. I won't leave even if Great Chancellor Lu kowtows and apologizes to me. Humph, wasn't prepared to take you away either? Lu Himing gave a belly laugh in his heart. The Empress's form stiffened. It's really a shame to be so down and out but just happen to be seen by your daughter. It is his own fault that the great Zhou is so down and out, and all the prosperity is like a dream bubble. But today, her daughter's performance made her very pleased. My family has a daughter who is growing up. It is true that only in times of utter despair can one see the hearts of men. And who would have thought that at a time when the country was at its lowest ebb, his own naive and uninformed daughter would have stepped forward? The Empress shuddered. My son, grown up. What grown up? When Princess Wan Carp saw that the Empress' eyes were red, her heart instantly softened and she arrogantly turned her head away, her aggrieved tears already flowing down. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? If my daughter had grown up, she wouldn't have been looked down upon so much. 1,000 taels of silver. Could it be that my daughter is this price in your eyes? Ah. The Empress and Lu Himing sweated at the same time. It turned out that the princess had also seen the peacemaking list. Yeah, that's a bad idea in itself. Putting the princess against the silver. No wonder Princess Wan Carp is so angry. The two looked at each other, both seeing the shame in each other's gaze. To be so disempowered, so groveling, so bottomless, and to involve this naive princess is the incompetence of the two men, and the indiscretion of the entire great Zhou court. Not only the princess of the 10,000 carp, but also the others. If they were to learn about it, how would they face it? It is sad that one's own faults are to be borne by posterity. Both sighed at the same time. I was wrong. I am also guilty. Humph, now that you guys know it's wrong, don't change my price. I want 10,000 taels. I'll only do it if it's 10 times what the others are doing. Ah. The two were once again dumbfounded. What is she, Princess Wan Koi, talking about? What? 1,000 taels. I'll never accept that. After all this time, is he saying that he is underpriced? Nice guy. I thought you were making a scene in the court because you couldn't stand this humiliation. But it turns out it's because your money is the same as everyone else's. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Lu Himing was dumbfounded. Only at this moment did he come to his senses. How could he be so stupid? Knowing that Princess Wan Carp cared about this the most, but he didn't think of it ahead of time. Had he known that marking her up by 100,000 taels would have done nothing now. The Empress was trembling with anger, her back teeth squeaking as she gritted them. My son. Out of the blue. I don't know if it's out of the way or not, but I don't recognize this list anyway. The Empress waved her hand feebly. You go down first, I will change it for you. No, this time I'm going to witness. Roll. Get out, Iowa. The Empress couldn't bear it and was still feeling dizzy after Princess Wan Koi left crying her eyes out in pearly blossom. How did I give birth to such a daughter? Your Majesty, Princess Wan Carp is still young and unintelligent, so don't take it to heart. Now it's better to think about how to escape, how to strategically retreat. Right-o. The Empress came back to her senses. What does the Love Minister have in mind? Your Majesty, now that millions of troops are surrounding the city, although many of them are local diligent troops and scattered, those people will surely serve Li Hao to death in order to mix up a subordinate dragon in front of him, so our frontal breakout will definitely not work. I have a plan that is foolproof. It's night. A donkey cart slowly drove away from the divine capital city. The soldiers guarding the outside didn't check much at all and pinched their noses and let them go. There is often an unwritten rule, and a moral bottom line, in the battles of the nations of the Middle Kingdom. That is, there will be no indiscriminate killing of civilians. With the exception of some bottomless people who have no sense of decency and love to slaughter cities, it's not right for God to presume to go on a killing spree against civilians. What's more, the diligent troops from all over the world had long known Li Hao's preference and didn't dare to take action against the civilians. And within the god's capital, the civilians were also allowed to go out but not to enter by default. Therefore, the Empress, Lu Himing, and Princess Wan Carp traveled light and escaped the divine capital smoothly in a donkey cart. The donkey cart accelerated steeply a few hundred meters after leaving the divine capital. Surprisingly, it was a few moments faster than that most gaunt of warhorses. Looking at the god's capital city that was getting farther and farther away, It was only then that the Empress breathed a long sigh of relief. The country is broken. The grass is deep in the city in spring. The flower splashes tears when I feel the time. The bird is scared when I hate to say goodbye. Princess Xuanwu likewise felt something in her heart, looking at the big prosperous city in the distance. From now on, glory and wealth are just passing clouds. Cannot help but come from the sadness. Sadness a cry. The mountains and rivers are shattered and the wind flutters, and the body floats in the rain. The small building had another east wind last night, and the old country was in the moonlight. The dream of my homeland returns, and I feel double tears. Stop, 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 stop. You're putting aside this poetry contest. The Empress hurriedly interrupted this heartless daughter. A cloud in the northwestern metaphysical sky. A raven falls into a flock of phoenixes. The house is full of heroes. Who are the kings and who are the subjects? Hey! The Empress was distraught. But the next moment, she looked at the robust donkey cart and said, Lu Aiching, how is this donkey cart so marvelous that it is 3 times faster than even a fast horse? Your Majesty, you don't know. This donkey is a fine donkey from the Gaoliang River. Extremely fast. 1,000 miles a day is not a problem. You rest well, and when the day breaks, we will reach the banks of the Luo River. Ryu Himing was right. That night, the donkey cart roared for 1,000 miles and arrived in front of Luoshui City. Chapter 74, The Empress Flees. The Oath of Luoshui. The first merit of the Lingyan Pavilion. Luoshui River. The Empress stood there in a daze. In the breeze, she had long since lost her imperial majesty, and her hair was disheveled and haggard. Your Majesty, old General Seed has been brought here. Luoshui City is one of the few remaining loyal cities in Great Zhou. At the beginning of the old General Seed is the base. Gathered the township courage, slowly developed a not small hard-working army. It's just a pity that the Empress came down with an imperial decree. Old General Seed's family was arrested and the man was placed under house arrest. The spark that started the prairie was extinguished in an instant. The Empress came back to her senses. Sudden tears of joy. Joy as the old general elegance is not diminished, now more old and strong, although it is full of gray hair, but the kind of unique military spirit, not weaker than young people, and even a few points better. The body was angular, the eyes were sharp, and still the style of a great general. He didn't let house arrest sap his fighting spirit. Good. The sob was how he had been so confused in the first place, how he had taken away the military power from this loyal old general. I'm sorry for what I've done, old general. It's me who has failed you. Ji Jiao owed a slight bow, her head hanging down. Your Majesty, never. Cultivating the sky battle axe with gratitude, he busily went forward to help the Empress up. Your Majesty is trying to break the micromanager. The king wants me to die and I have to die. Everything is my fault. Your Majesty can never blame yourself. I'm crying my eyes out. A man of such abject loyalty is rare in the world. For a time, the entire atmosphere of the Luoshui River was frozen. And then remembering the tragic situation today, the country was broken, and even the emperor had fled. The king and his ministers hugged and wept. The rest of them were sobbing. Even Princess Wan Koi was infected by the atmosphere, and her tears were like broken strings and beads. It has been going on for a long time. It was only then that Ji Jin slowly came back to her senses. The old general might teach me what to break now. Your Majesty, don't worry. Although Li Tang is powerful, he can't win the whole world. Nowadays there are still countless people in the territory of Great Zhou who are interested in your Majesty. In addition to Luoshui City, there's also Falling Phoenix City, Yellow Spring City, Weeping Crane City, Burial Dragon City, Jialin City, and so on. Several cities are waiting for an order from His Majesty. Even the southern countries have heard of the rebellion within Great Zhou and are willing to share in His Majesty's worries, such as Burma, San, Eastern Ing, Cambodia, Laos, and so on. At any time, we can gather hundreds of thousands of allied troops to expel Li Tang. The Empress's heart shook. Is there even so many of your own diehards in this world? It's not a very good name for the city, but that doesn't matter. If they could gather such a large army and wait for Princess Jingjin to return, a turnaround would be just around the corner. She suddenly had a surge of bravado. Decadence swept away. Pointing at Luo Shui, word by word, his voice resounded as if it were a sword. Old General Seed, I am pointing at this Luo water today and swearing that if I can sweep away the rebels, I shall guarantee you a lifetime of honor. From now on, rest with the people, lighten the labor, and hold the 3-foot green peak to cut down the treacherous, to rectify the program, to clarify the edicts and laws, to pacify the 4 barbarians, to repair cultural relics, to fear the historical pen, to be diligent in accepting admonitions, and to undertake heaven's command to appease the 10,000 parties. If this oath is violated, the rivers will fall, the temples will tumble, the gods and ghosts will abandon them, and all the people will rebel against them. The Ji clan, with their heads hanging above the divine capital, heaven and earth are the witnesses. the sun and the moon are the witnesses. And the ancestors listened to these words together. Boom! The water of Luo Shui, which seemed to have sensed the Empress' sincerity, unexpectedly raised a rare giant wave that was unusually spectacular. Your Majesty, why is there a need to take such a poisonous oath? As long as you are able to love the people like a son, it is a blessing for the people of the world. Why is that necessary? Outside Luoshui city, the civil and military officials were red-eyed and moved beyond words. For an emperor to take such a poisonous oath is almost the same as making a sinful edict. No, that's a guilty pleasure. An emperor who dares to admit her mistakes openly and honestly, whether she is moderate or not, is a model of a king. On the banks of the Luoshui River, there was a great deal of weeping. Your Majesty, $100,000. At this time, a plum blossom secret guard suddenly arrived at a fast pace. In front of the Luoshui River is to abandon the warhorse, tow point, in the air to draw a beautiful arc. Then he knelt before the Empress. Your Majesty, it's a big deal. When the Empress escaped the divine capital, she naturally left some backstabbing in place, and all of the plum blossom dark guards acted as a dark network of intelligence for the great Zhou. What's the point of panicking? I'll hold the sky when it falls. Your Majesty, early this morning, the civil and military officials of the court opened the city to surrender and received that Li Hao into the city, and none of the 300,000 troops resisted, and all of them were taken under Li Hao's command. That's it? The Empress frowned slightly. The moment she made the decision to leave God's capital, she knew it had to be this way. The matter was expected, and it was all expedient. Your Majesty, that Li Hao entered the city, and the first thing he did was to arrest all the Ji clan members. Ji Ruyu's body shifted, trembling. What is he going to do? What did he say? Tell us quickly. One by one, the dark guard gave her a look, his head dropping to the ground. Your Majesty, he said to kill according to the genealogy. Just now, the Ji clan has been killed by all of them, and the heads are hanging above the divine capital at this time. Plop, the Empress fell in response. The people next to him were similarly immersed in shock. Surprisingly, none of them reacted. The Empress was lying on the ground in a large zigzag shape, tears wetting her temples. How could he, Li Hao, dare to do so? I have not even executed his 9 clans. How did he dare to execute my 9 clans? Ji's people, and he is a cousin relationship. How he is so poisonous. Not to mention, damn, I just swore an oath and it came true so fast? How dare the commoner son bully me like that? The Empress rose to her feet with a prancing motion. The powerful anger calmed her quickly. Incompetent rage is most undesirable. How to kill his Li Hao's 9 clans is the priority now. She grabbed the dark guard by the collar. What else did he do? Your Majesty, after Li Hao entered the city, he first killed the Ji clan, then went to the city to pacify the people, and has now moved into the Taiji Hall, and sent people to re-establish the merit list in the Lingyan Pavilion. Lingyi Pavilion. No one here is a stranger. When Emperor Taizong ascended the throne, he remembered the meritorious ministers who had fought for the world together, and built in their honor. Every single one of them is a contemporary divine general. Good Li Hao, imitating Taizong in every way. Does he really think he can reach that height too? Lingyan Pavilion. It's just adding to the laughingstock. Lu Himing skimmed his mouth with a look of contempt. How many generals are under him? Now you're talking about seniority? It's really laughable. It seems, only one. The dark guard had a complicated expression. Who? The Empress, Lu Himing, and old General Seed spoke out in indignation. It's Lord Lu. You. Chapter 75, Your Majesty. Let me explain. Lu Himing was suddenly awkwardly in place, looking from side to side, crying and laughing. The Empress glared at the Lord Chancellor next to her and took a deep breath. Expand on that. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Hao pushed Minister Lu to the position of the first meritocracy, and even left his approval. The body is in the Zhou camp and the heart is in the Tang, supporting the false emperor in the open and protecting the Tang in the dark. The king's masters and generals should not be imprisoned, and thousands of troops should avoid the women's robes. What the heck? It's just dog. The counterpoints are not neat. The leveling is not distinguishable. It's ridiculous. Princess Wan Carp snorted. This should be in the camp of Zhou and in the heart of Li. The Mingbao pseudo-emperor secretly hides the opportunity. The king's division generals do not secure themselves. 1,000 armies cannot be defeated. Gun. In front of everyone, the Empress was too embarrassed to snap at her own daughter and warned her with her lips. Lu Himing was shocked as she saw the murderous gaze of the Empress. Your Majesty, let me explain. This is Li Hao's provocation. My loyalty to Your Majesty can be judged by the heavens, and shown by the sun and moon, as if it were a torrent of water. Okay, I know your loyalty, and how can I not see this crude disassociation? You can rest assured, I absolutely cannot do that kind of pro-people pain and hatred things. The Empress waved her hand, and laughed coldly in her heart. This Li Hao is in the end young in age, wanting to learn the ancients to cast this method of disassociation, so that I can chop off my own right hand and left arm? Self-destruction? Kid, you're too young. I am not the kind of person who wavers. My heart is like a rock. You can't shake the friendship between us. What else did he do when he entered God's capital city? He went forward to the imperial temple to pay homage to his ancestors again, and completed the enthronement ceremony in the divine capital, and even spoke out of turn. Say, don't stammer, he said. I hereby make a vow. I am here. When I guard the land and open up the frontier, sweep away the 4 barbarians, to restore the glory of the great Tang dynasty, I die, will also be transformed into a dragon spirit, bless my China forever. It also says that the world is not one man's world, and that as long as he is on the throne he must be the world's champion. The Empress's mind exploded. A subtitle that rambles on and on. Again? What the hell is this Li Hao? His world is not one man's world, it's all the public's world? He's a bully. If you dare to take advantage of the world of men, you'll die. No, people say that the world is fair for the public is fair for the public. Can you guys go and read the book? That's right, even fair males are dog men like this you. Ha! Dragon robe wrapped in body pretending to be a sage. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards night sleepless. Full of rituals and laws of chastity. The only favor of the harem and then scolded the red face. I'll be damned. Why don't you guys just cross over and go in? I'm really impressed. What's wrong with going back? Wei Jin in North and South dynasties. Ridiculous and beautiful. Sis has long wanted to go there. I want to go to the Republic as a warlord's wife. My daughter. Greetings, Mr. Li Hongchang. What's the matter with you guys when you go back? Ying Zheng's big sisters are all Baqing widows, either eating soft rice or lying down to win, so we'll be the MVPs when we go back. Empress is no longer in the mood to delete comments. Li Hao's oath seemed a little more domineering than his own. It doesn't matter. She shifted and shuddered. I ask you again. In the big god's capital city, can anyone come out to rebel against that dim King Li Hao? Is there any loyal person who points at that Li Hao's nose and curses him to get out of God's capital city? There really doesn't seem to be. Your Majesty. The generals of Li Tang also suggested Li Hao to establish the hero's altar to honor those brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the war. But Li Hao rejected it. The Empress finally heard a good news and a smile bloomed on her face. This has just taken the throne, and completely exposed his nature, not caring at all about those generals who had sold their lives for him, and also said that what is the world of the world? Now it seems that it is just a selfish person who is selling his name and reputation. The crowd nodded in approval. Throughout history, which founding emperor's first thing was not to appease the meritorious generals, but he, Li Hao, was so good that he could refuse such a request? Not far from death. How does he have the nerve to turn down such a proposal that is good for the country and will improve the morale of the army? Your Majesty, then Li Hao said, in this war, whether it's wooden fortress city facing 500,000 troops or broken god capital facing 300,000 troops, neither of them sacrificed their generals, so they can't be used for the time being. Wait until we truly encounter a powerful enemy later. Fart. Lu Himing burst into a rage. They didn't have any dead people in Wood Fortress City? Are you kidding me? I don't even remember how many people I've decimated. Minister Ryu, that seems to be all your own people. Anyway, it's absolutely impossible. There are unpredictable clouds in the sky, and people have their own fortune. I just don't believe that they haven't even gotten sick and died along the way. Shut up. The Empress' face flushed red. Shame on her. Nearly 1 million troops have been surrendered almost without a fight since the beginning of the war. What about those lineage gate valves? What about those 5 hopes and 7 surnames? Are they just going to submit? And how will he, Li Hao, cope with these huge forces? The world's families and clans were arrogant, and in their perception, no matter who was the emperor in this world, it did not matter. In the end it all depends on them, and most of the officials in the world are from the sects, and a country cannot be governed without them. This is the main reason why the Empress has been ruling the world together with the lineages, not daring to touch them, and even slowly cancelling the imperial examinations in order to curry favor with them, and treating the academy in a downward spiral. And how can he, Li Hao, deal with these big and powerful families with big tails? Your Majesty, Li Hao, the attitude seems to be extremely tough. The first thing that was done was to have all the prominent clans within the divine capital go and pay their respects, and to kill all those who were in 2 minds and who were making false pretenses, and a lot of property was distributed to the people. What? How dare he? If things were so simple, wouldn't I have done it long ago? The Empress was shocked, and everyone froze. So, isn't it self-destructive? In this world, the world's families and valves accounted for half of the world. How he dug his own grave under such a great situation. Li Hao doesn't seem like such a stupid person, either. Your Majesty, That Li Hao said that the world's families and gate valves are all places to hide dirt, and that this world is the world of the people, not the world of these gate valves of theirs. He also said that if there is any disobedience, the army will immediately press in, and that as long as it is built under a strong force of arms, what families and what gentry are all bubbles that will shatter at the touch of a button. The world is never short of people who want to be officials, and the Yunlu Academy has been reduced to nothing, and an imperial decree has been issued to build academies throughout the country to open up the minds of the people. Ah, the Empress was once again dumbfounded. No, why is he so confused? Has he not heard that the people can be made to know, but cannot be made to know? This is the truth summarized by countless sages. How can we maintain imperial rule when the people's minds are opened and everyone has their own ideas? This is to self-destruct the country's fortune and spread the qi to the earth? I had a hard time finding 900 Confucian scholars to bring together the country's fortunes, but he did the opposite? Ha! The Empress sneered. Let's not talk about that for a moment. Those worldly families and gatekeepers, didn't anyone come out to oppose them? With such disrespect for them, it's long overdue for a thunderstorm. Your Majesty, at present, or by that Li Hao said right, powerful force, the world family gate valve is licking dog, the more suppression, but the more in front of him wagging his tail begging for mercy, praying that he can give an official position. The 5 wines and 7 surnames, at the first time, stood out in support of Li Hao's approach, and also threatened to investigate themselves and uncover the scum of the clan. Chapter 76, The Empress is mad. My money, my money. The Empress' face was ashen and she didn't want to say anything. That's it? If he had known this, he would have suppressed it by force in the first place, but after glancing at the Chancellor next to him, he shook his head slightly. Women are better suited for playing with their brains and fighting, not so much for war. This help her step by step in the harem to kill out to the top of the power of the person of great wisdom, in the military or slightly lack of fire. Forget it, the news about Li Hao don't spread to my ears at all in these few days. I'm tired. The Empress forced a smile and looked at old General Seed. Old General, what should we do now? Your Majesty, before the army moves, food and provisions go first, and now we still have several cities, but they are almost all barren. Well, you should be able to understand a little from the name. So the priority at the moment is still money. To fight a war is to fight for money. With money, we can fight. We can gather hundreds of thousands of troops, but there must be adequate security. Even if Princess Jingjin arrives, how can His Majesty appease those immortals? The old general finished coldly glancing at Lu Himing. The emperor is not bad at starving soldiers, but he can't be like Minister Lu, who prepares nothing and runs to the enemy city to starve half of his brothers to death first. That way, even though there are thousands of troops, the battle is almost nil. A great difficulty was at hand, and Lu Himing did not choose to refute it this time. Instead, he respectfully clasped his fists towards the old general. Old general, old successful strategist, this official is taught, but where are we going to get the money nowadays? Your Majesty, there is something I don't know if I should say or not. Old General Seed hesitated. Speak, it's this time, I don't want any face. The Empress let out a bitter smile. Looking at the old general's expression, she knew it wasn't good again. Your Majesty, with all due respect, during your reign, officials from all walks of life have been far more corrupt than ever before in order to present congratulatory gifts to show their loyalty. The officials of all walks of life have been collecting money indiscriminately and amassing wild wealth in your name. And just a small county magistrate can possess wealth that is beyond one's imagination. AI. But the loss of the East and the harvest of the East, their sightlessness is not desirable. But nowadays, it's also just right to take them down to fill up military expenses. But, how can we get them to willingly fork over the silver? Learn from that Li Hao who bloodied the divine capital. Your Majesty, at this time you must not be merciful. It's time to raise the butcher's knife. Your Majesty, if you gather the wealth of several states and collect the troops of the South, and borrow the time, location, and harmony of man, it will not be a matter of time before you can save heaven from tipping over. The Empress listened to her heart pounding, and the light in her eyes flashed continuously. Old General, Li Tang has a base of 10,000 people, and now that he has occupied the north, where does this heavenly timing come from? His Majesty was appointed by heaven, being the son of heaven designated by the edict left by the late emperor. This is heavenly harmony. Now we are south of the Yangtze River, with the heavenly danger of the Yangtze River, and Li Hao's subordinates are mostly soldiers from the north, not able to fight in the water. This is geographical advantage. As for people and, Your Majesty can collect all the people's hearts if you raise the banner of anti-Tang and restoration of Zhou. Oppose the Tang and restore the Zhou? With just these 4 words? Ryu Haiming smiled knowingly. Your Majesty, I understand what old General Seed means. The so-called anti-Tang and restoration of the Zhou is just a slogan, the same as Amitba Buddha. To deal with the fools, it is only necessary to hypnotize them in the form of religion. unusual little people, devoid of faith, know only personal interests. While these 4 words can become a symbol that unites people's hearts and minds, and whether they are loyal or not, they will unite anti-Tang forces and maintain their own sense of existence. The Empress works with thunder and lightning. One order was passed on that day. Old General Seed was in charge of recruiting soldiers and horses, while Lu Himing was in charge of inventorying the books and collecting wealth. The Empress was sitting in Luoshui City, and one piece of good news after another. Your Majesty, Old General Seed has convinced the Guardian of Lokfeng City and is leading 10,000 troops to join him. Your Majesty, Old General Seed has persuaded the bandits and rogues from several nearby cities to surrender, and has gathered thousands more men. Your Majesty, yes, yes, yes. The Empress herself sat in the tent, and even her dragon robe was changed into a military uniform. She whipped her head around to look at Ryu Himiyaki. How's it going on your end? Your Majesty, everything went well, but it really fulfills the saying that a small official is very greedy. A small county magistrate can find thousands of taels of silver in his house. A magistrate, moreover, averages no less than 10,000 taels. It's outrageous. What should we do with these officials? The Empress smiled faintly, gently blowing on the hot tea in her hand. No harm, which have not greedy well. Even the palace to buy food eunuchs have to private deduction quite a lot. They have the official body, but also normal, and the more money, the better for us. Did not think that the previous unintentional action, but also to leave themselves as such a back road. It is really dark flowers and a village. I remember, these several cities together also have 1,000,000 taels of tax revenue per year. This place don't look like the name is not working, but in fact, it is still a rich place. Your Majesty, I sent someone to check the books. The annual income of these cities can be more than that. It should be 3,000,000 taels. Clunk, the cup in the Empress's hand fell to the ground. Meaning, they've embezzled 2,000,000 taels of silver from me every year? Yes, Your Majesty. The Empress rose with a boom, her body shaking with anger as she stood up. I don't care if they are greedy or not. I can turn a blind eye to where they get their money from, but they even gave me only 1,000,000 taels, and they took 2,000,000 taels for themselves? They took 2,000,000. I only took 1,000,000. These people do not kill stay for the new year but also I seal the official and knighthood to thank them well. Ha! My money! My money! The Empress had fallen into a frenzy, hysterical ranting. Corruption is inevitable and harmless throughout the ages. Able to. What's wrong with you? You've got more than I do? Who gave them the nerve? Kill. It should be killed. Time to ruthlessly kill this group to correct the law of the land. Lu Himing stood aside not daring to say anything. Only when the Empress had stabilized a little did she speak again. Your Majesty, I'll do it right away. I have another matter that I would like to report to Your Majesty. Tell me, what can't I listen to when it comes down to it? Your Majesty, I think so. The speed at which we accumulate wealth is still too slow. I have a plan that will quickly give us a great deal of money, even more than the false Tang rebels. Your Majesty, now that the situation is no longer a matter of face, I suggest that Your Majesty form a team to specialize in gold touching. In the south, there are many tombs of feudal lords, and the treasures they hold are countless. So instead of being buried in the ground all the time, they should be brought back into the light. I have also considered this team, and the chief commander will be called Zonglenging of Fakyu, and the executive officers and soldiers will be called Tujinshan. If His Majesty agrees, then the day is near for us to counterattack the divine capital. Wait, let me run it through. The Empress gave a grudging look at this right-hand man of hers. Why is it that every time she suggests something, it's so ticklish and so lackluster that it's hard to make a decision? Your Majesty, the opportunity will never come again. Chapter 77, The Emperor's right to concession precedes decapitation, and the heavenly streets tread on the bones of all public ministers. The Empress pondered for a long time before finally nodding slowly. Indeed, the opportunity is not to lose time. Take advantage of the current chaos of war to do a few votes to sneak rich, if the world later peace can be too conspicuous. At this time there is also a natural advantage. That is, almost all of the armies from all over the world have gone north to work for the king. Blah blah blah, it is north to rebel. These southern mausoleums are not all their own backyard. I Ching Lu really is full of wisdom. The Empress works with thunder and lightning. Say it and do it. The last second he was hesitant. After making the decision he was already sincere. What will the plan be? Soon, a small team of soldiers who were touching the gold had been set up on fire, and assigned to the nearby wild mountains. In the meantime, the day dawned. Within the divine capital city, an equally newly formed team was quietly appearing in front of the Zhang family, the first family of the divine capital. The Zhang family, 4 dynasties, although they do not belong to the 5 wishes and 7 surnames, they have stood in both the great Tang and the great Zhou. Because of his filial piety, everyone in his family was a gentleman, and his prestige was very high. Even the Empress holds it in high esteem. Lu Bing, a red flying fish suit, waist girded with lawn belt, gorgeous and honorable, glory added, with the embroidered spring sword in hand, the world is mine. Lu Bing took a deep breath, did not expect His Majesty to trust himself so much, not only re-established the Genie Way, but also directly from the Army Point Chi 3000 elite into the Genie Way. If you treat me as a scholar of the nation, I will repay you as a scholar of the nation. Today he came with a mission. It is the extermination of this private and Empress dark past to come Zhang family. Kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey. The first battle of the Jinx must be fought beautifully. What do you guys do? The porter in front of the Zhang family's door looked at the sudden appearance of a group of people in front of him with little fear. This is the Zhang family. Idle people leave quickly. Our master is going to the court to meet the Son of Heaven soon. I want to see your lord. Lu Bing smiled. He already looks elegant. Wearing a red flying fish suit looks even more noble. The voice was soft, but Menko still grinned in fear. This official, you have to inform to see our lord. Today you send your obeisance. Come again next time. Lu Bing pulled out a belt tag from his pocket. An ivory belt tag belonging exclusively to the commander of the brocade guards, with a cloud pattern on one side and an inscription on the other. Lu Bing, commander of the brocade guards. The buy is not there, but I have this. Mensi took a look. This won't do. I've already told you in good words. If your excellency still wants to pester me, no matter where you are soldiers, you'll have to eat your words today. Ha ha. Lu Bing laughed out loud and suddenly the embroidered spring blade was on top of Mensi's neck. What about this one? Can I get in? Menko's face turned white for a moment. How could he have expected that someone would dare to flash a knife in front of the Zhang family? The man in front of him looks gentle and elegant, like a gentleman who teaches. Why is he so grumpy? Sir, can enter. The gate was then opened. Lu Bing loosened the door and broke in with a big stride, and behind him, more than 1,000 genie guards entered in a row. It was crowded but extremely quiet and went straight to the back room. A few moments later, all the members of the Zhang family gathered at the ancestral hall. Elder Zhang Zhuzhong looked at the ferocious flying fish suit officers and soldiers beside him. You guys, what the hell are you guys trying to do? I don't care what kind of brocade guards or red guards you are. If you break into my Zhang mansion at night like this, I will definitely report you in front of the Son of Heaven. This is as if our Zhang family is easy to bully. Lu Bing just didn't say anything and stood with his arms folded, quietly waiting for all the main people of the Zhang family to be brought to the ancestral hall. My lord, anyone who is in the compound has almost been brought. Lu Bing nodded his head slightly before he turned to look around at the Zhang family. Laughing, old Mr. Zhang, I came today because I want to borrow something from the Zhang family. Borrow something? Is that as far as such a big battle? To humiliate my Zhang family in such a way today? This lord, you'd better think about how you should explain to the Son of Heaven first. The old gentleman has misunderstood. We, the brocade guards, are only under the orders of the Son of Heaven, and without His Majesty's decree, how could we come? Today, I would like to borrow the Zhang family tree. Lu Bing finished and waved his hand. The Zhang family is apparently submissive to my great Tang, but secretly colludes with the Ji clan, wanting to bet on both sides. The calculations are wrong. The Zhang family clan, shoot on sight and do not leave a single one behind. All of the Zhang family's finances are registered and paid into the state treasury. In the gentlest of tones, he spoke the coldest words in the world. You, who gave you the right? My Zhang family has been around for 4 generations, full of officials, and my old man is even the crown prince's crown prince. How dare you touch me, yellow mouth? Not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue, slandering old me for colluding with G. Do you have any proof? Lu Bing pulled out his waistband again. Brocade guards, imperial license, first to kill. As for evidence, you're wrong, old man. We don't need evidence when we do things at the Jinui. Kill, pust. A bloody head rolled off. It was only then that the people of the Zhang family realized their fear and realized that the elegant man in front of them could be a murderous butcher. My lord, have a word. Mercy, my lord, there must be some misunderstanding. Within the Zhang family's ancestral hall, there was a lot of wailing. Lu Bing's voice completely became the last straw that destroyed them. According to the genealogy, no one will be left behind. Under the flash of the embroidered spring sword, heads rolled down like rain. Lu Bing just watched the scene quietly. What His Majesty said, he could not agree more. The world is in chaos, and the disease has been treated with a strong medicine. The Zhang family was duplicitous, and it was absolutely impossible for them to take advantage of the two forces by trying to move from side to side. The streets of heaven are trodden with the bones of public officials, and the inner treasury is burnt to ashes of brocade. After Li Hao entered the divine capital, he changed his calmness and began to go on a killing spree. Within the entire divine capital, there was a bloody storm. The name of the Genie Way was spread all over the Shindu overnight, and all the civil and military officials were appalled. Night banquet at the palace. Li Hao sat high above the dragon chair, holding a wine cup and smilingly looking at all the people who came to the banquet. As the saying goes, to resist foreign aggression, one must first secure the interior. As he attacked the remnants of the Empress, he had to keep the military power firmly in his hands. North to the king's army is too much too mixed, are a bunch of proud soldiers, who do not serve who, now just in the celebration stage, can still be peaceful, and then a few days will inevitably be chaotic. Think frequently. It's their turn. There was a steady stream of guests, the 5 wishes and 7 surnames, the family gate, the land of Western Shu, the southern states, and the grassland ministries. After the people were all seated, it was only then that Li Hao slowly got up and raised his glass high. Dear secretary, I can come to today. All rely on the help of everyone here. Now the world has been finalized. I swear again, as long as the loyalty to the great Tang, I would like to rule the world with them. Immediately there was thunderous applause from below. There were even some people whistling up a storm. I will never doubt your loyalty to me. Li Hao's words changed. But, I can't guarantee that by then your men will not repeat what happened to Jelly Khan. Jelly Khan. The hearts of the people dawned on them. He stands for 4 words, yellow robe. When His Majesty first entered the steppe, this Khan immediately captured the opportunity therein and, without saying a word, immediately staged a yellow robe. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? You do not dare to guarantee that, and I do not dare to guarantee that I will not wake up one morning, already in a yellow robe. So guys, can you understand my bitterness? Chapter 78, A Cup of Wine to Release Military Power? I have been walking on thin ice all my life. The room was silent. A sense of foreboding surfaced. Is His Majesty going to unload his ass? Lit. A crafty rabbit dies. A traitor cooks. The leaders of the various forces looked at each other, momentarily dumbfounded. It took a moment before someone let a laugh. Your Majesty, you're joking. How could we possibly do something like that? Besides, we don't have the qualifications. I am loyal to His Majesty. I would never do such a thing. If anyone dares, I'll be the first to not let him go. And His Majesty is the only one in heaven today. Li Hao pressed his hands together, signaling for silence. Gentlemen, no one can guarantee this kind of thing. If the soldiers are proud, they will expel the generals. If the marshal is strong, they will judge the top. This is the lesson of blood in history. Therefore, I have no choice but to take back your military power, give you more gold and silver, give you high rank and pay, and I will rule the world together. He drained the wine in his hand. Gentlemen, those who wish to be brothers with me, to become the beauty of Tang Wei Zi, to rule the world with benevolence and virtue for the benefit of the people, drink this cup together. Those who are unwilling, I will not force them to stay, and may let you leave in peace. Sure enough, the scene was once again silent. Kings and ministers, especially those with military power, almost always come to this point throughout history. Lu Bang's henchmen, Han Xin, Pong Yu, Fan Kuai, Ing Bu and Luo all had a bad end. The build is more of a brilliant representation of the flying bird doing all the traitors' cooking. Even that dim emperor who Hai knew to take this step and execute Li Si Meng Tian. But the only difference is, His Majesty's tactics seem to be very gentle. It's a cup of wine. It doesn't seem unacceptable to bring the troops here in a circle if they can be treated kindly. But not everyone is of this mind. For a while, the banquet was polarized. Your Majesty is benevolent. I would like to surrender my military power and fulfill our friendship between ruler and subject. I was born a Li Tang man, and died a Li Tang ghost, and the soldiers I brought this time were also for the purpose of serving the king, and now that the big picture has been decided, there is no need to hold on to it. Ha ha, Your Majesty, we came all the way here to help and we ended up like this. How unfair is that? Who will dare to serve Great Tang in the future? Soldiers are my life. You can hand them over if you like. I'm definitely not handing them over. Some raised their glasses high in thanks. Others got up and walked away with a slap on the table. Li Hao also, as he promised, just eyed the person who left without stopping him in the slightest. Damn, this Li Hao is really not a thing. Just entered the divine capital, and he's playing this set of tricks on me. If I'm pushed, I'll immediately go and support the Empress. The people who had left the banquet with curses and grudges gathered just after leaving the palace to discuss where to go from here. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why did I follow you guys out here? No, I have to go back. Old man just drank hard. Hanyu shook his head vigorously before realizing what was going on. Isn't it just a matter of collecting the military power? I'm going to hand it over to His Majesty in itself. Who the hell pulled me out? Brother, don't be silly. Without military power, you are the fish and meat on the human board. He let you die today, you have to die today. From now on, little life in the hands of others. Are you willing? I'm willing. It's people like you that put us in a passive position everywhere. And it's people like you that spoiled these emperors to be so unbridled, playing that bird exhaustion game at every turn. No, you, how many soldiers do you have? Why are you so groveling? Shame on you, my 300 soldiers. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, and the dude who had just cursed the most was dumbfounded. It was only after a long time that he spoke in a daze. "Oh, that's okay then. You go back." Another general stood up. "Brothers, my 800 soldiers, what should I do? Run for the north slope. Old me 3,000 soldiers and horses." Another person just got up and gave himself 2 slaps on the face, running in the direction of the palace. "Your Majesty, you have treated me with great kindness. I was really drunk just now. Your Majesty, anyone within 5,000 troops roll nah." Finally someone couldn't take it anymore and growled madly. "These people are not afraid of the green man, right? On this soldier also want to come to mix from the dragon's merit. Hurry to hand over the right to disarm and return to the field. Go to do their old jobs. We have 30,000 cavalry in the 6 southern imperial tribes. What should we do if His Majesty humiliates us like this? We came a long way to return home in fine clothes, but we have to end up like this? What an injustice! Against the mother **********. Clear the side of the king. Feng Tian Gingwan. Against your grandfather. Now Li Tang mercenary millions. Take the head against, but not against us. Also absolutely cannot hand over the right to military power. Immediately overnight south retreat. No longer intervene in their civil war in the central plains. Nanzhao 6 big chiefs, discussed for a while, each returned to pack up things, ready to go on the road. "My lord, what will you do? Your excellency occupies the land of Jiangnan and has 300,000 mercenaries. We've decided to follow you." The remaining people looked towards Sun Qian. Sun Qian, sitting on Lujiang County, Rainan County, and Jiatong County, was extremely powerful, with countless majestic soldiers under his command. It is also the main force of this northward march to the king. Seeing the eyes of the crowd looking at him, it was only then that Sun Qian slowly stood up, shaking the cloak from his body, laughing. "I have been walking on thin ice all my life." But just as his words left his mouth, he heard chaos outside. Sun Qian is plotting a rebellion. He should be executed for all 9 clans. Those who surrender will be spared. The horse's hooves sounded like beating drums. The person who had just asked suddenly flashed the embroidered spring sword in his hand and chopped off Sun Qian's head with a single stroke, holding it high in his hand. "Those who conspire against me shall be executed." Luoshui City. A heated argument was taking place in the camp where the Empress was staying. "Your Majesty, such a practice is not yet chilling. A titanic son of heaven. To use such means to amass wealth. Are you not afraid that you won't be able to face my Chinese ancestors in the future?" Old General Seed was pointing his finger at Ji Jiao's nose and cursing. Just this morning, he suddenly discovered a large amount of treasure of unknown origin. It also all smells like mold and rot on it. At first glance, it was something dug up from the ground. He hadn't expected that the Empress would already be so dogged as to trash the old ancestor who was already resting in peace. So many corrupt officials have more than enough wealth. So why do they have to commit such shameless acts? "Your Majesty, now immediately execute the person who carried out this act, or else the entire Great Zhou will be poked and prodded and cursed by the people of the world." "Your Majesty, how could you be so confused as to listen to slander?" Old General Seed suddenly felt blood rushing to his head. His eyes went black and he fainted. It was then that the Empress was in a great hurry. "Quickly, call the imperial doctor." At once, the entire barracks panicked. After Old General Seed was carried out, Lu Himing leaned in again. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid the old general will become a thorn in our side if he is stubborn and doesn't know how to change." Your Majesty, General Seed is old. Can he still eat? Why don't we relieve him of his military power? Or else there will be chaos for a long time." The Empress nodded slightly. "From just now, we can already see this old man's foul temper. This inch of merit has not yet been established, and already dared to insult the Son of Heaven. What if he makes some great achievement in the future? But the matter of military power is by no means trivial, especially since most of our soldiers and horses were recruited by General Seed. I'm afraid." A flash of worry appeared on the Empress's face. "Don't worry, Your Majesty." Ryu Himi smiled with a wise-ass smile. "Your Majesty, that Li Hao has already given us a sample." "What? A cup of wine?" Chapter 79, The Empress waves tears and beheads the virtuous. 100 officials please kill Lu Himing. The Empress works with thunder and lightning. That night, he personally visited the old general and hosted a banquet in his tent to thank old General Seed for his efforts for the whole of Great Zhou, as well as a pre-war declaration. Old General Seed was just in a moment of anger and was not seriously hurt. In his words, the banquet could be organized, and there was no problem with boosting morale and all that. But the prerequisite is that no one should ever be allowed to play the Qing King's breaking song again. The Empress nodded her head in disgust as he poked her in the back of her mind. Great Zhou collected all the soldiers of these cities, plus the people from all walks of life, even made up another 500,000 troops, but also to the main water army. The Empire's heritage is really strong. In such a short time, it has put together such a large army. Who says the world is full of negative people? The Empress stood in the tent, looking at the tent full of regrouped civil and military officials. Even though she had long been accustomed to scenes several times bigger than this, even though she had long ascended to the top of the world and became the first female emperor, at this time, it was also difficult to avoid the surge of the heart. It is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more difficult to break the mold than it is to keep the king. The Empress raised the golden cup in her hand high, her eyes so excited that they turned red. All the beloved ministers, let's drink this cup together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The tent of the 100 officials is the temporary cobbled together the grassroots team. The largest official is the lord of a city. What the county magistrate squire accounted for the vast majority. What's more, yesterday he was a black boss occupying the mountain, but today he has transformed himself into the imperial historian of the great Zhou. Never before had I seen such a scene, or the Empress herself making a toast. In normal times, this already belonged to the chances of the ancestors' graves. The whole tent was a mess. Your Majesty will reign in the Middle Kingdom for 1,000 years. I will throw my head in blood for His Majesty and do a great job. Your Majesty, how can you have wine without songs? We haven't seen what the palace maidens look like. I heard they are all like fairies. The atmosphere grew stronger as the generals talked dirty and drank wine. It went on for a while longer. It was only then that the Empress slowly walked to the center of the field with her glass of wine again. Dear ministers, as the saying goes, to make trouble outside the country, we must first put the country at ease. Now that the false Tang is powerful, it is all the more important for us to ensure the calmness of our own rear, or else we will surely lose our efforts. Collecting the military power, the Empress pondered for a long time. More and more, he felt that the gold content of Lu Xiang's words about releasing the army in a cup of wine was rising. If the means are too strong, it is likely to create a situation in which the government forces the people to rebel. If the tactics are too weak, then again, they will feel that the Son of Heaven can be deceived and feed their wolfish ambitions. The cup of wine is undoubtedly the most wistful yet effective means. There have been many emperors in history, going through the motions, change one to kill one, change one to kill one. The reason for all this is the inability to keep the military power firmly in one's hands. Although the officials had already been drinking in 5 different ways, these words also hit them in the chest like a sledgehammer. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the interior. Hustle who? Li Hao. And who? That's not just the people themselves. The large tent that had just been extremely noisy instantly turned into a pin drop. The Empress smiled, signaling the crowd to relax. Gentlemen, a country where the center cannot centralize power is not far from death. And this move is a desperate one. Not to mention that I am not that amoral tyrant. As long as you all surrender your military power, I promise you that I will rule the world with you in the future. Your Majesty. Old General Seed suddenly stood up, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Lu Himing. General Seed is the perfect candidate for them to make an example of him. What's with him being the first to come forward, so he can't give up the power in his hands? Old man, how could Lu Himing give him a chance to speak? This time was to suppress by means of force. General Seed, just stop talking. Old General Seed was confused. He wanted to stand up and say that His Majesty had a point. If you can't hold the power of the army in your hands, then any more armies will be as scattered sand that won't break up. Ryu Himing clapped his hands. A plum blossom secret guard came over from the shadows, holding a letter in his hand. Your Majesty, Old General Seed secretly had correspondence with Li Hao of the false Tang, which was intercepted by us. Please read it. Your Majesty. Oh, the Empress received the letter. Every sentence red face will be gloomy 1 point. To the end is the hands and feet cold, teeth chattering. She slammed the epistle fiercely in front of Old General Seed. You're really treating me right. Look for yourself. I trusted you so much, and you sold our entire great Zhou? Just for a hussar general that Li Hao promised you? General Seed. General Seed. It's true that you know people's faces but not their hearts. Seeing General Zhong's indifference, Jijio scolded again in a stern voice. Pick it up and show it to me. Old General Seed looked deeply at Lu Himing. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. Not to mention that I'm loyal to your Majesty as the heavens can tell. Just say this letter. Is it possible that your Majesty doesn't know my past? I have been poor since childhood. I can't read a word. How can I read and understand? And how can I secretly communicate with others? You wouldn't believe such a lowly provocation and slanderous framing, would you, your Majesty? Lu Himing let out a heckle and said in her heart that she had miscalculated. But how could this little matter be difficult for her? Does the general not take us for cuties, who writes their own correspondence? Old General, don't you know that greed is not good enough? Betting on both ends will only implicate 3 clans. Or are you emboldened by the fact that His Majesty swore an oath to Luo Shui that day? Your Majesty, fornicating with the enemy and attempting to commit treason. The 9 clans should be executed. I asked that this thief be killed to set the record straight. It was hard to hide the disappointment in Ji Jian's eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed from the depths of his emotions. Old general, I never thought that you would be this kind of person. AI, poor me also give you so much trust. Want to let you lead the 3 armies and give you the title of Shangzhugua. You can really let me down. Today the evidence is all there. Do you still want to deny it? The Empress leaned back, at a 45-degree angle, and let the tears run down her cheeks. Today I can only follow the example of Prime Minister Zhuge, waving tears and beheading the old general. Come on, drag it out. Old general, you can rest assured, although you are treacherous, but I am a virtuous king. After you go, your wife I raise. Old General Seed then panicked, but in this situation, even if he was a political white boy, he understood the double singing of the master and servant at this feast. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a good feast. They are the ones who have long thought of taking themselves to the sword today, wanting to deter others in order to smoothly receive the military power. Think about it. Old General Seed let out a long sigh. If the life of an old minister can be exchanged for your majesty's soldiers to be bloodless, the old minister is willing to plead guilty. Your majesty, as the saying goes, a man's words are good when he is about to die, and while I am dying, I would like to give your majesty one more piece of advice. You say. The Empress nodded slightly. Old General Seed's words just now made him feel something. He is, indeed, a man of the utmost loyalty, but it can't be helped, and if it's not so, it can't be added to the crowd. Your majesty, if Lu Himing doesn't die, there is no hope that Great Zhou will ever be restored. I have said all I can say. Your majesty, take care of yourself. Drag it down. The Empress waved a tear. I'll walk myself. Old General Seed shook off the plum blossom dark guards beside him and took a big step forward, openly going to his death. Chapter 80, My Princess Has Returned. Within the tent, the civil and military officials of the new Great Zhou court were dumbfounded. No, what's going on here? Why did you kill the old general when you can just collect the military power? Do you even know what the old general means to my brothers? It is almost entirely due to Old General Seed that these generals are here. What's more, without the need for Old General Seed to solicit them, they came of their own accord to sniff them out. Gentlemen, those who wish to be brothers with me, to become the beauty of Tang Wei Zi, to rule the world with benevolence and virtue for the benefit of the people, drink this cup together. Those who are unwilling, I will not force them to stay, and may let you leave in peace. The Empress raised her glass high, amber agar rippling in her palm as her gaze scrutinized the crowd. The 100 officials were dumbfounded. It took a long time for one of the Old General Seed's men to step forward. Your Majesty, it doesn't matter if you take away the military power, but why did you kill Old General Seed? Do you still need to doubt Old General's loyalty to Great Zhou? When Li Tang besieged the city, the old general scattered his family's wealth to raise troops to go to Shandu to serve the king, but you took away his military power with a holy decree, and his family detained him and put him under house arrest. But instead of harboring a grudge, the old general has become more loyal to you, and now that you are in trouble, the first person to step forward to saddle up and recruit for you is still the old general. That day you also swore, pointing to the Luo water, to treat the general well and trust between ruler and subject, but this day has not even passed, and then you tore up the oath and beheaded the old general on a trumped-up charge? Your Majesty, doesn't your conscience hurt? Your Majesty may not know. Before going to the banquet, the old general has already hinted to us that if your Majesty receives the power, you must not be attached to the power. The power of the world is originally the Son of Heavens, and we are only in charge of it for the time being. But why? In favor of killing the old general. When he finished, he poured out his glass of wine and brushed his face and cried, "Pity us for being so useless as to watch Old General Seed being killed." His words were like a fuse. The whole tent was set ablaze at once. The sound of armor clanging suddenly rose. Gee, are you being funny? Do you think that after drinking this cup of broken wine, we will obediently hand over our military power? Where is this heavenly agar jelly? Ha ha ha, let's call it a day. If your Majesty is not feeling well, I have plenty of wine, and I will carry 100 times as much for your Majesty later, so that you can have a good drink. The King of Qin doesn't even play his formation-breaking song, and his Majesty's troupe of dancers doesn't bring out this wine? It's too much to look down on. I quit. Rather than suffer here, I'd rather go back to being my king of the mountain. Farewell everyone, whoever of you is willing to follow her down a path, go yourselves. Bang, bang, bang. For a time, within the tent, the aroma of wine overflowed, and all the generals and officers slammed the wine cups in their hands, wanting to brush their sleeves and leave. Ji Jin's body swayed. Things seem a little off. We've done it before. We've done it before. Is this local southern soldier so rude? Unbridled. You guys are going against the grain. Next to her, Lu Himing was similarly furious as her delicate body trembled. She drew her sword in anger and pointed it at the officials. The blade reflected the fluttering Zhou flag outside the tent, as well as the pale face of the Empress. Do you want to try the sharpness of my minister's sword? The old man's sword is not unfavorable either. Lu Himing, are you stupid in the brain? The person Li Hao Cup wine to release military power is based on their own strong force. Who dares to disobey directly kill. How about you? Do you have soldiers? Also learn people to play this set? We will leave now. What can you do? You think you can keep us? How many of the hundreds of thousands of troops out there are your direct troops? And don't restore your country. Go home and play in the mud. You are the culprit for Great Zhou coming to this day. No wonder old General Seed wanted His Majesty to kill you before he died. Ha ha, the great Tang's #1 divine general. Ah, Lu Himing, as they said, if the crowd wanted to leave, those Plum Blossom secret guards alone could do nothing. Even if it was the Empress, she could not fight 1 against 100. What's more, if it becomes a big deal and the hundreds of thousands of troops outside mutiny, it's very likely that they'll really be accounted for here. Ministers, don't be like this. Let's talk things over. The Empress really cried this time. Definitely not the kind of acting that just waved a tearful war kind of general. This time is really panicked. If they left, they themselves would have no more than half a chance. These are not abstinent brown men. These are the straw that saves the day. Yet all that responded to her was that which was as scummy. Gun, Your Majesty, if you really have the heart to retain it, kill Lu Himing, this chaotic traitor. Now, don't you want to think about it for a moment? Hasn't every plan she's made since she suggested that the prince should make peace with his family been a kisser? For His Majesty to be where he is today, Lu Himing deserves the first credit. Li Tang Tianzi has told you the answer. And now that it's over, do you still want to protect her? Kill Lu Himing. Kill Lu Himing. His Majesty was able to behead the old general in tears, but only refused to behead her? Lu Himing felt his legs go limp and fell on his butt, unable to defend himself. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. Lu Himing and the Empress had a strong bond, so how could he possibly lay his hands on her and kill her? The Empress was similarly awkwardly in place, in a dilemma. Killing and perhaps keeping these people might lead to a smooth reception of the military power. No kill. There may be nothing more that can be done to save the heavens from tipping over, and that dream of an emperor of 1,000 years will be shattered in the same way. What to do about it? Sweat instantly dampened her armor. This decision is harder than strangling your own son back in the day, Cthulhu. But just then, suddenly a cold yet delicate voice came into the tent, while a dark fragrance floated around. Mother, how can you be threatened by these big-headed soldiers? Before we left the palace, you taught me that the more they oppose, the more we are doing the right thing. Mother, why have you fallen so far? The Empress froze and then rejoiced. Princess Jingjin, her princess is back.